Feng Qingran, a versatile military doctor of the special forces in the 23rd century, possesses extraordinary talents and is adept in both medicine and poison. Upon her unexpected transference to another realm, she finds herself in the guise of an uncherished and frail legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. When her half-sister seeks to usurp her romantic prospects, she retaliates fiercely, taking down both the scoundrel fiancé and the scheming sibling. Confronted by a selfish and biased father, she unveils her spatial abilities to commandeer the entire Prime Minister's estate. With her fists, she strikes against her father with her feet. She kicks her stepmother with her hands. She tears apart her half-sister, and she topples the emperor while sly plundering the imperial palace. In times of natural disasters and famine, she possesses drought-resistant, flood-tolerant, and high-yield crop seeds. Amidst rampant plagues, she wields miraculous cures. As enemy forces encroach, she has a veritable arsenal at her disposal. With one hand, she amasses wealth, and with the other, she establishes her own influence, all while remaining astutely aware of the world's affairs from the comfort of her abode. The public deems the war king, Ling Junyan, as hideously unattractive and cruel in temperament, yet they remain oblivious to the unparalleled beauty concealed beneath his mask. He stirs the winds of change, manipulates court politics, and is known for his ruthless, bloodthirsty demeanor and disdain for women. However, after a life-saving encounter, he develops a flicker of affection for her. Once his heartstrings are plucked, he can no longer restrain his feelings from that moment forth. While she slumbers, he warms her bed. When she takes a life, he hands her the blade. He cherishes her deeply, loving her profoundly, and dedicates his life to safeguarding her in the palm of his hand. Chapter 1. Transference. Before a precipice on the outskirts of the capital, a woman's piercing scream startled a flock of birds into flight, causing the accumulated snow atop the trees to cascade down. The source of the harrowing cry was a battered young girl, bound to a tree trunk, her pale dress stained with blood. "Madam, I implore you, do not take my life." She gazed in terror at the stunning woman wielding a long whip, her face streaked with tears. The woman laughed maniacally, as though she had just heard the most ludicrous joke. "If I do not kill you, how can my daughter assume your rightful place and marry the third prince?" The girl's almond-shaped eyes widened in realization. So this was the motive. Just the day before, she had received an imperial decree of marriage, bestowed upon her by the emperor to the illustrious third prince. Little did she know this would lead to her impending doom. With one thrust, two thrusts, three thrusts, the woman plunged a knife into the girl's chest thrice, each strike fatal. The girl could only weakly cry for help, her eyes brimming with despair and resentment. "Do not blame me, blame yourself for being an unnecessary obstacle in the way of Dyer," the woman declared, pushing the girl off the cliff. Feng Qingran, perish. With a resounding thud, Feng Qingran landed harshly on the ground. Then, a muffled groan reached her ears. Looking down at the unfortunate soul beneath her, Feng Qingran pondered whether this counted as dragging someone down with her in her final moments. Wait a moment. She realized she had not been killed by the fall. Yet, she must have sustained severe injuries, as pain coursed through her body. After retrieving a top-tier healing elixir from her spatial pouch, she consumed it, feeling a slight restoration of strength. She managed to rise, only to find herself clad, not in battle attire, but in ancient garments. This forced her to confront a stark reality. She had traversed through time. Moreover, the original owner of this body was also named Feng Qingran, a 15-year-old legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household, with an elder half-sister and two younger half-brothers. Recently, the emperor issued a decree betrothing the original owner to the third prince. In her relentless pursuit of a prosperous future for her daughter, the conniving concubine Hua, who dreamt of marrying her daughter to the third prince, callously murdered the original owner and cast her down a precipice. What a treacherous heart! A glimmer of coldness flickered in Feng Qingran's eyes. Since she had taken possession of this body, she would settle the score herself. However, for the moment, she needed to tend to her wounds in her space. Yet, she wondered if the unfortunate soul beneath her still had a chance at survival. As she cleared the snow from his face, her suspicions were confirmed. He was indeed a man, scarred and battered. Gently probing beneath his nose, Feng Qingran discovered that he still had a faint breath. Thus, she brought him in her space. Upon entering, she was astonished to find that the medical facility provided by the military had expanded exponentially what was once merely a space filled with medical equipment. ND daily necessities now boasted a planting area and a shimmering spring. Tentatively, she dipped her hand into spring, and to her delight, the small wounds on her hand visibly began to heal. Could this be the fabled spring water of legend? After administering a top-tier healing potion to the man, Feng Qingran resolved to tend to her own injuries before attending to him. She conducted a thorough examination of herself and discovered that aside from 3 life-threatening wounds on her chest, the rest were trivial scratches. However, this body had been subjected to a slow-acting poison that stunted growth and even impaired brain development. It is to say that the original owner was undoubtedly not of great intelligence, or perhaps somewhat foolish. Recalling the miraculous healing properties of the spiritual spring water, Feng Qingran filled a bathtub with it and immersed herself within. To her surprise, the pain from her wounds had indeed diminished, and she felt rejuvenated. After half an hour, the wounds on Feng Qingran's body had largely healed, save for the 3 grievous injuries on her chest, which still bore deep marks. Dressing in her usual attire and donning a white coat, she commenced the examination of the man's body. Initially, she noted several deep wounds, exposing bone, yet none were life-threatening. The true cause of the man's unconsciousness was the soul-chasing arrow embedded in his chest, its barbed tips designed to sever vital arteries with the slightest movement. The hue of the wound revealed that the arrowhead was coated in a potent poison. After examining the man's pulse, Feng Qingran contemplated briefly before administering an antidote pill. She then tore apart the tattered remnants of his clothing and began to disinfect and stitch the wounds, completing the treatment of the 3 knife wounds in a short span of time. As for the soul-chasing arrow in his chest, though it was deemed perilous in ancient times, to a modern perspective, it merely required the incision of the wound to extract the barb. Arrowhead. With anesthesia and disinfection, she deftly incised the wound, carefully extracted the barbed arrowhead, then cleaned the injury, applied medicine, and sutured ill-executed seam. Leslie, and without hesitation, contemplating the efficacy of her spiritual spring water, Feng Qingran procured a disposable bathing bag to cover the tub, filled it with the spiritual spring water, and then stripped the man before placing him into the bath. Realizing that the man required at least half an hour to soak, Feng Qingran seized the shower head and proceeded to wash his hair. As she tended to him, she became increasingly intrigued by the peculiar scar adorning his face. Curiosity compelled her to trace the contours of his visage, and with a decisive tug, she forcefully removed the facial mask that concealed his true identity. Indeed, the scar was a mere facade. Beneath it, the man's countenance was rather pleasing, although still in a state of unconsciousness. It was evident that he possessed strikingly handsome features. The reason behind his grotesque scar remained a mystery, perhaps born from some unavoidable circumstance. After half an hour, Feng Qingran extricated the man from the bath and gently dried his body, subsequently dressing him in a hospital gown that bore a resemblance to traditional Adi. Regrettably, her space did not house any ancient garments thus. This outfit was the most suitable for someone of the past. In the depths of winter, with the chill biting at the air, Feng Qingran donned a military coat for herself and draped another over the man before swiftly exiting her space with him. Suddenly assaulted by the frigid wind, Feng Qingran involuntarily shivered, while the man, barely perceptible, furrowed his brow. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 2. Who attended to this king's attire? You are awake. Feng Qingran expressed her surprise, astonished by the man's remarkable physical resilience. Ling Junyan surveyed the peculiar garments draped upon him, then glanced at the attire of the woman beside him, before inquiring, "Did you rescue me?" Indeed, ever since he fell into a coma, he remained aware of his surroundings, even feeling a heavy object strike his body. Fortunately, he had managed to break the arrow's tip, otherwise he might have perished on the spot. Subsequently, he was transported to a warm place where small hands placed a pill into his mouth, and soon he felt his organs beginning to mend. Just as he sensed he could open his eyes, those small hands unexpectedly pricked him, causing his eyelids to feel even heavier. Although he could not open his eyes, he distinctly felt the searing pain in his chest gradually subsiding, as those gentle hands applied medicine to his wounds. Afterward, his clothes were removed by those small hands, and he was immersed in warm water. Thus, if the woman before him was indeed the one who had saved him, did that mean she had seen him in his entirety? Then, who is it that helped me? Change my clothes? As he posed his question, he suddenly tore open his military coat and lifted the hospital gown to inspect the wound on his cheese. Only to discover a hideous new scar remaining. How could this be possible? He had been struck by a soul-chasing arrow, even if someone had cut open his flesh to extract the arrowhead. Such rapid recovery was inconceivable, not to mention that the arrow had been coated with a renowned and lethal poison. Astute as she was, Feng Qingran understood his doubts and, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I possess but one exquisite healing medicine, which I carry with me each time I venture out. Now it has been utilized on you. I do not wish to hear your words of gratitude. Just take me to the Prime Minister's residence." "Are you from the Prime Minister's residence?" Ling Junyan raised his gaze to appraise Feng Qingran, perceiving that she appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, slender and frail. Her features, while fairly delicate, could hardly be deemed exceptionally attractive. However, her pair of eyes possessed a playful and lively glimmer. Moreover, the original owner had a frail mother in need of care. Since he had assumed possession of this body, he felt compelled to protect those whom the original owner cherished. He was resolute in seeking retribution against those who had wronged her. Such circumstances would undoubtedly cause great concern for the original owner's mother. "Rest assured, my people will arrive shortly." Had it not been for the signal flare on his person being drenched by the snow, Zhang Yin and his companions would have already located H.M. Indeed, barely a quarter of an hour had passed when a contingent of individuals made their appearance. "Master, we have arrived late." The group dismounted and promptly knelt upon the ground. Ling Junyan waved his hand dismissively. As the guards rose, the leading guard cast a glance at Feng Qingran, noticing that she donned attire identical to that of their master, which sparked a flicker of surprise within Hai. "Master, your injury?" He had prepared a carriage, but it appeared that the condition of their prince's wound had stabilized. "It is of no great concern. Come, let us proceed to the Prime Minister's residence." With that, he lifted the curtain of the carriage, gesturing for Feng Qingran to enter. After approximately an hour and more, the group finally arrived at the base of the city wall. At that moment, the city gate had been shut. Zhang Yin produced a token, and upon seeing it, the gatekeeper hastily opened the gate. Feng Qingran speculated that their identities must be extraordinary. Remembering the jade pendant and waist token of the man still within her space, she discreetly retrieved the items with her sleeve and presented them before him. "These were taken off while treating your injuries. I now return them to you." Ling Junyan's expression shifted slightly as he reiterated his earlier inquiry. "Who assisted me in changing my garments?" Noticing the suspicious blush creeping onto his ears, Feng Qingran surmised his inner turmoil and comforted him. "Rest assured, I dress you with my eyes closed and saw nothing." She spoke no falsehood, whether during the surgery, when removing his clothes, placing him in the bath, or assisting him in changing. Her gaze remained fixed upon his chest or back, never straying elsewhere. While she acknowledged his physique was indeed commendable, she had refrained from taking undue advantage of the situation. However, the man appeared unconvinced. Yet, as the young lady had spoken thus, to press further would seem overly sensitive. Moreover, such discussions would reflect poorly on the young lady, prompting him to cease his inquiries. Seeing the girl still holding the two items, he accepted the jade pendant and said to her, "You may keep the waist token. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may use it to seek me at the Wangfu of Yin. I shall assist you to the best of my abilities." Feng Qingran blinked in surprise. She had not anticipated that in casually rescuing a man, she had encountered Prince. Being new to this place, she indeed required such a patron and thus graciously accepted the waist token. As they approached the residence of the Prime Minister, the coachman, Zhang Yin, could not help but inquire on behalf of his master. "May I ask, what is your relation to the Prime Minister's household, miss?" "I am the legitimate daughter of the current Prime Minister, Feng Qingran." Feng Qingran spoke candidly, aware that, given the other party's capabilities, uncovering her background would pose little challenge. So, she was the future consort of the third prince. Ling Junyan regarded the young lady before him, once more her delicate chin, large expressive eyes, and a frail appearance that seemed as if a mere gust of wind could sweep her away. She appeared so youthful, he pondered whether the third prince would be content with this match arranged by their father. Considering that she was still an unmarried woman, Ling Junyan deemed it inappropriate to drive the carriage to the prime minister's residence. Thus, he halted the vehicle, allowing Feng Qingran to alight and walk away. She needed to hasten to inform her husband of Feng Qingran's disappearance, then guide him to discover the wretched girl's corpse. In doing so, her own daughter would become the sole young lady of the prime minister's household, and the position of legitimate daughter would be within her grasp. "What is it? Speak." Madame Hua slammed her palm on the table, a flash of malice igniting in her eyes. The brothel, it was always the brothel. Wasn't she sufficient for the man she served? That decrepit old fool would eventually meet his demise at the hands of a woman. The young servant swallowed hard, fearful to reveal that Feng, the prime minister, was currently at the brothel entertaining two women. Instead, he shifted his gaze and replied to Madame Hua, "The master is at the brothel discussing matters with his colleagues." Meanwhile, Feng Qingran, who had stealthily entered the prime minister's residence, had already overheard all of this. Chapter 3. Maternal care. This treacherous individual shall pay dearly tonight. Yet first, she must visit her mother to alleviate any fears the elderly lady may harbor. Feng Qingran hastened towards her mother's residence, Confangju, recalling its grandeur and imposing presence. However, she was acutely aware that this was merely a fade orchestrated by her despicable father for the sake of the Rongwood Duke's residence. In truth, it was but an empty shell. Indeed, the Rongwood Duke's residence was the maternal home of the original host, but at the time of her marriage, it had merely been a marquisate, and the original host's mother was but a secondary daughter of the marquis. Her father, a lowly sixth-rank official, had sought to align himself with the marquisate, and through his persistent efforts, the original host's grandfather consented to marry off one of his many secondary daughters. The chosen one was none other than the original host's mother, Lin Yunshi, who unwittingly wed her father, Feng Qingji. Shortly after their marriage, Lin Yunshi conceived but tragically bore a son who did not survive, and for the next 3 years, she was unable to conceive again. In pursuit of progeny, Feng Qingji proposed taking a concubine, to which Lin Yunshi, recognizing her own plight, acquiesced. The very next day, the concubine was brought into the household. Revealing herself to be a familiar face, the cousin who frequently visited their home, now known as Aunt Hua. To Lin Yunshi's astonishment, Aunt Hua was already expecting a child, indicating that this pair of cousins had long been entangled in a clandestine affair. Shortly after Aunt Hua's arrival, Lin Yunshi discovered she too was pregnant, and they each subsequently bore a daughter in swift succession. The child of Aunt Hua was born first, becoming the legitimate daughter of the Feng residence, while Feng Qingran arrived 3 months later, establishing her position as the legitimate daughter of the house. For the following 3 years, neither of their wombs stirred with life. During this time, Feng Qingji had already ascended to the esteemed rank of prime minister, in stark contrast to the declining fortunes of the Ho residence. Now endowed with power and influence, the only thing Feng Qingji lacked was a son, and the mother of his heir could not be of too lowly a status. After much deliberation, he chose Yishur, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Personnel, marrying her as a secondary wife with great fanfare. The following year, Yishur bore him a son, the legitimate heir of the prime minister's household, now 10 years old. 3 years later, Lin Yunshi and Aunt Hua both found themselves expecting once more, each giving birth to a son. Unfortunately, Lin Yunshi's child succumbed to an untimely death, while Aunt Hua's son became the illegitimate child of the prime minister's household, now 6 years old. Throughout this period, the Ho residence continued its gradual decline. And since Lin Yunshi was already a neglected illegitimate daughter, she did not receive the protection of the household. However, her mother and 2 brothers occasionally expressed concern for her. Yet she refrained from disclosing her true circumstances to spare them worry. The loss of 2 children weighed heavily on her heart, leading to a decline in her mental well-being. Coupled with Feng Qingran's frail health since childhood, the hardships of life had drained her vitality, and she ultimately fell ill during this winter. Under the moonlight, Feng Qingran discerned the owner of the voice. It was Qiurong, her mother's former maid, who was now no longer young. Yet, she had made several trips to the main courtyard earlier, each time failing to encounter the master. Seeking assistance in locating the young miss but finding no means to do so. "Miss, are you?" She wished to inquire whether the young lady had been wronged, but hesitated on how to articulate her concerns. Qiu Rong initially exhaled in relief, glad that her young lady had not been mistreated, yet her expression soon turned grave as she cautioned, "From now on, you must not heed the nonsensical words of Aunt Hua. It would be best to keep your distance from her." Feng Qingran nodded and followed Qiu Rong into her mother's chamber. The room was illuminated by a bowl lamp, and it was then that Feng Qingran discerned the features of her mother and Aunt Rong. They were merely in their 30s, yet strands of silver graced their temples, and lines had begun to etch their faces. Upon Feng Qingran's entrance, Lin Yunshi struggled to rise but found her frail body incapable of supporting her efforts. A wave of emotion surged through Feng Qingran as she felt the genuine concern emanating from her mother. In her previous life, both of her parents had been soldiers and had sacrificed themselves for their country while she was still a child. Growing up in a military compound, Feng Qingran had ultimately chosen to enlist as a military doctor. Having long been deprived of parental love, she was once again enveloped in her mother's affection, causing her eyes to prick with unshed tears. Her mother's condition was delicate and required gradual care. She resolved to offer her mother some spring water this evening and to assist in her recovery over time. With this determination, she rose to fetch a teacup, mixing some spring water into the tea as she poured. "Mother, drink some water," Feng Qingran said gently as she presented the cup. Observing her daughter's newfound maturity, Lin Yunshi, with Qiu Rong's support, joyfully consumed the entire cup of water. She felt that the water today was exceptionally sweet, pondering how it could not be sweet when poured by her daughter's own hands. After drinking it, she felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation, soon followed by a wave of drowsiness. She had a premonition that she would enjoy a restful sleep that night. Lin Yunshi, struggling against her sleepiness, nodded and, after stifling several yawns, finally succumbed to her fatigue and closed her eyes. "Aunt Rong, you should retire for the night as well," she said, producing a plate of calming incense from her sleeve, which she had purchased outside the estate, rumored to aid in sleep. "Take this and give it a try." "Very well." Aunt Qiu hurriedly accepted it, sensing that her young mistress seemed somehow different, yet it felt entirely reasonable, as she had always treated the servants well, just never with such thoughtfulness. It appeared that the young mistress had matured. With this thought, she unconsciously wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. It seemed there was hope for the lady's future. Chapter 4. The Phoenix's fate. Upon hearing this, Feng Dre's expression instantly soured. "Then our plan? Not to worry. A day or two makes little difference," Aunt Hua reassured her daughter while imparting wisdom. "Dyer, from now on, you shall be the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, and there lies the possibility of becoming the Crown Princess, or even the Empress. Therefore, you must learn to remain composed and avoid being impetuous." "Mother speaks wisely, but I wish to know how you dealt with that wretched girl?" Feng Jie inquired, a question that had lingered in her mind throughout the day. "Of course, my dear. You are a vision of beauty, embodying nobility, incomparable to that poor wretch. Just wait for the third prince to come and claim you." Madame Hua spoke, a gleam of pride illuminating her countenance. The third prince, whom her daughter had chosen, was currently in the limelight, a favored candidate for the position of crown prince. His mother, the ever-favored consort Rou, enjoyed the emperor's unwavering affection, while his maternal grandfather, the esteemed Duke of Rome, wielded considerable influence and power. It is worth noting that consort Rou, being the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Rome, and Lin Yunshi, being his illegitimate daughter, were indeed half-sisters. Thus, the third prince and Feng Qingran were, in fact, cousins by maternal lineage, sharing the same grandfather. Initially, consort Rou had not regarded her half-sister with any significance. In those years, the Duke of Rome had an abundance of wives and concubines, and she possessed more than just a couple of half-siblings. Truth be told, she had never even acknowledged them all. It was only when she recalled that Feng Qingran was born of her half-sister that she sought confirmation from various esteemed individuals, still struggling to believe that the timid and frail girl could be Feng Ming. Thus, she petitioned the emperor for this marriage proposal, eagerly anticipating the day, half a year hence, when Feng Qingran would come of age and be welcomed into her family. Although the empress had two sons, Prince Ling Junyan and Prince Ling Juanzhan, the former had lost his claim to the throne due to a disfigurement, while the latter had been frail and sickly since childhood, leaving uncertainty about his survival to adulthood. Hence, she felt no trepidation regarding them. As for the other princes, none could rival the third prince. If her daughter could wed him, she would undoubtedly become the crown princess, and once the third prince ascended the throne, her daughter would be the empress, revered by all. What did it matter that she hailed from a peasant background? Once she secured the favor of her cousin, the imperial scholar, she would not merely be married into the prime minister's household. What did it matter that her daughter was an illegitimate child? After employing a subtle stratagem, her daughter was nonetheless destined to marry the future crown prince. Contemplating this, a sense of triumph illuminated her countenance. What did noble lineage matter when she had her adversary underfoot? Feng Jie obediently nodded, her heart brimming with joy as she departed from her mother's chamber. She resided in the most secluded house within the entire courtyard, having moved there just after the new year, all for the convenience of clandestine meetings with her beloved. Navigating through the darkness, she entered her abode, instinctively aware that her paramour would seek her out that evening. Thus she refrained from summoning a maid to light the lamps. Indeed, no sooner had she crossed the threshold than she heard the voice of her heart's desire. Is the matter resolved? Rest assured. My mother has sold them off to a desolate land. As he spoke, she drew the curtains shut and ignited a lamp. The striking visage of the third prince, Ling Junmo, emerged before her. Very well, express your desires for any jewels or adornments, and I shall ensure they are delivered to you, he stated with a dispassionate tone. Your Highness, you are aware of my true feelings. I seek not these material possessions, but rather your very presence. As she spoke, her hand, concealed within her sleeve, trembled lightly, scattering the powdered medicine into the air. Do not worry, I will fulfill my promise to you. For now, rest well, and I shall send you some gold and silver jewelry. With that, he turned to leave. Your Highness, Feng Jie hastily called out to him, needing to devise a means to delay his departure. Might you stay and keep me company? She was stalling for time. Recalling the brothel's matron's words that the potion would soon take effect, he circulated his internal energy, intending to leave the prime minister's residence swiftly in search of a physician to alleviate the effects of the poison. However, as he channeled his energy, the potency of the drug surged through his limbs, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. Feng Jie was taken aback. She had heard from the old matron that there was no antidote to this poison, and that the only remedy lay in uniting with a woman. Not only did she genuinely wish to consummate her relationship with Ling Junmo, but she also feared for his life. Without much hesitation, she stripped herself bare and embraced Ling Junmo from behind, her voice laced with emotion as she implored, Your Highness, allow me to be your antidote, or else your body will surely perish. Ling Junmo could indeed sense the overwhelming nature of the poison. If he did not act immediately, he would undoubtedly face a tragic end. With bloodshot eyes, he turned and swiftly lifted Feng Jie, making his way to the bed. Just then, Feng Qingran arrived and witnessed this startling scene. Listening to their exchange, she realized that the third prince was also complicit in the scheme against the original owner of this body, and considering he was her cousin, she felt an obligation to defend the original owner's honor. Thus, she discreetly administered some medicine to them. Observing that Feng Jie's chamber contained only a bed, a dressing table, and a warming stove, with nothing else in sight, and seeing the two caught in their passionate struggle, Feng Qingran quietly slipped away and made her way into Aunt Hua's room. At this moment, Aunt Hua had been rendered unconscious by Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran examined Aunt Hua's visage closely. Indeed, it was well preserved. She pondered whether destroying her beauty would cause her immense suffering. In truth, she could have easily ended the life of Madame Hua, but to allow her demise so effortlessly seemed rather too lenient. Did she not constantly berate her mother as a withered old hag? If she were to mar her visage and subsequently abscond with all her possessions, what would her reaction be? Once stripped of everything, delivering a final blow as she witnessed despair consume her, would that not be immensely satisfying? Contemplating this, she procured a colorless, odorless poison and sprinkled it upon Madame Hua's face, seizing every item within her abode, leaving even the bed behind and casting her upon the floor. It must be said, Madame Hua possessed an abundance of fine treasures, various hairpins and ornaments, exquisite silks and brocades, an array of jade and porcelain, and even the furniture was crafted from the finest timber. All of these were swiftly gathered into her own space. Exiting Madame Hua's quarters, Feng Qingran proceeded to the former boudoir of Feng Jie. The room she had previously visited was merely a temporary sleeping chamber, relatively bare. But her boudoir was a veritable trove of exquisite items, surpassing even those in Madame Hua's domain. All of these were promptly stored within her space. Moreover, Madame Hua had a 6-year-old son. Although he may not have been directly involved in the schemes against the original owner, was it not true that everything he possessed had been plundered from his mother? As a peasant, Madame Hua had entered the manor without a proper dowry over the years. She had relied on misappropriating her mother's dowry to maintain her lavish lifestyle. Additionally, she had deceitfully acquired several shops from her mother, all of which had been transferred to her brother for management. As Feng Qingran hesitated over whether to store these books in her space, a piece of paper on the desk caught her attention. Upon picking it up and examining it closely, she was astounded to find that the child's handwriting was remarkably exquisite, far surpassing that of contemporary so-called calligraphers by countless degrees. A glance at the sleeping boy on the couch revealed that he bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother, which was puzzling. Shouldn't he resemble his own parents instead? How could he look so much like her mother? A complex feeling stirred within her. It was this flicker of compassion that compelled her to forego removing an entire wall of books. Exiting the child's quarters, Feng Qingran then sought out Aunt Hua's private treasury. After prying open the lock, she thoroughly emptied its contents. Thus, Aunt Hua's courtyard was nearly stripped bare, well, except for the roof tiles. Retrieving a rope from her space, she effortlessly climbed to the rooftop and removed the tiles from all the buildings in Aunt Hua's courtyard, leaving only the room where Feng Die and Ling Junmo shared their intimate moments untouched. Before departing, she noticed that the greenery in Aunt Hua's courtyard appeared to thrive splendidly, so she collected all of it into her space, leaving behind gaping holes in the ground. As the secondary wife of Feng Xingji, who entered the household later than her mother, she was commonly referred to as the second madam. Upon her arrival, Feng Xingji had informed her that Lin Yunshi was on the brink of death and that she would soon ascend to the position of the first wife. Yet, after several years, Lin Yunshi had not passed away. Consequently, she had dispatched a maidservant to administer a slow-acting poison to Lin Yunshi. This winter, it seemed that the woman could no longer endure, and it appeared that her days were numbered. Avoiding the night watch, Feng Qingran stealthily infiltrated the Yi family's courtyard. After incapacitating the maid guarding the entrance, she proceeded to pilfer everything from the Yi family's sleeping quarters, leaving no possessions behind, not even the bed. Upon exiting the Yi family's bedroom, she ventured into the quarters of Ye's son. Similarly, his room was adorned with an abundance of writing materials, yet it was more opulently arranged than that of concubine Hua's son. It must be said that Ye's son had a commendable calligraphy skill, truly deserving of his status as a scholar's descendant. Casting a glance at her nominal younger brother, who at the tender age of 10 was beginning to exhibit the features of adolescence, she noted with some disdain his striking resemblance to the scoundrel Feng Xingji, unmistakably his progeny. In consideration of the fact that he had yet to inflict harm upon her, Feng Qingran chose only to confiscate the luxurious decor from his room, leaving the writing supplies untouched. Next, she turned her attention to the storeroom, the roof tiles, and the greenery. Satisfied with the sight of the roofless house and the cratered courtyard, a smile graced Feng Qingran's lips. Her next move was to visit the old matriarch's quarters. This matriarch was far from virtuous. Due to Feng Qingran's grandmother being the daughter of a merchant, Lin Yunshi's dowry was exceedingly lavish. Ever since she entered the household, the old matriarch had been squandering Lin Yunshi's dowry with audacity, meticulously nurturing her own interests. Not only did she lavishly spend Lin Yunshi's dowry, but she also frequently aided concubine Hua in bullying Lin Yunshi, as concubine Hua was her niece by blood. In summary, this old crone had committed numerous unscrupulous deeds. And if she did not clear out the matriarch's courtyard today, Feng Qingran would consider herself unworthy of being called a daughter. The matriarch's residence, known as Shokong Garden, is aptly named, revealing just how much the old woman cherishes her life. Who wouldn't wish to live a few more years? Having endured a lifetime of hardship, she now relishes a life of comfort alongside her son, enjoying sumptuous meals and fine attire, attended by an array of maids and servants. Surely, she deserves to reap the rewards of her labor. However, her days of indulgence have come to an abrupt end. The blood she has drawn from her mother will be repaid in full by Feng Qingyan. Chapter 6. A transformation. The old lady's courtyard is more heavily guarded than others, but that is of little concern to her, for she possesses a tranquilizer gun. From a distance, she swiftly incapacitates the 2 guards stationed at the entrance. To ensure a clean operation, she conceals herself in the shadows, methodically taking down all the night watch maids and young servants with her tranquilizer. Upon entering the old lady's chamber, Feng Qingyan dons a headlamp and surveys the room, discovering that the items within far surpass those of concubine Hua and the Yi family. It appears that the treasures from her mother's dowry have all been claimed by this old crone. Throughout the chamber, whether useful or not, Feng Qingyan collects everything. believing that even the least valuable items could greatly benefit the impoverished. Let it be a gesture of respect for the elderly, despite the fact that this old wretch seldom acts with kindness or decency. Exiting the old lady's chamber, Feng Qingran proceeds to plunder her private treasury, even removing the tiles from the roof and leaving no greenery behind. The final destination is the main courtyard of her despicable father, Feng Xingji. Thanks to the memories of the original owner, Feng Qingran is aware that Feng Xingji's residence is the most heavily fortified area of the entire residence, filled with hidden guards, making it a challenging target. At this moment, the significance of lightness of foot and internal strength becomes apparent. She resolves to seek a master to learn these skills in due time. Yet, there existed a solution. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she retrieved a drone and a loudspeaker from her spatial realm. After recording a message into the speaker, she deftly maneuvered the drone to carry it away. Assassin! Assassin! The loudspeaker echoed repeatedly, modified to emit a masculine tone at her command. Following the cacophony, her hidden guards stationed in the towering trees sprang into action. Pursuing the source of the sound, observing the swaying trees, she promptly transported them into her spatial realm, eager to see where the guards would conceal themselves next. Meanwhile, the guards who had caught up with the drone gazed up at the unfamiliar contraption, momentarily stunned. In that fleeting instant, the drone released a cloud of toxic powder, cascading down like a delicate veil. By the time they attempted to evade it, dizziness overwhelmed them, and after a few staggering steps, they collapsed heavily to the ground. Now that she had ascended to the rooftop, she resolved to start by removing the tiles. Once the roof was stripped bare, she traversed from Feng Xingji's chamber to the study, leaving a trail of desolation in her wake. Feng Xingji was indeed one who relished luxury, possessing items of exquisite craftsmanship, all of which Feng Qingran claimed for her own. While pillaging the study, Feng Qingran noticed a decorative container in the corner, housing renowned paintings and calligraphy, which resisted her spatial grasp. Adopting a mindset of destruction where acquisition was impossible, she approached to inspect it, only to discover it was a mechanism. After a brief exploration, she quickly unraveled its secret. Grasping the half-human-sized container, she rotated it 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right. With a creaking sound, a concealed door slowly swung open. To her astonishment, it revealed a hidden chamber, yet she dared not recklessly step inside, for who could ascertain whether there were hidden mechanisms or traps within? It was prudent to exercise caution. From her spatial storage, she retrieved a lead ball and, with a determined effort, propelled it into the secret passage. The lead ball descended rapidly, swiftly traversing the entire length of the tunnel and wherever it went. A cacophony of arrows erupted. It appeared that the chamber concealed numerous treasures. To ensure her safety, Feng Qingran donned protective gear, uncertain of the presence of deadly toxins on the walls or in the air. Enveloping herself completely, she cautiously ventured inside. After navigating the narrow passage, she finally reached the secret chamber. What a sight it was! In a room measuring 10 meters on each side, there were approximately 10 chests. One was filled to the brim with gold, while the others contained silver, alongside a box of exquisite jewels. Against the wall stood a grand cabinet, adorned with precious rarities and medicinal herbs, millennium-old rasher, century-old ginseng, saffron, and fire lotus seeds. What was she waiting for? She gathered everything into her spatial storage. Once the chamber was devoid of even a single strand of hair, Feng Qingran departed with satisfaction, also taking with her a luminous pearl for illumination. Upon arriving at Feng Xingji's private vault, she found the contents rather meager, yet she did not disdain them, collecting every last item. She also seized several precious plum and peony plants from his garden, along with the bamboo grove near the study, leaving behind nothing but gaping holes. After exiting the main courtyard, Feng Qingran proceeded to plunder the kitchen and the pharmacy. In the kitchen, items such as pots, bowls, rice, flour, and various oils were all stored away by Feng Qingran, leaving no trace of even the firewood behind. In the apothecary, Feng Qingran directly transferred the medicinal herbs along with the Chinese medicine cabinet into her space, including tools such as the herb-cutting knife, grinding trough, infusion pot, medicine scale, steamer, frying pan, and cauldron, all seamlessly incorporated into her realm. While engaging in such activities with Feng Die, Ling Junmo called out the name of another woman. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingran, who was lifting the roof tiles, couldn't help but find it amusing, especially when she glimpsed Feng Die's face twisted with jealousy. It felt satisfying to witness the fruits of her scheming to usurp her sister's fate in love, only to discover that the man she coveted had affections elsewhere. Moreover, Ling Junmo had previously been drugged by her. His little Amo would not see any reduction in swelling within 3 days, and after that, there would be unexpected developments. Sprinkling a dose of hallucinogenic powder on the two, Feng Qingran, without reservation, removed the roof tiles, inadvertently witnessing an intimate scene. To avoid becoming the target of scrutiny, she plundered her mother and Aunt Rong's chambers, leaving behind only a bed for their rest. Her current body was far too feeble. After this tumultuous endeavor, she was utterly exhausted. Upon returning to her boudoir, she swiftly entered her space, first replenishing her strength with some sustenance, followed by a refreshing drink of spiritual spring water to invigorate her. Then, she prepared a bath in the spiritual spring water. The sensation of the water enveloping her body was blissful and overwhelmed by fatigue. She unexpectedly drifted into slumber within the bath. Unbeknownst to Feng Qingran, shortly after she had succumbed to slumber, the spring water began to nourish her meridians, even mending the organs that had been ravaged by poison in her childhood. Her skin and bones underwent a transformation as well. The following day, she was roused from her sleep by a persistent knocking at the door. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was still submerged in the bath. The once clear spring water now turned a murky black, emanating a foul stench. Chapter 7. A lesson for the wicked servant. The knocking continued, prompting Feng Qingran to emerge from her space and call out, "Who is it?" "Miss, it's Lai," came the voice of a young girl from outside. It turned out to be the eyes and ears of Aunt Hua, who had been by her side for 6 or 7 years, a gluttonous and indolent maid. Feng Qingran harbored suspicions that it was she who had been administering slow-acting poison to her. "What is it?" Feng Qingran inquired with impatience. "Please step back, without my orders. You are forbidden to knock on my door," she declared coldly. Standing beneath the shower, she meticulously washed herself from head to toe, continuing until she was enveloped in a fragrant cleanliness, devoid of any dirt. While bathing, she did not neglect to cleanse the tub as well, ensuring her little sanctuary was immaculate before she took a towel to dry off the moisture from her body. She then donned a light-colored garment. However, she was incapable of styling her hair, and she could not afford to keep Lai, so she urgently needed to cultivate several maidservants for her own use. For the time being, she would make do with this girl to refine her, for it was her laziness, gluttony, and malice that had brought her to this point. Upon encountering Feng Qingran, Greenery was taken aback by her transformation. How had she never noticed that this little fool was so enchanting? "What are you dawdling for?" "Style my hair." Feng Qingran cast her a frosty glance, her tone still frigid. Yet, as she sat before the bronze mirror, she realized that she appeared somewhat different. Extracting a mercury mirror from her sleeve, she observed her complexion, fair and delicate, akin to a freshly peeled egg. Her already striking eyes sparkled even more vibrantly, with eyelashes long and curled like feathers. Her nose was elegantly petite, and her lips were a luscious crimson, surpassing even her former beauty. Suddenly, she recalled the spirit spring water. However, such a significant transformation might arouse suspicion, wouldn't it? Greenery's astonished reaction suggested it was indeed remarkable, yet she still recognized her. Did she not? Thus, there was no need for concealment. Besides, she had always been rather inconspicuous in the estate. Her presence was likely a mere blur in the memories of others. Even if she had changed, they would probably attribute it to cosmetics. Noticing that Greenery remained in a daze, Feng Qingran reiterated, "Hurry and style my hair. Are you deaf?" Coming back to her senses, Greenery regretted her distraction, chiding herself for nearly forgetting her purpose here. "Miss, please have your morning tea first," she said, offering the cup of tea she had been holding. This was her daily duty. "Set it aside. Once my hair is styled, I shall drink." Feng Qingran shot Greenery a menacing glance. Inside, Greenery fumed, thinking, whatever she puts on, she is but a dying person. With a disdainful glance at Feng Qingran, she vexedly styled Feng Qingran's hair into a crooked bun. "What a mess this is. Redo it, and do it until I am satisfied." Feng Qingran turned around and slapped Lvi twice, her face swelling as she struck her, transforming her visage into that of a pig. "Miss, by what right do you hit me?" Lvi protested, having enjoyed nothing but good food and treatment since her arrival at this residence. She represented the dignity of concubine Hua. How dare this incompetence strike her? "If your work is unsatisfactory, am I not entitled to discipline you?" Feng Qingran retorted, delivering 2 more slaps that made Levi's already swollen face puff up even further, her eyes squinting into mere slits. If you cannot even manage a simple hairstyle, what use are you to me? Get out and clean the latrines. One must respect their master when dealing with a dog. I am a servant of concubine Hua, and you lack the authority to treat me this way. Levi stammered, her heart ablaze with indignation. Oh, a lowly maid dares to argue with her mistress. I'll show you. With that, she seized the morning tea from the dressing table and poured it down Levi's throat, pinching her cheeks to force it down. Ugh, ugh. Levi gagged, desperately trying to expel the liquid but failing to bring forth a single drop of the medicinal concoction. Now she truly panicked. Could it be that she had uncovered her secret of administering a slow-acting poison? Get out and sweep the courtyard, or I shall sell you off. Yes, yes, yes. A wise person does not suffer losses in front of their eyes. She decided to endure this humiliation for now and would later report to concubine Hua, seeking an antidote in the process. Seeing Levi obediently sweeping the ground, Feng Qingran styled her own hair into a high ponytail and made her way from her chamber to her mother's quarters. Last night, while sweeping through her mother and Aunt Hua's rooms, she lit calming incense in both chambers, seizing the moment before the other residents of the courtyard awoke. She knew she must rouse the 2 women first. Feng Qingran initially proceeded to Aunt Rong's quarters. After awakening her, she led her to her mother's room. As they traversed the courtyard, Qiu Rong was taken aback. Why was the greenery girl cleaning the yard? Typically, such arduous tasks fell solely to her. When had she ever witnessed this girl display such diligence? However, it mattered little. Henceforth, these duties would be hers. Aunt Rong, being a long-standing member of the household, ought not to be burdened with such labor. Was this acceptable? She had grown accustomed to yielding, as long as the other party remained unobtrusive. What harm was there in her taking on additional chores? Feng Qingran shook her head, realizing that some perspectives needed gradual adjustment. Upon entering her mother's chamber, Qiu Rong was startled and promptly inquired, "What has happened to the belongings in this room?" Feng Qingran chuckled in disbelief. "Aunt Rong, did you not notice that your own room is also devoid of items? Is that so?" She replied, momentarily oblivious due to her abrupt awakening. She truly had not registered the absence of her possessions. "Indeed, my room has been robbed, and I have heard that other courtyards have suffered even worse fates." She speculated that the others would soon awaken, which emboldened her to confide in Qiu Rong. "What are you 2 discussing?" At that moment, Lin Yunshi stirred awake, only to gasp as she sat up. "Ranner, your face." Chapter 8. Persuading Mother to leave the Xiang residence. It was only then that Qiu Rong turned to behold Feng Qingran's visage, astonished to discover that their young lady had grown more beautiful. "It is of little consequence. I merely purchased some snow skin cream on the street. Look, I have prepared a couple for both of you as well." As she spoke, she produced 2 white porcelain bottles from her sleeve. This was her strategy devised after realizing her own beauty. If anyone inquired, she would not waste her breath explaining. However, should her mother or Aunt Rong ask, she would indeed provide an explanation. Thus, she had mixed her skincare products with spiritual spring water and stored them in the porcelain bottles, waiting for the moment when her mother would inquire, so she could present them to the 2. How intriguing. No wonder Aunt Hua, being of similar age, maintains such youthful vitality. Qiu Rong sighed as she accepted the bottles. A glint of coldness flickered in Feng Qingran's eyes. "Soon, you shall no longer envy her. But for now, she must first impart a lesson to them." She would not permit them to remain as weak and easily deceived as before. Observing her daughter's serious demeanor, Lin Yunshi couldn't help but chuckle. "You ask, and your mother will surely speak without reservation. Do you still harbor feelings for my father?" Feng Qingran continued her earnest inquiry. Lin Yunshi's smile vanished immediately. Feelings? Perhaps there had been some once, but their union was arranged by parental decree, and any affection that blossomed was cultivated post-marriage. Ever since Aunt Hua entered their lives, their relationship had grown distant, and later, with the arrival of the Yi family and the birth of Feng Xingji's first son, his attention was further diminished. Particularly 6 years ago, after her youngest son passed away, her hair turned white overnight, and he never set foot in her courtyard again. Recognizing her reaction, Feng Qingran understood perfectly. She had merely been pretending to slumber. "I can assert with certainty that your father has long since lost any feelings for me." With a sigh, she inquired, "What about my father?" Feng Qingran pressed on relentlessly. Her patience had worn thin, and she answered truthfully, "Very well, perhaps we should consider moving out. As for the matter of separation, She needed to gradually guide her mother toward that decision. It was not worth spending a lifetime languishing in this small cage, especially when no one here genuinely cared for her. Move out. Lin Yunshi and Qiu Rong exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with astonishment. Indeed, residing in the Prime Minister's residence, Feng Jie bullies me daily. Just yesterday, Aunt Hua deceived me into leaving the estate, intending to abandon me outside. Had I not been fortunate enough, I might have perished on the streets unnoticed. After Feng Qingran uttered these words, both Lin Yunshi and Qiu Rong displayed expressions of dread. Furthermore, both my mother and I are in poor health. Relocating to a serene environment would be most suitable for our recuperation. After all, I currently possess ample funds. Purchasing a grand residence is well within my means. A serene environment? Lin Yunshi murmured, then suddenly slapped her forehead. I have a secluded estate in the outskirts, surrounded by mountains, exceptionally tranquil. If you truly intend to move out with your mother, I believe that would be the perfect choice. Really? I had thought that all of my mother's dowry had been drained by that family of vampires. Feng Qingran continually reminded her of the family's heartlessness. Ranner, you jest about your mother, yet it is true. Back then, she was unwell and lacked the energy to contend with their deceitful ways. She thought it best to appease them with a few items rather than strain herself further with their manipulations. With a sigh of self-reproach, she lamented the situation. All the provisions in my storeroom have been depleted by them. Several shops have also fallen into the hands of the old matron and Aunt Hua. Your grandmother originally gifted me 3 estates, but one was snatched away by the old matron and another by Aunt Hua. The one I currently possess was overlooked by them due to its distance from the capital, which fortuitously allowed it to remain with me. Feng Qingran turned her head away, unwilling to gaze upon Lin Yunshi any longer, fearing that her disappointed eyes might wound her. Ranner, she seemed to sense Feng Qingran's discontent and, like a child who had committed a misdeed, hurriedly explained, the establishments I relinquished were unprofitable ventures. Your mother has preserved a fabric shop, a ready-made clothing store, a jewelry shop, and a tavern for you. Moreover, I have set aside the finest portion of my dowry for you, though your mother may not have many years left. She wishes to witness your splendid marriage. Mother, from this day forth, if anyone asks you for anything, you must resolutely refuse. Do you understand? Rest assured, they will no longer extract anything from your mother. What could be given has already been offered. What remains is your dowry, which I shall protect with my very life. That is unnecessary, mother. You must remember that, regardless of the circumstances, your life is of utmost importance. All right, my dear young lady. Since we are uncomfortable here, it is best to leave and not dwell on unhappy matters. Qiu Rong found herself entirely persuaded by Feng Qingran, reflecting on the constraints of her past existence. However, we must devise a way to retrieve those dowries, as well as Kair. A few years ago, Aunt Hua forced the young girl Kair out in order to bring Louis into our household. Lin Yunshi sighed with deep remorse, feeling guilty for her own inadequacies. The young lady is indeed correct. Kair is a legitimate child of the old lady's family, and her parents and brother are remarkably upright individuals. Initially, they entrusted their daughter to us without hesitation, allowing us to employ her, yet we stood by as she suffered without offering assistance, which is quite inexcusable. Qiu Rong also sighed, increasingly feeling that they had wronged the little girl. Feng Qingran furrowed her brows. She remembered Kair, who was of a similar age to herself and had been sent by her maternal grandmother to care for her. She was an industrious and dutiful young lady, yet it seemed she had been punished to labor in the stables, undertaking the dirtiest and most arduous tasks. Excusing herself to use the restroom, Feng Qingran deceived her mother and climbed over the wall, making her way through the morning mist towards the stables. Meanwhile, in Aunt Hua's courtyard, Ling Junmo and Feng Jie were still engaged in a fierce struggle. At this point, Ling Junmo had completely shaken off the effects of the drug, yet he could not comprehend why he was still swollen in a certain area, with no sign of abatement. Casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious woman he had overpowered, he had already resolved that this woman would never cross his threshold again, having initially considered keeping her in the back courtyard. After donning his clothing, he tightly wrapped his cloak around his lower abdomen, finally concealing his prominent condition. Upon stepping outside, he realized that fog had enveloped the area. Indeed, without a roof over his head, the mist had already seeped into the room, and not considering anything else, he mistakenly thought it was merely darkness causing a visual obstruction. As he beheld the dense fog enveloping the surroundings, he realized that time was slipping away, prompting him to hasten towards the stable. The atmosphere there was lively yet relatively deserted. It was the very place from which he had surreptitiously entered. Coincidentally, Feng Qingran arrived at the stables just in time to witness this scene. Upon observing his hunched posture as he attempted to conceal a certain area, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chapter 9. Am I not learning from you? However, when Feng Qingran laid eyes upon Kair, her laughter vanished abruptly. The young girl, of a similar age, was notably shorter than her, frail and delicate, resembling a withered twig that seemed as if it would snap with the slightest pressure. At that moment, she was diligently tidying the stable. Her hands, marred by frostbite and oozing wounds, clutched a shovel as she continued to clear away the manure. Kair, Feng Qingran called out gently as she approached. Dear Kair, I have come to take you away from here. Is it the master's intention? Kair replied with a glimmer of hope. That is wonderful. I can serve the young lady again. Feng Qingran nodded ambiguously, sensing that without this affirmation, Kair would hesitate to leave with her. Well then, Kair, please gather your belongings. I shall take you away immediately. All right, young lady. Please wait for me here, Kair responded. The first to awaken was Aunt Hua. The fog had seeped into her chamber, and initially, she believed it was still dark outside. However, the hard surface beneath her alerted her to a different reality, and a chill enveloped her. Rising to investigate, she discovered that she had been sleeping on the floor. Sensing something amiss, she hurriedly lit a lamp and, upon glancing around, nearly fainted from shock. Come quickly, she called several times, yet no one answered her summons. Grasping the candlestick, she stepped outside and discovered the maid slumped unconscious on the ground. A sense of foreboding gripped her, prompting her to urgently seek her daughter. Upon pushing open the door to her daughter's chamber, an all too familiar scent invaded her nostrils, causing her heart to race as realization struck her. Dia. Struggling to rise from the floor, she vigorously shook her daughter's body, desperate to rouse her and swiftly cover up this scandalous affair. No, Your Highness. Dia is in so much pain. She murmured incoherently in her sleep, instinctively recoiling slightly. Your Highness? The mind of concubine Hua began to sharpen. If the third prince was indeed responsible for such a deed with her daughter, it would change everything. Dia, wake up quickly. She had to awaken her daughter and clarify the situation to alleviate her worries. What is it, mother? Feng Jie rubbed her eyes, awakening from her slumber. Mother still needs to ask you. Which man stayed with you last night? Concubine Hua feigned anger. Feng Jie was fully awake now. Hastily retrieving a porcelain vial from her bedside, uncorking it, and swallowing the pills within. What are you taking? Concubine Hua inquired, puzzled. Fertility medicine, she replied, placing a hand on her abdomen as if already with child. So it was truly the third prince last night. Concubine Hua's face brightened with joy. Feng Jie nodded, a proud expression gracing her features. Indeed. Then, who initiated the encounter between you two? Concubine Hua asked, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The expression of Feng Jie momentarily stiffened, then broke into a smile. He has come to seek me. What do you think, mother? Upon hearing this, Aunt Hua's countenance darkened. Dire. It is not that I am admonishing you, but you should not have acted in such a manner before even crossing the threshold. Since he harbors feelings for you, you ought to keep him at bay. Am I not merely emulating you? After all, did not father welcome you into the household after you engaged in such actions? She had already paved the way for her daughter, who now stood as the legitimate daughter of the residence, and with the third prince's affections directed towards her. There was no need for her to resort to sacrificing her modesty for advancement. However, as the matter stood, there was little room for further debate. Fortunately, the third prince favored her daughter, and it would do no good to utter dispiriting words that might distress her child. Having set this matter aside, another thought struck her, and she hurriedly inquired, Mother's room was robbed last night. I wonder if yours was also violated? I did not notice, she replied, donning her garments. Perhaps you could assist me in checking? Very well, Aunt Hua said, picking up the candlestick that had fallen to the floor. Once the candle was relit, Feng Jie could not help but exclaim, Mother, your face. What is it? This morning, she had sensed something amiss with her face. But with the series of events unfolding, she had not yet had the chance to examine it. You should see for yourself, Feng Jie said, gesturing towards the nearby bronze mirror. A thunderous sound shattered the tranquility, and Aunt Hua could scarcely believe that the visage reflecting back at her in the bronze mirror, adorned with festering sores and oozing yellow pus, was indeed her own. Overwhelmed by such a crushing blow, her eyes rolled back, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, on the other side, the first to awaken was the sentinel guarding the entrance, as dawn's light flooded the sky. Upon regaining consciousness, they were struck by the sight of the rooftops and the courtyard having vanished, leaving behind gaping pits scattered across the ground. Navigating carefully to avoid the treacherous holes, they soon found themselves before the old matriarch's chamber, only to discover that the maidservants and caretakers stationed at the door had all fainted. As men, they felt it inappropriate to intrude upon the matriarch's private quarters, thus they revived the unconscious women with snow water. Setting aside their concerns for the moment, their foremost priority was to ascertain the old matriarch's condition. However, upon entering the room, they were met with utter disbelief. The chamber was entirely bare, save for the old matriarch, who lay despondently on a broken wooden plank. The leading matron staggered towards the plank and reverently called out, "Matriarch?" Receiving no response, she tremulously reached out to check for breath beneath the matriarch's nose, relieved to sense a faint sign of life. "Matriarch, matriarch," she cried repeatedly. Yet the old matriarch remained unresponsive. "Madam, considering the frigid temperature and the absence of a roof in the matriarch's chamber, she may have caught a chill," one of the maidservants speculated from the side. The matron furrowed her brow, pondering briefly, before pointing at two maidservants and issuing commands. "You, go summon the physician. You, fetch the gentleman of the house, and inform him that the matriarch has fallen into a faint and has yet to awaken." The two maidservants hurriedly departed to fulfill their tasks. Chapter 10. The governor's residence has indeed attracted thieves. Meanwhile, on Lady Hua's side, Feng Jie struggled to awaken her. Upon seeing the roof stripped of tiles, she nearly fainted once more. "Dyer, help mother outside to take a look," she uttered weakly. Feng Jie's face flushed with embarrassment. Her legs were still sore and her waist ached, leaving her with little strength to assist others. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by a youthful voice. "Mother, sister, are you inside?" A spark of joy lit up Feng Jie's face as she quickly suggested to her mother, "Let little brother support you outside to have a look. I truly feel unwell." Lady Hua, recalling her daughter's recent experience, nodded in understanding. "Dyer, take good care of yourself. And do inform mother if you feel any discomfort." Feng Jie nodded in return. "Mother, be cautious as well. Wealth is but an external matter. Losing a few possessions is of little consequence." Lady Hua sighed inwardly. Could she truly be indifferent? After all, it was a room filled with treasures. Yet, upon stepping outside, she was taken aback by the large pit in the courtyard. Where were her enchanting plum blossoms? Where was the camphor tree she had planted for her daughter? Where were the peach, plum, apricot, jujube, and cherry trees? They had all vanished. "Mother," seeing Lady Hua sway, the 6-year-old boy, Feng Ziqing, who stood only half her height, called out with worry. Steadying herself, she hurried towards her private treasury, only to find the courtyard stripped of its tiles. On the verge of fainting again, she could only pray that her treasury had not been raided as well. However, upon discovering the empty storeroom, she succumbed to a complete swoon. "Mother, mother!" Feng Ziqing shook the arm of Aunt Hua, his heart racing with thoughts of how to rescue his mother. His sister was unwell, so he refrained from disturbing her, and the servants in the courtyard had all collapsed. The only option left was to seek out his father in the main courtyard. With this resolve, he gathered his writing materials and hurried to his father's Wenju courtyard. He deftly arranged his ink and paper and made his way to the pavilion in the Xiang residence garden. Once settled, he devoted himself to practicing calligraphy, but before long, his small hands had turned a bright red from the cold. Meanwhile, Feng Qingran, perched on the roof and observing the happenings of the Xiang residence, pondered over the small figure below. This child bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother, lacking any traits of Feng Xingji or Aunt Hua. From a genetic perspective, this was perplexing. As he contemplated this, his impeccably dressed father approached, a look of bewilderment on his face. His confusion was understandable, for the garden was riddled with large holes, and the more he scrutinized, the deeper his frown became. The estate was undergoing significant construction, yet he had heard nothing from the second lady or Aunt Hua about it. At that moment, he had little inclination to observe his younger son's calligraphy. He was solely focused on finding his wife and concubines to inquire about the situation. "Why are you here alone? Where's your aunt?" Feng Xingji asked. Impatience etched across his features. "Mother, Aunt is ill. I implore you to check on her," the boy replied, mindful that he could only refer to his mother as aunt in his father's presence. "If she is unwell, then seek the estate physician." "What purpose does your presence here serve?" Feng Xingji's displeasure was palpable. Feng Ziqing, with a pout of indignation, recalled how his elder brother would present his calligraphy to their father, who would always respond with jovial praise, subsequently spending the night in the courtyard of their second mother. Today, however, he merely sought to employ the same method to persuade their father to visit their ailing mother. The concubine was gravely ill, and he longed for their father to see her. Sniffling, Feng Qingran, with reddened eyes, turned to Feng Qingran. Were the maids and servants merely inert? Surely, they could summon the household physician. After all, their father was not a doctor. What assistance could he provide? His patience had finally worn thin, and he flicked his sleeve dismissively, intending to retreat to his own Wenju courtyard. Yet, the servants had all collapsed, and even his sister was unable to rise from her bed. Struggling to hold back tears, Feng Qingran choked out his words. Feng Qingji's brow twitched. There was something unsettling about that last remark. Could it be as he feared? Wait, all the servants had fainted? This implied that his eldest daughter might indeed. He dared not think further, turning to his youngest son and instructing, quickly, accompany your father to your aunt's courtyard. However, scarcely had he taken a few steps when something struck the back of his knee, causing him to sway and tumble into the snow accumulating by the roadside. Meanwhile, the unseen orchestrator, Feng Qingran, smirked with satisfaction upon witnessing this turn of events, before descending from the rooftop to join her mother. Struggling to rise from the snow, Feng Qingran then discovered that the guards who were supposed to be safeguarding the Wenju courtyard lay scattered, unconscious in the snow. His brow twitched once more, as an ominous premonition surged through him. Go wait in your aunt's courtyard. I will find you shortly. After saying this to his younger son, Feng Qingran swiftly made his way towards his Wenju courtyard. Once he had sent the young maid away, he hurried into the courtyard, only to discover that even the precious flowers and trees within were missing. Rubbing his eyes repeatedly, he was met with the disheartening sight of numerous large pits and a roofless house. It appeared that the residence had indeed been burglarized. Chapter 11. Fortunately, the nest was not burgled, but how could such a vast array of precious flora have been stolen? By what means could the robbers have transported such a large quantity of tiles out of the estate? If these items could be taken, what of the valuable possessions within the house? Surely, they would be even easier to pilfer. Shaking off his stupor, he leaned against the wall and slowly stepped inside. Indeed, gazing upon the empty hall, he collapsed onto the ground in despair. He then hurried to the bedroom, only to find that even the bed had vanished. He rushed to the study, and as expected, it too had been completely ransacked. However, upon noticing the inkstone in the corner, his heart brightened. Thankfully, the nest had not been discovered. Exiting the study, he made a cursory inspection of the storeroom and found that even the few tattered items within had been stolen. Yet his heart remained unperturbed. After assessing the losses in the courtyard, he swiftly went to his mother, only to find the old matriarch lying alone on a wooden board in a deep slumber. His anger flared. In such a state, is there truly no one to summon the family doctor? Feng Qingran instinctively contemplated the actions of slamming the table or shattering a cup, only to realize that the old lady's quarters had long been devoid of both. He kicked the small maid kneeling on the ground and shouted to the servant outside the door, "Go fetch the finest physician from the estate, and do so with haste." He could be harsh with anyone, but never with his own mother. Besides, his stronghold had not been plundered, and the treasures within were ample enough to sustain a lifetime of indulgence. Meanwhile, Feng Qingran was directing another maid in the courtyard to prepare bathing water for Kair. This maid, summoned by Feng Qingran, was none other than Xiang Ning, dispatched by the second Madame Yi to administer slow-acting poison to her mother. Xiang Ning was known for her laziness, often sleeping until the sun was high in the sky. Aside from adding a touch of poison to Lin Yunshi's medicinal concoctions, she contributed little else. After dragging her from her bed, Feng Qingran commanded her to fetch water for Kair's bath. Initially resistant to authority, having served the second madam for several years, Xiang Ning had never before been treated in such a manner. However, Feng Qingran was not one to indulge her. After delivering a sound thrashing, she personally supervised Xiang Ning as she chopped wood and boiled water. Now, thoroughly beaten and resembling a swollen pig, Xiang Ning began to grasp the formidable nature of Feng Qingran. Confused, she wondered how this frail figure had transformed into such a ruthless individual. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and pour the hot water into the tub," Feng Qingran snapped, striking her with a whip. Yes, no. This servant will go at once." With that, she seized the kettle and hurried into Feng Qingran's chamber. Before long, the bathtub was filled with water. After testing the temperature, Feng Qingran quietly added a few drops of spiritual spring water and then beckoned Kair to come and bathe. Young miss, this is inappropriate. How can I bathe in your chamber? Although the young miss appeared to be in a dire situation, with only a bed and a bathtub remaining in the room. Kair felt uneasy. Kair, we share a sisterly bond. Such words should not be uttered again. Feng Qingran feigned anger, signaling Kair to hurry and wash. Yes, yes. Noticing her young miss's displeasure, Kair quickly stepped into the bathtub. After a refreshing wash, she felt rejuvenated, and even the frostbite on her hands had improved considerably. Feng Qingran found a cotton garment that was too small for the original owner and gave it to Kair, also retrieving a box of ointment for frostbite from her space. Kair accepted it solemnly, deeply touched, vowing to repay the young miss as kindness, even if it meant toiling like a beast. Meanwhile, at Shokong Courtyard, a servant hastily summoned a doctor from outside the manor. After a thorough examination, the doctor furrowed his brow in concern. The old lady's condition is rather grim. She has already succumbed to internal cold, and there is a fear of high fever to follow. I shall prescribe a few doses of medicinal soup and prepare a warming tonic. From now on, the old lady needs to rest and recuperate properly. Upon hearing this, Feng Xingji turned to the maids and servants with a stern countenance, saying, How have you been caring for the old lady? Hurry and find a house with a roof for her to stay. But, sir, all the houses in Shokong Courtyard have lost their roofs, even the ones where we reside. Granny's son, who had served the old lady for many years, spoke up boldly. Then go find one. He could hardly believe that there wasn't a single house with a roof within the entire estate. Furthermore, he ordered someone to inform stewardly to have the craftsman repair all the roof tiles in the residence, ensuring that the finest materials were used. Understood, my lord. The others replied before they departed from the old lady's chamber. The physician had already prepared a warming tonic, which Feng Xingji inspected. The ingredients were all rare and precious. But he had plenty of them in his private quarters and would simply fetch some later. Are you saying that the roof tiles in Qinfang residence have not been removed? Feng Xingji inquired, narrowing his eyes at the messenger. Indeed, my lord. Very well. Summon a few more individuals to carry the old lady to Qinfang residence. Meanwhile, as Feng Qingran was accompanying her mother by the fire and engaging in casual conversation, her disreputable father stormed in, leading a group of people. Take the old lady to the main house. Feng Xingji announced upon entering the courtyard. Father, the main house is mother's chamber. If you take grandmother there, where will my mother stay? Feng Qingran retorted, displeased with her father's actions. It was then that Feng Xingji had the opportunity to truly observe his younger daughter and was taken aback to find that she seemed more beautiful, albeit still lacking in intellect. Was it fitting for a daughter to speak in such a manner? Contemplating this, he admonished her, this entire prime minister's residence belongs to your father. Just because you've stayed at Qinfang residence for a few days, do not presume that this place belongs to you too. Do you believe I won't send you both back to that small, dilapidated courtyard? If it weren't for the charade put on for the Ronghua house, would these two truly think they were worthy of residing in such a grand estate? All right, Ranner, let us move to our old courtyard. At this moment, Lin Yunshi spoke up. It was not out of a desire to concede, but rather because the dowry she had prepared for her daughter was hidden in that dilapidated courtyard, and before departing from the manor, she wished to discreetly relocate it. Feng Qingran, naturally aware of her mother's intentions, understood that just prior to Feng Xingji's arrival, they had been deliberating on how to transport the dowry out of the manor. As she hesitated between confronting her father or following her mother to the shabby courtyard, concubine Hua unexpectedly arrived with her son. Upon seeing Feng Ziqing, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother, Feng Qingran suddenly conceived a plan. She would remain behind to ascertain the truth of a certain matter. Chapter 12. The resentment of concubine Hua determined to stay. Feng Qingran coldly observed concubine Hua's fervent performance. Through the veil, she wept and lamented, Sir, my courtyard has been robbed, and now I have nowhere to reside. What am I to do? Ah, concubine, why do you don a veil? Before Feng Xingji could interject, Feng Qingran seized the opportunity to speak. Ghost. Upon suddenly encountering Feng Qingran, concubine Hua screamed in fright. Yet, upon closer inspection, she realized that the young girl before her merely bore some resemblance to that wretched maid, and could not possibly be the same person. Setting aside the fact that this girl was fair and delicate, in stark contrast to the dark and emaciated maid, the crucial point was that she had long since pushed that maid off a cliff. How could that girl possibly reappear before her? Ghost? Who do you speak of as a ghost? Feng Qingran approached concubine Hua, challenging her, Now take a closer look. Am I truly a ghost or a living being? Are you are Zhenu? Hua Yinyang stammered. Indeed, it is I. Feng Qingran gazed at her with an intensity akin to that of a grim reaper emerging from the depths of hell. A ghost. Hua Yinyang screamed once more, stumbling as she inadvertently tore away her veil, revealing a face riddled with festering sores. Feng Xingji, initially intending to scold her for her erratic behavior, found himself retching at the sight of her grotesque visage, nearly succumbing to nausea. My lord. Upon witnessing her husband's reaction, Hua Yinyang felt a surge of panic and instinctively moved closer to him. Get away from me. Keep your distance. Feng Xingji recoiled several steps, his face contorted with revulsion. Feng Ziqing hurriedly stepped in front of his mother, gently soothing her. Mother. Auntie, please lower your head. Let me help you with your veil. Hua Yinyang, seemingly enlightened, swiftly placed the veil back over her face. Seeing this, Feng Ziqing felt a sense of relief and turned to Feng Xingji, pleading, Father, could you please summon a doctor for Auntie to treat her facial afflictions? Just as the physician had yet to arrive, the second wife, Madame Yi, along with her son, hastened over. Noticing that she too was veiled, Feng Xingji's brow twitched, prompting him to inquire, Madam, you wouldn't be disfigured as well, would you? The second wife hastily denied. No, I merely have a few pustules on my face. I came to visit as I heard that my mother has caught a chill. Madam has shown her concern. Yet the abscess upon your visage ought to be attended to by a physician as well. With a glance towards another young servant nearby, she commanded, Hurry and fetch the finest doctor from outside the estate. Upon hearing this, Aunt Hua bit her silver teeth in frustration, having a similar affliction on her face. She could not fathom why a mere mediocre physician should suffice for her, while the second madam was granted the best. Was there no sense of fairness remaining? Was it merely due to her youth or her superior lineage that warranted such favoritism? After all, she had devoted over a decade to him, raising children and managing the household. Had she faltered in any regard? Casting a downcast glance at her son beside her, she recalled their agreement urging him to study diligently. Yet he could never surpass the son of the Yi family, proving utterly ineffectual. Feng Qingran observed the turmoil brewing within Aunt Hua's eyes and pondered what heinous act a mere 6-year-old child could have committed to provoke such a tempestuous wrath. Her gaze fell once more upon Feng Ziqing's countenance, noting the striking resemblance to Lin Yunshi, thus reaffirming her suspicions. To validate her conjecture, she took her mother, Lady Rong, and carried her to her chamber. As for that old woman, if she wished to occupy her mother's quarters, so be it. She was curious whether she could find any peace there. Once ensconced in her room, Feng Qingran secured the door and windows before cautiously inquiring of her mother. Mother, I have heard that when you gave birth to my brother, it coincided with Aunt Hua's delivery on the same day. How was my brother's body handled? Upon awakening, I found myself already subjected to the arrangements orchestrated by the matriarch, who spoke of a stillborn, a harbinger of misfortune. Upon uttering these words, she turned away to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. What did father say? Feng Qingran, suppressing the fury that simmered within, continued to inquire of her mother. Observing that her young mistress was once again reminded of past sorrows, Qiurong suddenly knelt on the ground, lamenting. It is entirely the fault of this servant for failing to find the master in time, which resulted in the absence of my presence during your delivery. I could not even catch a glimpse of the young master. Qiurong, please rise. This cannot be blamed on you. It is their lack of affection that has brought this upon us. We have done more than enough for them over the years. I believe Ranner is correct. We should hasten to move away from these bloodsuckers, Lin Yunshi declared, assisting Qiurong to her feet. Feng Qingran silently commended her mother in her heart. It seemed that everything was progressing smoothly, and the matter of separation would not be far off. Moreover, after their recent conversation, she harbored serious suspicions that Feng Ziqing might be her own biological brother, for the coincidences were simply too remarkable. Of course, to ascertain whether they were indeed siblings, a paternity test would suffice. However, the results of such a test would take at least a week to emerge, and during this time, she preferred not to share her suspicions with her mother, lest it prove to be a fruitless endeavor. Resolute in her decision, she quietly took a strand of her mother's hair and placed it alongside her own into the hidden space, now only missing Feng Ziqing's sample. After soothing her mother and Aunt Rong for a while, Feng Qingran stepped out of the room and discovered that Aunt Hua and the second madam had moved to Qinfang residence, residing in the quarters of Levi and Xiangning respectively. Indeed, they were old masters and servants, and now they could weather hardships together. Seizing the opportunity while Aunt Hua and the second madam were visiting the old madam, Feng Qingran stealthily entered Levi's room. Upon entering, she found Feng Ziqing sitting at the desk practicing calligraphy. His frail and slender figure evoked a genuine pang of sympathy. Standing behind Feng Ziqing for quite some time, without him noticing, Feng Qingran thought to herself that this little fellow's vigilance was rather lacking. Suddenly, she plucked a strand of his hair, causing Feng Ziqing to wince in pain and turn around, surprised to see his elder sister, whom he had never interacted with before. Unexpectedly in his chamber, his mother had mentioned that this elder sister was somewhat simple-minded and would strike out at the slightest provocation, instilling in him the habit of keeping his distance. She had also warned him that the big lady had once suffocated her own child, advising him to steer clear of her, lest his own life be endangered. He pondered what motive his elder sister might have for visiting today. Could it be dissatisfaction with his relocation to her courtyard? Ah, is that so? But what of his elder sister? Why was she not present? Carefully tucking away the strand of Feng Ziqing's hair, Feng Qingran continued to converse with him. Ah, is that so? Her eyes glinted as she recalled that Aunt Hua's family had prospered thanks to her mother's dowry. In an effort to avoid startling the young boy before her, Feng Qingran reined in her fierce gaze and remarked on the calligraphy laid out before him. Your writing is commendable, but there is no need to practice day and night. Scholarship is not achieved in a single leap. One must learn to balance diligence with relaxation. Is that not so? Since his birth, he had never received affirmation from anyone. His mother constantly pressured him to compete with his elder brother, Ziqian. No matter how hard he tried, he remained a lesser child in his father's eyes, who always praised Ziqian. He had never once garnered his father's approval. To his surprise, the first words of comfort he received came from his seemingly foolish second sister, stirring a sense of reflection within him. While he stood there, lost in thought, Feng Qingran discreetly retrieved a Rubik's Cube from her sleeve and presented it to him. Here is a gift for you. This is a Rubik's Cube. It's quite entertaining and intellectually stimulating. Allow me to show you how to play. With that, she swiftly scrambled the cube and, with deft fingers, restored it to its original state. Observing how effortlessly she manipulated the cube, Feng Ziqing felt it could not be that difficult. So he took it and began to twist and turn it, yet he found himself unable to restore it. Noticing his furrowed brow and determined expression, Feng Qingran chuckled softly, shaking her head as she turned to leave. Meanwhile, at the old lady's side, when the servants went to fetch medicine with the prescription, they discovered that the pharmacy had also been robbed. Feng Xingji, incensed, clicked his tongue in frustration and summoned Steward Li, inquiring, what else remains in the residence that has not been stolen? Select an elderly horse to sell. We must address this urgent situation. He deliberately made this statement in front of concubine Hua and the second madam, intending to let them know that the household was devoid of valuables, as he was keen to keep his own hidden treasures under wraps. Indeed, upon his utterance, Aunt Hua and the second madam furrowed their brows. They were left with nothing, and if even their husband possessed no wealth, how were they to survive in the future? Go fetch the first madam, Feng Xingji instructed a nearby maid. He intended to convene a family meeting to see if he could extract some silver from his 3 wives and concubines. When the maid approached Lin Yunshi, Feng Qingran decided to accompany her mother, curious about what schemes her father was concocting. Not minding her presence, Feng Xingji regarded her as merely a simple-minded ailing girl, whose attendance would bear no consequence. However, when he proposed that they contribute silver to support the household, despair washed over everyone, each lamenting the theft of their possessions. With a scoff, Feng Xingji's demeanor darkened. If you have lost everything, you can seek assistance from your maternal families. Do you not wish to aid the residents in overcoming this crisis? The expressions of Aunt Hua and the second madam soured considerably. How could they possibly ask their families for help? Would they not lose face? Observing their distress, Feng Xingji's gaze fell upon Lin Yunshi. I have heard that your brother has opened several taverns in the city. Would it be unreasonable to request some silver from them in our time of need? Father, what of your dignity? Holding such a high office, must you rely on your wives' families to cover household expenses? Are you not afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Feng Qingran could no longer tolerate this humiliation. She had never encountered such a brazen man. Rebellious daughter, how dare you speak to your father in such a manner? I perceive that marrying into royalty may not yield you any advantages. It would be preferable to have your elder sister take your place in matrimony, Feng Xingji declared with a huff, his eyes blazing. Upon hearing this, concubine Hua's face lit up with joy. Had he uttered such words earlier, she would not have been compelled to cast that wretched girl from the cliff. Casting a glance at the surly Feng Qingran, She couldn't shake the feeling that this incarnation of Feng Qingran was a mere counterfeit. Let us not dwell on the fact that she had inflicted 3 grievous wounds upon that unfortunate girl and subsequently sent her plummeting to her demise. It was utterly inconceivable that she could have survived. Just look at her current demeanor. Where was the timid and feeble girl of yore? She seemed transformed, as if she were an entirely different person. If she desires her, she may have her. I, for one, hold no attachment. Feng Qingran feigned indifference. Ranner. Lin Yunshi gently tugged at her daughter's sleeve, signaling her to refrain from reckless speech. Mother, I truly do not covet such a title. I trust you share my sentiments regarding the Prime Minister's wife and her hollow distinction. Given that he has driven us to this point, why not sever ties with him today? We could relocate from the estate and live together in perpetuity. Feng Qingran seized the opportunity to persuade her mother. One glance at the expression of the second madam revealed that she harbored similar thoughts. Feng Xingji's countenance darkened with anger. Rebellious daughter, what utter nonsense are you spouting? Divorce? Not a chance. In my household, there is only the notion of dismissing a wife. To seek a separation is a delusion. Upon hearing this declaration, Concubine Hua and the second madam felt a surge of elation. A divorce would be splendid, and it would be best if it were executed immediately. Even in the event of a divorce, do not harbor such fantasies. You shall remain a specter of the Feng family, even in death. Reflecting on the rise of the Rongwood Duke's residence and the fact that the gentle consort has explicitly requested her second daughter to wed her son, he hastily added a remark. The expressions of Concubine Hua and the second madam darkened further. It was something they should have anticipated. Given the current power of the Rongwood Duke's estate, how could the Prime Minister sever ties with them at this juncture? Just as Feng Qingran was about to argue further, she felt her mother grasp her arm. Turning to look, she saw her mother silently shaking her head with a look of restraint. Although she was uncertain of her mother's concerns, she chose to respect her decision, acknowledging that her mother had lived in this feudal society for over 30 years. And changing her mindset was not a matter to be accomplished in a day. Observing the subtle exchange between mother and daughter, Feng Xingji felt even more triumphant. Knowing that this woman was reluctant to relinquish her identity as the Prime Minister's wife, thus he could manipulate her with greater impunity. With this thought, he addressed Lin Yunshi. Today, go to your family and request some silver. My salary for this month has yet to be dispersed, and the household expenses are considerable. Remember to ask for a substantial amount. Listen to this. Does this sound like the words of a man? Feng Qingran's anger surged to its peak. And just as she resolved to reprimand her worthless father, Lin Yunshi preempted her, saying, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. When I married, my mother prepared a generous dowry, all of which you have squandered. Now, to ask my family for assistance again, I cannot bring myself to do so. This is outrageous. Feng Xingji, in a display of his current indignation, flicked his sleeves several times. Were it not for the absence of tables and cups, he would have emphatically slammed the table or shattered a teacup to assert his authority. My constitution has never been robust. Since I cannot remain here to care for the elderly matriarch, I shall no longer be an eyesore in your presence. With that, he grasped Feng Qingran and strode towards the door. Lord, please do not make things difficult for my sister. She has never understood these formalities, cried Huan Yang, attempting to soothe Feng Xingji while simultaneously belittling Lin Yunshi. Consider who has accompanied you to the palace banquets each year, and it becomes evident how unsuited she is for such prominence. Therefore, do not hold it against her, let her be. She fervently hoped her husband would soon discard this woman, thereby allowing her the prospect of becoming the second wife. A fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness crossed Feng Xingji's eyes. Last year, during the implementation of the new policies, he had assisted the emperor in formulating and executing the reforms, thereby earning some merit. The emperor had contemplated bestowing upon his legitimate wife the title of a first-rank noble lady, yet he hesitated between selecting a first or a second wife. However, it now appeared that choosing the second wife was indeed the wiser option. You speak the truth. Her virtue does not match her position, and I shall no longer grant her any leniency. Virtue does not match position? Huan Yang's face lit up with joy. Could it be that her husband intended to strip his legitimate wife of her status? Chapter 14. The first departure from the manor upon returning to her chamber. Lin Yunshi closed the door and grasped Feng Qingran's hand tightly. Ranner, it is not that your mother is reluctant to relinquish the title of the Prime Minister's wife, but rather that if you wish to marry the third prince, you must possess the status of a legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household. Once you are wed, your mother shall seek a divorce. Originally, it was this concern that troubled my mother. However, She had no desire to marry the third prince. Moreover, given his current state, it was even more impossible for her to choose him. Mother, you are overthinking. I have never wished to wed His Highness. Henceforth, you need not excessively consider my feelings in your actions. But how can that be? This is the Emperor's decree. Besides, your cousin possesses both talent and charm, a rarity among men. You would assuredly find happiness in marrying him. Very well, I shall heed your words. Feng Qingran did not wish to continue contesting this topic with her mother. In her mind, the imperial will was paramount, and she would quietly address matters on her own. However, the most pressing issue was to swiftly move her mother, Aunt Rong, and Kair out of the residence, to spare them further indignation. By the time they had spoken, it was already noon. Feng Qingran decided against letting her mother and the others join her for lunch. Instead, she resolved to fetch some food alone. Strangely enough, the meal today was quite lavish. It was said that the vendor delivering the provisions settled accounts only once a month, so the household's theft had not impacted their supply of sumptuous dishes. In their eyes, it was customary for Feng Qingran and her mother to be absent from meals. Thus, when they saw her arrival, they appeared somewhat taken aback, even frowning in discontent. Seated, Feng Qingran glanced at her father, then at Aunt Hua, finally resting her gaze upon Feng Ziqing's face. It was indeed a rare occurrence. My younger brother bore no resemblance to our father or aunt. Yet he was strikingly similar to my mother. Isn't that peculiar? Upon hearing this, Aunt Hua felt a sudden unease, but she forced herself to maintain composure, saying, "What is so strange about it? Ziqing has always resembled you, dear sister. It is quite normal for siblings to share similar features." The others nodded in agreement. It was common knowledge that Feng Ziqing had always looked like Feng Qingran. As children of the same esteemed family, it was indeed expected that they bore a resemblance. However, I do not bear any likeness to my father. I have always taken after my mother. Yet, my younger brother cannot have emerged from our mother's womb, and logically, he should not resemble her, unless Feng Qingran felt she had articulated her thoughts clearly enough. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Feng Xingji's brow furrowed involuntarily, as if he were deep in contemplation. "My lord, I possess a farm under my name, and last year's harvest was quite satisfactory. Fearing a famine in the spring, I refrained from selling the grain I harvested last year. If the household is truly in need of silver, I am willing to contribute all of it to help the family through this challenging time." Aunt Hua, sensing the situation was turning dire, hastily interrupted her husband's thoughts in an attempt to divert attention. As predicted, Feng Xingji's mind was immediately captivated by these trivial matters, and any lingering doubts he had were swiftly cast aside. Feng Qingran tightened her grip on the chopsticks in her hands. She was now nearly certain that Feng Ziqing was indeed her biological brother. Having achieved the conclusion she desired, Feng Qingran felt an urgent need to depart from the gathering. She lifted 2 large bowls filled with food and exited the hall. Her departure went unnoticed, and in fact, they seemed eager for her to leave hastily. Though her mind may not be particularly sharp, it seems she has now also mastered the art of provoking annoyance. The more they observe, the more they find Feng Qingran increasingly irksome. Upon returning to her abode, Feng Qingran set 2 generous bowls of food upon the table, beckoning her mother and others to join her for a meal. She shared one bowl with Kair, while the other was offered to her mother and Aunt Rong. To alleviate her mother's concerns, she deceitfully claimed that she and Kair were merely wandering about the estate, and her mother acquiesced. Kair, rather naive, was utterly taken aback by the bustling atmosphere outside the estate after having been confined for several years. She found herself at a loss for direction and could only follow Feng Qingran like a bewildered child. "Miss, I have been entrusted to care for you since I was 9, and it has now been 5 years since I last saw my parents," Kair remarked, her eyes unwittingly glistening with tears. Sniffling, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding, Mississippi nonsense. You have endured hardships alongside me all these years. Today, I shall make amends." With that, she pulled Kair into a nearby tavern. "My lord, it is that young lady," reported Zhang Yan, who was driving the carriage through the city. Dressed in a dragon robe, Ling Junyan lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze outside, just in time to see a young girl in plain attire stepping into a tavern. He placed a hand over the scar on his chest and issued a command to those outside. "Follow her closely and ensure her safety." "Yes," came a light, almost ethereal voice from outside the carriage, so subtle that one might overlook the presence of such an individual entirely. Unbeknownst to Feng Qingran, who was entirely unaware of the events that had transpired, she led Kair into the tavern and directly approached the innkeeper. "Are you the young miss?" the innkeeper inquired, puzzled upon seeing Feng Qingran. Indeed, Feng Qingran did not enter just any tavern. She had done her research beforehand and had come to the establishment managed by her mother. "Yes, I am Feng Qingran, the daughter of Lin Yunshi," she declared, presenting her token of identity. No one would have anticipated that within such a grand tavern. The proof of her identity would be a mere piece of broken stone. This was a result of the vampires having taken a portion of her mother's dowry, leaving Lin Yunshi with no choice but to conceal the remaining properties and replace the jade token with a shard of stone. "Indeed, you are the young miss. I shall fetch the accounts from these past years for your review," the innkeeper, son, stated as he began rummaging through the cabinet. In a short while, several stacks of ledgers were laid before Feng Qingran. Although her mother had assured her that Sun was a trustworthy individual, she felt compelled to verify this herself, thus seizing the opportunity to store all the ledgers within her space. She was in haste to procure some muscle and wished to keep certain matters from Kaya, instructing Sun to find a way to keep her occupied. After listening to Sun, Feng Qingran felt reassured to depart and set her course toward the renowned assassin organization known as the First Tower, famed throughout the Four Nations. Feng Qingran did not seek to hire an assassin for murder. Rather, her intention was to enlist a killer to teach her the art of combat. Upon hearing that Feng Qingran intended to hire an assassin for a year, the person in charge displayed an expression of astonishment. While it was not impossible, provided the requisite commission for a year was paid, they had never encountered such a request before. When selecting an assassin, Feng Qingran chose the foremost assassin from the first floor. The official was even more taken aback, for the fee for the top assassin was exorbitantly high, and to request a year of service was indeed a staggering sum. Upon receiving the quote, Feng Qingran felt a pang of pain in her heart, yet ultimately decided to proceed with the hiring. After settling the payment, her stock of gold and silver dwindled significantly, leaving her with only some jewels, jade, and renowned artworks. The news of Feng Qingran hiring the top assassin swiftly reached Ling Junyan's ears. The substantial amount of money she could muster indicated that his sister-in-law was truly extraordinary. Once she secured the top assassin, Feng Qingran's immediate inclination was to remove the mask from his face, but he declined her request. His voice, cold and devoid of inflection, reverberated, stating that while he would execute any command from his master, his appearance was not to be revealed lightly. This unexpected response sent a shiver down Feng Qingran's spine. "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be responsible for my protection. Remember to do so discreetly." "Your command is my duty," he replied. "And what is your name? How should I address you?" "You may call me Chasing Soul, my master." "Very well. Stay close to me, and remember not to be discovered. Only emerge when I or those around me find ourselves in peril." "Your subordinate obeys. Now, you may vanish." Upon uttering these words, the tall and imposing man instantly dissolved into the air, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow that Feng Qingran managed to capture. TSK, what remarkable skills. She must request this individual to impart some knowledge upon her. Initially intending to recruit a few more henchmen, Feng Qingran suddenly deemed it inappropriate to do so at this moment. The day had grown rather late. She resolved to visit the estate early the following morning to expedite her mother's relocation. Upon arriving at the tavern, Feng Qingran noticed there was still some time left, so she perused the menu with meticulous attention, only to find the selection rather monotonous. After entering the manor, before even approaching Qinfang residence, Feng Qingran was met with a cacophony of insults. With this in mind, she hastened towards Qinfang residence, fully prepared to sever ties with her scoundrel father. However, upon entering the courtyard, she discovered that Feng Ziqing's face had been scalded by hot oil, and the culprit was Qiu Rong. Feng Qingran was acutely aware that there were hidden depths to this situation. Aunt Rong was likely being framed. "Who permitted you to strike Aunt Rong?" Feng Qingran rushed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Qiu Rong. "Your Excellency." Concubine Hua cast a glance at Feng Qingran and began to weep loudly. "You must seek justice for Qing'er. Qiu Rong, as a mere servant, holds no enmity towards Qing'er. There must be someone orchestrating these actions. Just moments ago, Lu Yi and Xiang Ning called for the maid to prepare dinner. Unexpectedly, the young master dashed into the kitchen, where the maid was pouring a pot of hot oil into a ceramic jar. In a sudden turn of events, her wrist was struck by a stone, causing the scalding oil to spill onto the young master's face. Qiu Rong, feeling both aggrieved and guilty, spoke up. At that moment, Feng Qingran began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It was evident that someone was intent on not only ruining Feng Ziqing, but also undermining her and her mother. Who could it be? The most apparent beneficiary seemed to be the second madam, yet one could not exclude the possibility that Aunt Hua orchestrated this herself. Such a malicious individual could commit any heinous act. Tell me, who incited you to do this? At this juncture, Feng Xingji had commenced his interrogation. Feng Qingran furrowed her brows, realizing that explaining the situation would be quite complicated. However, to what extent was the burn? If it was not severe, she could undoubtedly treat him. Even in the case of serious burns, she was confident in her abilities to heal him. With this thought in mind, she turned to her father and inquired, "How is my younger brother now? Has a doctor been sought for his treatment? Stop with the useless talk. Your mother is over there feigning death while you pretend to be foolish here, truly believing that we, the illegitimate ones, are easy prey, are you?" Aunt Hua shrieked hysterically, tears streaming down her face like a torrent. "This is not the time to assign blame. Here's what we shall do. Confine Xiao Rong for the time being and send for a doctor. I shall cover all medical expenses, and tomorrow, I will visit the Duke of Rong's residence to request some funds from my uncle." For now, her priority was to stabilize the situation, and later she would find a way to rescue Aunt Rong. Indeed, after listening to Feng Qingran's speech, a look of relaxation appeared on Feng Xingji's face. Otherwise, he would have already had his eldest daughter take her place, for his eldest daughter undoubtedly surpassed the second in excellence. Noticing her husband's countenance soften, concubine Hua clenched the handkerchief in her grasp and wept even more loudly. "Master, you must make a decision for Qing'er. He is so young, and his entire face has been marred. As a mother, my heart aches so deeply. Enough, do not speak further. This matter is settled. Summon someone to confine Xiao Rong to the woodshed." With a sweeping gesture, Feng Xingji temporarily brushed the issue aside. He was curious to see how much silver Feng Qingran would bring the following day. Should it fall short, he would not hesitate to deal with Xiao Rong later. Feng Qingran swiftly turned to Xiao Rong and murmured, "Aunt Rong, I must ask you to endure this for a moment. I promise to rescue you tomorrow." With tears in her eyes, Xiao Rong nodded. "Young miss, I believe in your capability. Also, Miss Lin has fainted from the shock of young master's injury. Please go and comfort her." Feng Qingran nodded. "Very well, do not worry about these matters. I shall handle them." Chapter 16. The perilous situation of Feng Ziqing this night was destined to be tumultuous. Firstly, due to Lin Yunshi's frail health and the shock she had endured, she developed a high fever. While attending to her mother, Feng Qingran also listened intently to the commotion from concubine Hua's quarters. After several physicians had come and gone, Feng Xingji sought the expertise of a royal physician from the palace. After the imperial physician examined the young master, he shook his head in regret. "Minister Feng, the burns on the young master's face have rapidly worsened, leading to a high fever and unconsciousness. If he does not awaken by dawn tomorrow, then—" He sighed softly as he spoke. No, that cannot be," cried Aunt Hua, shaking her head frantically, seemingly unable to accept the physician's words. She vowed that her intention was merely to mar Qing'er's appearance. His health remained intact. How could he possibly perish? Her husband had begun to harbor suspicions about Qing'er's identity, and she believed that only by disfiguring him could she quell the doubts surrounding her. It was merely a matter of ruining his visage. How could it escalate to high fever and unconsciousness, even endangering his life? She had already devised a plan. Even if Qing'er's looks were destroyed, as the son of the prime minister, he could still marry and have children, inheriting a small portion of the family wealth to ensure her own comfortable old age. Yet, how could a mere facial burn lead to a situation where his life was at stake? Feng Xingji narrowed his eyes slightly. Sun Taisher, the esteemed imperial physician, had declared such a grim prognosis. It was highly probable that the child's life was beyond saving. After all, he had watched the child grow up, and it was impossible to claim that he felt no affection. Thus, if his young son did not survive the night, he would ensure that autumn Rome would accompany him to the grave. That evening, Feng Xingji took up residence in Aunt Hua's chamber, while she and Lu Yi kept a vigilant watch by Feng Ziqing's bedside. In the dead of night, Feng Qingran summoned Chuahan, instructing him to guard autumn Rome in the woodshed, while she stealthily infiltrated Aunt Hua's room. In the room, the few individuals had already succumbed to her enchantment. She stepped over to Feng Ziqing's bedside, illuminating his face with a flashlight to assess the extent of his burns. Upon observing his visage, she couldn't help but gasp in horror. The lively little boy, who had been full of vitality during the day, now bore a grotesque mask of injury. His once delicate and fair face was marred and unrecognizable. His forehead, cheeks, chin, and even his eyelids, nose bridge, and lips were blistered, swollen, and peeling, with the skin having sloughed off, continuously oozing a yellowish fluid, rendering the wounds a ghastly sight. With a sorrowful shake of her head, Feng Qingran retrieved some spiritual spring water from her space and gently sprinkled it upon the child's face, then affixed a prepared-for bag to him. After setting an alarm, she settled down beside the little one and drifted into a light slumber. She awakened once to apply another round of the spiritual spring water and switched to a fresh bag before surrendering to sleep once more. However, not long after she had closed her eyes, Feng Ziqing opened his slightly unfocused gaze. Despite the excruciating pain etched across his face, he remained silent, unwilling to disturb the one tending to him. But who was this person? He squinted his blistered eyelids, striving to bring his vision into focus. Expending considerable effort to discern the identity of the guardian at his side, his mother's slightly simple-minded second elder sister. Time passed, and he found himself stealing glances at Feng Qingran intermittently until she finally opened her eyes. In truth, Feng Qingran was roused from her slumber by the incessant ringing of an alarm in the space. Glancing at the nearly empty bag, she removed the needle and disposed of the medical waste in the designated area of the space. After sprinkling a bit of spiritual spring water on the little one, she turned to the trembling-eyed Feng Ziqing and said, "Remember, sister does not wish for anyone to know that it was she who saved you." Having uttered these words, she did not wait for Feng Ziqing's response, for she was certain the little one had heard her and would likely remain loyal to her secret. Upon returning to her own chamber, Feng Qingran prepared an bag for her mother, hanging it up until the liquid had completely infused. Only then did she remove the needle, freshen up briefly, and lie down beside her mother. The following day, her mother, having recovered from her high fever, awoke even earlier than Feng Qingran, with Kai arousing shortly thereafter. The first words spoken by Lin Yunshi upon awakening were, "Qiurong, how is she?" "Do not worry, mother. Father has temporarily confined her to the woodshed. As long as my little brother awakens, I believe father will not make things difficult for her." Feng Qingran hastily reassured her mother. To her dismay, upon hearing this, Lin Yunshi became even more agitated. "Your little brother's injuries are far from being treatable. Your Aunt Rong is in grave danger." The severity of the little one's condition was painfully clear to her. Such a small child might not survive this ordeal. "There is another way to save Aunt Rong," Feng Qingran stated earnestly. "Father mentioned that if we can gather enough gold and silver, we may be able to exchange them for Aunt Rong's safety. Then that is settled. Let us first retrieve that batch of dowry to address the immediate crisis. And I shall prepare more for you later," her mother replied. Previously, her brother's family had consistently sought to subsidize her, but she had always declined their offerings, not wanting to cause them concern. Now, in this exigency, she must appropriate that dowry to rescue Qiurong, effectively forfeiting her daughter's inheritance. She would then solicit funds from her brother, and with her acumen in commerce, she should swiftly amass sufficient capital to reimburse him gradually. Indeed, prior to her nuptials, she had collaborated with her brother in business ventures, particularly her prosperous drapery and garment emporiums, as she possessed a natural aptitude for designing apparel. However, after her marriage, she no longer had the opportunity to manage the shops. Fortunately, she could once again reside outside the manor, and by establishing multiple drapery and garment establishments, she would undoubtedly accumulate an ample dowry for her daughter. Of course, Feng Qingran was unaware of her mother's inner thoughts. But upon hearing that her mother was willing to relinquish her dowry to rescue Aunt Rong, the corners of Feng Qingran's lips curved upward involuntarily. However, at present, she needed to elucidate to her mother the imperative of concealing the existence of their dowry from Feng Xingji. Lin Yunshi's eyes gleamed with enlightenment. "An excellent stratagem. Your father must never discover that we have been concealing a dowry, or else your mother's years of suffering would have been in vain. Rest assured, mother. Ranner will exercise utmost caution." With these words, she ventured forth from the chamber alone. Chapter 17. Are you in the service of Ling Junyan? Having departed the manor, Feng Qingran proceeded directly to the estate in the outskirts, adhering to the original plan. The carriage was hired by her, and the elderly driver, upon learning of her intended direction, cautioned her, stating that there were several villages in that vicinity, though they had largely fallen into desolation. This was due to their proximity to the abyss of devouring death, where the miasma from the depths frequently ascended, laden with deadly toxins that had claimed countless lives. Over time, the inhabitants had vacated the area, leaving behind only a dwindling population. However, in reality, her village was situated quite far from the abyss, thus remaining unaffected by the poisonous fog. As the carriage continued its journey, after approximately an hour, Feng Qingran finally arrived at her ancestral village, accompanied by the old man. It was a secluded hamlet, encircled by mountains, providing a serene and tranquil atmosphere, although the road leading into the hills was rather rugged. Upon alighting from the carriage, Feng Qingran found herself in possession of a geological reconnaissance drone. She maneuvered the drone to soar above the village, observing that this location was indeed suitable for recruiting and training assassins. Further, she directed the drone to scout the surrounding environment and discovered that after flying over 2 villages to the south, a precipice emerged, shrouded in a purplish mist that gradually spread to the nearby settlements. Fortunately, her own village remained untouched. Continuing to pilot the drone southward, it eventually hovered above the abyss. As she gently lowered the drone, parting the dense purple fog, Feng Qingran gradually discerned the scene within the chasm. To her astonishment, she found it to be a natural haven for medicinal herbs, flourishing with rare plants, some of which had long been extinct in modern times, existing only in the pages of her books. In the chilling cold of the valley, the depths remain as warm as spring, truly conducive to the growth of various medicinal herbs. An idea suddenly flashed across her mind. She would lease several nearby villages, thus facilitating her expeditions into the abyss of devouring death for herb gathering. Removing a sample of toxic mist from the drone, she deftly collected it in her sleeve and analyzed the toxic components using specialized instruments. As she gazed at the sizable geological exploration drone, an unsettling sensation crept over her, as though she were being watched. If she were to store it in her space, it would surely reveal her secret. Contemplating this, she took the drone and slipped into the carriage, utilizing the enclosed space to conceal it. Upon emerging from the carriage, a basket now adorned her back. Indeed, she was determined to venture into the abyss of devouring death to gather some herbs. Meanwhile, the shadowy assassin sent by Ling Junyan, who had been trailing her, was astounded by her series of maneuvers. What manner of creature had she just commanded? Why did it heed her so obediently? He resolved to report everything to their lord without delay. Feeling an ever-present gaze upon her, Feng Qingran became increasingly cautious. Her space was a secret she could never unveil. Regardless of whether someone was tracking her, she would henceforth exercise utmost vigilance. The environment here had scarcely been developed, rendering the mountain paths rather treacherous. By the time Feng Qingran traversed several peaks, it was already afternoon. As she approached the precipice, a thin veil of purple mist enveloped the area. She retrieved the antidote prepared for her from her space and swallowed it in one swift motion. However, the one who followed closely behind hesitated, for this was indeed the abyss of devouring death. The prince yearned to descend to the valley's depths to procure the crimson blood dragon's essence herb. Yet despite his relentless efforts, he could not gain entry. He constantly recalled that the prince had dispatched him to safeguard the young girl, compelling him to follow her. Yet, as he stepped into the purple mist, a sudden disorientation overcame him, and in the next moment, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Feng Qingran's ears perked up. She was certain that sound signified a body hitting the ground. Could it be the individual who had been trailing her? Crouching down to inspect, she discovered a youth of similar stature to Feng Ziqian, accompanied by a lifeless adult man, pale as if drained of blood. She deftly dragged both the young and the older men out of the toxic fog, and at the edge of the mist, she found a black-clad man lying unconscious. Feng Qingran surmised that this black-clad man was her pursuer. Upon removing the mask from his face, she realized she did not recognize him. After searching her memory, she found no recollection of him. As she rummaged through his belongings, she unearthed a token from his waist, inscribed with the character for flame. In an instant, she deduced that he was affiliated with Ling Junyan. Yet, why would Ling Junyan send him to follow her? It was impossible for him to harbor intentions of harm, as she was, after all, his benefactor, and she had not wronged him. Thus, there remained but one possibility. This man was sent to protect her, indicating that he would soon require her assistance. After administering the freshly concocted antidote to the 3 individuals, Feng Qingran was aware that Ling Junyan's companion would soon regain consciousness, as he had inhaled only a minimal amount of the toxic mist. The fate of the other 2, particularly the bloodied adult male, remained uncertain due to their prolonged exposure to the poisonous vapors. Yet, Her curiosity was piqued regarding whether her antidote could revive those who had been poisoned for an extended period. If it failed, she would need to refine her formula. In that very moment of contemplation, Ling Junyin's companion stirred awake. He blinked, raising a hand to his face, only to realize that his mask was missing. "What is your name?" Feng Qingran cast a fleeting glance at him, refusing to bestow another look. It dawned on him that this young girl before him had saved him. He had long heard that his lord's arrow wound had been healed by this remarkable girl, and now it was evident that her medical skills were indeed extraordinary. Chapter 18. You are not permitted to get too close to me. Are you mute? I asked for your name. Noticing his dazed silence, Feng Qingran shot him another glance. Did Ling Junyin send you to follow me? She inquired again. No. To be precise, I was sent to protect you, Duo Ming hastily clarified. Moreover, he felt a deep sense of distress. As a shadow guard, his appearance was not to be easily revealed, yet now. Very well. You are not to come too close to me from now on. Go wait by the carriage. But, what is it? You saw for yourself. I am capable of defending myself, so you must maintain your distance. Understood. With that, he swiftly vanished from sight. Feng Qingran then proceeded to assess the injuries of the two individuals, discovering that the young boy was largely unharmed, while the adult man's condition was considerably dire. If he did not receive timely medical attention, he could very well lose his life. Given the severity of his wounds and the desperation of their situation, Feng Qingran surmised that they had fallen victim to an assassination attempt. However, she felt little obligation to intervene on their behalf. Offering a single antidote to each was already an act of great benevolence, and their survival now hinged upon their own fortune. As she began to venture further into the depths of the thick fog, a voice, caught between childhood and adolescence, called out to her, "Sister! Sister!" The half-grown boy repeated his plea, followed by the rustling sound of him rising from the ground. "You saved me, didn't you? But could you also save my brother? I can offer you a reward." At this point, Feng Qingran was certain the boy was addressing her, and his mention of a reward piqued her interest. "Oh, what reward do you speak of? Pray enlighten me." "A vast fortune, as long as you set the price. I can procure it, but only if you assist us in overcoming this peril. I promise to honor my word," the boy earnestly declared. Feng Qingran reflected on the implications of the boy's words, realizing she had inadvertently rescued someone of considerable significance. Yet, her sole desire was for the promised wealth. She had little interest in his identity and was even less inclined to reveal her own. Thus, she resolved to escort him to a place shrouded in poisonous mist for treatment. Due to the toxic fog, no one dared to intrude upon the abandoned estate, allowing them to tend to their injuries in peace. "Can you manage to support him?" Feng Qingran inquired, gesturing with her chin towards the wounded man, before turning her gaze to the young lad who had just risen from the ground. "Very well, follow me." With that, she led the way toward the nearest estate. The young boy, assisting the adult man, trailed closely behind. Before long, the trio arrived at a long-deserted estate. Feng Qingran surveyed her surroundings and noted that the buildings were in a state of disrepair, barely standing. She managed to find a low, somewhat sheltered dwelling that was not completely exposed to the elements and ordered the boy to help the injured man inside. She then made her way to the water source, carrying a dilapidated wooden basin she had found within the house, feigning the act of collecting water while, in truth, she filled it with clean water from her spatial storage. "Wash him down, but remember not to fetch water yourself. The source over there is contaminated. This is pure water infused with the antidote." "Understood. I will follow your instructions," the boy replied, proceeding to remove the adult man's clothing. Suddenly, a clattering sound echoed as an object resembling a badge fell to the ground, inscribed with the words "Branch Family." Feng Qingran did not intend to pry, but the noise had drawn her attention, prompting her to glance back. It was not long before the boy's voice reached her ears. "I have cleaned him up. I beg you to treat him, sister." At this, Feng Qingran turned around. Noticing that the boy had covered the man's vulnerable areas with his outer robe, Feng Qingran approached, crouching down to examine his injuries. She discovered that although his body was covered in numerous wounds, the sword injury to his abdomen was the most critical. Earlier, she had not been able to see clearly due to his clothing, but once he was fully undressed, she realized that a portion of his intestines had been eviscerated. Furrowing her brow, she concluded that treating this injury in her spatial realm would be the safest option. However, with a small child watching closely, how could she discreetly transport him into that realm? She noticed a flicker of resistance on his face, soon followed by a fleeting moment of struggle, ultimately giving way to acceptance. "All right. Yet, How could Feng Qingran fully trust him? Just as he turned to leave the room, she struck the back of his neck with her hand, apologizing. "I'm sorry, but I must." With a thud, the boy collapsed to the ground, not because of the effectiveness of her strike, but due to the tranquilizer concealed between her fingers. Seeing him down, Feng Qingran administered a sedative before confidently bringing the injured man into her spatial realm. Once in the medical area, she began the process of thoroughly disinfecting him, washing the exposed intestines with antiseptic solution. After ensuring every part was sanitized, she carefully repositioned the intestines and proceeded to stitch them back together. Having addressed the most severe injury, she then turned her attention to suturing the various other wounds, dedicating a full 2 hours to meticulously treat all of his injuries. She speculated that it must be dark outside, yet the foredrip was imperative. Observing the tall and robust man, Feng Qingran estimated that the infusion would proceed without issue. Thus she administered 2 small bags of fluid into his system over the course of half an hour. After administering the antidote to the young man, Feng Qingran commenced preparing essential supplies for their sustenance. By the time everything was ready, the young man had already regained consciousness. "Why did you knock me out?" he questioned Feng Qingran with a hint of dissatisfaction. "And how is my brother?" His tone softened considerably. "He is lying over there," Feng Qingran replied, gesturing with her chin towards the adult man resting on the straw mat. She then placed all the prepared items before the boy, introducing them one by one. "This is water, and these are your provisions. Here are 6 doses of the antidote. One will counteract the poison for a day, sufficient for both of you to last 3 days." Chapter 19. Did you return empty-handed? The young man glanced at his companion, and then at the items Feng Qingran had left for him, inquiring, "When will he wake up?" "By tomorrow at the latest," she responded, adding a caution, "Do not feed him anything, except for that antidote. Not even water, understood?" Though the boy seemed puzzled, he nodded in agreement, willing to trust Feng Qingran this once. "And the water source outside, do not use it or drink from it. I have left you enough water. You must remember this." The boy nodded again and asked Feng Qingran, "Sister, are you leaving?" "Indeed, but I shall return tomorrow." After speaking, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and stepped outside. The boy opened his mouth as if to speak, yet no words emerged. His intuition suggested that this enchanting elder sister would undoubtedly return. Upon exiting the dwelling, Feng Qingran quickened her pace towards her own village. She intended to acquire this mountain peak and construct several cableways to connect the various villages, thereby facilitating her future expeditions to the abyss of devouring for medicinal herbs with greater ease. When Feng Qingran reached the carriage, night had fully enveloped the sky. In the next moment, a man in black appeared before her. "Miss Feng, what brings you here?" "At your service," he replied, promptly leaping to the front of the carriage. Feng Qingran then entered the carriage, joining the still unconscious coachman. The carriage sped along, and upon arriving at the city gates, Duoming merely flashed his badge, allowing them passage. By the time they reached the Prime Minister's residence, it was well past dinner time. Indeed, quite late. "Duoming, escort me into the residence without disturbing anyone. Can you manage that?" Feng Qingran inquired after dismounting the carriage. "Certainly. Then lead the way. I shall guide you." "At your service," he declared, grasping Feng Qingran's belt and soaring into the estate. Following her directions, they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. After securing Duoming outside, Feng Qingran, relying on her memory, found the room where Qirong had once resided. According to her mother's instructions, she quickly located the dowry. It must be said, her mother had indeed hidden it quite well. After stowing away boxes of gold, silver, and jewels into her spatial pouch, Feng Qingran restored the hidden compartment to its original state. Indeed, the dowry that her mother prepared for her was not abundant in quantity. Yet each item was of exquisite quality. Notably, the wealth represented by silver notes, which occupy no physical space, amounted to 3 large chests. After retrieving a substantial stack of silver notes to tuck away on her person, Feng Qingran opened the door and called for Duoming, instructing him to escort her outside the estate once more. "You shall handle the matter concerning the coachman. I have urgent matters to attend to. Once you have resolved it, come find me." With a light utterance, Feng Qingran entrusted the task of dealing with the coachman to Duoming. Duoming felt a mix of despair and gratitude, for she had once saved his life, and having seen her true appearance instilled in him an inexplicable fear of this seemingly frail girl. Truly, she bore a resemblance to the prince she had captured the attention of. There was an undeniable similarity in their essence. Unbeknownst to Feng Qingran, Duoming's thoughts had wandered far and wide. She was, however, in a hurry to use the silver notes to aid at Rome. With Duoming by her side, she felt assured that Aunt Rome would be safe, yet she was reluctant to reveal the presence of her protector so easily. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped upon the door of the residence. Feng Qingran stepped inside, making her way directly to her mother's Qinfang residence. Upon entering the courtyard, she was met with the sight of numerous servants sprawled around the woodshed, each one wailing in agony, their bodies curled up like shrimp. Search, search, search. Continue to seek for me. I wish to know who is causing mischief here. Feng Xingji exclaimed in anger, waving his sleeves as he commanded his shadow guards to investigate. Upon hearing the voice of his second daughter, Feng Xingji was initially filled with excitement, but as he turned to face her, his smile instantly vanished. What is this? Feng Qingran sneered with disdain and pulled out a hefty stack of silver notes from her bosom. Upon seeing this, Feng Xingji's eyes brightened. Quickly. Let me see. What did this mean? A hint of displeasure crossed Feng Xingji's face. When did his timid and cowardly daughter ever dare to make demands of him? My mother is unwell, and I intend to take her to the countryside to recuperate, Feng Qingran stated bluntly. Feng Xingji furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment. In truth, there was nothing objectionable about this arrangement. By simply acquiescing to their wishes, he could secure a continuous influx of silver notes. Why not embrace this opportunity? After all, her maternal uncle was wealthy, and he could always request more funds once he spent his share. With this thought, a rare smile blossomed on his face. Very well. I shall send you both to the estate in the countryside tomorrow. Then I thank you, father, she exclaimed, tossing the silver notes towards him. A flicker of annoyance crossed Feng Xingji's face, but was quickly masked. Never mind. She was merely a reckless girl lacking in decorum. Once she entered the royal family, there would be others to discipline her. In truth, he had never harbored hopes for this daughter. Marrying into the royal family was merely a stroke of fortune bestowed upon her, yet such blessings were not meant for just anyone to enjoy. He foresaw her future, destined to become a victim in the fierce struggles of the inner court, given her timid, foolish nature and frail health. He awaited the day when she would perish after her marriage, allowing him to place his legitimate daughter into the third princess household in her stead. He believed that only his eldest daughter could survive in the inner courtyard, and even when the third prince ascended to the throne, his daughter would be able to carve out a place for herself in the imperial harem. Chapter 20. Why save me? After receiving the banknotes, Feng Xingji became completely at ease and summoned Steward Li, instructing him to renovate the entire residence with great vigor, declaring that money was no object and that everything should be done to the highest standards. His mother, Aunt Rome, and Kair had no objections, but the question of how to retrieve the dowry from the estate troubled Lin Yushi. Mother, that batch of dowry has already been transported out of the residence. You need not worry about it, Feng Qingran reassured her. Transported out? How is that possible? There was such a large quantity. To sneak it out without the notice of the residents is no small feat. The mountain man has his clever tricks, do not doubt it. Just watch. With that, she clapped her hands and called out, Zuihan, come forth. Zuihan, hiding in the shadows, wore a look of exasperation. Since becoming an assassin, he had never received such a task. However, as the employer had already paid the commission, he had to comply. With a swift movement, he descended from above and said, Master, what are your orders? Nothing at all. You may vanish. She waved her hand dismissively. Zuihan wore a face of discontent, but disliking being stared at. He promptly vanished upon receiving Feng Qingran's permission, before Lin Yushi and the others could recover from their astonishment. They witnessed the sudden appearance of the man disappear into thin air, leaving them even more bewildered. Lin Yushi swallowed hard and stammered, Ranner, what is this? He is an assassin I hired. Aunt Rong received his assistance while in the woodshed. He is quite reliable, Feng Qingran explained. Are you suggesting that he also helped transport that batch of dowries? Lin Yushi inquired, a glimmer of understanding dawning upon her. Feng Qingran nodded, indeed. It was he who facilitated the transport. He enters and exits the residence as if it were an unguarded realm. Henceforth, let him protect you all. Now it made sense. Lin Yushi finally felt at ease, and both Qiu Rong and Kair also breathed a sigh of relief. All right, everyone should rest. Tomorrow morning, we shall move out of the residence, Feng Qingran said in a soothing tone. The group was filled with anticipation for their new life, and after chatting for a while in bed, they gradually drifted into slumber. Suddenly, a shadow darted down from the ceiling. Death is here. The corners of Duoming's eyes twitched. He had just reported today's events to the prince, and now this young girl was stirring up trouble again? Wait, Did she say she wanted to move to the estate? This was a significant matter. He must report it to the prince at once. As Duoming departed, Feng Qingran stealthily slipped into Aunt Hua's room, once more choosing to render everyone unconscious. From her sleeve, she produced a pre-prepared hanging bottle and deftly inserted the needle into Feng Ziqing's wrist. After setting the alarm, she settled down by the bedside to sleep. When she arose to switch to the second hanging bottle, she discovered the little one had awakened again. Since the hanging bottle contained components that induced metabolic sedation, he was able to wake early, and Feng Qingran was not the least bit surprised. "Why do you want to save me?" He ultimately could not restrain himself and inquired aloud. "Because I am your sister," Feng Qingran replied, while replacing his foredrip. "Is that so? Yet everyone seems to wish for my demise." His gaze abruptly dimmed. Feng Qingran's heart skipped a beat as she gently probed. "Why would you harbor such thoughts? Or have you learned something? The true culprit behind my scalding with hot oil is the physician from the Shun residence. At the moment the pot toppled, I saw him strike Chiurong's wrist with a stone. As he spoke, his lips quivered, and it was evident he was on the verge of tears. Naturally, he refrained from revealing that the physician from the Shin residence had a close relationship with their mother, always obedient to her commands. To dare to harm him surely required her consent, or, more likely, her directive. Feng Qingran narrowed her eyes slightly. "The physician from the Shun residence, is it? It seems I must investigate this individual thoroughly. Now, do not dwell on it further. Your sister will do her utmost to heal you." She said this while tenderly ruffling his hair. Can it truly be healed? He had not forgotten the look of disdain on Lvy's face upon seeing his own countenance. As for their mother, she had never held much affection for him, and now seemed averse even to the sight of him. In this world, he felt utterly devoid of genuine affection, believing himself to be superfluous. Brother Ziqian is fortunate, with a loving mother and a doting father. They appear to be a truly happy family. The doctor had remarked that his survival was indeed a stroke of luck and foretold a future of great wealth and prosperity. Sensing his profound sorrow, Feng Qingran hurriedly comforted him, saying, "Do not worry, dear brother. My sister will surely heal you." He believed in his elder sister's capabilities. "Silly child, do not weep. It is detrimental to your recovery. Rest assured, I will restore you to health." As she spoke, Feng Qingran gently tousled his hair. He nodded vigorously, his heart brimming with renewed hope for survival. After accompanying the little one through the completion of his second foredrip, Feng Qingran stealthily entered the second madam's chamber, primarily because Feng Xingji was residing there. After rendering the room's occupants unconscious, she began her search, ultimately discovering a stack of silver notes beneath Feng Xingji's pillow. Upon inspection, she found precisely 100 notes, undoubtedly untouched, and even if spent, he would be compelled to return them. Moreover, Feng Xingji displayed an utter lack of shame. His son lay sleeping nearby on a low couch while the two indulged in intimate activities, albeit with a curtain drawn for modesty. It seemed she had inadvertently intruded upon their private moment, as they remained in an embrace even in slumber. Shining her flashlight upon the second madam's face, she noted that, after treatment, there was indeed some improvement. It was no wonder that Feng Xingji was lured to her bed once more. She produced a potent facial ointment, determined that even a deity could not remedy her condition. Furthermore, Feng Xingji's penchant for visiting brothels was apparent, engaging in the company of two women. "I shall ensure you remain incapacitated forever," she mused, retrieving a special poison from her belongings designed to diminish a man's prowess, which she intended to administer to Feng Xingji. Chapter 21. Departing from the Xiang residence, emerging from the second madam's quarters, Feng Qingran proceeded to visit the old matriarch's room, captivating the night watch maid. She took the old matriarch's pulse and discovered that the elderly lady would not awaken for at least a couple of days. Yet, as she was set to depart the following day, and the old woman had yet to witness the heart-wrenching truth of the manor's theft, Feng Qingran felt an inexplicable void. Thus, she administered a potent remedy for wind cold, ensuring the old lady would awaken by morning. On the morrow, it was Feng Qingran's mother who first roused, followed by Chiurong and Kair. Under their urging, Feng Qingran too emerged from her slumber. She had not enjoyed a restful night since her arrival in this world, and once they relocated to the estate, she vowed to indulge in much-needed rest. "Ranner, your father cannot escort us today." The old lady awakened only to faint again. "And your father has gone to the palace to summon the imperial physician," Lin Yunshi explained, handing her daughter her clothing. "Your mother did not expect him to accompany us. I merely thought that hitching a ride would spare us the trouble of hiring a carriage." "Do not worry, mother. I have arranged for a carriage. Once we leave the manor, we shall purchase one from the market, which will greatly facilitate our future travels. Needless to say, it must be for the sake of pursuing the soul, right? Hiring such an assassin truly seems worthwhile. Ah, yes, indeed. It is for the pursuit of the soul. The inexplicably guilty Feng Qingran silently hoped that the deadly intent would not weigh heavily on her conscience. As they exited the manor, the four of them refrained from glancing back at the sprawling estate, lifting the curtain and swiftly entering the carriage. In such a place that has inflicted upon them endless suffering, it is indeed not worthy of their lingering affection. Had it not been for Feng Qingran's provision of courage, they would have surely perished within this confining prison. Contemplating this, the three of them turned their gazes towards Feng Qingran, their eyes brimming with profound gratitude. Feng Qingran, feeling somewhat awkward under their earnest stares, hastily changed the subject, suggesting, "Let us venture to the streets soon to indulge in some delicacies, and then proceed to the marketplace to procure a carriage, along with a few maidservants and bodyguards." That sounds feasible. My mother often accompanied my elder brother in business ventures before her marriage, so she possesses a fair understanding of the capital. After we have our breakfast, I shall guide you to the market, Lin Yushi proclaimed confidently to the group. Very well, you are more familiar with the capital than we are, so we shall defer to your arrangements. The others responded in support of Lin Yushi. Excellent. Now, I shall take you to a wonton stall where I used to frequent with my brother. The flavors are truly delightful. With that, she relayed the address to the coachman. Before long, the carriage arrived at the designated location. To Lin Yushi's delight, the wonton stall was still in operation, albeit under new management. Upon inquiry, they learned that the young proprietor had inherited the business from his father, yet the flavors remained unchanged and exceptionally delicious. As the four of them sat on benches, each savoring a bowl of wontons, the sound of approaching hooves drew near. Soon, several pairs of iron hooves thundered down the street, causing passers-by to swiftly step aside. Feng Qingran lifted her gaze to see a procession of officials clad in resplendent garments galloping past. The leading man bore a starkly severe profile. With a straight nose and thin lips, though handsome, his demeanor was excessively cold and forbidding, unmistakably revealing him as a person devoid of compassion. This individual is Bailey Shur, the commander of the Imperial Guards, and it is highly probable that this commotion is a result of an Imperial decree to apprehend someone. Observing a figure retreating, a young vendor nonchalantly converses with the patrons. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder which unfortunate soul has drawn the ire of Lord Bailey. Even if they escape with their life, they are bound to suffer greatly. How pitiful! Others readily concurred. The Imperial Guards? Bailey Shur? An Imperial decree for apprehension? One can only hope that her despicable father might someday find himself in the clutches of this Lord Bailey, subjected to the torments of the Imperial prison. Goodness, shower! Do spit it out, you might choke. Water, water, quickly bring water. At that moment, a young woman by the roadside, cradling a 5- or 6-year-old boy, anxiously directed her attendants to fetch water from the carriage. Feng Qingran turned her gaze towards the commotion, witnessing the scene unfold before her. The boy's complexion had turned a distressing shade of blue, and the water the young woman attempted to administer merely dribbled from the corners of his lips, proving utterly ineffective. In a state of heightened desperation, the young woman pried open the boy's mouth and endeavored to dislodge the obstruction from his throat. The surrounding crowd was drawn to this mother and child in distress. Lin Yunsher scrutinized the woman closely and suddenly exclaimed, "Is that not my biological sister?" Feng Qingran, taken aback by the serendipity of encountering a relative, nevertheless inquired of her mother with care, "Should we not assist?" "Why, do you possess a solution?" Lin Yunsher inquired, astonished. "In such circumstances, I truly can render aid," Feng Qingran replied candidly. "There are certain truths that cannot remain concealed indefinitely." She must expeditiously clarify her knowledge of medicine to her mother. Go quickly to save her. Although my younger sister and I are not particularly close, she has never wronged me. As relatives, it would be virtuous of you to assist her. Very well, I shall proceed to her aid. With that, she swiftly approached the young woman. "Madam, please hand the child to me. I can save him." Upon hearing that her son might still be saved, the young woman, disregarding the stranger's identity, hastily entrusted her son to Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran received the child and embraced the little boy from behind, her hands clasped just above his navel. She then began to compress inward and upward, repeating the motion with unwavering determination. The young woman, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy. Was it not too cruel to subject a dying child to such distress? "Stop! Stop. Do not torment my child any further. Return him to me, she implored. Attempting to reclaim her son from Feng Qingran's grasp, Lin Yunshi was equally astonished by her daughter's method of rescue. Could this truly bring the child back to life? Just as skepticism filled the air, a peanut was expelled from the boy's mouth. After catching his breath, he let out a wail. Shayer, Shayer, my Shayer is alive. The young woman burst into tears of joy as she returned the boy to his mother. Feng Qingran could not help but offer a word of caution. The child is still very young. Great care must be taken when feeding him. Should you encounter a similar situation, you may use the method I just demonstrated. Avoid haphazard remedies that could jeopardize the critical moments of rescue. Two individuals learned that the Imperial Guard had been commanded to investigate the residence of the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Yan Hui. As this man was a spy placed within the ministry by Ling Junyan, it was imperative for him to rescue this individual at all costs. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he noticed that the young lady appeared to be considerably more beautiful than before. Chapter 22. Are the Emperor's minions truly formidable? Indeed. Feng Qingran was educating the populace on the Heimlich maneuver, believing that such a simple yet practical method of first aid deserved to be disseminated, as it could inadvertently save numerous lives. The crowd extolled Feng Qingran's compassionate heart, while a young woman eagerly approached her to inquire about her family's circumstances, promising to pay a visit in the near future. At that moment, Lin Yunshi stepped forward to extricate her daughter from the situation, saying, "This is my daughter, Feng Qingran." Lin Yue scrutinized the woman before her, and with a furrowed brow, suddenly exclaimed, "You are Sister Yunshi." It was no wonder that she could not recognize her immediately. The Duke of Rhone had numerous offspring, and as the pampered legitimate second daughter, she had never genuinely connected with these illegitimate siblings. Furthermore, Lin Yunshi had been frail and ailing for several years, having not attended the Duke's birthday celebrations for 3 years. Even if she had, Lin Yue might not have spotted her, as there were countless individuals vying for the Duke's favor, and many officials and their families attended the annual birthday festivities, rendering the sickly Lin Yunshi nearly invisible to others. Indeed, Lin Yunshi replied while introducing Feng Qingran, "This is your Aunt Wei, whom you met in your childhood." Aunt Wei. Feng Qingran, following her mother's suggestion, politely addressed the young woman. "Ah, you must be Ranner, right? I have heard Sister Rufii speak of you. Indeed, you and His Highness the Third Prince are quite the match. Henceforth, our families shall be even closer. That rascal Jun Mo is truly fortunate to have the privilege of marrying such a commendable young lady like you," Lin Yue remarked earnestly. Previously, she had heard Sister Rufii describe this girl as ordinary in appearance and timid in character, yet today's encounter proved otherwise. Although the girl appeared somewhat frail, it was evident that she simply had yet to blossom. Given her current youthful charm, she would undoubtedly grow into an unparalleled beauty. Jun Mo, that rascal, must have burned 8 lifetimes of incense to win the heart of such an admirable girl. You jest, dear Yue. It is indeed our Ranner who has ascended the ranks. We can only hope that His Highness treats our Ranner with kindness. Though she spoke thus, Lin Yunshi was acutely aware of the heartlessness of royal life. Bound by the imperatives of imperial command, she could only pray that His Highness would not be overly harsh on her daughter. Rest assured, should that scoundrel Jun Mo dare to mistreat Ranner, I, Lin Yue, shall be the first to confront him, Lin Yue declared with fervor, then introduced her son nestled in her arms. "Shower, this is your Aunt Yunshi, and this is your Sister Ranner. Quickly greet them. Aunt Yunshi, Sister Ranner." The little one shyly nestled deeper into his mother's embrace, calling out in a sweet, timid voice, "Ah, such a good child. What would you like? Your aunt shall buy it for you." Lin Yunshi's heart nearly melted. Had her own son not passed prematurely, he would have been about this age as well. There is no need for that. Our household lacks nothing. However, we must now proceed to the palace to pay a visit to Sister Rufii. Had it not been for purchasing her favorite peanut candies earlier, I would have seen her long ago. The more she spoke, the more her indignation grew. It was all the fault of that scoundrel Bailey Shur, who rampantly exercises power as if he were the Emperor's formidable henchman. If he had not galloped by on horseback, how could my shower have been choked by a mere peanut? Fortunately, we encountered Miss Ranner, otherwise, she dared not continue her thoughts. Nevertheless, today she must discuss this matter with Sister Rufii, hoping she might whisper a word in the Emperor's ear, preferably to bring that rogue Bailey Shur down a peg. Observing the myriad expressions on her face and recalling her urgency to enter the palace, Lin Yunshi hastily remarked, "Then you should hasten to the palace. We shall have ample time to reminisce later, no need to rush this moment." Yet, in truth, Just as Lin Yunshi was about to reveal that she had moved out of the chancellor's residence, she was nudged by Feng Qingran. Understanding her daughter's intent, she quickly held her tongue. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Yue finally boarded her carriage and departed. The four of them then resumed their seats, finishing the remaining wontons in their bowls. After leaving the wonton stall, they first purchased the largest and most luxurious carriage at the market, followed by a visit to the servant market. Just as they arrived, someone approached them and inquired, "Are you ladies looking to buy maids or young servants?" "We require both maids and young servants, and a few strong men skilled in various tasks as well," Feng Qingran replied. "What a fortunate coincidence. A new batch of high-quality servants has just arrived here, their master having been exiled before they were sold. Would you care to take a look?" The broker eagerly addressed the four individuals. "Very well, lead us to them," Feng Qingran replied. "Excellent." The broker's eyes sparkled with delight as he promptly guided the four to a wooden cage. Inside, more than 10 young and robust men were confined, their limbs shackled by iron chains. Upon noticing the approach of others, their vacant gazes shifted to one of sharp intensity. Alas, they are skilled in martial arts. Hence the necessity of these restraints, the broker explained. Pleased with the group, Feng Qingran inquired, "I shall take all of them. Name your price." Seeing her swift decision, the broker's eyes darted as he extended his right hand. "These are all guards from the former governor of Jingzhou, and their skills are indeed formidable. I cannot ask for more than 50 taels of silver per individual." 50 taels each? Are you attempting to rob us?" Lin Yunshi interjected. "I believe 20 taels per person would be more reasonable. If not, you may keep them." 30 taels, 30 taels. Surely, that will suffice?" The broker, fearing they might truly depart, hastily took a step back. 20 taels each. "We shall also acquire a few maidservants and attendants. Otherwise, we shall have to forego this transaction." Lin Yunshi showed no signs of yielding. All right, you have a deal. Consider it a gesture of friendship." The broker quickly conceded, thinking that a modest profit from multiple sales was better than none at all. Upon receiving the deed of servitude, Feng Qingran tossed 300 taels of silver notes into the hands of the broker and inquired, "Where are the maidservants? Please lead us to see them." "This way, please," he replied, guiding the four of them to another wooden cage, within which were 4 frail and slender young girls. Feng Qingran scrutinized them closely and observed that the girls possessed exceedingly ordinary features, likely the ones others had overlooked. However, she did not regard them as inferior. On the contrary, she found them to be remarkably unpretentious, clearly individuals of great composure. Feng Qingran refrained from further haggling, as she did not wish for the 4 maidservants to feel that they were valued at less than 5 taels of silver each. Thus, she readily agreed, "Very well, 5 taels of silver each it is. Now, please take us to see the young servants." Ultimately, she purchased 10 young servants for 10 taels of silver each. Afterward, they boarded the newly acquired carriage and set off towards her family's garment shop. Chapter 23. Unwavering Intentions. This was Feng Qingran's first visit to her family's garment establishment, and she could not help but remark on its considerable scale. According to her mother, her elder brother had been managing the business over the years, and the 3 large chests of silver notes in her dowry had been accumulated bit by bit through this endeavor. With 15 guards, for maidservants, and 10 young servants, the total came to 29 individuals. Feng Qingran resolved to prepare 3 sets of clothing for each of them, allowing for regular changes. "Please provide your heights and weights, and I shall have the attendants prepare your garments," she instructed them. The group exchanged glances, clearly sensing that they had encountered a commendable mistress. Clever as she was, Feng Qingyan naturally discerned their thoughts. She felt it was time to win their hearts, and thus declared, "Rest assured, as long as you remain loyal to me, I shall provide you with the finest treatment. I, Feng Qingyan, am a woman of my word and shall never go back on my promise." A profound silence enveloped the group until suddenly a man knelt before her, proclaiming, "I am willing to follow my master, at your command, with unwavering loyalty." Subsequently, others followed suit, kneeling and echoing, "We too are willing to follow our master, at your command, with unwavering loyalty." Very well, she replied. "Let us fetch some garments, and I shall take you to the hot springs to cleanse away this misfortune." After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Who among you can read?" The crowd felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Who would not wish to reclaim their original names? Yet, their former master had assigned them mundane names like prosperity and fortune for auspiciousness, leaving them with a heavy heart. After the shop assistants had prepared their clothing, Lin Yunshi introduced Feng Qingran to them, ensuring they understood that she was their young mistress and would henceforth hold authority over the establishment. Exiting the shop, Feng Qingran led them directly to the hot spring resort on the outskirts of the city, intending to cleanse them thoroughly before escorting them to the manor. Meanwhile, on the side of the third prince, Ling Junmo, 3 days had passed, yet his condition remained unchanged, prompting him to refrain from leaving the estate during this time. Upon reflecting on this, he felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate Feng Die, for it was that woman who had caused him great suffering, and in her presence, he had lost his most cherished possession. This loss perpetually filled him with guilt towards his beloved Sierra. He had summoned countless physicians to his residence, yet had never dared to call upon the imperial doctor, fearing that the scandal of his predicament might reach Sierra's ears. However, today he could no longer endure the torment. It felt as if that part of him was about to explode, the pain unbearable. In truth, he only needed to withstand a little longer, for the poison that Feng Qingran had inflicted upon him would dissipate, albeit leaving him with a lingering consequence. He would forever lose his ability to procreate. Unable to endure the agony any longer, Ling Junmo commanded his servants to prepare a carriage. He must seek an audience with his mother, for perhaps only she could assist him. What did you say? Is there truly such a peculiar poison? His mother, the gentle Lin Yuru, exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing her son's account. Ling Junmo nodded in acknowledgement. It is entirely my fault for being careless, falling prey to the schemes of a woman of ill intentions. I ended up striking her down in a moment of fury, fearing that his mother might inquire further. He resorted to fabricating a tale to deter her curiosity. Thus, you suffer in this manner due to the lack of relief for your condition? The concubine Ro deduced. Yes. Perhaps. Ling Junmo replied ambiguously. Then wait here. I shall summon someone trustworthy to examine you, she declared, stepping out of the warm chamber and proceeding towards the main hall. Before long, the imperial physician arrived. After a careful examination, he cautiously remarked, Your Highness, there is no trace of any aphrodisiac within your system, but he hesitated, seemingly reluctant to continue. But what? Speak up. Suddenly sensing a disquieting atmosphere, Ling Junmo demanded an answer. The physician, startled by Ling Junmo's imposing presence, could only express 7/10 of his thoughts. You have been afflicted by this poison, which may lead to a diminished chance of progeny. Preposterous. Do not belittle me here. Am I not aware of my own condition? Ling Junmo thundered. Concubine Ro furrowed her brow, saying, Emoer, why are you so agitated? Dr. Song merely suggested that your chances of having children may be limited. He did not assert that you are incapable of fathering a child. If your mother were to arrange for a few more women in your harem, surely you would conceive. That is unnecessary. I have yet to take a legitimate wife and do not wish to impose upon my future spouse, Ling Junmo firmly rejected. For him, having only Shi'er in his life was more than sufficient. Concubine Ro shook her head, recognizing her son as a hopeless romantic. She knew well that this rascal had his heart set solely on Shang Ruoxi, the granddaughter of the esteemed Master Shang. Indeed, the girl was breathtakingly beautiful and remarkably talented, heralded as the most exquisite maiden in the capital, undoubtedly the ideal candidate for a daughter-in-law. Yet, regrettably, she was not destined to be a phoenix, prompting concubine Ro to encourage her son to marry Feng Qingran first, before later taking Shang Ruoxi as a secondary consort. Let us set this matter aside for now. Dr. Song, do you possess any remedies that could alleviate the swelling for the third prince? Concubine Ro inquired, turning her gaze toward Dr. Song. This, I truly have no means to assist. Dr. Song responded, trembling with trepidation. Very well, you may leave now. You know what to do, do you not? The old minister acknowledged, wiping the sweat from his brow, his body trembling slightly from fear. The gentle consort waved her hand, allowing the old minister to withdraw. It was only then that she summoned her trusted maid. Go find a few pure maidens, ensuring they bear no unpleasant scents. Yes, the trusted maid replied before retreating. The gentle consort narrowed her eyes. She was no naive young girl, well aware of the male form, and she refused to believe the swelling could not be alleviated. Soon, the maidens were brought forth, each one a comely young lady. The gentle consort glanced at her trusted maid and inquired, Have they been properly trained? Rest assured, Your Highness, they have been adequately prepared, the maid replied respectfully. Very well. Take them to the warm chamber. With that, she rubbed her temples and reclined on the beauty couch. However, as soon as the maidens were ushered into the warm chamber, they were promptly chased out by Ling Junmo. The gentle consort frowned and, with the assistance of the maid, rose to her feet, personally leading the maidens back to the warm chamber. Mor. The gentle consort's words were deliberate and forceful, but her tone softened as she advised, "Surely, you do not wish to remain in this state forever? You need not worry. Today's events will remain confidential. Simply ease your mind." Mother. Ling Junmo appeared quite agitated. "I have vowed not to put my future wife in a compromising position. Please, take them away. I assure you, I will not lay a finger on them." Faced with her son's persistent demands, the gentle consort reluctantly opted for an alternative solution, who said that intimacy must necessarily involve the union of man and woman. "Let them employ their mouths to provide you with relief instead." Ling Junmo was taken aback. He had never imagined that matters of intimacy could manifest in such diverse forms. Having cherished the granddaughter of the esteemed Master Shang Ruoshi, since his youth, he had never formed close relationships with other women and was utterly ignorant of such affairs. Glancing at the persistent swelling in his nether region, he closed his eyes and nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing with his mother's suggestion. For a full 2 hours, he lay on his back, staring at the ceiling, feeling utterly debased. Yet, fortunately, the swelling had indeed subsided. However, the alleviation was not due to the efforts of the palace maids, but rather the natural dispersal of the medicinal effects, unbeknownst to the mother and son duo, who believed it was the recent oral care that had brought about this relief. Seeing her son relieved, the gentle consort finally had the emotional capacity to discuss another matter. "Today, your Aunt Wei visited me in the palace, mentioning that she encountered your fiancé on her way here." "What?" Ling Junmo exclaimed, his pupils dilating in shock. "What are you saying, mother?" "Your fiancé," she reiterated. Aunt Wei also mentioned that had she not encountered her, Shower would have choked on a peanut. Furthermore, she stated that your fiancé has become quite impressive now, her beauty having improved significantly. Even the wise have proclaimed that she will shine brightly upon reaching maturity. I believe her current transformation is merely the beginning. She may blossom even more splendidly in the future. This was unacceptable. He must seek out Feng Jie that very night to clarify the situation. As for Feng Qingran, after everyone had enjoyed the hot springs and donned fresh attire, they followed her to the dilapidated manor. Upon arriving at the forsaken estate, Feng Qingran instructed everyone to stand in the courtyard and wait, while she discreetly slipped into the storeroom. Ostensibly, she claimed to be fetching cleaning tools. In truth, she intended to take advantage of the moment to unload essential supplies from her spatial realm into the warehouse. Emerging from the storeroom, Feng Qingran carried several brooms, handing one to the nearby servant while addressing her mother. "Mother, henceforth this shall be our new home, and you must assume the responsibilities of a housekeeper. Allow me to first show you the storeroom." Lin Yunshi shook her head with a gentle smile. Since her daughter had shared her extraordinary experiences during their time at the hot springs, she had come to realize that her daughter was becoming increasingly remarkable. While ordinary individuals might find such tales astonishing, Lin Yunshi held an unwavering belief. Previously, she had consulted a master at Lingyan Temple regarding her daughter's fate, who had foretold that her daughter's apparent foolishness was due to her soul being misplaced, and that once it returned, she would wield immense power. Initially, she had reveled in this prophecy for several days, but as she witnessed her daughter's gradual decline in health, she began to doubt the master's words, perceiving them as mere platitudes. However, upon hearing her daughter's extraordinary accounts, her faith was restored. It seemed that she would now dedicate herself to piety and prayer in gratitude for the benevolence bestowed upon them by the Buddha and Bodhisattvas. Lost in her thoughts, the two entered the storeroom, and upon seeing the abundance of supplies within, Lin Yunshi was left utterly astonished. Certainly, Feng Qingran could only bring out some ordinary tables, chairs, benches, and beds for everyone to use. She did not wish for her mother to discover that she was the mastermind behind the theft of the Xiong residence. Once everyone was settled, she intended to procure some new furnishings for their use, but for now, they would have to make do with what was available. When Lin Yunshi finally regained her composure from the shock, she inquired, "Did these come from Chuahan?" "Ah, yes." Feng Qingran lied effortlessly, her heart steady as she realized that since her mother enjoyed indulging in her own assumptions, it was best to play along to avoid further explanations. "Very well. I shall direct them to tidy the house and distribute the furniture to the various rooms," Lin Yunshi declared. "There are also piles of tiles. If any roofs are leaking, we shall have them repaired." Feng Qingran pointed to the tiles in the corner of the storeroom. "Rest assured, my dear mother, I will ensure everything is in perfect order in our new home. Then I will trouble you, my dear. If you find yourself overwhelmed, You may enlist Aunt Rong's assistance. Lin Yinshi replied. Ah, yes, of course. She responded repeatedly, her heart filled with warmth and gratitude. She thought of lighting incense to the Buddha to express her thanks for bestowing upon her such a considerate and understanding daughter. After all matters were settled, Feng Qingran ventured alone to a nearby village, mindful that she had a patient awaiting her there. Yet, she was aware that Duoming had been following her closely. Given the impending toxic mist, it would be impossible for him to follow her inside, so she decided to let him be. Upon reaching the boundary of the toxic mist, Duoming halted his steps, while Feng Qingran smiled and shook her head as she stepped into the noxious fog. As she approached her destination, she placed blankets and clothing into her empty basket, along with various medicinal supplies, before shouldering it once more and continuing her journey. Upon her arrival, a young boy nearly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Sister, why did you take so long? I thought you wouldn't come." Feng Qingran frowned, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with such familiarity from a stranger. She set the basket down and inquired, "Has your brother regained consciousness?" "Not yet. It seems he has developed a high fever. I'm nearly frantic with worry." "Do not fret. I assure you, if I say I can save him, I most certainly will," she replied, handing the boy the blankets and clothing. "Here are 2 blankets and 2 sets of clothes. You should change into them shortly." The young boy was on the verge of tears again, overwhelmed by her kindness. This sister is truly wonderful, beautiful, kind-hearted, and knowledgeable in medicine. Whoever marries her will be incredibly fortunate. Chapter 25. Stubbornness approaching the injured man. Feng Qingran first examined his wounds, discovering no signs of infection. She then retrieved a few drops of spiritual spring water from her space and sprinkled it on the injuries. After checking his forehead and confirming the fever, she took out a prepared bag from the basket and hung it on him. The young boy watched in fascination as Feng Qingran treated his brother. Filled with curiosity about the assortment of unusual medicines she employed, wondering where she had procured such rare items. As Feng Qingran prepared to administer the second bottle of fluid to the injured man, he suddenly opened his eyes. Upon realizing that a strange woman stood before him, a fierce glint of murderous intent ignited within his gaze. "Brother, stop!" a young boy exclaimed, successfully intimidating the wounded man. In truth, Feng Qingran possessed methods to subdue individuals. Yet having painstakingly revived him, she was reluctant to resort to force against a patient. However, should he persist in his intent to harm her, she would not hesitate to respond in kind. "Lie still. I am still treating you," she stated, her expression devoid of emotion. In her past experiences on the front lines, tending to the wounded, she maintained a similar demeanor, viewing all injured persons as fundamentally alike. The injured man glanced at the young boy, who nodded at him, prompting him to obediently recline once more. As he observed the young girl diligently administering the he noted her frail appearance, with fair skin and delicate, beautiful features. She seemed no older than 13 or 14, and in the eyes of this man in his 20s, she appeared merely a child. Yet, her gaze exuded a calmness and determination characteristic of adulthood. Once the was securely in place, Feng Qingran instructed the young boy to stand guard before finding a relatively clean spot to sit. With a flick of her sleeve, she retrieved a ledger from her space and began to read. Behind her, the two conversed animatedly. The injured man would pose a question, to which the young boy promptly responded. Before long, he comprehended the full extent of his rescue. Truth be told, from the moment the knife pierced his abdomen, he had believed he would not survive. His death is of little consequence, yet the royal bloodline must be safeguarded. Otherwise, how could he face his ancestors? Noticing the young girl engrossed in her book, the injured man seized the opportunity to lift his robe, revealing that his abdominal wound had been meticulously sutured. Indeed, it had been stitched, much like mending a garment. This revelation filled him with astonishment. He had not realized that wounds could be treated in such a manner. At that moment, the young lad spoke up. "Brother, that sister has prepared quilts and new clothes for us. Also, you must refrain from consuming any food or water for the next 2 days. If you feel parched, you may only moisten your lips with water. You will have to endure some discomfort during this time. Such words are unnecessary. It is you who are enduring hardship alongside me," the injured man replied, feeling a deep sense of guilt. "Let us keep our understanding unspoken," the lad responded, casting a glance at Feng Qingran, who remained absorbed in her reading, thus allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, the second bag was depleted. Feng Qingran collected the medical waste into a basket, planning to dispose of it in the designated area for refuse upon her exit. I have prepared water and food for you. Remember to avoid drinking any water from outside. Furthermore, your brother must not eat just yet. It is imperative that you keep this in mind. She instructed the young lad before departing. He nodded, and as she made to leave, he eagerly inquired, "Sister, when will you return tomorrow?" "I shall endeavor to come as early as possible," she replied, shouldering her basket and departing. After a long day, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Feng Qingran, who had initially intended to explore the depths of the Abyss Valley, had to momentarily abandon that thought and retrace her steps towards her family estate. Returning to the abode, several maidservants had prepared dinner. With the diligent efforts of the guards and young attendants, the house had been largely restored, making it suitable for temporary habitation. However, Feng Qingran decided to undertake a complete renovation come spring. The meal was filled with joy. The servants, who had not had a hearty meal in days, were especially jubilant. Lin Yunshi, Xiu Rong, and Kaier were equally exhilarated, discovering a newfound freedom since leaving the Xiang residence. They relished this lifestyle immensely. Yet, she had to remain vigilant against the elusive pursuit soul and Death Caesar, who appeared and vanished without a trace. Retreating into the tent, she swiftly entered her space. After a refreshing wash, she immersed herself in a tub filled with spirit spring water. The last time she soaked overnight in the rejuvenating liquid, she felt her muscles and bones uncoil, as if an inexhaustible energy surged within her. Having been occupied and fatigued these past few days, she yearned for another soak to ease her limbs and replenish her vitality. Lying back with her eyes closed in the tub, she surrendered to the enveloping warmth of the spirit spring water and soon drifted into a tranquil slumber. 3 hours later, the alarm rang, rousing Feng Qingran from the slightly darkened bathwater. She stood up, poured out the murky spirit spring water, and cleaned the tub before turning on the lotus shower head to cleanse herself of the dirt. After washing and drying off, she donned a set of black attire. While combing her hair, she noticed her beauty had blossomed once more, her face becoming slightly rounder, and her figure no longer resembling mere skin draped over bones. Her entire demeanor radiated an invigorated spirit. With a cascade of ebony hair elegantly tied up, Feng Qingran gracefully emerged from the spatial realm, parted the bed curtains, donned her shoes, and ventured forth to seek Duoming, so that he might escort her to the Prime Minister's residence. During the journey back to the city, Feng Qingran resolved to express concern for her free laborer, thus proposing, "When I no longer require your services, you are entirely free to rest. Otherwise, should you persist in vigilantly watching over me day and night, you may well exhaust yourself to death." Duoming, unwavering in his dedication, vowed to protect Miss Feng with his life. How could he afford to be negligent with someone esteemed by the prince? He had not forgotten that when the prince learned of Miss Feng acquiring 29 servants, he promptly dispatched individuals to thoroughly investigate the background of each, ensuring not a single one could pose a threat to her safety. Stubborn and unyielding, she had shown her concern. But whether it was appreciated by the other party was beyond her control. In less than an hour, they arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. After securing a backpack, Feng Qingran leaped from the carriage and instructed Duoming, "Carry my backpack. Refrain from grasping my waist." Only then did Duoming notice the additional ropes entwined on her back. Grasping the intertwined cords, he effortlessly lifted Feng Qingran, soaring into the Prime Minister's abode. Chapter 26. How dare you deceive me? Upon entering the Qinfang courtyard, Feng Qingran observed the entire area illuminated, while her despicable father, Feng Xingji, was mercilessly beating a maidservant. Upon closer inspection, she discerned it was Xiang Ning. "Speak, where have you hidden the banknotes?" Feng Xingji demanded, continuing to strike Xiang Ning. "Mister, I swear I did not steal." Xiang Ning gasped, barely clinging to consciousness. Still refusing to confess? "It was not you who stole it. So could it be the second lady?" With that, she lashed out at her with renewed vigor. Feng Qingran let out a cold laugh. "Very well, let them engage in their own dog-eat-dog drama. That wretched servant Xiang Ning had poisoned her mother slowly over the years. And before she had the chance to teach her a lesson, her worthless father had already done so. Duoming, take me out of the manor." She resolved to pay a visit to Aunt Hua's familial home. The residence of Aunt Hua was not particularly hard to locate, as they had moved to the capital after prospering from her mother's dowry. After traversing several streets, the two soon arrived at the Hua residence. However, upon entering, they noticed a shadowy figure sneaking about the estate. After searching several rooms, The figure slipped into one and did not re-emerge. Take me to see. Feng Qingran instructed Duo Ming. Yes. With that, he lifted Feng Qingran and soared to the rooftop of the room in question. Cautiously lifting a roof tile, Feng Qingran leaned in to observe the situation within. To her surprise, the shadow was none other than Ling Junmo, and he was meeting with Feng Die. Feng Die, how dare you deceive me? Ling Junmo's face turned ashen as he reached out and grasped Feng Die's neck. Your Highness, Feng Die gasped, struggling to utter a few words. I still have other ways to eliminate her. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Feng Qingran's eyes. These two truly were incorrigible. She pondered how best to deal with them. She had it, Jiangxi fruit. The ardent seed is a potent aphrodisiac. Once consumed by two individuals, it binds them in love, making separation nearly impossible, though its effects last only 3 days. With this thought in mind, she retrieved a porcelain vial from her sleeve and, through a gaping hole in the ceiling, scattered the colorless, odorless powder upon the two of them. In the next moment, Ling Junmo released his grip on Feng Die's neck, gazing at her as she coughed and gasped. His heart filled with compassion. Dyer, are you all right? He asked, bending down to assist Feng Die to her feet. Dyer, cough. I'm fine. Your Highness, will you take me to see Consort Row tomorrow? I can hardly wait to marry you. Feng Die replied, her voice strained from coughing. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall take you to meet my mother, and I will have my father bestow our union, Ling Junmo promised, gently patting her back as he spoke. Feng Qingran couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the next 3 days would be filled with delightful spectacles. Duo Ming, who had been shadowing Feng Qingran, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, pondering what kind of poison the young lady had used to transform the previously antagonistic pair into a harmonious couple. He needed to report this to his lord. Duo Ming, take me down. Feng Qingran whispered to him, realizing the potion had taken effect. Yes, he replied, swiftly lifting Feng Qingran and landing gracefully on the ground. Now you may wait for me by the carriage outside. I will find you shortly. But what? I have assured you of my ability to protect myself. When it's time for you to rest, do so. There's no need to exert yourself unnecessarily by following me. Very well. Duo Ming conceded, albeit reluctantly. As she fled from danger, Feng Qingran produced a sleeping potion, scattering it as she walked, methodically pillaging every room in the flower residence. She spared not even the most trivial items, for even such seemingly insignificant objects could serve her well at the estate. Though the flower household was modest, it boasted numerous treasures, particularly those belonging to Aunt Hua's brother, who was blessed with several exquisite concubines. All of their belongings, of the highest quality, fell into Feng Qingran's hands. Furthermore, she laid waste to their storerooms, plundering the apothecary, kitchen, and firewood shed until they were utterly bare. As for the roofs, she only removed a few tiles from the opulent houses, intending to utilize them for construction when spring arrived at the estate. After this tumultuous escapade, dawn began to break. Employing a rope, Feng Qingran successfully scaled the walls and reunited with Duo Ming. Now, take me to the Prime Minister's residence, she commanded. At this hour, she could hardly believe her negligent father had not yet succumbed to slumber. Very well. Duo Ming, having rested for a good 2 hours, energetically drove the carriage that bore Feng Qingran to the Prime Minister's estate. Indeed, the Prime Minister's residence had fallen into a tranquil silence. Feng Qingran calculated the time. She feared she would not escape the estate within the hour, so she instructed Duo Ming, as daybreak approaches, conceal the carriage well to avoid detection. At your command, he replied, leaping from the Prime Minister's residence. Feng Xingji, disliking the potent scent of herbs in Aunt Hua's quarters, had not chosen to stay there, making it sufficient for Feng Qingran to render both Aunt Hua and Greenery unconscious. After subduing them, Feng Qingran heard a faint voice, second sister. Is it you who has come? Feng Qingran hurried to the bedside of Feng Ziqing, gently ruffling his hair. Indeed, dear brother, I have arrived late. Have you been waiting for me all this time? The little one nodded earnestly. I have been so cautious with my breathing, fearing that I might inhale the sedative and miss your presence. However, at that moment, his eyelids grew heavier, and he longed to converse a bit longer with his second sister, yet succumbed to the overwhelming fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Feng Qingran deftly attached and foredripped to him, then approached Aunt Hua and Greenery, applying a salve to their faces. Aunt Hua's condition worsened, while the insufferable greenery received an extra dose for her disdain towards her own brother's disfigurement. Having rested for several hours prior, Feng Qingran did not feel drowsy and settled beside her brother's bed to review the accounts. When she changed his for, he indeed awakened once more. "Second sister, why have you come so late today?" he asked in a sweet, childlike voice. In truth, she had arrived earlier but had to hide outside the estate for a while. Having encountered their father's furious outburst, Feng Qingran casually fabricated an excuse to placate the young one. "So that's the case." After gathering his thoughts, he recounted the events to Feng Qingran. Their father's silver notes had gone missing. He had spent a considerable amount on house repairs. And when the creditor came demanding payment yesterday, he discovered the notes were gone, insisting that the maid Xiangning had stolen them. Feng Qingran couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed he had a hefty burden to bear, with their household devoid of funds and a mountain of debts looming outside. Chapter 27. Your Majesty, my humble abode has been robbed. Soon, father will rise to attend court, but do not fret, second sister, he shall not come to this room. As long as Ant and Greenery remain asleep, no one will discover your presence. Feng Ziqing reassured Feng Qingran. She gently ruffled his hair, a tender smile gracing her lips. "You truly are a clever little rascal. I shall remember this, and tomorrow evening I will come a bit earlier to keep you company for a while, if that pleases you." Feng Ziqing nodded, tears streaming down his cheeks unbidden. Even the closest of kin had never shown him such affection, yet his half-sister was capable of such warmth, leaving him profoundly moved. "Now, stop your weeping. It is not good for your wound. Look what I have brought for you." With that, she extracted a box of Lego from her sleeve, placing it before the little one. "What is this?" he inquired, examining it closely, unable to discern its purpose. "This is Lego, the perfect toy for children of your age." As she spoke, she opened the packaging and spread the assorted pieces and instructions before him. "Now, let me teach you how to play." Before long, Feng Ziqing was completely engrossed in the activity. Meanwhile, Feng Xingji had also risen, preparing to attend court. However, he found himself confronted by a creditor at the entrance of the estate. As officials streamed past on their way to court, he feared being seen by his colleagues and swiftly pulled the creditor into the estate. "Here, I shall give this to you. But you must not come here to create a disturbance again." With that, he angrily flicked his sleeve and proceeded towards his study. His little treasury, which he had not intended to access so soon, had become a necessity as creditors had come knocking at his door. Thus, he reluctantly withdrew some silver to meet his immediate needs. As the inkstone turned, a hidden door gradually creaked open, and Feng Xingji entered the secret chamber through the concealed passage. The chamber, typically illuminated by the glow of the night pearls, now lay shrouded in darkness, which inexplicably unsettled him. With trembling hands, he ignited the candles affixed to the walls, instantly brightening the chamber. However, the sight that greeted him filled him with dread. Where was his gold? Where was his silver? Where were his jewels? What had become of the vast array of precious treasures and medicinal herbs that filled his cabinet? Just as he felt himself on the brink of collapse, he hastily pinched the flesh between his upper lip and nose, resolute in his refusal to faint in this secluded space, lest he perish unnoticed. Struggling to crawl out of the passage, he leaned against the wall as he emerged into the courtyard. At that moment, his countenance was overcast with despair, and he bellowed, "Where is Stewardly? Come forth at once." Stewardly, waiting not far away, hurried forward, lowering his head in submission, and inquired, "My lord, how may I serve you? You were the one who arranged for the repairs, were you not? Then you shall cover this expense yourself." "My lord, even if I were to be sold into servitude, it would not suffice to cover such an amount. I beseech you, show mercy and spare this old servant." The steward, on the verge of tears, lamented his misfortune in serving such a master. "If you wish to avoid paying, then go to the estate and solicit the madam for funds. If you can procure them, I shall pardon you. This, I have witnessed shamelessness, but never to such an extent." Yet, at this moment, he can only choose to comply. However, what right does the esteemed lady have to part with such a substantial sum? "My lord, should you not reflect upon your own actions? You have treated her poorly and even seized her dowry, now that she has finally managed to leave the estate. How could she possibly offer further support to the Prime Minister's residence?" Although Manager Li harbored these thoughts, he dared not voice them and reluctantly set off for the estate, lacking confidence that he would be able to retrieve the funds. Observing all of this, Feng Qingran nearly burst into laughter, for her scoundrel of a father had believed all along that his little treasury remained untouched. After removing the final 4 bottle and soothing Feng Ziqing with a few words, she finally departed from the prime minister's residence. Meanwhile, the scandal of Feng Qingran being cornered by creditors swiftly spread throughout the court and beyond. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, expressed his displeasure and inquired of the civil and military officials, "Does any minister know what has transpired at the prime minister's residence? Oh, such audacious thieves exist, yet I have not heard Prime Minister Feng mention this." The emperor's expression turned increasingly dubious. What kind of formidable thief could abscond even with tiles from the roof? Upon hearing this, the emperor's countenance grew darker. In the peaceful and prosperous eastern Ling kingdom, where the people lived in contentment, how could such rampant thievery occur? The ministers, sensing the emperor's grim demeanor, held their breath as a palpable tension enveloped the court. At that moment, Feng Qingran stumbled into the grand hall, tears streaming down his face as he knelt before the emperor, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you must seek justice for your humble servant. My residence has been robbed." The emperor furrowed his brow, evidently displeased with the demeanor and etiquette of Feng Qingran. However, recalling the recent discussions with his esteemed ministers, he was indeed eager to uncover the events that had transpired at the prime minister's residence. Thus, he chose not to dwell on the minor grievances and directly inquired, "Minister Feng, did your household not suffer a theft just a few days ago? Why do you come to lament only now? And why, pray tell, did the thief target solely your home?" This prompted a moment of contemplation for Feng Qingran. Indeed, why would the thief have chosen to rob only his household? A flicker of realization crossed his mind. Could it be that the flower residence was associated with his aunt? In other words, his maternal uncle's home. As the magistrate of Jingzhou spoke, the emperor's furrowed brow deepened further. He promptly issued an order that the matter would be entrusted to the 6 doors, ensuring that this audacious thief would be brought to justice. The Minister of Punishments, the Chief of the Court of Judicial Review, and the left deputy censor all stepped forward, declaring, "We shall obey your command." Feng Qingran discreetly cast a glance at Minister Yi Yanhong, the father of the second madam and, consequently, his father-in-law. He pondered whether his current lack of decorum would earn him the old man's disdain. Moreover, he had hoped that the second madam could assist him in procuring some funds from the ministry. However, perhaps it was for the best. Witnessing his predicament, he might feel compelled to lend a helping hand. Having come to terms with the theft at the prime minister's residence, she did not succumb to a fainting spell upon awakening, but rather summoned her son to discuss the sale of their estate and shops. She claimed to wish to assist the residence in overcoming its tribulations, yet in truth, it was due to her advancing age, with only a few years left to live. She intended to liquidate possessions such as the farm and the shop, material items that could not accompany her into the afterlife. The funds acquired from these sales would be sufficient to sustain her existence, allowing her to extend her life for a few more years. Feng Qingran felt indifferent about the sale of the farm, as it yielded little grain annually. However, the shop was still capable of generating profit. Thus, he only consented to the sale of the farm, only to be met with a scathing reprimand from the old lady. He was well aware of her sentiments. Yet filial piety took precedence. After all, it was no small feat for his mother to raise him, so he acquiesced to her wishes. During breakfast, his mother and the others were astonished to notice that Feng Qingran had grown even more beautiful, eliciting gasps of admiration. Feng Qingran explained, "It must be the nurturing essence of this place. If you don't believe me, look at one another and see if there have been changes." Lin Yunshi, Qiu Rong, and Kai Er then exchanged glances, and indeed, Lin Yunshi and Qiu Rong appeared free of fatigue, seemingly rejuvenated, while Kai Er no longer looked as frail as before, her face showing signs of vitality. It was evident that this place was indeed beneficial for one's well-being. The group voiced their shared sentiments. In reality, however, Feng Qingran had secretly infused their drinking water with spring essence, which, when consumed over time, would enhance their health. After breakfast, everyone busied themselves with their tasks, while Feng Qingran took out the account books to continue her review. Upon finishing the last ledger, she discovered that manager son of Fengxian Tower was indeed a trustworthy individual. Clutching the account books, she sought out her mother. "Mother, these are the account books from Fengxian Tower over the past decade. I have scrutinized them carefully, and there appear to be no discrepancies." Lin Yunshi was taken aback. "When did you acquire these?" After a moment of realization, Lin Yunshi nodded in understanding and added, "Manager's son is indeed trustworthy, and he has consistently delivered the restaurant's profits to me at the end of each year, which gives me great confidence in entrusting the establishment to his management. Indeed, Manager Sun has performed admirably in this regard. However, her daughter wished to involve herself in the operations of the restaurant, aspiring to elevate its profitability further. Mother approves. This will benefit your future household, especially since you are to marry into the third prince's residence. Feng Qingran pressed her temples, recognizing that she could not fault her mother for this perspective. In this feudal dynasty, imperial edicts reigned supreme, and her mother had never contemplated defying such decrees. Thus, it fell upon her to instigate change gradually. The fact that her mother could accompany her to the residence of the Xiang family was already a significant advancement. She understood that transforming her mother's mindset would be a gradual process. By the way, mother, why was the second prince, Ling Junyan, granted a title, while the third prince, favored by the emperor, has yet to receive one? This question piqued her curiosity, yet the original owner's memories provided no insight into this matter. To understand this, one must delve into the Four Kingdoms conference held 4 years ago. Apart from our Dongling Kingdom, 3 other nations exist: the Nansha Kingdom, the Beichen Kingdom, and the Shichu Kingdom. Every 4 years, these 4 nations convene for the conference, the last of which took place in the Beichen Kingdom, where the second prince, Ling Junyan, accompanied the envoy. Feng Qingran nodded, indicating that she was listening and comprehending. She nodded once more, realizing that the man she had rescued upon her arrival was of such significant stature. Yet, his face remained unscathed. Why then had he fabricated such scars? Just as she was engulfed in confusion, Manager Li indeed arrived. This estate was unfamiliar to Manager Li. Upon stepping inside, he glanced around. While it was not extravagant, it was well kept. Entering the main hall, Feng Qingran and her mother were already seated at the head of the table. Pray tell, what brings you here? Feng Qingran inquired directly. Manager Li stammered for a considerable time, feeling too embarrassed to articulate his purpose. Please, do not hesitate to speak, Lin Yunshi urged, unable to contain her impatience. Well, the noble lord has instructed this old servant to request some funds. Upon uttering these words, Manager Li felt a flush of heat on his face, pondering that his countenance must have turned crimson. What? Lin Yunshi's voice rose several octaves, incredulous that he would dare to ask for more. Had he not already received assistance previously? She believed that the last transaction had severed any ties between them. That sum was stolen. Manager Li stuttered. Lin Yunshi was nearly amused by her anger. How could it be that only he had been robbed? Could it be that his misdeeds had finally caught up with him? Actually, the Hua residence was also burglarized. Manager Li wiped his brow, speaking earnestly. Which Hua residence? Lin Yunshi's mind was racing with speculation. It is the maternal home of concubine Hua, Manager Li replied. After listening to Li Guan's concerns, he wiped away a bead of sweat. What about the matter of the silver coins? Chapter 29. Descending into the abyss once Li Guan had taken his leave, Feng Qingran finally found the time to visit the neighboring estate and check on the 2 men, one large and one small. Upon seeing her again, both men couldn't help but feel that she had become even more beautiful. Her already remarkable appearance had blossomed into something truly exquisite. During the previous 2 examinations of the injured man's wounds, he had been unconscious, but this time he was awake, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Feng Qingran, understanding his discomfort, made it clear that she would not indulge him. You must remember, I meticulously stitched up your wounds with great care, and now you dare to speak of shyness? The injured man lifted his gaze to Feng Qingran and realized that her demeanor was far from that of a child. He could no longer view her as merely a girl. With this thought in mind, he lifted his robe, treating her as a true physician. After inspecting the wound, Feng Qingran noted that it was healing remarkably well, thanks to the man's robust physique. After administering a few drops of divine spring water, she proceeded to hang and 4 drip for him. How many days will I need this medication? The man inquired, glancing up at the 4 bag. In 4 days. You will be fine. Moreover, you can resume regular meals, but it is advisable to stick to easily digestible foods, such as porridge, Feng Qingran asserted, adopting the authoritative stance of a doctor as she earnestly advised her patient. Very well, I shall prepare porridge for my brother from now on. The adolescent bystander chimed in eagerly. Indeed, that would be splendid, Feng Qingran replied with a nod. After responding affirmatively, Feng Qingran settled into the spot she had occupied previously, retrieving a cookbook from her spatial storage with the sleeve of her garment. The condiments of this era were rather limited, thus, to establish a flourishing tavern was not an insurmountable task. Taking various factors into account, Feng Qingran selected 10 dishes most suitable for culinary preparation. with the intention of introducing an array of additional offerings in the future. After changing the 4-bag once more, and once both bags of infusion were completed, she discarded the medical refuse into a woven basket and instructed the 2 individuals, "I have left you water and food, and I shall provide you with 3 more days' worth of antidote. Remember, do not consume any water from outside." "Older sister, we shall remember all this. Please take care on your journey," replied the young lad. Feng Qingran nodded and, with her bamboo basket slung over her back, departed. Upon reaching the edge of the abyss, she donned a parachute retrieved from her spatial storage and, after a brief moment of acceleration, leaped into the void. Skillfully maneuvering the parachute, she swiftly descended to the valley floor. The scene mirrored the imagery captured by the geological reconnaissance drone. Indeed, the valley was abundant with medicinal herbs. However, she pondered whether these herbs could survive transplantation into her spatial realm. Determined to experiment, she stowed the parachute and cautiously began to excavate the herbs, carefully uprooting them along with the soil and placing them directly into her spatial storage. As she continued to excavate with increasing enthusiasm, the variety of herbs proved to be overwhelming. Initially believing that no one would venture into this secluded area, she inadvertently lowered her guard. Suddenly, an ominous aura of intent to kill emerged from behind her. Startled, Feng Qingran whirled around, her prepared poison powder at the ready. The instant the powder was released, she found herself astonished by the scene unfolding before her. Before her stood 2 men, one of whom had a snow ferret perched upon his shoulder, the creature having ingested all the toxic powder released by Feng Qingran. What astonished Feng Qing and even more was the absence of any noxious mist surrounding them. As if an invisible force had cleared a path, creating a vacuum that repelled the toxic fog of the valley. Feng Qingran swiftly retracted her right hand into her sleeve, retrieving a handgun from her spatial pouch. However, before she could pull the trigger, her wrist was struck, causing the gun to clatter to the ground. In the next instant, both of her wrists were firmly grasped by an assailant. "Who are you?" he demanded, his grip tightening as if he intended to crush her wrists. Frustration welled up within Feng Qingran. It was evident that she needed to dedicate herself to martial arts training. "I came to the valley to gather medicinal herbs," she replied while sizing up the man before her. He appeared to be in his 20s, clad in a long robe of black satin, with a black and gold badge hanging at his waist, inscribed with the words Branch Family, reminiscent of the badge worn by the man she had rescued from the toxic mist. "Have you seen anyone else in the valley?" he inquired. "I have not," Feng Qingran answered. "Master." After questioning, the man turned his gaze to the second man with the snow ferret. The latter then directed his attention back to Feng Qingran, asking, "How did you arrive at the valley's depths? While I can evade the toxic fog with the help of the ferret, how have you managed to remain unaffected?" As far as he knew, even the Flame King of Dongling, Ling Junyan, could not enter the valley's depths. How could a delicate and frail woman like her achieve such a feat? "I am naturally immune to the poisonous mists here, which is why I often come to gather medicinal herbs." Feng Qingran fabricated her explanation while scrutinizing the young man who had posed the question. He appeared to be around 20, clad in a dark robe, strikingly handsome, yet exuding an inexplicable air of severity that rendered him exceedingly somber. The man in the dark robe did not comment on Feng Qingran's response, seemingly indifferent to its authenticity, and promptly inquired, "Are you quite familiar with the terrain here?" Feng Qingran nodded. "I would say I am quite familiar." "Have you encountered 2 men, one large and one small, in this vicinity?" The man in the dark robe pressed further. Feng Qingran lowered her gaze, now certain that he was searching for the 2 men she had rescued. However, she was uncertain whether they were friends or foes. Yet, she could not take the risk, having gone to the trouble of saving them. It would be in vain if he sought their lives. Seeing that Feng Qingran had lost her value, the man in the dark robe signaled to his companion in black. The man in black understood and released Feng Qingran's wrist, drawing his sword with the intent to strike her. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Qingran leaped and rolled into the nearby thicket, utilizing the dense foliage to conceal her movement as she slipped into another realm. When the 2 men parted the thick branches in search of her, they discovered that Feng Qingran had vanished without a trace. After an extensive search, the 2 individuals finally surrendered. The man in the dark robe was exceedingly irate. He could not tolerate the presence of another individual in this sacred place, as he relied on the crimson blood dragon essence grass growing here to restrain Ling Junyan. Their agreement had yet to be finalized, but once they reached a consensus, he intended to use the crimson blood dragon essence grass as leverage to negotiate with Ling Junyan. However, The emergence of another individual capable of entering this realm was utterly unforeseen. Chapter 30. My lord seeks an audience. After rummaging through the medicinal herbs, Feng Qingran finally located the pistol she had inadvertently misplaced and activated the drone. Once she secured the drone, she grasped the pistol in her sleeve and swiftly made her way toward her estate. Upon completely exiting the noxious mist, she called out to the air, "Doom, come forth." In the next moment, Doom appeared before her. "Miss Feng, how may I assist you?" "Please, Miss Feng, do put on the harness," Doom said languidly. "Of course, I shall do so at once." With that, she retrieved a harness from her sleeve and donned it. Once Feng Qingran was properly equipped, Doom grasped the harness and lifted her up. The mountain winds howled past her ears as Feng Qingran humbly inquired of Doom, "Do you believe I possess the potential for martial arts? What if I were to dedicate myself diligently?" She pressed on. "You could learn some superficial skills, but significant achievements would remain elusive," Doom replied candidly. Feng Qingran, feeling somewhat disheartened, then asked, "Doom, have you ever seen a black gold waist token? It bears the inscription branch family." The deadly voice instantly assumed a grave tone. "Miss Feng, have you encountered them before?" Upon seeing two groups of individuals adorned with such insignias, one comprising a large and a small man, and the other consisting of two adult males, Feng Qingran expressed her suspicion that they appeared to belong to the same family, yet were embroiled in a rivalry. "You are not mistaken, Miss Feng," came the response. "They are indeed members of the royal family of Beichen, though the two factions are in a state of hostility. This is hardly a secret, it is common knowledge, yet the women in the inner chambers seldom concern themselves with such matters." Through this elucidation, Feng Qingran finally grasped the intricacies of their relationships. It became clear that those bearing the insignias were collateral branches of the Beichen royal lineage, inherently tasked with the protection of the direct bloodline. In essence, the two men she had rescued, the larger and the smaller, were Beichen's collateral bloodline, Beichen Che, and the direct bloodline, Beichen Yinchi, respectively. The other two adult males were Beichen Shi, also from the collateral line, and Beichen Yuan, from the direct line. The names of Beichen Che and Beichen Shi revealed their collateral status at a glance. Among the direct bloodline, one was the youngest prince of Beichen, while the other was the eldest. Their father, during his tenure as a prince, ascended to the throne by leveraging the influence of Beichen Yuan's maternal lineage. However, shortly after securing his position, he exterminated the entire clan of his mother-in-law, leading to Beichen Yuan being relegated to the cold palace alongside his mother, who ultimately perished with unfulfilled grievances. From that moment on, Beichen Yuan became the downtrodden prince of the cold palace, a target for everyone to bully. The emperor turned a blind eye to him, and his siblings vented their frustrations upon him. Yet, he exhibited not a trace of defiance, enduring in silence while secretly cultivating his own power. Ultimately, he succeeded in assassinating his father and usurping the throne, now reigning as the new emperor of Beichen. The only surviving prince, Beichen Yinchi, managed to escape to Dongling Kingdom at the tender age of 10. Beichen Yuan's purpose for coming this time was to hunt down Beichen Yinchi, but he harbored another goal, to find the one destined by the phoenix. The sorcerer who aided his ascension had foretold the emergence of a woman with the nine heavens phoenix fate in Dongling Kingdom. Marrying her would allow him to unite the realm. Thus, Miss Feng, might I inquire where you encountered these two groups? Duoming felt it necessary to ask, for neither faction was to be trifled with, and he feared Miss Feng might inadvertently offend them. Near the abyss of devouring death, Feng Qingran answered vaguely. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, fortunately captured by Duoming's keen perception, prompting him to ask, "The two men you rescued by the poisonous mist's edge, could they be Beichen Che and Beichen Yinchi?" Feng Qingran nodded, feeling there was no need for concealment, as Duoming was genuinely concerned for her safety. Keeping certain matters hidden would not aid in his protection, would it? I must report this to the prince. With that, she quickened her pace, soon arriving at the estate. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly recalled something. "Oh, Miss Feng, your father is selling several shops and an estate. The prince asked me to inquire if there is anything he can assist you with." Feng Qingran chuckled coldly. "Is that so? He is selling the shop and the estate? Then it would be troublesome for the prince to assist this humble lady in purchasing them. In due course, I shall repay the principal and the commission in full. Rest assured, I shall convey your message to the prince." With that, she vanished in a flash. "As you command," replied her subordinate. Mo Yin took the menu and proceeded to the accounts room. Noticing that there was still quite a while until dinner, Feng Qingran summoned Chasing Soul. Master, how may I serve you? Chasing Soul gracefully landed before Feng Qingran. Since you address me as master, does that imply you are willing to comply with any request I make? Feng Qingran suddenly inquired. I am eager to heed your commands, he replied with a respectful gesture. Very well, from this day forth, you shall teach me martial arts. This. Feng Qingran raised an eyebrow. What? Is that not permissible? Not at all. It is merely that you have surpassed the optimal age for martial training, and without any foundational skills, it would be quite challenging to achieve any significant progress. Even with diligent effort, Chasing Soul stated candidly, just teach me. Whether I succeed or not shall depend on my own efforts, she thought, believing that learning, even in a limited capacity, would enhance her ability to protect herself. Feng Qingran followed suit, practicing each movement with precision, astonishing Chasing Soul. He used the hilt of a sword to replace her right hand, periodically adjusting her posture to ensure her movements were more refined. After an hour, Feng Qingran was able to execute a flawless set of techniques, which earned her Chasing Soul's admiration. After dinner, Feng Qingran continued to practice within her room when she suddenly heard a voice from outside the window. Miss Feng, my lord seeks an audience. Might it be a convenient time for you? Feng Qingran quickly discerned the deadly tone of the voice. After a moment's adjustment to her appearance, she stepped outside to meet him. Chapter 31. Miss Feng, I trust you are well. Standing at the door was indeed the man who had saved her on that fateful day. He still wore a mask resembling a scarred visage. And though the purpose of this disguise eluded her, she had undeniably witnessed the striking features beneath it, truly a sight to behold. As Feng Qingran observed Ling Junyan, he too scrutinized her. After several days apart, he noted that the young lady had blossomed into an even more exquisite beauty, no longer the pale, frail figure he had first encountered. I have come with a request, Miss Feng, he stated directly. Might you escort me to meet the young prince of Beichin? Feng Qingran furrowed her brow, uncertain whether his intentions were to harm or to rescue Beichin Yanqi. She had exerted great effort to save them, and the prospect of leading them into danger was unappealing. Noticing the turmoil in her expression, Ling Junyan assured her, rest assured, Miss Feng. My intention is to save that child. If we delay any further, it is likely that Beichin Yuan will find them, and their lives will be at risk. Seeing that Ling Junyan sought to aid the prince, Feng Qingran felt a sense of relief wash over her. Although she had intended to remain uninvolved in the affairs of another nation, the new emperor of Beichin, Beichin Yuan, had set his sights on her demise, compelling her to intervene. Since his adversarial force was Beichin Yanqi, she resolved to assist him in toppling his foe, considering the threat he posed to her own life. With this determination, she set off that very night, leading Ling Junyan to the hideout of Beichin Yanqi and Beichin Che. Upon reaching the edge of the dense fog, Feng Qingran retrieved a small antidote from her sleeve and presented it to him. Ling Junyan was taken aback. Could such a diminutive pill truly counteract the toxic mist? Feng Qingran nodded affirmatively. I have tested it several times, Your Highness. You may safely ingest it. With this antidote in hand, can we not freely traverse the abyss of devouring death? Ling Junyan inquired once more. Feng Qingran nodded again. Indeed, that is the case. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Ling Junyan's eyes. Could it be that his 6-year-old brother was to be saved? Miss Feng, would you be so kind as to provide me with a few more of these pills? I would be willing to exchange several of my father's shops and estates for them. There is no need for that, Your Highness. I am already immensely grateful for your assistance in acquiring them. As for the required funds, I shall cover all expenses. Truth be told, Ling Junyan has rendered her a significant favor, as it would be quite inconvenient for her to procure them personally. She felt it would be somewhat inappropriate to impose further financial obligations. Seeing her insistence, Ling Junyan refrained from pressing the matter, though he mused that the amount of silver to be exchanged would ultimately be at his discretion. After consuming the antidote, the two ventured deeper into the poisonous fog, soon arriving at the estate where Beichin Yanqi and Beichin Che were concealed. Upon witnessing Feng Qingran's nocturnal visit, both men became wary, particularly when Ling Junyan appeared before them, heightening their sense of vigilance. Do not be alarmed. He has come to rescue you, Feng Qingran assured them, ceding the stage to Ling Junyan. Ling Junyan spoke with a harmonious understanding. I am Ling Junyan, the king of Dongling Kingdom, and I wish to assist you both in returning to Beichin Kingdom to reclaim the supreme throne. Beichin Che then scrutinized him closely. He had encountered the once princely Ling Junyan during the Four Kingdoms Conference 4 years prior. What a remarkably striking figure he had been. Yet his visage had been marred during that assassination attempt, rendering him forever estranged from the throne. Noticing Beiqian's silence, Feng Qingran urged gently, "You should accompany him. Beiqian has summoned the abyss of devouring death, and they will soon scour this place." At that moment, Beiqian tugged at his sleeve and calmly stated, "Brother Che, I trust sister and am willing to follow her." "Very well." He clenched his teeth, acutely aware that remaining here would eventually lead to discovery by Beiqian. He had no choice but to take a gamble, especially since both his and Yanqi's lives had been saved by this young lady. After hastily packing their belongings, Beiqian and Beiqian followed Ling Junyan to the king's manor, while Feng Qingran, accompanied by the relentless companion, made her way to the Xiang manor to administer an infusion to Feng Ziqing. At this juncture, Feng Qingran had been treating her brother for 4 consecutive days, and the results of the paternity test would be revealed in 3 days. Should Feng Ziqing be confirmed as her brother, she would exhaust every means to uncover Aunt Hua's transgressions to vindicate her brother's identity, thus allowing their mother to reunite with her son. After practicing the soul-chasing techniques imparted by her mentors several times, she retreated into her sanctuary to cleanse herself, ultimately succumbing to slumber in a tub filled with spiritual spring water. The following day, upon awakening, she found the bathwater had turned black once more, albeit considerably lighter than before. After a refreshing shower, Feng Qingran toweled off while gazing into the mirror, noticing her complexion had improved significantly, and even her figure had filled out a bit, rendering her quite alluring. She glanced at the medicinal herbs she had unearthed from the depths of the earth. They had taken root in the herb bed. She fetched some spring water to nourish them, hoping for their swift growth. Today, she had chosen a simple, elegant dress and called for Kai to style her hair into an updo before departing with Duo Ming from the estate. The day ahead was filled with numerous tasks. First, she intended to visit the Yan Wangfu to administer an infusion to Beiqian, then proceed to Fengxian building to deliver a menu and seasonings. Additionally, she planned to visit the human tooth market to acquire several bricklayers, as the maintenance of the estate would require their expertise. Most importantly, she aspired to gather a group of orphan children, teaching them literacy and martial arts, ultimately training them to become assassins or intelligence agents. Lost in her thoughts, she had already arrived at the Yan Wangfu alongside Duoming. It was evident that both the young and the old had regained their vitality since moving into the residence. After all, they were well fed and warm, and no longer had to fear being captured by enemies, which naturally enhanced their well-being. As Feng Qingran prepared to leave, she was promptly intercepted. "Miss Feng, the estate and shop have been purchased by this prince. If you have time today, perhaps you could accompany me to the Yamen to register them." Sensing her thoughts, Ling Junyan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "The price I offered was quite enticing. Your father did not hesitate to accept." He added, "This way, you need not worry about it any longer." After muttering this, he turned his attention back to Ling Junyan. "I do indeed have time today. I kindly request that your highness accompany me for a visit." Ling Junyan nodded, affirming the sentiment. Chapter 32. Joy shared is joy multiplied. Upon arriving at the government office, Feng Qingran discovered that the individual who had acquired several shops and estates was someone else entirely. This person donned a moon-white long robe, with ebony hair elegantly tied up and secured with a white jade hairpin. His slender, gentle brows and eyes exuded a demeanor reminiscent of the tranquility of bamboo and pine, giving an overall impression of warmth and purity. "This is a friend of mine. Accompany him to the government office, and you shall complete the entire transaction," Ling Junyan informed Feng Qingran from within the carriage. Feng Qingran nodded and then alighted from the carriage, entering the government office with this individual. It was during the signing of documents that she learned his name was Yi Junfeng. After the transfer procedures were finalized, the two exited the government office. Once back in the carriage, Feng Qingran inquired of Ling Junyan, "Your Highness, how much silver have you expended? I shall retrieve it for you." As she spoke, she rummaged through a pre-prepared package. "Just give me 1,000 taels of silver," Ling Junyan replied nonchalantly. "How can that be? Is that not akin to gifting it away?" Feng Qingran exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "You need only provide me with a few antidote pills," Ling Junyan stated his condition. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingran felt it necessary to clarify and revealed the true price, 50,000 taels. Feng Qingran then produced the pre-prepared banknotes from her package, counting out 5 stacks of 10,000 taels each, and presented them to him. "Your Highness, Please accept this. I wish to request a different favor in return. Feng Qingran seized the opportunity to propose her terms. Oh, what favor do you wish to seek from me? Do share, Ling Junyan responded with curiosity. Listening to the tone of the other party, it seemed that 50,000 taels were insufficient to satisfy her desires. It has come to my attention that there are often reports of citizens abandoning newborn girls or infants with disabilities. Might it be possible to establish institutions for the adoption of these abandoned children, allowing those without offspring to adopt them? If others are unwilling, I am prepared to adopt them all myself. Ling Junyan was quite taken aback. Indeed, this phenomenon occurs in various nations. Yet no one has ever considered creating dedicated institutions for their care. Moreover, why would she wish to adopt so many abandoned infants? Contemplating this, he inquired, "May I ask, Miss Feng, why do you wish to adopt so many abandoned children? Firstly, I find them pitiable. Secondly, I possess the means to raise them and provide them with employment opportunities," Feng Qingran replied earnestly. Ling Junyan was once again astounded. He had not anticipated that a woman could possess such insight and compassion, and he couldn't help but regard Feng Qingran with newfound respect. "This matter shall be considered by me. However, this sum of 50,000 taels," he mused, feeling it was somewhat burdensome. The suggestion she had just mentioned, clearly beneficial to the state and its people, should not be used as a bargaining chip. "Please accept this 50,000 taels, and I still have a token of yours in my possession. Should there be a need to seek assistance from the prince in the future, I hope you will extend a helping hand." Yet, addressing her as a young girl now seemed somewhat inappropriate, for she had blossomed into a charming and graceful 15-year-old maiden, no longer resembling the delicate sprout she once was. He realized he could no longer regard her as merely a young girl. Suddenly, he recalled the events of the previous day in court, unsure whether or not to share them with her. Upon reconsideration, I realized that voicing my thoughts would undoubtedly impact her relationship with the third prince. It is perhaps best to refrain from meddling in the affairs of others' unions. However, if you intend to seek out Prime Minister Feng, I must inform you that he is currently not at the Prime Minister's residence, but rather at the pleasure house. Based on her recent activities, Ling Junyan deduced that she was on her way to find Feng Xingji. Thus, it would trouble His Highness to escort this humble woman to the pleasure house. That Feng Xingji, having recently come into some wealth, has chosen to indulge himself in such establishments. It seems he is intent on squandering it all. While en route to the pleasure house, Feng Qingran suddenly contemplated Ling Junmo and Feng Die, wondering how they fared after falling victim to her schemes. She then inquired of Ling Junyan, "Your Highness, as you attend morning court daily, has anything occurred in the palace that might provoke laughter?" A flicker of unease crossed Ling Junyan's brow, sensing that she might be alluding to the misfortunes of Ling Junmo and Feng Die. "Your Highness?" Noticing his silence, Feng Qingran cautiously called out to him. Returning to his senses, Ling Junyan cleared his throat and tentatively asked, "Are you referring to matters concerning the third prince?" Feng Qingran nodded. "Did he engage in any inappropriate behavior yesterday? Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination?" He could not shake the feeling that this young lady reveled in the misfortune of others, coupled with the reports from Chasing Fate. Could it be that she orchestrated this entire affair? With this suspicion in mind, he grew bolder in his inquiries. "Miss Feng, do you not mind the third prince's flirtations with other women?" Feng Qingran scoffed dismissively. "I can hardly be bothered. After all, he does not fancy me." "Oh?" Ling Junyan raised an eyebrow. "So, are you aware of whom he fancies?" "It is none other than the granddaughter of the esteemed Master Shang Ruoshi, the most beautiful maiden in the capital." She casually deduced this from her acquisition of a pictorial guide to the beauties of the capital. As for the second most beautiful, she is indeed not inferior to Shang Ruoshi, yet her age and the fact that she has been previously jilted relegates her to the second position. Contemplating this, he turned to Feng Qingran and remarked, "Yesterday, a rather amusing incident transpired within the palace. Your betrothed brought your half-sister into the palace to beseech the emperor for a marriage decree, only to receive a scathing reprimand from His Majesty. Now he is kneeling before his mother." Feng Qingran smirked, pleased that events unfolded just as she had anticipated. Why should one revel alone when joy can be shared? She resolved to publicize the affair, aiming to pair the scoundrel and the shameless woman together, ensuring they could no longer boast about being the capital's first beauty. The carriage rolled steadily, soon arriving at the largest brothel in the capital, the Fengyue Tower. Chapter 33. Remembering meals, but forgetting beatings, dismounting the carriage. Feng Qingran adjusted her attire, preparing to enter the brothel, when Ling Junyan called out to her, "Miss Feng, please wait." With a mere gesture, he guided her inside. Upon their entrance, the madam of the brothel approached them, and after a brief exchange of whispers with Ling Junyan, they ascended to a private room on the upper floor. As they traversed the corridor, Feng Qingran soon overheard her father's furious voice. "Get out! Get out! Everyone, just leave, and bring me some unfamiliar faces." Recent events within the household had been tumultuous, and with both concubine Hua and the second madam in disrepute, he lacked the inclination to entertain such matters. Today, the proprietor of the establishment received a substantial sum of silver, prompting him to seek solace at the Fengyue Tower. He called upon several familiar courtesans, yet found himself unable to rise to the occasion, which incited his ire. He surmised that perhaps he had grown weary of these well-known courtesans, leading to a loss of stimulation. Thus, he commanded that a few fresh faces be sent his way. In the shadows, Feng Qingran silently scoffed, recognizing that the fault lay not with others but with his own failing physique. The potion she had administered ensured that he would never regain his former vigor, a thought that brought her a sense of satisfaction. Observing from the sidelines, Ling Junyan nudged Feng Qingran with his elbow, whispering, "Are you certain you wish to encounter him at this moment?" It was then that she remembered her companion trailing behind her. She preferred to act independently and needed to devise a way to dismiss him. In this fleeting moment of contemplation, several courtesans fled the room in haste. As the door swung open unexpectedly, Feng Qingran swiftly turned to face Ling Junyan. Using his presence to obscure her visage, Ling Junyan shook his head with a gentle smile, evidently impressed by her cleverness, mirroring the tale she had recounted. Just as Feng Qingran pondered how to send Ling Junyan away, several more courtesans entered, swaying their hips as they stepped into the chamber. Yet, within a short span of time, the room erupted with the furious voice of Feng Xingji. "Get out! Get out! What manner of goods have you brought into my room? I asked for maidens, not this rubbish. Let it be, let it be. Let us simply inform mother, for he desires a maiden, and she shall make the necessary arrangements." With that, several women departed in indignation. At that moment, Feng Qingran could no longer contain her fury. How dare this vile creature attempt to tarnish the reputation of a virtuous maiden? She resolved to ensure he would be unrecognizable to his parents. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she turned to Ling Junyan with a sinister glint in her eye and said, "Your Highness, kindly keep watch. I shall go and converse with him." Ling Junyan's brow twitched. Was it the kind of conversation he suspected? It seemed Feng Xingji was in for a tormenting experience. Employing a potent sedative, Feng Xingji soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Once Feng Qingran stealthily entered the room, she administered another dose of anesthetic to her negligent father. Only then did she retrieve a whip adorned with spikes and mercilessly lash Feng Xingji from head to toe, blood gushing forth. Though the sight was somewhat gruesome, she inflicted no critical wounds, merely leaving behind a series of tormenting injuries. As she rummaged through the surroundings, she was astonished to discover that her unworthy father had concealed a stash of silver notes beneath his pillow. Truly, he epitomized the saying, "He remembers the feast but forgets the beating." Seated upon a round stool, Feng Qingran meticulously counted the notes, 500 in total, neither more nor less. It appeared he had not yet squandered them. To avoid any prying ears, she refrained from hastily stowing them away and instead took the bundle with her as she exited. However, reflecting on the information she had gathered, it became evident that Feng Xingji was indeed a most inadequate father, even despicable. The outcome he faced today was undeniably of his own making. Contemplating this, she felt a twinge of sympathy for the girl before her, and her voice inadvertently softened slightly. "Have you finished your conversation?" Feng Qingran nodded, peering cautiously around her surroundings, urging, "Let us depart from this place swiftly." "Very well." With that, she led her companion down the stairs. Upon reaching the matron of the brothel, she exchanged a few whispered words before finally taking her leave with Feng Qingran. Unbeknownst to her, this establishment was actually the property of Ling Junyan, utilized for gathering intelligence. He had instructed the matron, should Feng Xingji awaken and cause a disturbance, simply subdue him. I shall bear the consequences. Where shall we go next? I can escort you, Ling Junyan offered as they settled into the carriage. To Fengxian Tower. If it pleases your highness, she replied, adding, your assistance today has been invaluable. I would like to invite you to lunch. Certainly. Having investigated her background, Ling Junyan was aware that Fengxian Tower was her domain. Fortunately, the two locations were not far apart. Within the span of a single incense stick, they arrived at Fengxian Tower. As soon as they disembarked, Feng Qingran clapped her hands and called out, "Duanming, come forth." Emerging from the shadows, Duanming cupped his fist in greeting, "Master, Miss Feng." It then dawned on Feng Qing and that Duanming was in Ling Junyin's employ. Yet she steeled herself to issue her command, find a way to inform the wife and concubines of Prime Minister Feng to go to Fengwei Tower to fetch someone. She intended to escalate the situation, ensuring Feng Xingji's humiliation. After receiving her order, Duanming did not act immediately. Instead, he glanced at Ling Junyin, who nodded in assent. And then he took his leave. "Please, Your Highness, today I shall personally prepare a few dishes for you. One cannot let the shadow guards go to waste, can one?" Agreed. A young lady from a secluded chamber is surprisingly skilled in the culinary arts, suggesting that her upbringing has indeed been quite arduous. As the two entered the tavern, a servant promptly summoned Manager Sun, who, upon recognizing the young mistress, hurriedly approached and bowed, inquiring, "Young mistress, what brings you here today? Come, guide me to the kitchen." "Soon, you shall understand the purpose of my visit," she replied, then addressed another attendant, "Please escort this gentleman to the private room." Upon hearing this, Manager Sun swiftly led Feng Qingran to the kitchen. Upon arriving at the cooking area, Feng Qingran produced the meticulously transcribed recipe. "This is my newly developed menu. Today, I shall take charge of the kitchen and prepare a feast. Have the chef from the fourth kitchen come to learn." Chapter 34. Young Mistress, this is rather extravagant. The first dish she selected was mapo tofu, a choice influenced by the fact that the art of tofu making had become quite refined in this era. After retrieving an array of seasonings from her sleeve, Feng Qingran instructed the fourth chef, "Chef Zhang, please fetch me a block of fresh tofu." "Certainly." Chef Zhang, delighted to be addressed with such a title for the first time, eagerly dashed off to procure the fresh tofu. Once the tofu was in hand, Feng Qingran began her preparation, explaining, "First, slice the fresh tofu into pieces approximately 1 finger's width, then cut those into strips of the same width, and finally, into cubes of equal dimensions." Chef Zhang nodded, indicating his understanding. Next, she instructed him to blanch the small cubes in boiling water, which would not only eliminate any bean odor, but also ensure the tofu remained intact. During this process, a pinch of salt could be added to enhance the flavor. Upon hearing this, Chef Zhang immediately proposed his suggestion. "Miss, might this approach be overly cumbersome and wasteful?" It dawned on Feng Qingran that in this era, salt was exceedingly precious. While her space possessed an automatic replenishment feature, providing salt for the entire world was, for the time being, an unattainable ambition. It appeared necessary for her to confer with Ling Junyin on strategies to reduce the price of salt. The exorbitant cost of salt in ancient times stemmed from 3 primary factors. First, the production process was arduous. It is essential to note that in antiquity, salt was derived by boiling seawater. Second, transportation posed significant challenges. The inconveniences of ancient travel are well known. Furthermore, the inadequate packaging contributed significantly to transportation difficulties. Given salt's propensity to dissolve upon contact with water, high temperatures would undoubtedly lead to its melting, while rainy weather made transportation impractical, particularly by waterways. Thirdly, the government's monopoly imposed excessive salt taxes. These 3 issues are not insurmountable. The first, the inefficient and costly method of boiling seawater for salt production, could be replaced by a method from the 23rd century, which involves utilizing coastal mudflats to construct dikes and develop salt pans. By harnessing tidal flows to fill pools with seawater, the salt could be obtained through solar evaporation. As for the second issue, while directly transporting the harvested sea salt in burlap sacks would indeed render it vulnerable to moisture, employing plastic and woven bags would prove advantageous. This adaptation would safeguard against both high temperatures and rainy conditions, while also facilitating transportation via waterways. Regarding the third point, the amount of salt tax collected in the previous year and the amount that can be collected now reflects a change in salt production levels. Previously, the low production of salt rendered the tax burdensome, but with the increase in salt output, the average tax has diminished, although the total tax value remains unchanged. In the past, the salt tax was borne by the affluent elite who could afford it, whereas now the common folk can also partake in the consumption of salt and contribute to the tax. With this in mind, she addressed Chef Zhang, saying, "Feel free to create as you wish. Our Fengxian Tower aims for opulence, and our dishes must be both exquisite and delectable, catering specifically to the wealthy." As for the common eateries, she harbored plans to establish a few, and if successful, she even contemplated expanding to the 4 nations. "Very well. I shall heed the young lady's wishes. Please continue to instruct me in the culinary arts, Chef Zhang conceded. Now, after blanching, take a piece of pork belly or beef and mince it finely. The finer the better, as it will adhere more effectively to the tofu. She then directed Chef Zhang. Go fetch me some pork belly. Beef would be preferable. Ah, young lady, beef is prohibited. Otherwise, one risks punishment or even imprisonment. Chef Zhang thought to himself, wishing to silence Feng Qingran, for if anyone were to overhear this, it would be disastrous. However, as she was his superior, he dared not act. Oh, I nearly overlooked that. Indeed, as a diligent farmer, one cannot slaughter the plow oxen, he amended. Then let us proceed with pork belly henceforth. Understood, he replied eagerly and hurried off to procure the pork belly. After mincing the pork belly, Feng Qingran instructed Chef Zhang, take some ginger with skin, crush it and chop it finely, and do the same with the garlic cloves. Bring a bowl for the ingredients. Add 3 chiana de banjiang and a spoonful of fermented black beans. At this moment, Chef Zhang inquired, Miss, how did you prepare this de banjiang and fermented black beans? They smell delightful. Ah, I shall tell you about that later, she replied. These are all pre-made products. I cannot reveal the method, but I can certainly research it in due time. Listen closely. Chop the green onion or garlic sprouts into flowers, heat the oil in the pan, and add the minced meat. Saute it over low heat until fragrant and the fat renders. Then, add the prepared ingredients to remove any gamey odor and enhance the aroma. Incorporate the fermented black beans and de banjiang, continuing to saute until the red oil is released. When the oil is sufficiently heated, add the chili powder to enhance the spiciness and color. After stirring until fragrant, pour in an appropriate amount of water, and then the pre-blanched tofu can be added to the pot. Amazing, simply wonderful. Chef Zhang praised repeatedly. Wow, the aroma is exquisite. Also, miss, the salt you brought is so finely ground. In my decades as a chef, I have never encountered such a thing, let alone the variety of seasonings. Chef Zhang sighed sincerely. These will be provided to you regularly. Your duty is to transform them into delectable dishes. Indeed, I will diligently learn, and I shall not disappoint your nurturing, miss. Very well, now I shall teach you the second dish, called Yuxiang Ro Si. Please fetch me a piece of pork tenderloin. Certainly, he replied, promptly going to retrieve the tenderloin. Yes, I will follow your instructions, miss. Ultimately, I am merely a cook, and in terms of management, I cannot compare to the well-versed young lady. Chapter 35, Treating the Prince as a Laboratory Mouse. Very well. Old Zhang readily went to fetch a bowl. Once he had the bowl in hand, Feng Qingran continued to instruct him. Add a spoonful of sugar, a pinch of chicken essence, half a spoon of soy sauce, 2 spoons of fragrant vinegar, half a spoon of cooking wine, a small amount of starch, and finally, a spoonful of water. Stir well, and the sauce will be prepared. Old Zhang had another question. Young lady, how is it that your sugar is so finely processed? Indeed, I shan't inquire further in the future. I shall follow your instructions entirely. Old Zhang declared with utmost loyalty. Next, bring water to a boil, and we will blanch the ingredients we prepared earlier, such as shredded carrots, green chili strips, mushroom shreds, and wood ear fungus. This will help eliminate impurities and odd flavors. Once the water boils, count to 30 before retrieving them and setting them aside on a plate. Old Zhang nodded, indicating he had taken note. Feng Qingran then continued. Heat the pan and add an appropriate amount of oil to coat the surface. This will prevent the meat strips from sticking to the pan. Once the meat is added, stir it quickly until it changes color, then transfer it to the same plate as the blanched vegetables. Yes, I have all this noted down. Please continue, young lady, Old Zhang replied appropriately. Leave a little oil in the pan, add minced ginger and garlic to saute until fragrant. Once aromatic, stir in a spoonful of chili sauce until it releases its red oil, then add the meat strips and vegetable shreds. After a few stirs, pour in the previously prepared sauce and cook over high heat until the sauce reduces and thickens, then it is ready to serve. Oh, how delightful the aroma is. Dear young lady, might I have a taste? It is not out of mere desire, but rather to gain an understanding, so that when I am at the helm, I can discern any shortcomings. Very well, please fetch a separate bowl, and I shall serve you. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang hurriedly retrieved a bowl, and after savoring the mapo tofu and fish-flavored shredded pork, he could not help but exclaim, truly delicious, absolutely exquisite. Once these dishes are introduced, our Fengxian Tower will undoubtedly flourish. May your words prove prophetic. Now, let us proceed to prepare the third dish, known as Kung Pao chicken. With that, He directed old Zhang to gather the ingredients, explaining the process as he worked. Feng Qingran summoned several attendants to assist in delivering the dishes to the private room. Advising old Zhang, Chef Zhang, please follow the instructions I just imparted and prepare these 10 dishes according to the recipe. Once completed, notify me in the private room. Certainly, I shall endeavor to finish promptly. Rest assured, young lady, do not skimp on the ingredients. With that, he lifted the dish and proceeded to the private room. Before Ling Junyan had the chance to ponder further, he heard a commotion outside, and with a wave of his hand, he dismissed the attendant. With a creak, the door swung open, and Feng Qingran led several attendants into the room, arranging the 10 dishes upon the table. After sending the attendants away, Feng Qingran smiled and took a seat opposite Ling Junyan. This humble servant has prepared a few modest dishes to entertain the prince. I hope you will not find them lacking. The presentation appears satisfactory, but it is only after I have tasted them that I shall discern their true flavor. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks to serve himself some dishes. Hidden in the shadows, Duo Ming unconsciously swallowed hard. He had already been tantalized while observing the chef's tasting in the kitchen. Despite the years of indulgence provided by his master, it was astonishing how merely gazing at a few dishes could evoke such hunger. After savoring the first bite, Ling Junyan was equally astonished by the exquisite texture of the food. Having been accustomed to luxurious delicacies since childhood, he had tasted countless gourmet dishes. Yet he had never encountered such delectable cuisine. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "What is this dish?" "Kung Pao chicken," came the reply, followed by another question. "Can you handle the spice level?" Ling Junyan nodded. "It suits my palate perfectly." "Then do try this as well," she said, deftly placing a portion of Yuxiang rose C onto his plate. After tasting it, Ling Junyan nodded once more. "Quite delightful, indeed. This is called Yuxiang rose C," she continued, then scooped a spoonful of mapo tofu for him. After savoring it carefully, Ling Junyan sighed. "I never imagined tofu could be transformed into something so delectable." Feng Qingran eagerly introduced, "This is called mapo tofu. Your Highness, you must also try this shui zhu ro pian." Following her gesture, Ling Junyan picked up a portion, only to cough upon tasting it. Feng Qingran quickly deduced that he had reached his limit, considering that the people of this era had yet to encounter the fiery chili pepper. She swiftly tore off a piece of smoked chicken leg for him, saying, "Here, Your Highness, to soothe the spice." Ling Junyan's lips twitched. This young woman was rather audacious. "Come now, Your Highness, let us not let the spice overwhelm you." Feng Qingran continued to urge. Upon witnessing this, Ling Junyan reluctantly accepted the chicken leg. Under Feng Qingran's watchful gaze, he took a delicate bite, only to be pleasantly surprised by its tender texture and exquisite flavor. After a few more bites, he discovered that even the bones were delectably crisp and savory. Once he had finished the leg, Feng Qingran thoughtfully offered him a pair of chopsticks filled with mushu pork and poured him a glass of wine. "Come, Your Highness, savor this newly introduced wine from Fengxian Tower." Ling Junyan, unable to refuse her kind hospitality, took a tentative sip, only to find the wine unexpectedly spicy yet richly aromatic, leaving a fragrant aftertaste that rendered the beverages he previously consumed rather insipid in comparison. "What makes this wine so potent?" he could not help but inquire. "This is a high-proof liquor. The distinction in flavor from low-proof grain spirits is indeed pronounced. You may wish to indulge in a few more sips." As she spoke, she offered him additional dishes. Indeed, Feng Qingran viewed him as a test subject, eager to adjust her culinary creations based on his reactions to achieve a taste that would resonate with the people of this era. Chapter 36. Various creditors come knocking unbeknownst to the hapless Ling Junyan. The relentless creditors believed that Feng Qingran harbored feelings for their master. Observing his apparent enjoyment, they deemed the pair quite compatible, lamenting that Miss Feng was already betrothed. Yet, this seemed hardly a concern, as their master had previously annulled his own engagement. Noticing Ling Junyan setting down his chopsticks, Feng Qingran understood that he had reached his limit. From her sleeve, she produced a small porcelain vial and handed it to him. "Your Highness, within this vial are 10 antidote pills. 1 pill suffices for a day. After consumption, you will be able to enter the abyss of devour." Ling Junyan discerned her intent to dismiss him, and his lips involuntarily twitched as he humbly inquired, "Might I take these few non-spicy dishes with me? My younger brother, though merely 6 years of age, possesses a frail constitution and cannot yet leave the palace. Once he has regained his strength, I shall certainly bring him to dine." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingran recalled that he had a younger brother who was said to be weakly since childhood. making it indeed inconvenient for him to venture out for a meal. Thus, she kindly summoned a servant and instructed them to pack the non-spicy dishes into a food container, which was then presented to Ling Junyan. "My lord, please take care. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall not see you off." Ling Junyan's lips twitched once more as he accepted the food container and stepped out of the private room. Once he was a distance away, Feng Qingran clapped her hands together and called out, "Come forth. Have you completed the task I assigned?" "Splendid," Feng Qingran exclaimed, her spirits lifted. Turning to Duoming, she added, "You must be hungry as well. Come and have a seat. I shall have the kitchen send you a bowl of rice." "Thank you, Miss Feng. This is precisely what I desired," he replied, promptly taking up the serving chopsticks to sample a generous platter of dishes. Observing his enjoyment, Feng Qingran felt an increased confidence in her newly introduced culinary creations. Upon reaching the kitchen, she found that old Zhang had nearly completed the 10 dishes. She sampled each one and noted little difference from her own preparations, subsequently instructing old Zhang to arrange them on plates and keep them warm in the pot. After sending a large bowl of rice to the guest in distress, she settled in the second-floor eaves to observe the diners. It was only when a group of elegantly dressed young gentlemen entered the tavern that Feng Qingran summoned a server and whispered a few words. The server hurried downstairs, greeting them with a smile and leading them to a dining table, announcing, "Gentlemen, today our tavern is celebrating with a grand promotion, and you have been selected as our fortunate diners, entitled to a complimentary tasting of our new dishes. Allow me to serve you." These scions of noble families, of course, were not lacking in wealth, yet who would refuse a stroke of good fortune? Thus, they joyfully seated themselves, eager to sample the new offerings. Feng Qingran remained perched in the eaves, keenly observing their reactions to refine the dishes based on their tasting responses. As 10 dishes were presented, the server first introduced each dish before offering 2 decanters of potent liquor and then retreated. The young gentlemen began to sample the fare. Most of them could handle spice, and they extolled the new dishes. Even those unaccustomed to heat resorted to drinking water to alleviate the spiciness. Feng Qingran made careful notes of their reactions, deciding to categorize all dishes into 3 levels of spiciness: mild, medium, and hot. Furthermore, she resolved to introduce a few dishes suitable for children, ensuring that families dining together could all enjoy flavors that catered to their tastes. Lost in thought, she was suddenly roused by one of them calling out, "Server, what kind of liquor is this that you've gifted us?" From this exchange, Feng Qingran discerned that potent liquor was quite popular in ancient times, prompting her to plan for large-scale brewing in the future. Having clarified all of this, Feng Qingran instructed manager Sun to prepare a carriage, intending to visit the market. Along the way, whenever she encountered a tea house, she would pause to arrange for the storyteller to disseminate the tale of the deep affection between Ling Junmo and Feng Die. Today, the Prime Minister's residence was particularly bustling, as creditors from all corners had come to demand their dues, including the owner of the brick and tile shop, the madam of the brothel, vegetable vendors, and the proprietor of the medical clinic. The old matriarch wept as she pounded her thighs, lamenting, "What a sin! What a sin! Which heartless wretch has reduced my son to such a state and stolen our silver notes? Truly, there is no law left." Her cries were filled with profound sorrow, for her retirement savings had seemingly vanished. Though her son was in the prime of his life and would soon recover from his injuries, her life savings were irretrievably lost. "Mother, please do not grieve too much. The Lord will recover with a few days of care," the second madam urged the old matriarch from the side. "How can he recuperate without money?" The old matriarch shot back, glaring at her. The second madam suddenly fell silent, while concubine Hua burst into tears, exclaiming, "Old matriarch, it is all gone, all gone. The Hua family has also been robbed. Now we possess nothing." The old matriarch slammed her cane down in fury, declaring, "I instructed your brother to sell the shop. Do not forget that the several shops under his name were pilfered from our residence. In the past, our house lacked for nothing, and it was acceptable for my nephew to benefit a little. Now that we have fallen on hard times, they must return everything they consumed. Who do you think your aunt is? You, a mere concubine, shall henceforth address me as old matriarch. Do you understand?" With a heavy thud, she struck the ground with her cane. Aunt Hua clenched her fist. This old woman truly held no sentimentality when angered. The shops under her brother's name could not be sold, for even if they were, they would not yield any substantial aid for the Xiong residents. It seemed she would have to rely on her brother and daughter in the future, as no one else could be trusted. Reflecting on her daughter, A sense of pride swelled within her. The third prince had even gone before the emperor, seeking a decree for marriage on behalf of her daughter. Clearly, her daughter held significant importance in the third prince's eyes. Chapter 37. If you don't provide money, I'll divorce you. Did you hear that? Your brother is to sell the shops. Noticing Aunt Hua lost in thought and silent, the old lady thumped her cane again. Dear matriarch, you may not be aware, but the third prince recently petitioned the emperor, declaring he would marry no one but Dyer. It is clear who will bring you tangible benefits in the future. I need not elaborate further, Aunt Hua proclaimed with a sense of pride. Is that true? The old lady's demeanor softened noticeably. There can be no doubt. When the prime minister awakens, you may inquire of him, Aunt Hua said, somewhat smugly. Mother, the second madam is nearly in a frenzy. You know well that your daughter-in-law's father works at the Qing Shui Yamen, and his meager salary scarcely sustains a large family. Where is the surplus to support us? I care not. You still have 2 shops in your dowry, do you not? Sell them. The old lady insisted firmly. That is out of the question. Those are meant for Chiener. Even if you do not cherish your daughter-in-law, you must at least show some concern for your grandson. The second madam was on the verge of exploding with anger. Yet she truly overestimates the old lady. How could she possibly care for a grandson who did not emerge from her own womb when she shows no affection for her own son? It is settled then, tomorrow. You shall arrange for the sale of the shop, the old lady declared with finality. Mother, the second lady exclaimed with a fierce tone, quickly reminding herself to remain composed. She could not afford to tarnish the image she had painstakingly built over the years. Once she regained her composure, she devised a plan. Why not send Manager Li to request funds from the eldest lady? If she refuses, they could insist that the gentleman dismiss her. The old lady narrowed her murky eyes, contemplating this truly splendid idea. Surely, Lin would panic. In her distress, she would undoubtedly turn to her family for assistance. And this strategy would allow them to manipulate her repeatedly. With this thought, she nodded. Then let Manager Li be dispatched, aiming for an initial sum of 10,000 taels. Concealed in the shadows, Feng Qingran let out a cold laugh, relieved to find an opportunity to sever ties with her mother and the residence of the gentleman. They had delivered themselves right to her doorstep. Sister, you have arrived quite early today. Upon seeing Feng Qingran, Feng Ziqing was overjoyed. From now on, sister will always come early. As he spoke, he began to examine his own face, noticing the scabs had formed. However, to restore his original appearance, multiple corrective surgeries would be necessary, marking the beginning of a lengthy journey. As usual, after Feng Qingran attached the 4-drip for him, he slipped into a deep slumber. Taking out a cookbook from her sleeve, Feng Qingran began to explore dishes suitable for children. After considerable deliberation, she selected 5 dishes: sweet and sour pork tenderloin, candied yam, honey-glazed pear balls, for happiness meatballs, and a bountiful dish of gold and jade. Once the dishes were finalized, she seized the opportunity while her brother was in a deep slumber to stealthily infiltrate the chambers of the physician of the Shin family. Ever since the theft at the Xiang residence, he had taken to residing with a group of servants, yet Feng Qingran was able to locate him at once. This was partly due to the recollections of the original owner of her body, and partly because he was dressed quite elegantly, standing out prominently among the rougher company. At this hour, it was not particularly late. The household had yet to retire for the night, and the physician of the Shun family was seated at a table, engrossed in a book. Having identified her target, Feng Qingran planned to consult an intelligence agency to uncover any hidden secrets about him. Indeed, it was not long before Feng Ziqing awoke. After engaging him in a playful session with Lego, she bid farewell to the little one only after the second 4-drip had finished. She then swiftly departed from the Xiang residence. At this juncture, it was merely the first watch of the night, and she instructed her companion, Duo Ming, to escort her directly to the beggar's den. By then, the beggars had already succumbed to a languid slumber. Feng Qingran illuminated their faces with a lantern, observing that many among them were children. Precisely fitting the criteria she sought to recruit, she resolved to purchase several villages near the abyss of death, intending to secretly train these children there. Upon exiting the beggar's den, she made a visit to her family's tailor shop, taking along 6 masons and carpenters to the village. Unbeknownst to her, during the time she was administering the 4 to Feng Ziqing, Duo Ming had already relayed the news of her acquisition of craftsmen to Ling Junyan. Having thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of the 6 men and found no discrepancies, Ling Junyan was able to rest easy. Upon returning to the estate, she pondered deeply. yearning for Ling Junyan's assistance in convening the owners of several nearby estates. Although these estates had fallen into disrepair, relying on them felt inherently precarious. Moreover, should she attempt to inquire about the owners herself, even if she succeeded, gathering them all in a short span of time seemed a formidable task. If Ling Junyan could lend her a hand, the situation would be markedly different. Yet, what incentive would he have to assist her? An equitable exchange of conditions would be requisite. As Feng Qingran contemplated this, she continued to practice the techniques imparted by the Pursuit of Souls sect, diligently training for an entire hour before retreating into her space for a cleansing bath. Upon awakening the next day, Feng Qingran discovered that the used bathwater had only slightly darkened, yet it appeared significantly clearer than before. After taking a refreshing shower, she donned a simple garment and summoned Kair to style her hair into an elegant updo before joining her mother for breakfast. Aware that Steward Li would be visiting that day, she took her time, cherishing the rare opportunity to spend time with her mother. Lin Yunshi nodded. Mother is aware. Yet these shops have not been particularly profitable. During my management, they scarcely yielded any earnings, and since being taken over by the old matriarch, the annual profits have diminished even further. I recall that Mother has a passion for designing garments. Perhaps we could transform these shops into tailoring establishments, one for high-end fashion, another for affordable attire, accompanied by separate shops for men's, women's, and middle-aged to elderly clothing, Feng Qingran suggested. Lin Yunshi pondered for a moment, convinced of the feasibility of the plan, and decisively declared, let it be so. Mother shall commence the design of the clothing styles in the coming days, striving to open for business as soon as possible. Chapter 38. I didn't expect you to favor that type. Feng Qingran's eyes twinkled as she recalled that she possessed numerous Hanfu design drafts in her space. When time permitted, she would certainly take the time to sketch them out and present them to her mother, hoping to spark even greater creative inspiration within her. After a prolonged discussion between the mother and daughter, they were finally graced with the arrival of Manager Li. Perplexed, Lin Yunshi inquired, what brings you here again? Was my previous message unclear? Manager Li hesitated for a considerable time before finally divulging the purpose of his visit. The old madam instructed me to ask you for 10,000 taels of silver, or else the Prime Minister shall dismiss you. Lin Yunshi furrowed her brow. She had little desire to continue as the Prime Minister's wife. However, for the sake of her daughter before her marriage, she wished to preserve a semblance of dignity, lest it jeopardize her daughter's future. Noticing the expression on the madam's face, Manager Li sensed an opportunity and pressed on, Madam, you ought to prepare the silver promptly. The Prime Minister has stated that if you cannot produce it today, he will undoubtedly dismiss you. Manager Li's lips twitched, rendering him entirely at a loss. Just as he contemplated how to argue against this, Feng Qingran summoned Shui Zheng. Shui, please escort our guest out. Manager Li had no intention of departing, but upon encountering the imposing figure of Shui Zheng, he had no choice but to leave the estate obediently. Upon witnessing the departure of Manager Li, Feng Qingran exchanged a few parting words with her mother before also leaving the estate. Ever since her daughter returned to normalcy, Lin Yunshi had refrained from interfering excessively in her affairs, understanding that her daughter was quite capable of managing her own decisions. As for the matter of divorce, she found herself genuinely repulsed by Feng Xingji's actions, yet for the sake of her daughter's future, she resolved to endure a little longer. Once outside the estate, Feng Qingran discreetly retrieved numerous ceramic jars from her spatial storage, using the carriage as a cover. She intended to unpack all the seasonings and meticulously transfer each one into the jars, thus alleviating unnecessary inconveniences. After carefully organizing the spices, she labeled each ceramic jar accordingly. Once everything was in order, she concealed the packaging within her spatial storage to dispose of it. This entire process unfolded silently, unnoticed by the horseman, Duoming. To further subjugate Duoming, Feng Qingran crafted a human skin mask for him, allowing him to present himself in public, thus enabling her to command him day and night. Upon reaching Feng Xianlu, she summoned the staff to transport the seasonings to the kitchen and accompanied them, as she planned to instruct Chef Zhang in the preparation of 5 new dishes that day. These dishes were particularly suitable for children. Feng Qingran taught with great diligence, and Chef Zhang absorbed the lessons with equal seriousness. After completing the 5 dishes, she personally carried them to Yan Wangfu. Upon arriving at Yan Wangfu, Bei Chun Yinchi eagerly circled the food box, his mouth watering as he exclaimed, Wow, it smells so delicious. Did my sister make this for me? Feng Qingran smiled awkwardly and said, These are not meant for you. I shall certainly bring you some more delectable dishes tomorrow. Beichen Yinchi curled his lips, as if a thought had crossed his mind, and his eyes suddenly sparkled. Ah, I see. You must have prepared these for Brother Che. The still recovering Beichen Che's gaze flickered, and he bashfully turned his head aside. Noticing this, Feng Qingran quickly clarified, of course, they are not for him either. I am bringing them for. All right, fine. Not for me, nor for Brother Che. It must be for Ling Junyan. I never imagined you were fond of his type. After all, he possesses both status and physique. Although, his face has been marred. Upon hearing their banter, Beichen Che finally felt a sense of relief. He was born a royal servant, bereft of the right to bring happiness to others. However, speaking of Ling Junyan's visage, it was once unparalleled, rivaled only by the former crown prince of Nansha, Xia Tuolin. Alas, in the upheaval 4 years prior, the nation's most handsome man, Xia Tuolin, met an untimely demise, while Ling Junyan, though he preserved his life, suffered disfigurement. Feng Qingran had arrived late today. After administering the first 4 drip to Beichen Che, it was nearing noon, yet Ling Junyan's presence was still absent. Logically, the morning court should have concluded by now. At that moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, his robe torn in several places, yet he held tightly to a brocade box, striding purposefully toward the main courtyard while instructing a nearby attendant, "Prepare a bathing basin and fresh garments for me." "Yes," the attendant replied promptly, hastening to fulfill the request. Upon witnessing this, Feng Qingran felt it was not the appropriate moment to discuss matters with him. Thus, she resolved to leave the food box behind and quietly depart from the Yin Wangfu. Just as she turned to leave, Ling Junyan, who had long been attentive to her presence, suddenly called out to her, "Miss Feng, is there something you wish to discuss with this king?" There was indeed a matter at hand, but it was not urgent. "Your Highness, you may continue with your affairs. I can seek your counsel another day," she replied, bowing slightly as she prepared to withdraw. "It is of no consequence. Please speak freely," Ling Junyan insisted, halting her once more. Noting his sincerity, Feng Qingran pondered for a moment before deciding to disclose everything. "It is this, my lord. I intend to purchase the 3 estates near the abyss of devouring death, yet I am unable to locate their owners. I humbly request your assistance in this matter." "Very well, once I find them. You need only accompany me to the magistrate's office," Ling Junyan replied readily. Seeing his prompt agreement, Feng Qingran hurriedly presented the food box. "Your Highness, this is a dish I personally prepared for His Highness the 9th Prince. It is particularly suitable for a child of his age. I hope you will accept it." This gesture truly touched his heart. After the morning court session, he had intended to venture to the abyss of devouring death. Although there were some obstacles along the way, he successfully acquired the crimson blood dragon essence grass. After bathing and changing his attire, he had planned to take this precious herb to the palace to antidote his younger brother. Now, with the added delicacies she had prepared, her thoughtful consideration was indeed perfectly in tune with his intentions. He felt it necessary to disclose this matter to Feng Qingran. Thus he said, "The emperor originally intended to bestow the title of first-class noble consort upon your mother. But Prime Minister Feng requested that this honor be conferred upon his second wife. Are you aware of this?" Chapter 39. The first entry into the palace indeed. This reward had long been promised to him by the emperor. He had merely been weighing the implications without reaching a decision until today, when he suddenly raised the matter during the morning court session, replied Ling Junyan. "Then, Your Highness, I have a request." With that, she produced Ling Junyan's medallion from her sleeve. "I have decided to invoke the promise you made and beseech you to assist my mother in obtaining the noble title, ensuring that it shall never be revoked." At the initial part of her statement, Ling Junyan felt no particular concern. He merely needed to guide public opinion and apply pressure on the emperor through the voices of the officials. After all, according to the current laws, the noble title could only be granted to the legitimate wife of an official. However, upon hearing her latter request, Ling Junyan could not help but admire the cleverness of this young woman. The political landscape is ever-changing. Who could guarantee the everlasting prosperity of a family? Securing a lifelong noble title could be perceived as a form of insurance for oneself. Nonetheless, handling this matter would not be so straightforward. Yet recalling the promise he had made to her, he resolved to assist her despite the challenges. "Very well, I shall endeavor to resolve this promptly." "Thank you, Your Highness," she exclaimed, handing the medallion into Ling Junyan's grasp. After he accepted the medallion, he remarked, "I shall take my leave to bathe now. You may excuse yourself." "Miss Feng." "Indeed." Feng Qingran responded softly, and upon seeing Ling Junyan walk away, she tidied up her belongings and departed from the Yen Wangfu. Her next destination was the Tianji Pavilion, a renowned intelligence organization esteemed across the four nations. She intended to inquire about the background of the Shun family physician. Upon her arrival at Tianji Pavilion, Duoming did not allow her to disembark from the carriage. Instead, he offered to run the errand for her. Feng Qingran consented, for she had never concealed anything from Duoming in her endeavors. If he wished to assist her, she would not object. Duoming, however, felt a bead of cold sweat form. After all, Tianji Pavilion was the domain of their master, and he felt embarrassed to let Feng Qingran endure any further inconvenience on his territory. Feng Qingran nodded, confident that she could wait 3 days. Observing the early hour, she decided to visit Fengxian Tower. Upon arriving at Fengxian Tower, she summoned Manager Sun and inquired, "How has the reception been for today, as newly launched 5 dishes? I shall consider this matter. Please proceed to the kitchen and instruct Chef Zhang to prepare those 5 dishes. I shall take them with me shortly." She planned to bring the food to the Prime Minister's residence for her brother. "Very well, I shall attend to this immediately." With that, the old servant hurried off to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Feng Qingran took out her brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and began sketching designs for Hanfu, following the original drafts from her space. Although her artistic skills were not exceptionally refined, she was more than capable of creating these design drafts. After completing 2 sketches, the dishes were also prepared. Feng Qingran carefully tucked the papers into her sleeve. She initially intended to head to the Prime Minister's residence earlier, but as soon as she settled into the carriage, she heard Duoming say, "I apologize, Miss Feng, but my master has requested that I take you to the palace." "Why is this happening?" exclaimed Feng Qingran, her voice trembling as the carriage suddenly accelerated. Duoming felt it necessary to explain the situation to Feng Qingran. It would aid in rescuing the 9th prince later. The blood dragon grass, such a herb, extinct in the 23rd century, should indeed exist in the abyss of devouring death. No wonder Ling Junyan sought an antidote from me. He intended to venture into the abyss to procure this herb to save his brother. Therefore, Miss Feng, please hold on tight. Duoming must quicken the pace. With that, he urged the carriage to go faster. Feng Qingran felt nausea rising within her. Yet the desire to save Ling Junyan's brother remained strong, for it would serve as leverage for future requests. After a bumpy ride, Feng Qingran finally arrived at the palace gates, marking her first sight of the imperial palace since her arrival. Assisting her from the carriage, Duoming gestured toward the eunuch at the palace entrance and said, "Miss Feng, I am unable to enter the palace. You may follow Eunuch Chen inside." Feng Qingran nodded. "Very well, please wait for me here." With that, she approached Eunuch Chen. Under his guidance, Feng Qingran arrived at Fengyi Palace, where she discovered that all the court physicians had been summoned. Physicians from outside the palace were also making their way there. The queen would not abandon her son as long as there was a glimmer of hope. In the midst of the myriad physicians, Feng Qingran appeared rather inconspicuous. Those unaware might mistake her for a relative of some noblewoman, not due to any remarkable traits, but because her attire was not that of the palace's. However, the fact that others might overlook her does not imply that Ling Junyan would. The moment she stepped into the grand hall, he had already noticed her presence. Approaching her, Ling Junyan spoke with measured composure. "Miss Feng, I sincerely apologize for bringing you here without prior consultation. However, regarding my younger brother," he was interrupted by Feng Qingran, who, at this juncture, deemed pleasantries unnecessary. Yet, Ling Junyan harbored little faith in Feng Qingran. For although she had managed to alleviate the poison afflicting her and Bei Chen-che, that had merely been a recent ailment, his brother, however, had been ensnared by malice since gestation, bearing the weight of poison accumulated over 6 long years. If such a condition were easily remedied, he would not have traversed 4 nations in search of a divine physician over the years. Upon discovering that the Qishua longsway herb could potentially save his brother, he had gone to great lengths to procure it, even considering an alliance with Bei Chen-yuan. Yet, after administering the herb to his brother, the latter's condition deteriorated rapidly. Teetering on the brink of death, Ling Junyan had pondered whether the herb was flawed, but the 3 esteemed physicians in the palace, dedicated to his brother's care, assured him of its authenticity, having encountered the genuine Qishua longsway herb before. Its appearance and aroma were indistinguishable from the real thing. The source of the problem remained a mystery to him. Chapter 40. Overreaching. When Feng Qingran was brought before the bed of the 9th prince, Ling Juanzhan, The surrounding physicians and the empress were taken aback by the unexpected presence of a female doctor. Feng Qingran disregarded their astonishment and bowed slightly to the empress, saying, "This humble servant, Feng Qingran, pays her respects to your majesty." There was no need for excessive formalities. Her mind was preoccupied with more pressing matters. Thus, she directly inquired, "Have you come to attend to genre as well?" Before Feng Qingran could respond, Ling Junyan interjected, "Indeed, it is my son who has summoned her. Let her have a try." The empress would naturally not hinder the physician at such a juncture. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, she was willing to explore every avenue. She shifted her position to grant Feng Qingran access to the bedside. Only then did Feng Qingran observe Ling Juanzhan, who lay upon the sickbed. At the same tender age of 6, her younger brother towered over him by at least half a head, and the poor child had become emaciated, with sparse and discolored hair, his bones showing signs of slight deformation. Placing her fingers upon his pulse, and aided by the medical apparatus surrounding them, she discovered that this little one had harbored poison within his body for 6 long years. Calculating the timeline, it seemed he had been afflicted even in the womb. Although there had been substantial improvements in recent years, dangers remained ever present, and thus, he had been gradually poisoned over the past 6 years. How is he? The empress inquired, her eyes swollen to the size of walnuts, brimming with urgency. There is still hope, but his condition is rather complex and will require time for careful treatment, Feng Qingran replied. There is hope. The empress articulated each word slowly, taking time to absorb their meaning. Are you saying that my genre can still be saved? Though she felt a surge of joy within her, an unsettling sense of unreality lingered. She had once believed that her beloved Jean was on the brink of. Mother, she spoke of salvation, and thus there must be salvation. You need not worry. At that moment, Ling Junyan stepped forward to speak on behalf of Feng Qingran. The divine physician nearby displayed a look of disdain. This young girl was indeed audacious, unafraid of the repercussions of her bold assertions. The court physicians encircling them wore expressions of discontent. Clearly, the individual in question was on the verge of death. Yet this woman claimed she could save him. Was she not mocking their esteemed reputations? They thought to themselves that soon she would be humiliated, and they would see whose face bore the greater sting of embarrassment. Oblivious to these murmurs, Feng Qingran was wholly focused on her intent to save a life. She first administered an antidote to Ling Juanzhan and then respectfully addressed the empress. Your Majesty, the 9th prince requires a medicinal bath. I have concocted a prescription. I kindly request that you have someone prepare it for him. Your Majesty, that is unwise, interjected a divine physician. Soon after, another court physician voiced his agreement. Indeed, Your Majesty, it is inappropriate to subject the 9th prince to a medicinal bath at this juncture. It is akin to overindulging a frail body. It may prove counterproductive. Zhang Taisher's words held merit. Such a situation could indeed arise, indicating that this young girl possessed little understanding of medicine. Whispers of doubt echoed among the onlookers. Who could deny it? One must fear ignorance. Her age betrays her lack of formal training in the healing arts. To venture into the realm of seasoned physicians is sheer hubris, grumbled a discontented voice. Hush, let her display her bravado. It will be entertaining to witness her reckoning. A gesture of silence was made. Indeed, let us simply enjoy the performance. Someone whispered, their voice barely rising above a murmur, failing to reach the ears of the empress. However, the martial-trained Ling Junyan heard it distinctly, and even Feng Qingran caught a faint whisper. The empress found herself in a quandary, genuinely fearful that the commotion might extinguish the very spirit her son had been clinging to. Ling Junyan also felt a sense of helplessness. Though he yearned to trust Feng Qingran, what if? As the mother and son grappled with uncertainty, Ling Juanzhan, reclining on the couch, suddenly erupted into a violent cough, expelling a torrent of dark blood that trickled from the corners of his lips. Amidst the astonishment of those present, Feng Qingran swiftly turned him over, gripping his armpits and dragging him to the edge of the bed. As Ling Juanzhan's head hung perilously over the bed's edge, he coughed violently again, spewing forth several more mouthfuls of black blood. Feng Qingran applied gentle pressure to his back, prompting him to release even more of the foul substance until he began to gasp for breath. This is a process of detoxification, Feng Qingran stated succinctly. Nonsense. You are merely exacerbating the condition of the 9th prince. Dr. Zhang interjected. After some contemplation, Dr. Zhang found merit in her assertion and quickly amended his stance. If you are confident in your ability to heal the 9th prince, we shall lend our full support. Should you find our presence obstructive, we can certainly wait outside the hall. Impudence! Who bestowed upon you the audacity to act so brazenly before me? Drag him out and administer 20 lashes. The queen could no longer contain herself. Today, as an ordinary mother concerned for her child, she felt somewhat discomposed and vulnerable. However, this was not a justification for them to take advantage of her state. Your Majesty, I was in the wrong. Please, quell your anger. Dr. Zhang hastily fell to his knees upon hearing her words. Take him away and give him 30 lashes. Ling Junyan uttered coldly. Immediately, 2 eunuchs seized Dr. Zhang, dragging him away, heedless of his pleas for mercy. Very well, proceed with your treatment. Should you require anything, simply inform me, Ling Junyan said once the hall fell silent. Turning to Feng Qingran. Then let us first cleanse the bloodstains from His Highness's face, Feng Qingran replied calmly. Did you hear that? The queen cast a sidelong glance at a nearby maid before addressing Feng Qingran again. Miss Feng, I heard you mention preparing a medicinal bath? Feng Qingran nodded. It would be best to fetch ink, brush, paper, and an inkstone. I shall concoct a prescription for them to brew. That is easily arranged. I shall have them procured at once, the queen replied, directing her gaze toward another maid. She intended to trust this woman once more. Having witnessed her son breathe more easily after expelling the black blood, before long, the requested ink, brush, paper, and inkstone were presented. Feng Qingran turned to Ling Junyan. My lord, would you assist me in writing? Chapter 41. Remaining in the palace 10 coins of stretching grass, 10 coins of penetrating bone grass, 8 coins of bitter root. Feng Qingran recited unhurriedly, while Ling Junyan meticulously inscribed the prescription beside her, swiftly transcribing the required ingredients. Once the prescription was completed, the queen commanded her attendants to gather the medicinal herbs and commence the preparation of the herbal bath, with Feng Qingran supervising closely. Once the concoction had simmered to a suitable temperature, Feng Qingran ordered that Ling Juanzhan be stripped and immersed in the bath, remaining by his side with the intention of discreetly adding spiritual spring water while testing the temperature. The herbal infusion was kept on a gentle flame, and Feng Qingran periodically added spiritual spring water, the entire bathing process lasting for an hour. When they finally retrieved the 9th prince, he was clad only in undergarments. Feng Qingran addressed the palace maid attending nearby, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this?" The queen, who had not left her post, questioned in confusion. "Very well. I shall instruct them to heat the dragon's stove," she said, casting a glance towards a maid who promptly went to oversee the heating. The already warm chamber soon felt like the height of summer. Feng Qingran produced a set of sterilized silver needles from her sleeve and swiftly began to insert them into Ling Juanzhan's acupoints, completing the task in less than 3 minutes. With over 100 needles embedded in his small frame. After another 10 minutes, every acupoint on Ling Juanzhan's body had been treated. Should a physician have been present, they would surely have been alarmed, as several of these points were perilously dangerous, and improper depth control could result in immediate death. Observing her beloved son, now adorned with silver needles resembling a hedgehog, the queen could not help but express her concern. Is this truly without risk? Please, your majesty. Exercise patience for half an hour, Feng Qingran replied with a respectful bow. Very well, I shall wait, the queen conceded. The queen took a deep breath and closed her eyes, contemplating the situation. When she opened them again, she gazed at Feng Qingran, questioning what would happen if no results were seen after half an hour. Mother, Ling Junyan's piercing gaze met the queen's. You are well aware of the circumstances surrounding the 9th brother. If he does not survive, it cannot be blamed on Miss Feng. What purpose does our contention serve, when we have yet to witness the outcome? The queen pinched the bridge of her nose, her voice laced with an overwhelming weariness. Let us wait and see. Do not worry, Miss Feng. Just do your utmost. Ling Junyan quickly reassured her, concerned that their earlier exchange might have unsettled Feng Qingran. The queen closed her eyes and shook her head. Is she truly enamored with that young lady? If memory serves, she is promised to the 3rd prince, is she not? Before long, the half-hour had elapsed, and with Ling Junyan still unresponsive, the queen felt a twinge of irritation. Hadn't the young girl confidently asserted that he would awaken? As the queen pondered expressing her doubts, Feng Qingran suddenly retrieved Ling Juanzhan's left arm from the bath. To her dismay, his entire arm had turned an inky black. Producing a remarkably sharp scalpel from her sleeve, Feng Qingran made a small incision on his middle finger, causing dark blood to flow from the wound. She then drew out Ling Juanzhan's right arm and similarly made a cut on the middle finger, black blood gushing forth from the incision. In approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the toxic blood will be expelled from his body, Feng Qingran explained patiently. Very well. I shall wait for the duration of a tea session, the queen conceded. Indeed, after approximately a cup of tea, the blood that flowed gradually transformed into a dark crimson hue. Before long, this dark red shade morphed into a vibrant scarlet. Noticing the situation was nearly stabilized, Feng Qingran proceeded to staunch the bleeding and meticulously bandaged his 2 fingers. She then retrieved a large medicinal pill from her sleeve, dividing it into several portions to administer to Ling Juanzhan. Unable to contain her curiosity, the empress inquired, "What is this substance?" "It is a potent blood-replenishing pill," Feng Qingran replied, producing an oil paper package from her sleeve. "This contains a day's worth. I came in haste and could not bring more. I shall ensure that the prince receives additional supplies tomorrow." The empress took the package, glancing at its contents, and thought to herself that given the significant blood loss just incurred, a proper replenishment was indeed necessary. "Mother," a tender voice suddenly broke the silence, prompting the empress to realize that her son had awakened. "Genre," she called out cautiously, fearing to startle him, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of her eyes. "Mother, do not cry." He strained to lift his frail arm, attempting to wipe away her tears. "Do not. You need to rest," she insisted, gently tucking her son's thin arm back under the quilt and using a handkerchief to dry her own tears. "Indeed, Your Highness, you require ample rest. It is advisable to speak as little as possible, lest your vitality be further depleted. You are currently in a weakened state. Once you regain your strength, you may converse freely with the empress," Feng Qingran interjected. "Who is this?" Ling Juanzhan inquired, noticing an unfamiliar face before him. "She is the physician. It is she who has saved your life," the empress hurriedly clarified. "Is that so?" he replied, studying Feng Qingran with renewed interest, astonished to discover that his savior was a female doctor. "Indeed, Your Highness, it is imperative that you heed the Queen's counsel, nourish yourself well, and maintain your health. Thus, when summer arrives, you shall frolic and play like the other children." "Is that truly possible?" both Ling Juanzhan and the Queen inquired simultaneously. "Absolutely," the speaker replied, producing a small porcelain vial from their sleeve. "This medicine promotes bone development, yet it necessitates sunlight for optimal absorption." "Sunlight?" The Queen furrowed her brow. "However, it is winter now, and with Jean Eyre's frail constitution, exposure to the elements could prove detrimental. While the cold weather poses some challenges, once the sun shines brightly, Your Majesty can wrap the 9th prince securely, allowing only his little face to bask in the warmth," suggested Feng Qingran. "It is settled then," declared Ling Juanzhan, who had been quietly listening behind them. "Yet, there is no need to rush. If necessary, we can wait until spring for sunlight. However, given the prince's condition, early intervention is advisable." Feng Qingran elucidated the pros and cons. The Queen weighed her options internally, ultimately conceding. "Very well, on a fine day, I shall take Jean Eyre out for a stroll. Furthermore, the prince's health is quite fragile. We must pay special attention to his diet, favoring soft and easily digestible foods, such as millet porridge and steamed eggs," Feng Qingran recommended. Chapter 42. The Truth or Deception. "Rest assured, I shall ensure that my people communicate clearly with your parents. Your reputation will remain untarnished," the Queen assured hastily. "Mother, why must you confine her within the palace? Should any unforeseen circumstances arise with the 9th prince, I, as your son, can readily bring her into the palace. This is a matter you need not fret over," Ling Juanzhan interjected, coming to Feng Qingran's aid. "That simply cannot be," the empress retorted sharply. "Your brother's situation is currently at its most precarious, and I deem it essential to keep Miss Feng within the palace walls." The empress shot a disapproving glare at her eldest son, her frustration palpable. "Oh, young man, it is evident you have taken a genuine interest in the young lady. But let us not forget, she is already spoken for." The empress arranged for Feng Qingran to stay in the neighboring chamber of the 9th prince. As midnight approached, Ling Juanzhan indeed appeared in her quarters. Prepares for the encounter, Feng Qingran swiftly rose from her couch, having slept fully clothed. She lifted the covers and descended from the bed. "I pay my respects to His Highness, the King of Yen," she greeted with a respectful bow, simultaneously indicating that she was fully attired. Upon hearing this, Ling Juanzhan turned to her and quietly inquired, "Shall I escort you to the Xiang residence or to the outskirts?" Based on recent reports, He was aware that Feng Qingran visited the Xiang residence daily to tend to her half-brother's ailments. Yet he was uncertain of her preference for the evening. "If it pleases you, Your Highness, I would prefer to be taken to the estate in the countryside," she replied. "This would allow me to clarify matters with my mother, and moreover, I can take the opportunity to bring some medicinal supplies into the palace. It is rather impractical to conjure such items from thin air." To her surprise, Ling Junyan accompanied her out of the palace and they shared the same carriage. En route to the estate, Ling Junyan queried, "Might I ask, Miss Feng, if you have ever heard of the Crimson Blood Dragon's blood herb?" Feng Qingran nodded in acknowledgement. "I have indeed heard of it, but I doubt it would lead to such a predicament for the ninth prince." Ling Junyan furrowed his brows, and his doubts regarding the authenticity of the herbs deepened. Suspecting that Feng Qingran might have encountered the blood dragon sorrow herb, he retrieved a scroll from his sleeve. "Since Miss Feng is familiar with this herb, I kindly ask for your assistance in discerning its nature." Feng Qingran accepted the scroll and, upon careful examination, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, this is the blood dragon sorrow herb." Ling Junyan's frown grew more pronounced. It appeared that the herb presented no apparent issue. However, to be prudent, he produced another illustration from his sleeve. "This is a depiction I commissioned, representing the herb I collected from the abyss of desolation. Miss Feng, could you kindly inspect it for any discrepancies?" Feng Qingran took the illustration once more, and with a single glance, she identified the flaw. "Your Highness, observe this." She pointed to the flower cluster of the depicted herb. "What is the issue?" Ling Junyan shifted his gaze to the spot indicated by Feng Qingran. "Your Highness, notice how the buds of this herb droop slightly, whereas the buds of the blood dragon sorrow herb grow upright. Although these two plants appear remarkably similar, this distinction alone allows for easy differentiation. If you administered the plant depicted in this illustration to the ninth prince, it is no wonder he exhibited such symptoms." Ling Junyan's pupils constricted. This subtle difference had indeed escaped his notice, as well as that of the esteemed physician by his side. It seemed that the herb was indeed counterfeit, yet where could the genuine one be found? He had scoured the depths of the abyss and had only come across this single specimen. Contemplating this, he could not help but furrow his brow. The blood-red dragon's essence herb is an exceedingly rare medicinal plant, taking 60 years to mature into a single specimen. This herb thrives in solitude, competing fiercely for nutrients with its siblings in its youth, ultimately eliminating all other saplings, thereby securing its independence and significantly enhancing its preciousness. Yet, where could such a herb be hiding? If it had been harvested by someone, it would wither and lose its efficacy within a day of leaving the abyss, as those knowledgeable would not dare to harvest it lightly. As for those capable of entering the abyss, he was only aware of two individuals, the young lady before him and the newly ascended emperor of Beichen Yuan. However, according to his calculations, Beichen Yuan would likely seek to use this herb to control him, making it improbable for him to recklessly collect it. Thus, the most probable culprit for the herb's disappearance was indeed the young lady, perhaps unaware of its true value. With this thought in mind, he inquired of Feng Qingran, "Might you have encountered this herb at the bottom of the abyss?" Ling Junyan's cold gaze flickered, and he recalled the urgent report he had received. Connecting the dots, it was not inconceivable that Beichen Yuan could destroy the blood-red dragon's essence herb, for he would not permit a second person to enter the abyss of devouring death. If the blood-red dragon's essence herb were likely destroyed, would this affect his brother's condition? Thus, he asked Feng Qingran, "Without the blood-red dragon's essence herb, is there a chance for the ninth prince to recover?" Upon hearing this, Ling Junyan's brows knitted even tighter. Could this truly be fate? He had promised that man he would take good care of the mother and child, yet sometimes fate is indeed inescapable. At this moment, he profoundly sensed the helplessness of being toyed with by destiny. "My lord, please wait here for a moment," Feng Qingran said to Ling Junyan before leaping down from the carriage. "I will clarify matters with my mother and then bring some clean clothing to join you." Ling Junyan nodded. "I shall await your return." In reality, the empress had indeed issued orders to the prime minister's residence, stating that Feng Qingran had saved the empress's youngest son and had made a favorable impression on her. Thus she was retained in the palace. Having rescued the empress's youngest son, it seemed more a stroke of luck than skill, as if she had merely stumbled upon the opportunity. In their eyes, Feng Qingran was merely a frail and sickly individual, incapable of caring for herself, let alone saving others. With such thoughts, they chose not to inform Feng Xingji of the matter. Chapter 43. Poison Testing Indeed. Feng Qingran nodded, recounting all that had transpired in the palace to her mother. Lin Yinshur's heart sank with worry as she asked, "Regardless, he is still a prince. Are you truly confident in your ability to heal him?" "Do not fret, mother. I am indeed confident," Feng Qingran reassured her. "I shall pack my belongings and stay in the palace for a few days." She hurried to soothe her mother, reminding her that it was still early in the lunar month and a cotton coat would be necessary. Lin Yinshur busily organized her daughter's garments, filling a large bundle to the brim. Feng Qingran shook her head with a gentle smile, conceding to her mother's care. After departing the estate and reuniting with Ling Junyan, Feng Qingran hastened to the Prime Minister's residence without delay. Upon stealthily entering Aunt Hua's chamber, Feng Qingran deftly administered an intravenous drip to Feng Ziqing. This marked the 6th treatment for him, and it had been 6 days since the DNA paternity test. The results would be available by tomorrow. With this thought, Feng Qingran felt a surge of excitement. Although she was already convinced that he was her biological brother, as a modern individual from the 23rd century, she still regarded the paternity test as the most authoritative proof. During the brief interlude of the infusion, Feng Qingran took out her design sketches and began to draw. "Sister, what are you creating?" Feng Ziqing gradually stirred as the 2nd bottle of medication neared completion. Feng Qingran looked up and smiled at him, tucking the drawing into her sleeve. "I'm working on some design drafts. In a few days, if the sketches turn out well, I'll make you some new clothes. How does that sound?" Feng Ziqing's lips quivered. He intended to muster a smile but inadvertently pulled at his wound, letting out a soft hiss of discomfort. "It's all right. I know how you feel. For now, it's best if you refrain from expressing any emotions. Once you're healed, you can cry or laugh just like any other child," Feng Qingran reassured him. Feng Ziqing nodded, trying to hold back his tears. After removing the needle, Feng Qingran offered him a few more words of comfort, leaving behind some small toys and snacks before departing from the Prime Minister's residence. Before long, she had scarcely settled down when a messenger from the Empress arrived, requesting her presence. "Why has Prince Zhan not awakened yet, despite the bright morning?" The Empress inquired urgently upon Feng Qingran's arrival. "Allow me to check the pulse of His Highness the 9th Prince first," Feng Qingran replied respectfully. "Very well, come quickly and take a look," the Queen said as she stepped aside. Upon hearing this, she let out a sigh of relief, her fatigue evident on her face. "That is good, that is good." Beside her, the attentive Lady Kong urged, "Your Highness, you have not closed your eyes all night. Since the young prince's condition has stabilized, it would be wise for you to rest." "Rest? I must be able to sleep first," the Queen replied with a sigh. "Enough of your urging. Do you not know my situation?" Lady Kong sighed in response and suggested, "Perhaps we should ask the imperial physician for a prescription to soothe your spirit. Enduring like this is too much for your body." Listening to their conversation, Feng Qingran quickly deduced that the Queen was troubled by insomnia. Treating such an ailment posed no significant challenge, especially since she had collaborated extensively with Ling Junyan. It would be rather unreasonable not to assist his mother with this minor affliction. "Oh, Miss Feng, are you skilled in treating insomnia?" the Queen inquired, turning her gaze towards her. Feng Qingran nodded. "I am willing to treat your Highness." The Queen, though skeptical, revealed her wrist. It was not that she doubted the young lady before her, but rather that her insomnia had plagued her for many years. Ever since conceiving her youngest son, she had not enjoyed a single restful night. She had consulted countless renowned physicians, yet none had succeeded in curing her insomnia. Now, this young girl claimed she could help. How could she not feel a sense of disbelief? Feng Qingran raised her hand to gently press upon the Empress's pulse, meticulously discerning the rhythm while simultaneously employing advanced technology within the space to conduct a comprehensive examination. It soon became apparent that the Empress's insomnia stemmed from excessive worry. Indeed, since her conception of the young prince, she had been subjected to several unfortunate incidents that led her to inadvertently consume abortifacients. Although she had fortunately managed to preserve the fetus each time, the toll on her physical and mental well-being was considerable. Even more infuriating was the fact that someone had administered a slow-acting poison, resulting in the prince being born with inherent deficiencies, with esteemed physicians predicting he would not survive to adulthood. In the Empress's chamber, Feng Qingran first lit a specially formulated calming incense, and then presented a sleep-inducing potion accompanied by warm water, into which she had infused some spiritual spring water. At that moment, Granny Kong began to perform a duet, advising, "Your Majesty, please refrain from taking this just yet. Let the physician examine it first." Feng Qingran had heard that individuals of their stature required poison testing before consuming food or medicine, so she discreetly stepped aside, patiently awaiting the physician's arrival to verify the medicine. While waiting, Feng Qingran suddenly recalled that it was now the 7th day since the paternity test had been conducted. The results must surely be available. Thus, during the physician's inspection of the Empress's medicine, she utilized her spiritual perception to access the report within the space. Chapter 44. He vowed to dismiss that woman. Indeed. Feng Qingran was nearly ecstatic, for Feng Ziqing was undeniably her biological brother. Consequently, she resolved to swiftly uncover all the details surrounding the events of that year, including information about the somewhat peculiar physician from the Shin family. The queen waved her right hand, signaling the physician to withdraw. She then accepted the water and medicine handed to her by Granny Kong, tilting her head back to swallow them in one go. Turning to Feng Qingran, she instructed, "Miss Feng, please attend to genre. There is no need for you to stay here." The young lady bowed respectfully, addressing the esteemed Wang Yan. "Has the Empress retired for the night?" Naturally, all that transpired within the palace would be relayed to him. She should be asleep by now. Estimating the time, Feng Qingran surmised that the effects of the medicine would soon take hold. "And what of my 9th brother? When might he awaken?" inquired Ling Junyan. "It is difficult to determine. He could awaken at any moment, yet it is also possible he may sleep for an entire day," Feng Qingran replied candidly. "Is that so? Then hasten to accompany me out of the palace. Matters at the manor have been settled, and you merely need to visit the yamen for a household transfer." "Very well. I must also attend to my brother's ailment, and there is still Bei Qinshe, whom I need to treat a couple more times." "Bei Qinshe is agreeable. I can bring him into the palace for your convenience in administering his treatment. This outing from the palace shall be solely for your brother's care," he proposed. Having thoughtfully devised this solution, Feng Qingran could not suppress her admiration, wanting to commend him for his meticulous consideration. After exiting the palace with Ling Junyan, she first visited the yamen for the household transfer, then proceeded to the prime minister's residence. This would be her final treatment for her brother, and since it was during the day, she took great care to remain discreet. The prime minister's residence still bore signs of disrepair, and after Manager Li was denied funds by Lin Yushi, the old matron was left seething with indignation. Feng Xingji's resolve to elevate the Yi family to the status of a noble lady grew even stronger. Feng Xingji's injuries had yet to fully heal, and he eagerly anticipated the moment when he could personally visit the estate to demand funds. Should Lin Yushi dare to refuse him, he vowed to sever ties with that woman. Clenching his fists, he found it impossible to swallow his indignation. The continuous thefts within the manor had left him destitute, and that wretched woman refused to offer even a single coin. The very thought ignited his fury, and as for the ruffian from the brothel who assaulted him, should he ever catch that scoundrel, he would not hesitate to break his legs. Feng Qingran kicked the unconscious concubine Hua and Greenery, securing the door from the inside. It was mid-morning, breakfast had been consumed, and lunch was yet to come, ensuring that few would disturb him. Gently patting the little one's cheek, he elicited a faint sting, causing Feng Ziqing to open his eyes. "Second sister," he offered a delicate smile. Upon hearing this, Feng Ziqing's expression immediately drooped, as tears threatened to spill. Yet, just as quickly, he brightened again, oblivious to the implications of Feng Qingran's words, entirely unaware that he was, in fact, her biological brother. Meanwhile, Ling Junmo and Feng Die had both regained consciousness. Ling Junmo was convinced that Feng Die had drugged him and was intent on exacting vengeance. However, Feng Die was the daughter of the prime minister, and everyone intervened to dissuade him from committing any foolish acts. His mother urged him to take her as a concubine instead, a suggestion that nearly drove Ling Junmo to the brink of apoplexy. Feng Qingran shook her head with a light laugh. After all, the two had repeatedly plotted against her, and their downfall was truly deserved. Since the Empress had fallen into slumber, she had yet to awaken, while Ling Juanzhan stirred from his sleep in the afternoon. As the elderly figure by the Empress's side, Granny Kong hurried over upon hearing that the 9th prince had awakened. "Your Highness, how do you feel now?" she inquired with genuine concern. "Much better. Where's mother?" Ling Juanzhan glanced around, unable to locate his mother. "She is asleep. As soon as the Empress awakens, I shall promptly inform her to come and see you." Granny Kong replied. "Very well, you may attend to her. I will keep watch here." Ling Junyan spoke at that moment. "Understood. I shall ensure the Empress is looked after," Granny Kong said with a respectful bow before departing. Feng Qingran then approached Ling Juanzhan. first checking his pulse and asking a few questions before producing a blood-replenishing pill, coaxing him to take it. Ninth Prince, your body is still weak and requires several days of bed rest. If you find yourself bored, I could entertain you with some stories, Feng Qingran said, addressing him as one might a child. Ling Juanzhan frowned slightly. Since his earliest memories, he had often been bedridden, and Granny Kong and others had frequently recounted tales to him. Yet, they were always the same few stories, and he felt weary of them. Now, this young woman was offering to do the same. What troubles you, ninth brother? Noticing his somewhat glum demeanor, Ling Junyan quickly inquired about the cause. Nothing. I merely wish for a moment of quiet. Ling Juanzhan gently declined Feng Qingran's kind offer. Feng Qingran pouted, thinking him an imperious and spoiled child. Since you find me bothersome, I shall temporarily take my leave. Rest well, she said, glancing at Feng Qingran, and then followed Ling Junyan. Feng Qingran pursed her lips once more, finding the two brothers rather insufferable. Ling Juanzhan was taken aback. He hadn't suggested anyone leave. He merely wished to refrain from hearing stories. He was well aware that it was this woman who had restored him to life. He simply had been bedridden for years, seldom interacting with others, and thus was at a loss as to how to engage. Upon exiting the room, Ling Junyan finally revealed the reason for summoning Feng Qingran. I shall take you to treat Bei Qinshe at once, so you may rest easy tonight. According to the urgent reports, he knew that Feng Qingran often worked tirelessly. If this continued, even the strongest would eventually succumb to fatigue. Feng Qingran was astonished. She had not anticipated that the esteemed prince of Dongling Kingdom would exhibit such attentiveness. Chapter 45. I shall never marry him. It turned out that Ling Junyan had arranged for her to stay in the guard quarters, a room designated for the night watch of the imperial guards. After leaving the queen's chamber, Feng Qingran followed closely behind Ling Junyan, the setting sun elongating their shadows. Ling Junmo, having just escaped from Rufiai, caught sight of the two figures enveloped in the golden glow of the sunset. He instantly recognized the taller one as Ling Junyan, the once cold-blooded and ruthless heir apparent. However, since his face had been disfigured, his temperament had softened considerably, though Ling Junmo firmly believed that one's inherent nature could never truly change. Who knew what sinister thoughts he harbored? As for the shorter figure, the more he looked, the more he resembled his beloved Sheer. Indeed, Sheer adored wearing simple clothing and modest adornments. His Sheer, he must clarify that it was that vile woman, Feng Jie, who plotted against him. With this thought in mind, he hastened to follow her, only to discover that this woman appeared somewhat more petite than Sheer. He asserted that his Sheer could never be entangled with Ling Junyan. But who was this woman? He was astonished to find that the usually aloof Ling Junyan could find himself close to a woman, which only deepened his curiosity about her identity. Swiftly closing the distance, Ling Junmo feigned a casual greeting. Second brother, I did not expect to encounter you here. Feng Qingran found the voice somewhat familiar. Combined with the fact that this person addressed Ling Junyan as second brother, it was highly likely to be Ling Junmo, for among the princes, aside from Ling Junyan and Ling Juanzhan, she had only interacted with Ling Junmo. At that moment, Ling Junmo also discerned Feng Qingran's appearance. She was indeed not his Sheer, yet her beauty rivaled that of his Sheer. Logically, such a strikingly beautiful woman should have graced the capital's beauty compendium, unless she had not yet come of age. Observing her demeanor, she still resembled a young girl yet to blossom, though he was left wondering which noble family she belonged to. No wonder second brother disregarded the general's daughter. It seems he already had someone special in mind. Nevertheless, his taste was commendable. It was evident that once this young lady matured, she would become an unparalleled beauty. Oh, it's nothing. Just a chance encounter, merely a greeting, Ling Junmo replied, somewhat sheepishly. Observing this, Feng Qingran also quickened her pace to follow. Ling Junyan chuckled lightly. Rest assured, he lacks the courage to approach us. Suddenly, he recalled something and cautiously inquired, do you know who he is? Feng Qingran replied, naturally, I am aware of the third prince. Ling Junyan turned to look at her. It seems he does not recognize you. Feng Qingran continued, I met him a few times during my childhood, but after my mother's illness worsened, she did not take me out for several years, hence I have not seen him for many years. I have heard that your aunt, the gentle concubine Ro, will be welcoming you into the family this year. He observed Feng Qingran's reaction after speaking. Rest assured, I will not marry him, Feng Qingran hastily clarified. Oh, but this is a marriage bestowed by the emperor. Although he had surmised that Feng Qingran was reluctant to marry Ling Junmo, he was intrigued to see how she would respond. Let us take it one step at a time. There are still 6 months until I come of age. I am sure a solution will present itself, Feng Qingran replied optimistically. Ever since she saved him, he had indeed dispatched people to investigate her background. Yet her upbringing bore no remarkable distinction from that of any ordinary noblewoman. However, there lingered a possibility that she had previously concealed her talents, after experiencing life and death. Her temperament had transformed, and she no longer desired to live in such humility. Reflecting on that harrowing experience, he still felt a tremor of fear. One had fallen from a cliff, and the other had been afflicted by a rare poison. By some twist of fate, these two fated souls, who were meant to perish, miraculously survived. He had acted as a cushion for her fall, while she fortuitously possessed medical knowledge, which enabled her to save him from the poison. Thus, they had become companions bound by the narrow line between life and death. Yet, one thing puzzled him. This woman, who appeared disinterested in a prince. What kind of man could possibly capture her heart? As thoughts meandered, the time for the shift arrived, and Feng Qingran encountered the commander of the UE Guard, Baili Shi, for the second time. The guard quarters were divided into eastern and western sections. The UE Guard typically resided in the eastern quarters, while the western quarters served as a temporary refuge for the ministers of military affairs during emergencies, allowing them to be readily summoned by the emperor. Ling Junyan had his designated room within the western quarters. Upon Ling Junyan's arrival, Baili Shi merely clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and returned to his duties. Although Ling Junyan held the esteemed title of prince, second only to the emperor, he had no authority over the management of the UE Guard, as it was directly under the emperor's command. Baili Shi, being the supreme leader of the UE Guard, was not obligated to offer formalities to Ling Junyan. His earlier gesture was merely a formality. Feng Qingran marveled at Baili Shi, the emperor's blade, exuding an aura of menace. Turning right into the western quarters, Ling Junyan paused at a door and instructed Feng Qingran, "Please tidy up this room for me." Understanding his intent, Feng Qingran entered the room, while Ling Junyan remained outside to avoid any misinterpretation. It was perhaps the sound from outside that alerted Bai Qianche, for as soon as Feng Qingran stepped into the room, he emerged from behind a screen. Feng Qingran hastily tended to his wounds, noting his commendable recovery. His youthful and robust physique allowed her to increase the infusion rate. After more than half an hour, Feng Qingran exited the room, cradling the changed bed linens and pillowcases in her arms. "I recognize it," she affirmed with a nod. "Very well, I shall refrain from following you. Take care." Ling Junyan responded. "Understood," she replied. After Feng Qingran offered a respectful bow, she withdrew. Chapter 46, The Unusual Lotus Seed. "Please leave these garments to the old servant. At this time tomorrow, I shall wait here for you, as instructed by His Highness Wang Yan. Remember this, young lady." Feng Qingran surmised the intentions of Ling Junyan and nodded, handing over the clothes she held. Noticing him obediently engrossed in his book, she took the opportunity to retrieve a brush and paper from her sleeve to begin sketching her design. "What are you doing?" After a considerable time, Ling Junyan could not contain his curiosity any longer. "I'm drawing clothes." She initially intended to mention that she would craft a few garments for him, but recalling that the princes were adorned in specially tailored attire from the palace, she swallowed the words back. "Why are you drawing clothes?" Ling Junyan pressed further. "To create garments for sale, based on these sketches," Feng Qingran replied. "Are you in need of money?" Ling Junyan suddenly lifted his gaze, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. "Who wouldn't desire more money?" Feng Qingran smiled softly, her hand continuing its rhythmic dance across the paper. "Then, taking care of me must hinder your ability to earn, does it not?" Ling Junyan inquired earnestly. "Not at all. Once His Highness recovers, I shall be able to earn my own living outside the palace," Feng Qingran reassured him, speaking as one might to a child. The little fellow pouted, his stubbornness flaring. "Just wait. I have many wonderful things. You could choose a few that would be worth several years of your earnings outside the palace." "Oh, that is unnecessary," Feng Qingran hastily interjected. Yet the little one was not inclined to heed her, turning over to retrieve a small box from the inner side of the bed. Upon discovering the items within the small box, Feng Qingran displayed an expression of bemusement. How could she possibly accept such trinkets, which were merely longevity locks and safety pendants? However, one particular ornament captured her attention, a lotus seed encased in glass, its meaning a mystery to her. As Feng Qingran stared vacantly at the glass, Ling Junyan seized the ornament and placed it into her hand with a generous gesture, proclaiming, "This is for you." Yet, The lotus seed suddenly became restless, and Feng Qingran felt a strong urge for it to enter her personal space. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the seed rolled several times before slipping into her sleeve. When she attempted to retrieve it, she discovered it had already nestled itself within her space. Alarmed, she realized this was a talisman for safety, something of great significance to Ling Juanzhan. She hastily reached out, only to find the lotus seed had rolled into the spiritual spring, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through the glass and sank to the bottom of the spring. To her astonishment, the lotus seed swiftly took root and sprouted tender leaves. Meanwhile, in a nearby inn, a slender man with a small mustache suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "She has appeared." The man sharing the room with him inquired urgently, "Where?" "In the palace," the mustachioed man replied. "In the palace? Could she possibly be a palace maid?" The other man mused aloud. "It is not out of the realm of possibility. In any case, she is an unmarried woman," the mustachioed man clarified. "Investigate," commanded the man to his attendant. "Yes," responded the attendant, promptly exiting the guest room. If Feng Qingran were present, she would undoubtedly recognize the identity of the man and his attendant, for they were none other than the new emperor of Beichen Kingdom, Beichen Yuan, and his attendant Beichen Shi. The man with the small mustache was the sorcerer Miao Ku from Beichen Kingdom. The trio had arrived in Dongling Nation with two purposes: to hunt down Beichen Yanqi and to seek the one destined to possess the phoenix's fate. What could she possibly offer to repay him? This thought plunged her into contemplation. Perhaps it would be prudent to first inquire about the significance of this item to him. With that in mind, she addressed Ling Juanzhan. "Might I ask what story lies behind this lotus seed?" "Ah, it's nothing much. If you like it, feel free to take it. It was merely a gift from a reclusive sage who mentioned that the day it blooms would coincide with the restoration of my health. However, my mother has planted it in a muddy jar for 5 years without a hint of sprouting. I surmise it may indeed be a dead lotus. Thus, I had a craftsman encase it in glass to fashion it into a pendant for me to wear. But you see, I possess a whole box of ornaments. How could I possibly adorn myself with them all?" He shook a small wooden box containing his trinkets as he spoke. Feng Qingran mused to herself. That sage must be indeed remarkable. This lotus seed is no ordinary seed, but rather it simply has not encountered the right conditions for growth. Its true home is a spiritual spring. Having taken such a considerable advantage from him, it is only right that she offers some form of recompense. She resolved to assist him in locating that crimson blood dragon's essence herb. Yet for now, she would present him with a modest token of gratitude. With that thought, she procured a magic cube from her sleeve. "Your Highness, allow me to present you with something entertaining." Ling Juanzhan cast her a sidelong glance. "What sort of entertainment is this?" "This is called a magic cube." Holding a small, intriguing gadget before Ling Juanzhan, she exclaimed, "This is quite a clever and entertaining trinket. Allow me to teach you how to play with it." Ling Juanzhan could not help but fix his gaze upon the Rubik's Cube. He had encountered various toys before, yet he had never seen one so vibrantly colored. "Observe closely. First, you must scramble the colors, and then restore them to their original order." She demonstrated a few moves before handing it over to him. Upon receiving it, Ling Juanzhan examined its craftsmanship, marveling at the exquisite design of this little object, and began to twist it thoughtfully. Noticing that the sky had darkened considerably, Feng Qingran surmised that the Empress would soon awaken, and thus addressed Ling Juanzhan. "Your Highness, please enjoy your play. I shall prepare some food for you." Ling Juanzhan, engrossed in his activity, replied dismissively, "You may go ahead. I shall not require your assistance for the time being." With a light chuckle and a shake of her head, Feng Qingran followed the palace maid to the kitchen. Although the small kitchen within the Empress's quarters was modest in size, it was equipped with everything necessary, particularly fresh vegetables, meats, and eggs. Feng Qingran prepared several light and easily digestible dishes, along with a pot of nourishing porridge, leaving it to warm while awaiting the Empress's awakening. While these dishes appeared unremarkable, they were enhanced with handmade oyster sauce, imparting a delightful aroma and flavor. Before long, the Empress indeed roused from her slumber, prompting Feng Qingran to send the meal to Ling Juanzhan. As anticipated, the Empress made her way to Ling Juanzhan after awakening. "Your Majesty, dinner is ready. Shall we partake in the meal now?" asked Mama Kong, addressing the mother and son, who were deeply engaged in conversation. "Mother, I have heard that the evening meal is prepared by the sister who tends to my ailment, and I am quite eager to taste it," proclaimed Ling Juanzhan to the Empress. "Very well, bring forth the meal," the Empress instructed, turning to Grandma Kong. Soon after, the dishes were presented. Anticipating that the empress might find the fare too modest, Feng Qingran hastily clarified, "Your Majesty, both you and His Highness are in delicate health. Such light and nutritious dishes are most suitable for your condition." The empress nodded in agreement. "I shall heed your counsel, for who else has alleviated my insomnia?" Chapter 47. No concealing from his gaze upon hearing this, Feng Qingran promptly elaborated, "Your Majesty, your insomnia requires gradual adjustment. Reliance on medication is not advisable." "Oh, yet I have slept quite soundly today," the empress remarked, recalling that she had tried various tranquilizers prescribed by the imperial physician, which had yielded little effect. The efficacy of the concoction provided by this young girl had left her feeling modest. "Your Majesty, one must remember that all medicines carry some toxicity. Sleep aids should not be used indefinitely. To truly conquer insomnia, one must begin with a gradual restoration of health," Feng Qingran explained earnestly, her clear eyes reflecting unwavering determination and sincerity. "Oh, how long will it take to restore my health?" the empress inquired, a hint of curiosity and anticipation evident in her furrowed brow. "At the very least, 3 months, I would say. Even if complete recovery is not achieved within that time, you will certainly experience significant improvement. With continued care for a year or so, you may find yourself entirely cured," Feng Qingran replied candidly. The empress nodded once more. "Very well, I shall follow your guidance. However, what of His Highness's condition? How long until he can expect recovery? As for the 9th prince, it will require a considerable amount of time, at least 3 to 5 years. However, rest assured that by this summer, he will be able to frolic like other children, albeit with a somewhat frail constitution that necessitates long-term nurturing for full recovery," Feng Qingran patiently explained. With this in mind, she turned to Grandma Kong and said, "Please prepare the dishes. Let us dine first." Grandma Kong complied and began to set the table. At that moment, Ling Juanzhan spoke up. "Let this sister join us for the meal." "That is unnecessary. I am not hungry," Feng Qingran quickly replied. The empress paused for a moment, then turned her gaze towards Feng Qingran, who was standing nearby. "You should sit down and eat as well." Seeing no way to refuse, Feng Qingran had no choice but to take a seat. After the empress and Ling Juanzhan sampled the dishes on the table, their eyes lit up in surprise. They had not anticipated that such seemingly ordinary food could be so delectable. "Miss Feng, how did you prepare this? Could you teach the kitchen staff?" the empress inquired. "Certainly. It is quite simple. It merely requires my specially crafted seasoning," Feng Qingran replied with enthusiasm. After all, they would not be able to replicate this seasoning, and she could provide it to them in limited quantities later on. Seeing her eagerness, the empress was unsure whether to commend her innocence or deem her foolish. Anyone else with such culinary skills would likely keep them a closely guarded secret, yet this naive girl readily agreed to teach others. Nonetheless, the meal had indeed suited her palate. She inadvertently consumed 3 bowls of porridge, and even Ling Juanzhan filled his stomach to capacity. After dinner, Feng Qingran could have retired to rest, but Ling Juanzhan, unable to solve the Rubik's Cube, called her to stay. "Your Highness, would you care to entertain yourself for another evening? Should you not regain your composure by tomorrow, I shall gently remind you," suggested Feng Qingran. "Very well then," agreed Ling Juanzhan, seizing the opportunity to delve deeper into his studies overnight. If he could restore it, how glorious that would be. Thus, he allowed Feng Qingran to retire for the night. She fell into a deep slumber until dawn, and after freshening up, she ventured to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The palace servants, adhering to her instructions, gathered fresh ingredients, including chicken breast, rice, ginger, and green onions. The chicken was deboned, cut into small pieces, and marinated with a pinch of salt and cornstarch. After a quarter of an hour, the marinated chicken and thoroughly rinsed rice were placed in a pot, accompanied by an appropriate amount of warm water and slices of ginger. Directing the cook to ignite the flames, she instructed them to bring it to a vigorous boil before reducing the heat to simmer until fully cooked, finally allowing it to gently stew until tender. Just before serving, she added a touch of salt and a sprinkle of pepper to enhance the flavors. Considering the culinary preferences of mother and son, she garnished the bowls with a scattering of chopped green onions, resulting in 2 steaming bowls of chicken congee. Upon delivering them to Ling Juanzhan's chambers, the empress had already been waiting there. Having burned fragrant, calming incense the previous night, she awoke refreshed early in the morning. Upon seeing Feng Qingran arrive with breakfast, she realized she was quite hungry. Meanwhile, Ling Juanzhan, who had been engrossed in his studies of the cube, was momentarily distracted by the enticing aroma. He accepted the chicken congee and relished it with delight. Sister Feng, would you consider staying to prepare meals for me every day? Ling Juanzhan inquired after savoring a spoonful of the delicious congee. Silly child, your sister Feng is destined to marry in the future. How could she possibly remain here to cook for you indefinitely? Before Feng Qingran could respond, the empress seized the conversation. After a brief pause, she continued, however, we can have your sister Feng teach our cook how to prepare meals, so you can enjoy delightful dishes every day. Ling Juanzhan hesitated momentarily, then coyly inquired, will sister Feng be able to visit me often? That is certainly feasible, for your sister Feng is to wed your third brother. It is only natural that she would come to see her little brother-in-law, the empress reassured her young son. Wouldn't it be better if she married second brother? Then she could visit me every day, Ling Juanzhan innocently questioned. Silly child, refrain from such foolish talk. This marriage has been arranged by your father, the emperor, and the betrothal will be formalized shortly, the empress replied with a hint of authority. Ling Juanzhan fell silent, realizing that since it was ordained by the emperor, there was no room for negotiation. After breakfast, Ling Juanzhan took out his Rubik's Cube. Feng Qingran noticed he had already restored 2 sides and felt a sense of astonishment. Sister Feng, I can only restore these 2 sides. How can I solve it completely? Ling Juanzhan asked humbly. Let me offer you a hint. This puzzle is not solved side by side, but layer by layer, Feng Qingran said with a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. Ah, so that is how it works. Ling Juanzhan exclaimed, tapping his forehead as he resumed his exploration of the cube. With some leisure time on her hands, Feng Qingran decided to seek out the old nurse outside Fengyi Palace. Upon reaching the designated location, the elderly matron was indeed waiting there. Feng Qingran took the freshly washed and dried garments and hastened towards the guardhouse at the palace entrance. Who goes there? This is no place for a woman. With the absence of Ling Junyan's guidance, Feng Qingran found herself barred from entry. Let her in, spoke the commander of the imperial guards, Bailey Shur. He had observed Ling Junyan escorting this woman to this very spot the previous day and surmised that she had been sent by him once more. However, as a trusted confidant of the emperor, he was acutely aware of any stirrings within the palace. The information regarding this woman had already reached him. She was Feng Qingran, the legitimate daughter of the prime minister and the fiancé of the third prince. This intelligence had been duly reported to the emperor, and as the commander of the imperial guards, it was his duty to safeguard the palace and protect the emperor. Upon receiving the order, Feng Qingran was granted entry and promptly met with Bai Chen-che. This was to be the final treatment for him. After administering the 4-drip, she provided him with a fortnight's worth of medication, instructing him to take it thrice daily. Your Highness, you ought to expedite his departure from the palace. I was just detained outside, which caught Lord Bailey's attention. Further delay may lead to unforeseen complications, Feng Qingran advised Ling Junyan. Chapter 48. Personally attending to Feng Qingran's eyelids twitched slightly. How did your Highness come to know? She inquired. Just now. My second brother sent someone to report, Ling Juanzhan replied. It's nothing much. I merely tidied up his quarters, Feng Qingran responded nonchalantly. With so many maids and matrons in the palace, why was it necessary for you to go? Ling Juanzhan questioned, perplexed. Children have so many questions. Have you solved the Rubik's Cube? Feng Qingran feigned annoyance. And no. Ling Juanzhan stammered, his cheeks flushed. He had not anticipated that such a trivial object could prove so vexing. Shall I teach you, my lord? Feng Qingran teased. No, I refuse. He vowed never to seek her assistance again. After all, it was merely a small cube. He would surely restore it to its original state. Feng Qingran cast a glance at his indignant little face and chuckled softly as she headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Upon entering the kitchen, she overheard several cooks discussing the scandal involving Ling Junmo and Feng Die. As soon as they noticed her presence, they hastily fell silent. Oh, please continue. I am particularly fond of gossip, Feng Qingran said amiably. Gossip? One of the cooks inquired, puzzled. Oh, it simply means idle chatter. You may continue with the tale you were telling, she quickly clarified. Seeing Feng Qingran's approachable demeanor and unaware of her true identity, they resumed their conversation. Feng Qingran couldn't help but scoff. She had not expected Ling Junmo to be so infatuated. She wondered how the young lady would react once this matter became public. As Feng Qingran busied herself washing her hands and preparing the meal, the cooks became earnest, for the empress had commanded them to swiftly learn these recipes. Throughout the cooking process, they posed questions, and Feng Qingran answered them, even handing over a bottle of her homemade oyster sauce. By the evening meal, under her guidance, The cooks had managed to create dishes that were remarkably well made. At dinner, neither the Empress nor Ling Juanzhan could discern any difference. Thus, several days passed, and finally, the Empress granted Feng Qingran permission to leave the palace. After leaving behind some medicinal herbs and soothing incense, Feng Qingran was escorted out of the palace by Ling Junyan. "Miss Feng, shall I take you to the Prime Minister's residence or to the countryside estate?" Duo Ming inquired after they exited the palace gates. "Take me to the Tianji Pavilion. It has been several days, and the background of the physician from the Shen family must have been uncovered by now." Ling Junyan raised an eyebrow at a distance, accepted the reins handed to him by a palace servant, mounted his horse, and galloped away. Within Tianji Pavilion, shortly after a stick of incense had burned, Ling Junyan perused the information regarding the physician from the Shen family and discovered that he had significant ties to the Hua family of the Prime Minister's residence. However, he pondered why Feng Qing and was so intent on investigating him. Out of curiosity, he personally attended to Feng Qingran. Upon receiving the physician's information, Feng Qingran eagerly began to examine it. It turned out that the physician from the Shen family was actually a fellow townsman of concubine Hua and had once been betrothed to her. Unfortunately, due to a lack of skill, he had suffered a leg injury during the martial examination and was thus estranged from the officialdom. During his recovery, he had learned some rudimentary medical knowledge and, once healed, infiltrated the Feng residence as a physician under the guise of a healer. Ling Junyan, wearing a mask, nodded slightly and extended 5 fingers, 5,000 taels. Feng Qingran looked at him in confusion. Why had the price dropped? The last time he had charged her 10,000 taels, yet this time, with more information, the price had decreased. However, she was not one to hastily part with her money. If she could spend less, who wouldn't prefer that? With this thought, she willingly handed over the 5,000 taels. After Feng Qingran departed, Ling Junyan turned his back to face a mural and commanded, "Investigate this matter thoroughly. It must be clarified. Indeed, it is quite delightful. Mother has not enjoyed the palace pastries in a long time." Lin Yunshi took the open papers and, after tasting, praised them. "By the way, Mother, I have also sketched some designs. Please take a look and make some modifications." As she spoke, she retrieved a stack of papers from her sleeve. Lin Yunshi set down the pastry in her hand and, upon examining the designs, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Very good. These styles are truly commendable. With a few adjustments from you, we can send them off for production." Lin Yunshi nodded in agreement. "You must participate as well." "Of course. Several shops are relying on your mother to revive them." Feng Qingran teased. "Aren't you being a bit mischievous?" Lin Yunshi playfully poked her daughter's forehead, shaking her head with a smile. "All right, we will discuss this matter later. For now, let us have our meal." Feng Qingran obediently nodded and followed her mother to the dining hall. The estate had regained its former vitality, although the buildings appeared somewhat worn. They were neatly organized under her mother's diligent care. Feng Qingran contemplated that the weather would soon warm up, and once the willow branches budded, she would have the houses rebuilt. These past few days, under the nourishment of the spiritual spring water, Kaio had gained some weight, and both her mother and Aunt Rong seemed to have rejuvenated a few years. After dinner, Feng Qingran summoned Chasing Soul to inquire about the estate's recent circumstances. Even if he were to act, he might not be a match for those individuals. Avoiding conflict was the wisest choice at that moment. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingran furrowed her brows. What characteristics do those people possess? They all stand over 8 feet tall, clad in dark attire. And one of the men has a snow weasel on his left shoulder. Chasing Soul succinctly replied. "So it's him." Feng Qingran immediately envisioned the figure of Beichen Yuan in her mind. Yet, what could possibly draw him to this place? Undoubtedly, they were here in search of Beichen Yinshi and Beichen Che. However, this also implies that the locations they have combed through are assuredly safe, alleviating her worries to some extent. This, however, underscores the fragility of Zhuangzi's defenses. It appears she must hasten to cultivate a cadre of capable enforcers. Chapter 49. The costly plaything. Observing her execute the movements with precision, Zuihin offered his sincere praise. "Excellent. My subordinate can continue to teach you." He had not anticipated that such a delicate young girl would perform the sequence with such accuracy and familiarity. Foundational skills are often the most tedious and demanding of perseverance. He had imagined she might abandon the effort midway, yet in a mere short span, she had mastered it. Clearly, he had underestimated this young lady before him. "Next, my subordinate will impart to you the foundational techniques, a total of 10 sets, and today I shall teach you the first," Zuihin stated with minimal emotional fluctuation. Feng Qingran nodded, diligently following his instruction. In no time, she had become exceedingly adept at the first set of movements. Zuihin was once again astonished. Realizing that Feng Qingran possessed a degree of innate talent, however, her age was a hindrance, as she had missed the prime years for martial training. Nevertheless, acquiring some self-defense skills was still within her grasp. Very well, you may take your leave now. Your presence here is no longer required. Focus on ensuring my mother's safety. After retracting her movements, Feng Qingran addressed Zuan. Understood. Zuihin responded before departing. Once he exited the room, Feng Qingran lifted the bed curtain and slipped inside. After carefully tucking the curtain, she swiftly entered her space. Upon entering the space, she first examined the lotus. Discovering that it had merely unfurled a single leaf, showing no significant growth. After observing the lotus, she turned her attention to the medicinal field, only to find that the herbs excavated from the abyss also displayed no notable signs of growth. As she pondered this predicament, she retrieved the spirit spring water for a soothing bath, and in her contemplation, she inadvertently dozed off in the tub. When she awoke again, it was already around 2 or 3 in the morning. After cleansing the grime from her body, she felt a refreshing sense of rejuvenation. Changing into her night attire, she swiftly exited the space, eager to visit her brother at the Prime Minister's residence. With Duoming skillfully maneuvering the carriage, they quickly entered the city. However, as they passed by a cluster of official residences, Feng Qingran spotted a shadowy figure behaving suspiciously. Follow that figure, she instructed Duoming, feeling a strange familiarity with the silhouette. Indeed, Duoming turned the carriage around and pursued the figure. Stop, to avoid alarming the target. Feng Qingran swiftly ordered Duoming to halt the carriage and decided to follow the figure herself. Stay here and wait for me, she commanded as she disembarked. The figure remained somewhat vigilant, and Feng Qingran had to conceal herself in the space several times to successfully trail him to his destination, the Imperial Master's residence. Instantly, she thought of the renowned talent, Shang Ruoshi, further affirming that this elusive individual was indeed Ling Junmo. Following him into the estate, after navigating through a labyrinth of corridors, she finally arrived at Shang Ruoshi's chamber. Blowing a few puffs of a relaxation-inducing powder into the room, Feng Qingran climbed onto the rooftop and began to eavesdrop. What brings you here again? The speaker is Shang Ruoshi. Feng Qingran took out a beautiful woman-esque pictorial from the capital and compared it. Discovering that the person was indeed quite lovely, no wonder she could captivate Ling Jun Mo Roshi. I assure you, I was truly drugged by that vile woman. I promise I will never bring her into my household. I will marry only you for life. And the position of my legitimate wife will forever belong solely to you, Ling Jun Mo hurriedly explained. Shang Ruoshi massaged her slightly throbbing head, initially intending to tease him further, but eventually relented. Very well, this is what you have said. If you ever make me feel wrong, it will not happen. Ling Jun Mo swiftly interrupted her, pledging, I will marry only you for life. Shang Ruoshi frowned, sensing that she had acquiesced too readily. She could have taken more advantage of him. Ling Junimo, however, was overjoyed and seized the moment, suggesting, why don't I seek my father's decree tomorrow to expedite this marriage? Wait. Shang Ruoshi's face paled, hurriedly interrupting him. My grandfather is quite elderly, and I wish to stay at home and accompany him for a few more years. But, oh no buts. Just tell me, Your Highness, will you agree to my request? Very well, I agree. Ling Jun Mo replied eagerly, thinking that since she had consented, he would find ways to marry her as soon as possible. Shaking his head, Feng Qingran slipped down from the rooftop, leaving the imperial teacher's residence before Ling Jun Mo. By the time he arrived at the Prime Minister's residence, the sky had brightened. In Shokong Courtyard, second Madame Yi and concubine Hua were paying respects to the old matriarch. Aunt, didn't the daughter-in-law just bring in the stored grain? How can we be out of food already? Madame Hua expressed her displeasure with a hint of indignation. The mere mention of the matter ignited her fury, as that wretched girl had audaciously questioned the appearance of her son. In a bid to divert attention, she reluctantly yielded the stockpile of provisions. Yet, every time she reflected upon it, she felt a sense of loss, attributing the blame to that insipid girl for her thoughtless remarks. With so many mouths to feed in the household, how could that meager supply last more than a few days? The old matriarch immediately erupted with rage, questioning the insolence of such a tone directed at her. After all, that was the harvest from an entire year on the estate. How could it possibly be consumed in just a few days? Madame Hua muttered her discontent. The old lady's murky gaze shifted, and with an air of authority, she declared, "Your estate does not yield much grain in a year. It would be better to sell it." "How can that be?" Madame Hua exclaimed, her eyes widening. The daughter-in-law intended to bequeath that estate as a dowry for Dyer. That losing venture could never secure a marriage. The mere mention of it sent the old lady into a fit of anger. Initially, she had been led to believe that the third prince was enamored with that girl, claiming he would marry no one else. How naive she had been to trust such fabrications. "Aunt, how can you speak so disparagingly of your granddaughter?" Madame Hua erupted, asserting that anyone could be criticized, but not her cherished daughter. "Have I spoken incorrectly? That burden has already been returned. Whether she can marry in the future remains to be seen. Even if she could, it would hardly be to a reputable family, given the stain on her reputation." "What are you saying?" The young couple merely experienced a minor disagreement. Perhaps they will reconcile one day, and Hua declared stubbornly. In truth, she was well aware that the likelihood of them reuniting was slim, for she had witnessed the third prince's resolute nature. Yet, amidst the daunting trials, there may still be a glimmer of hope, a possibility for a turnaround. Are you still indulging in fanciful dreams? You would do well to awaken from such illusions. That worthless trinket of yours is no longer desired, the old matriarch retorted, adding, "Isn't your nephew from your maternal family fond of her since childhood? He should not be averse to her misfortunes. Perhaps she ought to marry him instead. Provided, of course, that he holds no disdain for her," the old lady mused inwardly. Aunt Hua fidgeted with her handkerchief. She had indeed contemplated this notion before. In the past, her nephew had persistently pursued their daughter, but now, would he truly harbor no objections? She found herself uncertain. Nevertheless, in a bid to prepare for all eventualities, she sent her forsaken daughter to her brother's home, hoping to foster a bond with her maternal cousin. Even if her daughter could not wed the third prince, marrying her cousin would still be a favorable outcome. Chapter 50. Where did you procure this? Upon overhearing these words, Feng Qingran was unconcerned about whom her daughter might marry. Rather, it was the mention of their provisions that captured her attention. Then let us seize it, she resolved with determination. Without hesitation, Feng Qingran deftly concealed herself and swiftly located the stockpile of provisions, ensuring not a single grain remained, all of which she stored within her space. Noticing the household was bustling with activity, she chose not to visit her brother, but instead made a hasty exit from the prime minister's residence. In a rush, she managed to join her mother for breakfast. "Ranner, are we to visit the shop today?" After breakfast, Lin Yunshi inquired of Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran nodded, affirming, "Indeed. It is all thanks to my mother's diligence." Lin Yunshi shook her head with a light laugh, saying, "Not at all. My dear mother has lived all these years in vain, yet has not attained the clarity that her daughter possesses. Mother, please do not say such things. You are already doing splendidly, and our better days are still ahead." Feng Qingran hurriedly reassured her. Lin Yunshi nodded, her voice choked with emotion, as she took out a handkerchief to wipe the tears that had escaped the corners of her eyes. "Well then, let me take you into the city for a stroll. It will serve as a pleasant diversion." Feng Qingran quickly changed the subject. After a bout of dressing up, the mother and daughter, accompanied by Qirong and Kair, left the village. All four were dressed quite simply, as Duoming drove the carriage into the city. Upon passing the herbal market, Feng Qingran instructed Duoming to halt the carriage. Since arriving in this world, she had yet to visit the herbal market, and she decided to disembark to take a look. "Young lady, these herbs were freshly picked this morning. They are very fresh. You can take them all for just 20 copper coins," an elderly man enthusiastically called out to Feng Qingran. She crouched down to examine the herbs in the bamboo basket and found them to be rather ordinary. However, as she realized that her own medicinal fields lacked these particular herbs, she decided to purchase them. Nearby, an elderly woman began to promote her own herbs, and Feng Qingran moved closer to inspect them. To her surprise, she discovered that some green Sichuan pepper was mixed in. "Where did you gather this?" Feng Qingran asked the elderly woman, holding up a sprig of green pepper. "There is plenty of it in the valleys outside the city. If you desire, I can go gather some more for you tomorrow morning," the elderly woman promptly replied. "How do you typically use this herb?" Feng Qingran continued to inquire. The elderly woman, feeling guilty, scratched her grizzled hair and stammered, "I just thought they were quite beautiful, so I picked a few." Beside her, the old man scoffed, "Stop the nonsense. You just want to blend in with the herbs to sell a few more copper coins." Exposed, the elderly woman became even more flustered, shouldering her bamboo basket and preparing to flee. All right, I won't sell them anymore." "Hey, wait a moment. Did I say I wouldn't buy them?" Feng Qingran hastily called out to the elderly woman. Let us discuss the price over here. She raised her chin and gestured towards a large tree not far away, then turned to Lin Yunshi and the others, saying, Come, let's go over. The elderly woman hesitated briefly before following with her basket on her back. 50 copper coins. I will take all these herbs. In the future, if you find any rare and peculiar plants, you can bring them to me. As long as they are unique, I will purchase them at a high price. Once they reached the base of the tree, Feng Qingran spoke to the elderly woman. Really? A look of skepticism crossed the elderly woman's face. Of course it's true, Feng Qingran replied, pulling out a string of copper coins from her sleeve. Here are 50 copper coins. In the future, if you come across any of these rare plants, feel free to bring them to Fengxian Tower. Rest assured, I will definitely gather some plants you have never seen before and bring them to you tomorrow, the elderly woman said, counting the coins while responding to Feng Qingran. After finishing, she tucked the coins into her sleeve and added, It's winter now. Only a few valleys outside the city have green plants, and it's quite difficult for us to gather them. Don't worry, I won't forget your efforts. Clever as she is, Feng Qingran naturally comprehended the implications of her words. The old matron felt reassured, contemplating that she would certainly take her husband along for the peculiar expedition the following day. As for the odd plants, it was uncertain, however. With a glance at the delicate young girl, whose skin was tender and unblemished, it was evident she had never toiled in the fields. Collecting rare plants might prove to be a challenge. Mother, do you not recall? I possess some knowledge of medicine. Gathering a few herbs is hardly extraordinary. Feng Qingran replied vaguely. Indeed, there is no need to venture to such places. Your uncle owns several apothecaries. Should you desire anything, I can have him send some to you. Seemingly struck by a thought, she added, In a few days, it will be your grandfather's birthday. When we see your uncle, I shall mention it. Oh, truly, I require so little. There is no need to trouble uncle. Feng Qingran hastily declined. Lin Yunshi shook her head with a gentle smile. Very well, your mother will heed your wishes. At this moment, she held her daughter in the highest esteem, willing to acquiesce to her every suggestion. Amidst their light-hearted exchanges, they arrived at the first shop slated for transformation. By the way, mother, we plan to establish a high-end clothing store, a commoner's apparel shop, as well as stores for men's, women's, and middle-aged attire. Additionally, I intend to introduce a children's clothing store. What do you think? After surveying the premises, Feng Qingran presented her proposal. I believe that is an excellent idea. Your foresight is commendable, my dear. These considerations had not occurred to me. Lin Yunshi concurred with a nod of approval. She does not intend to adorn the shop with an overly modern decor. Rather, she believes that a rustic style embodies the essence of this era. Consequently, she entrusted the responsibility of the shop's renovation to her mother. However, she plans to incorporate a few modern elements later to enhance the shop's individuality based on its actual circumstances. After expressing her thoughts, her mother and the others wholeheartedly agreed. And that evening, they took up residence in Fengxian Tower. Manager's son warmly welcomed them and had the kitchen prepare a sumptuous feast. Seizing the opportunity to inspect the kitchen, Feng Qingran presented a sprig of Sichuan pepper to Chef Zhang, inquiring, Do you recognize this plant? Have you ever used such an ingredient in your cooking? Chef Zhang, upon receiving it, looked disdainful and replied, This plant is abundant on the hillsides. Not only are its fruits inedible, but it is also covered in thorns, quite bothersome. Feng Qingran nodded in understanding, reflecting that while it certainly cannot be consumed directly, it could serve as a significant seasoning. In the medical space provided by the military, she had stored dried Sichuan pepper, and she was pleasantly surprised to encounter fresh varieties in this world. Furthermore, she suspected that there were other undiscovered seasonings in this realm, waiting to be identified and cataloged once that old woman brought them in. Chapter 51. She appeared again. Eat more if it tastes good. Look at how thin you've become. Qiu Rong said, offering Kaier a piece of chicken. Ranner, you have managed this restaurant exceptionally well. It seems you have inherited a bit of your uncle's acumen. Both of you being adept in business, Lin Yunshi praised her daughter as she took her seat. It is quite satisfactory. Recently, the restaurant has been bustling with patrons, prompting my daughter to consider opening a branch. Feng Qingran articulated her aspirations. If we were to establish a branch, it might be prudent to locate it in the southern city, where foreign merchants and diplomats are prevalent. Unique dishes such as ours would undoubtedly attract a steady clientele. Lin Yunshi suggested. That is an excellent recommendation. My daughter will embark on an exploration in a few days, Feng Qingran responded earnestly. If all else fails, I shall provide them with additional funds. I truly wish not to see my dowry, which my grandmother bequeathed to me, fall into the hands of others. With a sigh, she spoke. As you wish, Duoming replied, taking the package and discreetly retreating. Only then did Feng Qingran feel a semblance of relief. She had appropriated the household's provisions and feared her younger brother might go hungry, which led her to arrange for Duoming to deliver some compressed biscuits. Slipping into the bed curtains, she entered her spatial realm. The newly acquired ordinary herbs had taken root in the medicinal field. Yet the rare herbs excavated from the abyss showed no signs of growth. This posed a matter deserving contemplation, but for now, she needed to plant the fresh Sichuan pepper cuttings into the soil. Selecting the most suitable positions and lengths from the pepper branches, she carefully prepared the cut surfaces and buried them at the edges of the vegetable patch, completing the entire planting process. Feng Qingran gently scooped a ladle of crystal-clear spiritual spring water from the spring, its brilliance seemingly encapsulating the essence of heaven and earth. With utmost care, she evenly watered the freshly planted Sichuan pepper cuttings with the spiritual spring water, each drop nourishing the land like sweet dew. She eagerly anticipated that, under the nurturing of the spiritual spring water, these Sichuan pepper cuttings would thrive and yield greater rewards for her. Diligently, Feng Qingran engaged in her practice of the foundational techniques of the soul pursuit after completing her previous tasks, dedicating nearly 2 hours to her training. Initially intending to wash away her fatigue in the spiritual spring and retire for the night, she happened to witness the second leaf unfurling from the lotus while drawing water from the spring. It appeared that the lotus had not entered its dormant phase, allowing her to bide her time with the herbs excavated from the abyss, perhaps hoping that they too would flourish in due course. Meanwhile, in an inn within the southern city, a bearded man named Miao Ku, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. She had reappeared at the heart of the city. The man residing in the adjacent room, Beichin Yuan, also opened his eyes and communicated with him through inner strength, suggesting that the woman was likely not a palace maid, indicating their previous assumptions might have been entirely misguided. Summon someone to investigate, commanded Beichin Yuan. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Qingran, immersed in the spiritual spring, had drifted into slumber, sleeping soundly until the break of dawn. After cleansing herself of the dirt and grime, she adorned herself with a simple yet elegant dress. "Miss, shall I cleanse your face?" queried Kaier, who stood outside the room with a basin upon hearing movement within. "Come in," Feng Qingran invited as she seated herself at the dressing table, instructing Kaier to place the basin aside and assist her with her hair. "Certainly." Kaya set the basin on the rack and approached the dressing table to style Feng Qingran's hair into an elegant bun. "Miss, you are truly beautiful, and your hair is so lustrous and smooth," Kaier remarked, glancing at her own hands, where the frostbite had long since healed, then touching her own relatively tender face, contemplating how a comfortable life truly makes a difference. With good food and warm clothing, even her skin had improved. After having breakfast, Feng Qingran said to Lin Yunshi, "Mother, I leave the shop in your capable hands. Today, I intend to remain at Fengxian Tower to sort through the accounts." Lin Yunshi paused for a moment, considering that her daughter might truly dislike the intricacies of running a shop, and thus acquiesced. After sending her mother off in the carriage, Feng Qingran commanded Duoming, "Ensure my mother's safety, do you understand?" However, Duoming hesitated. He was dispatched by the prince to monitor, no, to protect Feng Qingran. Yet what could he say? Feng Qingran glared at him, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn. "As you command," he replied reluctantly. At that moment, he felt utterly frustrated. As a shadow guard, he was not only scrutinized for his appearance, but was also burdened by this willful young lady, who had affixed a human skin mask upon him, compelling him into servitude. This was intolerable. He resolved to request the prince to assign another shadow guard to this task, for he could not manage it alone. After bidding farewell to her mother, Aunt Rong, and Kaier, she settled in an elegant chamber on the second floor, poring over cookbooks, determined to utilize the green Sichuan peppercorn. After multiple selections, she decided to introduce the green Sichuan pepper hot pot fish. Once the recipe was confirmed, she began sketching her clothing design drafts. Since she was opening a bespoke tailor shop, the more styles, the better. While she drew, she kept an eye on the staircase below, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the old woman with medicinal herbs. After completing 5 design drafts, the old woman finally arrived, accompanied by the old man. "Miss, look. We gathered 2 baskets this morning," she said, unloading the baskets before Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran brought forth 2 large baskets, meticulously transferring the herbs from the bamboo basket into the containers, distinguishing between the common and the rare plants. This time, she discovered that the elderly couple had not only gathered some green Sichuan pepper, but also brought fresh green fruits and sprigs of perilla. Although her space housed numerous vegetable seeds, she found herself lacking in the less common perilla. This presented an opportunity for her to propagate the fresh sprigs through cuttings, ensuring that when her barbecue restaurant opened, she would not be deprived of perilla leaves. Additionally, the green fruits served as a seasoning, typically used in soups and stews, offering notable medicinal benefits, thus making their propagation equally essential. However, the couple had only harvested the fruits, neglecting to bring any branches. Feng Qingran approached the elderly couple, requesting, "I would like a few branches of this fruit. Could you bring some for me tomorrow?" 200 copper coins, she readily agreed. "Very well. I shall certainly bring you some plants you have never seen before," the old woman replied with excitement. After the transaction was settled, the couple left contentedly, and Feng Qingran headed to the kitchen with the recipe and green Sichuan pepper in hand. Chapter 52. A balance of advancements and retreats miss. "Are you suggesting we use these ingredients for cooking?" Chef Zhang inquired, gazing at the green Sichuan pepper on the stove after reviewing the recipe. "Indeed," Feng Qingran affirmed with a nod. "But this ingredient." "Simply follow the recipe." "Very well then." Chef Zhang conceded, unable to resist Feng Qingran's determination, and began to diligently prepare according to the recipe's instructions. Garlic is sliced thickly, fresh ginger is cut into thin pieces, asparagus is sliced into long strips. Small red and green chili peppers are chopped into rings, wild mountain mushrooms are torn into strips, and green Sichuan peppercorns are washed and set aside. In a pot, water is brought to a boil, and the torn wild mushrooms and sliced asparagus are cooked in succession until tender, then removed and drained, serving as the base in a clay pot. The marinated fish fillets are rinsed multiple times with clean water to remove any blood, then mixed with cooking wine, salt, and starch until well combined. Oil is heated in a pan, and chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic are sautéed until fragrant, followed by the addition of dried Sichuan peppercorns, fresh peppercorns, and small chili peppers, which are stir-fried. Once the aroma is released, an adequate amount of boiling water is poured in, along with salt and chicken essence for seasoning. When the water reaches a rolling boil, the fish head and tail are added and cooked for 1 minute, followed by the fish fillets, which are simmered for about 2 minutes, and finally, the fish slices are added and cooked for approximately 15 minutes before being plated. The fish and broth are poured into the clay pot, adorned with chili peppers and fresh peppercorns, and hot oil is drizzled over the top to complete the dish. Feng Qingran gingerly picks up a piece with her chopsticks, savoring the taste, and exclaims, "Indeed, this is the flavor. You should try it too, Lao Zhang." Chef Zhang expresses his reluctance, saying, "Perhaps it is best if I pass." Feng Qingran provokes him. "Well, how about you taste it after I do? You wouldn't dare eat your own cooking. How could you serve it to customers?" Reluctantly, he picks up a small piece of fish, shakes off the peppercorns, closes his eyes, and pops it into his mouth. "I'll try again," he murmurs, then takes a larger piece, carefully extracting any bones, and after tasting, he admits, "It is indeed quite delicious." "So how is it?" Feng Qingran inquires, looking up at him. "It's quite good," he replies. Chef Zhang rubbed the back of his head, grinning broadly. Feng Qingran, now enlightened, instructed Chef Zhang to proceed, as before, to serve complimentary dishes to each table and record their tasting experiences. "Certainly. I will ensure everything is handled properly," Chef Zhang replied repeatedly. "Well then, you may attend to your tasks. Should you need anything, find me on the second floor." With that, he departed from the kitchen. As noon approached, Feng Qingran casually glanced downstairs and spotted a somewhat familiar face. If her memory served her correctly, it was Hua Jiliang, the nephew of Madame Hua. She had seen him once during the raid on the Hua residence. Beside him was a veiled woman, undoubtedly her half-sister, Feng Die. She recalled that Feng Die frequently stayed at the Hua residence. Upon seeing the two enter Feng Xianlu, Feng Qingran summoned a servant and whispered a few instructions. The servant nodded and hurried downstairs. "Will you be dining in the main hall or in a private room upstairs?" he inquired of Hua Jiliang and Feng Die. "In a private room upstairs," Hua Jiliang responded. "Very well, please follow me." The servant then led them to the second floor, arranging their seating next to Feng Qingran's room. "Bring me all 10 of your signature dishes," Hua Jiliang proclaimed grandly as they entered the private room. "Of course. Please wait a moment. I will attend to that immediately," the servant replied, bowing as he exited the room. Feng Qingran pressed her ear against the wall, straining to eavesdrop on the happenings next door. She heard Hua Jiliang say, "Cousin, the dishes here are exquisite. My cousin has dined here several times, and the flavors are simply delightful. You will understand once you have tasted them." "Cousin, I truly have no appetite," Feng Jie lamented softly. "Do not dwell on it. Dear cousin, in my heart, you remain untarnished and pure. Let the past remain in the past," Hua Jingliang advised her gently. "What if I were to propose that you marry me? Would you consent?" Feng Jie inquired, her luminous eyes gazing at Hua Jingliang with a hint of nonchalance. She understood the importance of not appearing overly eager, as it might lead him to undervalue her. She needed to maintain a delicate balance. "Of course I would agree. I would gladly marry you tomorrow." Hua Jingliang hastily declared his intentions. "There is no need for such haste. I have yet to reach the age of maturity. Waiting 2 or 3 years before marrying you is not a burden," Feng Jie replied, her head lowered in shyness, though her mind was calculating. She had no intention of relinquishing her pursuit of the third prince easily, and she needed to ensure she had a backup plan, lest her efforts be in vain. "But I wish to welcome you into my home as soon as possible. Will you promise to marry me once I come of age?" Hua Jingliang gazed at her with profound affection. "Let us discuss it when the time comes," Feng Jie responded, her head bowed even lower, though she had already devised a meticulous plan. In half a year, many variables could arise. Perhaps she would successfully capture the third prince's heart. If not, she could always conjure a reason to delay the wedding. Furthermore, even if she could not wed the third prince, there was still a reliable alternative waiting in the wings. This arrangement provided her with a perfect safety net, allowing for both advancement and retreat. With a sudden creak, the door swung open, and the innkeeper entered, carrying the dishes. "Next time, please remember to knock." Hua Jingyang chastised the innkeeper with irritation. Yes, of course," the innkeeper replied, bowing and smiling as he set the table. "On that occasion, I would like a jar of the high-quality liquor that you are offering here." Hua Jingyang addressed the waiter. "That is no longer complimentary. It costs 10 taels of silver per jar," the waiter cautiously responded. 10 taels of silver for a jar? Hua Jingliang internally gritted his teeth, thinking how exorbitant this was. "Enough of this prattle. Bring me a jar," he insisted, attempting to maintain his dignity. Of course," the waiter promptly replied, completing the meal setup before exiting the private room to fetch the liquor. After a short while, the door to the private room creaked open again. Hua Jingyang called out, "Come in." The waiter bowed with a smile, placing the jar on the table, and before leaving, he kindly shut the door behind himself. "Cousin, try this liquor. It is uniquely available only here in the entire capital," he said, pouring her a glass. "Brother, you know I never drink," Feng Jie declined. "Just a little." With such delectable dishes, it would be a shame not to pair them with fine wine, Hua Jingliang continued to persuade her. "Well, I suppose I shall have just a sip," she conceded, considering it appropriate to give him some face since he had just made an effort for her. With that thought, she raised the glass and took a small sip, only to be met with a fiery burn that brought tears to her eyes. How spicy! She felt her throat ablaze and couldn't tea help but yearned for a cup of tea to soothe the heat. "Have some food, cousin." Observing her discomfort, Hua Jingyang promptly offered her a piece of food. Feng Jie consumed several bites, feeling much better afterward. This liquor is such that while it is initially spicy, the more one savors it, the more fragrant it becomes. He poured her another glass. "Brother, I cannot drink anymore." Feng Jie repeatedly waved her hands. "Come now, have another cup." As she spoke, she raised her wine glass to her lips. Feng Jie clenched her teeth, thinking to herself that she might as well drink this cup to avoid his persistent entanglements. Chapter 53. Stealthy Movements. Since it was Feng Jie's first experience with alcohol, she found that aside from its sharpness, the drink was not much different from plain water. Although it was somewhat difficult to swallow, she did not experience any other discomfort aside from a slight burning sensation in her esophagus. After downing a glass, she sampled several dishes and discovered that the food here was indeed quite delectable. With 10 dishes laid out before her, after tasting each one, she felt a throbbing pain in her head accompanied by dizziness. "Come, cousin, have another drink." Noticing her gradually inebriated state, Hua Jingliang eagerly offered her another cup. "No, I won't drink anymore." Feng Jie gently rubbed her aching head and softly declined. "Come on." Hua Jingliang was not one to heed her refusal. He propped her head up and forcefully poured the drink into her mouth. Finding the cup too small, he directly took the wine jug and began to pour it into her, soon rendering her incapacitated. "Waiter, come here and help." Seizing the opportunity, Hua Jingliang called for the restaurant attendant. "What can I do for you?" The attendant inquired as he entered the private room. Please pack up the dishes and send them to the carriage outside. After all, he had spent over 100 taels of silver on this meal. It was only reasonable to take the leftovers with him. Certainly, I'll pack them right away. Since the young master had revamped the menu, the practice of packing leftovers had become commonplace, and the attendant was no longer surprised by it. Hua Jingliang then assisted Feng Jie out of the private room, by which point she had long lost consciousness. After dragging the butterfly dress into the carriage, the waiter also delivered the packed meal boxes. Satisfied, Hua Jingliang commanded the coachman to the suburban villa. Yes, with the crack of a whip, the carriage headed towards the outskirts of the capital. Do you see the carriage ahead? Catch up, Feng Qingran said sternly to the coachman. Yes, Mississippi. The coachman responded and urged the horses to pursue. Half an hour later, Feng Qingran's carriage exited the city gates, following closely behind Hua Jingliang's carriage, stopping in front of a grand estate in the near suburbs. Wait for me in the woods. I may be delayed in meeting you, Feng Qingran instructed, pointing towards a small grove across the river. Understood. The coachman acknowledged and turned the horses towards the opposite bank. Not really. She looks rather suspicious, as if she intends to do something nefarious, Zhang Yin reported, based on his observations. Oh, curiosity piqued. Ling Junyan lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw Feng Qingran climbing over the wall into a courtyard. Noticing that his master indeed cared for this woman, Zhang Yin hurriedly suggested, perhaps I should go and take a look? Just as Ling Junyan was about to nod in agreement, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhang Yan's leg. Your leg? It's nothing serious. I was accidentally injured during the skirmish earlier, Zhang Yan quickly explained. Wait here. I will personally investigate. With that, Ling Junyan exited the carriage and made his way toward the courtyard, while Feng Qingran, after entering the estate, followed Hua Jingliang into a room. Soon, the sound of a woman's sobs filled the room. Master, your heart is too cold. The voice did not seem to belong to Feng Jie. Intrigued, Feng Qingran pierced a hole in the paper of the window and discovered a stunningly beautiful young woman weeping. Luer, you must understand the difficulties of your master. My father is merely an ordinary merchant, and it is only through the Prime Minister's residence that we have attained this present glory. I must align myself with him to sustain this honor, Hua Jingliang soothed, holding the woman in his embrace. Yet, Lua felt discomfort in her heart. The woman continued to cry, prompting Hua Jingliang to reassure her. These are delicacies from Fengxian Tower. Did you not say you enjoyed them last time? Luer wiped her tears, deciding to offer Hua Jingliang an escape from the situation. She had merely wished to test his affections. The outcome of this matter was beyond her control, and her outburst was merely an attempt to evoke his compassion. Even if she were to eliminate this woman, Hua Jingliang would still seek a higher branch to marry. It would never be her turn. Moreover, this woman had sullied her reputation. Rather than allowing him to wed a pure and noble daughter of an affluent family, it would be far easier to deal with this fallen flower. Thank you, Master, for still remembering Luer. Please attend to your affairs. I will understand your predicament, she said, turning her face to wipe away her tears. Luer, I will always treat you well, Hua Jingliang replied, his heart softening upon seeing her understanding demeanor, and his words carried a hint of sincerity. As he comforted the lovely maiden and showed signs of leaving, Feng Qingran hurriedly sought refuge in a corner. As the hurried Ling Junyan arrived, he had no choice but to conceal himself upon witnessing the situation. Once he saw Hua Jingliang departing, Feng Qingran stealthily emerged from her hiding place, crouching low as she followed closely behind. Observing this, Ling Junyan also stepped out from the shadows, mirroring her movements until they reached another room. Peering through the paper window, Feng Qingran discovered a screen obstructing her view, compelling her to retrieve a rope from her sleeve and ascend to the rooftop. Lifting a tile, the scene within the room instantly unfolded before her eyes. She beheld Hua Jingliang stripping Feng Jie bare, engaging in a series of indescribable actions. What a scoundrel Hua Jingliang was to take advantage of another's vulnerability. However, this was within her expectations. Suddenly, a sound echoed. A drop fell onto the tiles, followed by another. Was it raining? Just as Feng Qingran was about to glance skyward, a drop of blood landed on her hand. Your Highness? She voiced in confusion. She then noticed several drops of blood streaming from Ling Junyan's nostrils. And piecing together the events transpiring within the room, she wondered if he had become overly agitated. Your Highness? She called out to him once more. Yet, she soon realized something was amiss, as the next moment, Ling Junyan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Observing his imminent collapse, Feng Qingran hurriedly supported him. inadvertently causing the tiles to clatter beneath her feet. "Who goes there?" came Hua Jingliang's voice from within the room. In a moment of urgency, Feng Qingran withdrew a sedative and scattered it into the room. Ling Junyan, who had already lost his color, mustered his strength to bring Feng Qingran down from the rooftop. "Your Highness, are you all right?" she inquired after they landed. Ling Junyan clutched his chest tightly, expressing his pain. "It's nothing. Just leave this place quickly." All right. Feng Qingran responded while supporting him as they made their way outside. Fortunately, there were few servants in the residence. With some cunning evasion, the two swiftly escaped. Just as they exited the courtyard, a carriage approached, and the driver leapt down to assist Ling Junyan. "Your Highness, what has happened to you?" Feng Qingran then recognized the driver as Zhang Yan, Ling Junyan's personal guard. "My carriage is in the grove across the river," Feng Qingran informed Zhang Yan. Upon assessing his lord's condition, Zhang Yan, with a solemn countenance, said, "I implore you, Miss Feng, to accompany me." Considering Ling Junyan's severe injuries, Feng Qingran reluctantly agreed. "Very well, but could we perhaps inform the coachman to avoid unnecessary waiting?" "Certainly." After glancing at the nearly unconscious Ling Junyan, Zhang Yan made a decisive choice for his lord. The carriage sped along, and upon reaching the opposite side of the river, Feng Qingran disembarked to relay a few instructions to the coachman, who then drove away. Exhausted and weakened, Ling Junyan, upon hearing Feng Qingran's words, relaxed his grip on his chest. Feng Qingran placed her hand over the area, utilizing the equipment at their disposal to scan him. There are parasites," she exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Junyan's pupils quivered, his countenance shifting through a spectrum of emotions: fear, resignation, culminating in a reluctant sigh. Upon hearing Feng Qingran's revelation, Zhang Yan tightened his grip on the reins, his hand trembling slightly, and then urged the carriage to hasten towards the royal residence. Confounded, Feng Qingran hurried to reassure Ling Junyan, saying, "My lord, do not be afraid. It is merely a worm. We can extract it with a scalpel." Ling Junyan gently shook his head and closed his eyes, resolving to say no more. Feng Qingran pondered that they were indeed too conservative, failing to believe that surgery could eliminate the affliction. Soon, the carriage arrived at the royal residence, and Zhang Yan made a beeline for a row of bird cages. He retrieved a pigeon, and Feng Qingran noticed a small bamboo tube tied to its leg before he released it into the sky. Undoubtedly, it was a carrier pigeon, although Feng Qingran had never encountered such a method of communication. "Are you certain? That worm resides within the princess' heart. We cannot afford to delay even for a moment," Feng Qingran asserted solemnly. "Master Wang, see our guest out." Zhang Yan remained impassive, summoning Steward Wang to escort her away. But under such circumstances, my lord Steward Wang hesitated, aware of Feng Qingran's medical expertise, which surpassed that of ordinary physicians. Yet, Zhang Yan consistently represented the prince, and his commands were not to be disobeyed by anyone in the estate. This left Steward Wang in a quandary. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. "Miss Feng, please follow this old servant." Despite her concern for Ling Junyan's condition, Feng Qingran recognized that since she was being asked to leave, there was no reason to linger. Thus, she followed Steward Wang toward the estate's entrance. Once outside, he quietly advised her, "Miss Feng, please take refuge in the carriage for a moment. I am genuinely worried about the princess' health. Should any unexpected situation arise, I can summon you immediately, correct? I am truly grateful to you." As he spoke, he prepared to kneel and bow to her. "Ah, no." Feng Qingran hurriedly supported him, asserting that she would remain. Very well. I express my gratitude on behalf of the prince," the old servant replied, gesturing towards the carriage at the entrance of the estate. "You should conceal yourself in the smallest one. That is my personal carriage, and it is the safest option." Feng Qingran nodded and swiftly approached the steward's carriage. Once inside, she meticulously sealed the surroundings before slipping into her hidden space. During this interlude, she decided to propagate some perilla. She retrieved a fresh branch of perilla, cut it to an appropriate length, and removed the excess leaves before burying it at the edge of her vegetable plot, thus completing the propagation process. Feng Qingran cautiously drew a ladle of spring water from the spiritual spring, a crystalline liquid that seemed to harbor boundless vitality. She tenderly poured the spring water at the base of the perilla cutting, each drop akin to nectar, nourishing the earth. Under the spring water's nurturing, the perilla cutting appeared to be infused with renewed life, its verdancy flourishing. She anticipated its robust growth, sustained by the essence of the spring water. After completing the propagation, she tidied both the medicinal garden and the vegetable patch. Once everything was in order, Feng Qingran began sketching her design drafts. Time slipped by unnoticed until suddenly, sounds emanated from the entrance of the royal residence. Peering through her concealed space, she observed two women entering the estate, one of whom looked strikingly familiar. Consulting her illustrated guide to the beauties of the capital, she confirmed it was indeed Ning Rushi, the second beauty, and formerly engaged to Ling Junyan. Upon entering the residence, Ning Rushi insisted on meeting Ling Junyan, only to be obstructed by the steward. In the past, Ling Junyan permitted her entry into the estate, yet forbade her from approaching his main quarters. Wang Bo, I neglected to introduce you. This young lady is my senior apprentice, Miaoing, a disciple of Master Yunxin. Ning Rushi said to Steward Wang, although he presented a rather dignified rationale, claiming that he had become disfigured and was thus unworthy of her. The bond they once shared was profoundly genuine. In addition, he was young at the time, ensnared in sorrow, unable to extricate himself from despair. His parents, unwilling to witness her suffering, sent her to the Bishin monastery, where a highly accomplished abbess could best counsel one to forsake worldly attachments. A disciple of Master Yunxin? Her medical skills must be exceptional, then? Steward Wang inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Indeed, healing the prince's visage is well within her capabilities, Ning Rushi replied, brimming with confidence. Please wait here. I shall seek the prince's permission, he concluded, making his way toward the main quarters. This ointment was painstakingly formulated by my master over many years. Mending the prince's scar is assured, Ning Rushi exclaimed with excitement. How about this? You two shall stay at the estate tonight. Perhaps the prince will come to his senses and consent to meet you, Steward Wang suggested, intent on persuading them to remain. Master Yunxin's medical prowess is renowned. Her disciple is likely equally skilled. Should the prince's condition deteriorate, it may provide a glimmer of hope, he mused, his face reflecting an increasingly sincere invitation. This proposition resonated with Ning Rushi's ambitions. She needed to find a way to apply the ointment to Ling Junyan's face promptly. Chapter 55. Who would marry you? That evening, Ning Rushi and Miaoyin took up residence in the Wangfu of Yan. In order to pacify the two individuals, Manager Wang instructed the kitchen to prepare an array of delectable dishes. When the meal commenced, he did not forget to deliver the finest of the offerings to Feng Qingran. Sitting at the dining table, Miaoyin indulged heartily in the sumptuous food, savoring flavors she had never experienced during her upbringing in the nunneries. She had initially believed that the fare at Ning's residence was exquisite, yet the cuisine at Yin Wangfu surpassed her expectations. Reflecting on her years of subsisting on meager rations, an inexplicable discomfort settled in her heart, as if those years had been squandered in vain. How she longed for the daily luxury of such meals, where all her needs would be effortlessly met, a stark contrast to her previous existence on the mountain, burdened with endless wood chopping and water fetching. Meanwhile, after finishing dinner, Feng Qingran found herself waiting for Manager Wang to summon her, her mind wandering to thoughts of Ling Junyan's current state. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She cleared her throat and softly called out to the outside of the carriage, Duoming? Present, my subordinate, came the response from outside the carriage. Yes. The carriage began to move slowly, and Feng Qingran leaned back inside, her gaze drifting unconsciously towards the window. The night was profound, and the moonlight cascaded like water over the entire capital. The carriage traversed several quiet streets before finally coming to a halt before Fengxian Tower. As the night deepened, the lights of Fengxian Tower shone brightly against the darkness. Stepping out of the carriage, she gazed up at the familiar structure, a warm feeling surging within her. She gently pushed the door open, and upon entering the brightly lit hall, she observed the attendants bustling about, tidying up the remnants of the day. Mother, there is no need to worry about me any longer. I am well aware of my own affairs, Feng Qingran reassured her. Yet, despite her words, it is only natural for a mother to be concerned about her children. Lin Yunshi gave Feng Qingran's forehead a gentle poke, exasperated. Are you going out again? She asked. Astonished. To the Yin Wangfu, Feng Qingran replied candidly. Is it to attend to the ninth prince's ailment? Lin Yunshi immediately surmised. Indeed, though it is not as dire as it seems, I merely need to adjust his medication based on his treatment progress, Feng Qingran continued, following her mother's lead. The gravity of Ling Junyan's illness was not something to be widely disseminated, and considering this, Feng Qingran chose to withhold the truth from her mother. Do you have enough clothes to change into? Should I send Duoming to fetch some from the estate? Lin Yunshi inquired with concern. I have more than enough. I have prepared several items from Feng Qingran Tower. I will take a few with me shortly, Feng Qingran promptly assured her. After exchanging further words of caution and care, Feng Qingran finally departed from Feng Qingran Tower and hastily made her way to the Yin Wangfu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ning Roji, having been repeatedly denied her requests to see Ling Junyan, sulked in her bed until she fell asleep in frustration. In the adjacent room, Miaoyin was studying late into the night, though her reading material was not scripture, but rather tales of romantic heroes and heroines. These stories had captured her interest since she discovered them in Ning Roji's chamber upon her arrival at the Ning residence. Unlike the dry scriptures, the narratives were thrilling and invigorating. After finishing the few volumes found in Ning Roji's quarters, she ventured to the marketplace to procure several more, each time envisioning the male protagonist in her mind as she indulged in their captivating tales. With exquisite brows and eyes, a prominent nose, and alluringly thin lips, her figure is tall and statuesque. Does such a being truly exist in reality? Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she encountered a man of such striking features, delicately shaped brows and eyes, a high nose, and sensuous lips. They engaged in intimate gestures reminiscent of tales spun in fiction, leaving her both joyful and bashful. The following morning, she was roused by a persistent knocking at the door, and it was none other than Ning Roji. Upon entering, Ning Roji tossed a dress at her, stating, "This was prepared by Wang Guanshi. Though the material is passable, it is certainly superior to your nun's robe. Moreover, having a nun appear in the Wang residence would not be taken lightly." Miaoyin picked it up to examine. A lovely light blue, indeed quite appealing yet. Stealing a glance at Ning Roji's attire, which was a vibrant peach pink, she found it to be far more exquisite. There was no doubt that her own outfit was what remained after Ning Roji's selection. Even during her time on the mountain, she had always occupied the finest lodgings, donned the most exquisite nun's robes, and dined on the most delicate vegetarian meals. Even after descending the mountain, this pattern persisted, as if she were destined to be subjugated by Ning Roji. She pondered, if one day she were to ascend to a power greater than that of the Ning household, would she then have the opportunity to turn the tables and assert her dominance? As she changed into the dress, Miaoyin settled before the vanity to style her hair. Ning Roji inquired, "I see your hair is quite long. Have you not had it cut in a while?" Miaoyin nodded slightly, due to the cold weather last year. Many of my junior sisters caught a chill, and as a result, Master forbade us from cutting our hair. However, in truth, Miaoyin's hair was not particularly long. It was merely sufficient to be gathered, ultimately fashioned into a small bun. However, due to her long-standing vegetarian diet, her physique was somewhat slender. And coupled with her exquisite skin, she appeared rather enchanting in a flowing moon-white dress. Miaoyin nodded, perplexed as to why anyone would not wish to remedy the scars on their face, especially considering that the ointment crafted by her master was something that wealth alone could not procure. At the entrance of the Wang residence, Feng Qingran, upon awakening, promptly dismissed Du Oming. Having not seen Steward Wang all night, she wondered about Ling Junyan's current state. Yet, since she had promised, she decided to wait here a little longer. With nothing else to occupy her time, Feng Qingran took out her design sketches and began to draw once more. What Feng Qingran was unaware of was that Feng Jie had awakened and was now causing quite a commotion. "How could you take advantage of me in such a way?" she exclaimed, wrapping herself in a blanket and vociferously reprimanding Hua Jingliang. "I apologize, cousin, it was my mistake. I knew you mistook me for the third prince. Yet I could not restrain myself, for my affection for you is profound," Hua Jingliang retorted, cleverly shifting the blame. What? Feng Jie felt a pang of confusion. Did this mean she had initiated the encounter? How could she maintain her pride now? "Rest assured, cousin, I shall certainly marry you." Hua Jingliang seized the moment to profess his feelings. Who would want to marry you? The moment the words escaped her lips, Feng Jie sensed a misstep and quickly amended her statement. "What I meant was, I have yet to come of age. How could I possibly marry you? As for what transpired last night, please do not let it spread. It would be detrimental for both of us." Chapter 56. A modicum of understanding. All right. I shall heed your words. We have all the time in the world. One day you will realize just how deeply I love you. Hua Jingliang continued to adopt a strategy of retreating to advance, having succumbed to slumber. In the future, it would be a trivial matter for him to manipulate her. However, after a small thief had infiltrated his residence yesterday, it seemed imperative for him to bolster security around the estate. Lacking a clear plan, he summoned Steward Wang for a discussion. He had anticipated that the esteemed ancient physician would arrive early in the day, Yet as the hour of Qin passed, there was still no sign of him. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek the inside of Master Miaoing? Steward Wang felt immensely relieved that he had retained her presence. Otherwise, where could they find assistance in such a predicament? However, he hesitated to voice that the princess' ailment was beyond any healing hands, for fear of disclosing sensitive information. Is there truly no other option given the current circumstances? Urged Steward Wang. Very well, Zhao Yan acquiesced, though in truth, he had heard of Master Yunqing. He was aware of her exceptional medical skills, yet he doubted her ability to remedy the princess' affliction. Moreover, the one in their household was her disciple, further diminishing the likelihood of a cure. Yet, he could not merely stand by and watch the princess' life ebb away. He had no choice but to allow her to make the journey. Accompanied by Ning Roji, Master Miaoing stepped into the main courtyard of the prince's residence, where she encountered Ling Junyan for the first time. Upon laying eyes on him, she was taken aback. Was he not the very protagonist of the tales? With finely sculpted features, a regal nose, and alluringly thin lips, despite the scar adorning his face, she was confident in her ability to heal him. Suppressing the urge to caress the scar with her hand, Master Miaoing composed herself and inquired of those within the room, "What has befallen him? Was it not merely an injury to his face? Why does it appear that there are other afflictions?" A flicker of disdain crossed Zhang Yan's face as he considered the individual who dared to call themselves a disciple of Master Yunqing. After all, Miss Feng had been able to diagnose the ailment, while the person before him could not even discern the nature of the prince's affliction. "Wang Bo, see our guest out," Zhang Yan stated flatly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Wang Guanshe, perplexed, wondered why he had summoned someone only to dismiss them so abruptly. At that moment, the esteemed ancient physician arrived, and although Feng Qingran at the gate was unaware of his title, she could surmise that he was a renowned healer of sorts. Zhang Yan personally went to greet him and shooed away Miao Yin and Ning Ro. As the physician settled by the bedside, he attentively felt Ling Junyan's pulse. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Two have already hatched. How could this happen? What shall we do?" Zhang Yan inquired, a look of horror on his face. Recently, he suffered an arrow wound, and a scar was left when the arrowhead was extracted, Zhang Yan replied candidly. The ancient physician shook his head with a sigh. "Injuries of this nature? And you did not summon me?" At the time, the arrowhead was removed, and the wound appeared to be healing well. "So it was not deemed urgent," Zhang Yan lamented. "You all," the ancient physician exclaimed, shaking his head in exasperation. He placed his palm over Ling Junyan's chest, and, after a moment, expressed his astonishment. "Where are the silver needles?" "What? Have the silver needles disappeared?" Zhang Yan blurted out. "Indeed, there were a total of 49. And now they are all gone," the ancient physician stated in disbelief. "How could this be?" Zhang Yan was equally baffled. "Come here, let me examine your condition." The ancient physician instructed Zhang Yan. Taking a few strides forward, Zhang Yan pulled aside his garment to reveal his robust chest. The ancient physician extended his hand to probe Zhang Yan's heart, and after a considerable pause, he remarked, "Each pulse is remarkably stable. Yet I am perplexed as to why none of the prince's pulses are present. Could it be that they were entirely removed during the extraction of the arrowhead?" Zhang Yan ventured his conjecture, though he doubted that all had been extracted, having observed the area of the wound, which did not fully cover the positions of the silver needles. The ancient physician shot him a sidelong glance, chiding, "I had long wished for you to study medicine, yet you are enamored only with wielding weapons. Now you find yourself in a dilemma, do you not?" As if struck by a sudden thought, he squinted and stroked his beard, inquiring, "Who was it that extracted the arrowhead for the prince?" "It was a young girl," Zhang Yan replied. "Oh." The ancient physician's curiosity was piqued. A young girl could manage to extract an arrowhead and tend to the wound so adeptly, particularly to have removed all the silver needles he had set. "Where is this young girl now? Would it be possible to invite her to the estate?" he asked Zhang Yan. "You." The ancient physician shot him an exasperated glare, declaring recklessly, "I care not. You must bring her here today." Zhang Yan, overwhelmed, realized that this formidable figure had spoken, and thus he summoned Steward Wang. "Uncle Wang, please fetch Miss Feng." Steward Wang's eyes brightened, grateful once more that Feng Qingran had remained at the Wang residence. Shortly thereafter, Feng Qingran was brought to the bedside of Ling Junyan. Zhang Yan was astonished, nearly losing his composure. How could she have arrived so swiftly? Is it not permissible to wander nearby? Why should her swift arrival concern you? Steward Wang muttered inwardly. He could not comprehend why, at this juncture, Zhang Yan continued to target this and that, instead of retaining those capable to assist the prince. However, such thoughts he could only harbor within his mind, for he dared not voice them aloud. Did you provide the prince with the arrowheads? The ancient healer inquired of Feng Qingran, as he instinctively shielded himself from all but her and the young maiden. Noticing that the ensuing discussion would delve into the prince's secrets, Zhang Yin hastily dismissed the steward Wang. Feng Qingran had already prepared her response. Indeed, it was merely a trifling task. So, you also removed the silver needles from the prince? The ancient healer further questioned. What silver needles? Feng Qingran asked, perplexed. The ones distributed around the heart, a total of 49, the healer patiently elucidated. Oh, is that what you mean? She then retrieved a small cloth pouch from her sleeve. Initially, she found the design of the arrowheads quite intricate, so when extracting them, she meticulously cleaned and stored everything. Upon examining the contents, the ancient healer nodded, stroking his beard. Indeed, these are my silver needles. It seems you possess knowledge of acupoint therapy. There is no need for modesty. The fact that you managed to extract my 49 silver needles speaks volumes about your exceptional skill, he remarked, adjusting his beard once more. You flatter me, Feng Qingran replied. Feeling bashful as she scratched her head, for her method was not based on acupoints, but rather on X-ray scans. However, do you realize that this has led to significant trouble? Feng Qingran asked, bewildered. What do you mean by that? Originally, the prince harbored parasitic eggs within his body, which I had successfully sealed using silver needles. However, you have removed those needles. Do you now comprehend the situation? Feng Qingran's eyes widened in realization. So, you mean the creatures within the prince are hatched from these eggs? Precisely, and 2 of them have already emerged. I now must reseal them. Though this time the process will be considerably more complicated. Wait a moment, wouldn't it be easier to extract them directly? Feng Qingran suggested. Surely. You don't believe these are mere insects? At this point, Zhang Yin could no longer restrain himself. These are goo worms, and there are countless eggs residing within the prince. If we were to incise his chest, you would only be inviting the eggs to consume him alive. How could that be? If the extraction is performed swiftly enough, it can be accomplished without issue. Feng Qingran insisted obstinately. What he says is true. These goo worms utilize the human body as a breeding ground. As long as they remain within the prince, I can maintain control over them. However, once they come into contact with air, they will immediately hatch. And the prince will be reduced to mere bones in an instant, the ancient physician stated gravely. Chapter 57. The Emperor's Goo, is it truly that terrifying? Yet, Feng Qingran remained convinced that surgical extraction was feasible. This is one of the most challenging types of goo worms to manage, practically unsolvable, unless one obtains the Emperor's Goo. The ancient physician continued to explain. Emperor's Goo? Feng Qingran echoed softly. Indeed, but ever since the fall of the Miao Kingdom, the Emperor's Goo has vanished without a trace. The ancient physician sighed. Oh dear, old man, there's no need to wallow in sorrow. The immediate priority is to save the prince. Zhang Yin could not help but interject. Ah, indeed, I often forget the matter at hand in our conversations. At present, saving the prince is of utmost importance. With that, I retrieved a set of silver needles from the medicinal box. Unfastening Ling Junyin's outer garment, the ancient physician began to skillfully insert the needles into his chest, executing the technique with remarkable speed and precision. Had it not been for Feng Qingran's recording, it would have been impossible to commit such a procedure to memory. In no time, all 49 silver needles were in place. The ancient physician then took out a small box from the medicinal chest. As he opened the box, a wave of chilling air enveloped the room, causing the temperature to drop significantly. Extracting a transparent fine needle from the box, the ancient physician hesitated, meticulously positioning it over Ling Junyin's chest, yet he refrained from puncturing the skin. What is it, old man? Zhang Yin could not help but inquire. These 2 insects are exceedingly active. I am unable to strike them accurately at this moment, the ancient physician replied candidly. Shall I give it a try? Feng Qingran offered. Stepping forward. You? Zhang Yin cast a sidelong glance at Feng Qingran, unable to suppress his skepticism regarding her capabilities. The ancient physician stroked his grizzled beard, contemplating earnestly before addressing Feng Qingran. This task is of great difficulty, requiring the use of the cold ice spirit needle for sealing. Each insect's head, midsection, and tail must be punctured separately. It is not an easy feat. Cold ice spirit needle? Feng Qingran mused, intrigued by this rare item. It is crafted from ice stone and involves a highly intricate process. Given the inherent scarcity of ice stone, it is exceedingly precious, the ancient physician elucidated, noting her curiosity. I have gained some insight, yet I still wish to attempt it. I hope you will grant me the opportunity, Feng Qingran expressed earnestly. This requires the ability to perceive the activity trajectories of the goo insects, and the insertion of the needle must be swift, precise, and steady. Otherwise, provoking the goo insects may lead to irreparable and severe consequences, the esteemed ancient physician solemnly remarked. I believe I can manage it. Feng Qingran continued to volunteer herself. There is no other reason. With the medical equipment at hand, scanning a goo insect should be a trivial task. You saved the life of the ninth prince? The ancient physician inquired, as though convincing himself. It merely preserved his life temporarily. To achieve a complete cure, the crimson blood dragon marrow herb is still required. Feng Qingran replied candidly. At the very least, if the situation turns dire, I can intervene personally. Gripping the fine needle tightly, Feng Qingran activated the medical apparatus to scan the goo insects, discovering that 2 of them were indeed quite active. After a half-minute wait, she observed one of the goo insects finally settling down. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Qingran aimed for the middle section of the goo insect and plunged the needle in. How is it? Upon seeing the needle piercing, Zhang Yan anxiously inquired. Steady, pass me the next needle, she declared, extending her right hand. The ancient physician promptly complied, hastily handing over the second fine needle to Feng Qingran, followed closely by the third. With swift precision, Feng Qingran positioned the fine needles on the head and tail of the goo insect, successfully sealing the first one. Witnessing all 3 needles in place, the ancient physician quickly placed his hand over Ling Junyan's chest, confirming that one of the goo insects had indeed been sealed by Feng Qingran. Excellent. This will halt its growth, the ancient physician praised enthusiastically. Truly, has it really been sealed? Zhang Yan questioned in disbelief. Is there any doubt? The ancient physician retorted, casting a sharp glance at Zhang Yan. Pass me the needle. Still immersed in the noble pursuit of healing, Feng Qingran spoke solemnly to the ancient physician. The ancient physician, displaying no concern over her demeanor, swiftly produced a fine needle and handed it to Feng Qingran. Grasping the needle tightly, she patiently awaited the opportune moment for a full quarter of an hour before deftly administering the needle with precision, successfully immobilizing one of the venomous insects. Following this, she proceeded with the second and third needles, piercing the insect's head, body, and tail with the frosted isol needle. Excellent. Both insects have been subdued, entering a state of dormancy. As long as the needles remain, they will not affect the prince in the slightest. The ancient physician remarked with palpable excitement. When will the prince awaken? Zhang Yan inquired with urgency. Provided there are no unforeseen complications, he should awaken tonight. The ancient physician replied. Does this mean the prince has passed the critical phase? Feng Qingran asked. The ancient physician nodded affirmatively. One could say that. Then I must take my leave. Feng Qingran, seizing the opportunity, stated, there are matters at home that require my attention. The ancient physician, taken aback, pondered. Is it truly just a matter of a day and a half? Having saved the prince, what an immense merit. Would not most individuals wait for the prince to awaken to claim their due recognition? Yet, this young woman seems to defy that expectation. Does she not care for such ephemeral accolades? Moreover, he harbored a desire to discuss medical practices with her, as it had been long since he encountered anyone of such remarkable skill. However, since she was resolute in her departure, he saw no reason to insist on her stay. Given his confinement within the Forbidden City, he would simply have to await a future opportunity to meet again. With this thought in mind, he instructed someone to send Feng Qingran away. Zhang Yan was equally perplexed. Was this woman foolish or simply dim-witted? How could she relinquish such a splendid opportunity to garner merit? Aside from some commonly used herbs, she discovered that the elderly couple had also foraged a considerable amount of wild vegetables, none of which were present in Feng Qingran's storage. Delighted, she purchased everything and urged the couple to gather more wild greens. After planting the herbs and vegetables they had collected into the fields and watering them with a touch of spiritual spring water, she tidied up the vegetable patch and medicinal garden before practicing basic martial techniques for a couple of hours. Only then did she take a refreshing bath and emerge from her spatial realm. That evening, after enjoying a sumptuous meal, the 4 of them retired to their respective quarters for the night. In the dead of night, Feng Qingran stealthily rose and slipped out through the back door. Indeed, she was determined to raid Hua Jingliang's villa. Before embarking on her heist, she made a visit to the Prime Minister's residence. Having not seen Feng Ziqing for several days, she perceived that the little one had lost quite a bit of weight, though fortunately, the burns on his face had largely healed, leaving only some rather unsightly scars. Inside, both Aunt Hua and LVE had been rendered unconscious. Feng Qingran produced an antidote and sprinkled it on Feng Ziqing's face, causing him to awaken promptly. Second sister. Upon seeing Feng Qingran again, Feng Ziqing's eyes sparkled with delight. You look thinner. Has the food in the residence not been satisfactory lately? Feng Qingran gently ruffled his little head, expressing her concern. It's all right. I manage to have enough to eat every day, and besides, there's the spare food from second sister that keeps me from going hungry, Feng Ziqing replied contentedly. During this pivotal period of growth, it is essential to ensure that nutrition is adequately provided. Thus, I shall arrange for someone to deliver nourishing chicken soup to you daily, and you must dutifully consume it. Feng Qingran playfully reassured Feng Ziqing as one would comfort a child. With a compliant nod, Feng Ziqing replied, Rest assured, second sister, I will certainly eat well. Very well. How is your progress with the Rubik's Cube? Feng Qingran skillfully redirected the conversation. I have managed to solve just one side, Feng Ziqing confessed, scratching his head in embarrassment. Here's a little tip. This puzzle is solved layer by layer, not side by side. Feng Qingran cheerfully offered a hint to help him grasp the technique more swiftly. Oh, I see. I shall definitely study it again tomorrow, Feng Ziqing exclaimed, enlightened by her guidance. Their exchange continued in this manner until Feng Ziqing was lulled to sleep, at which point Feng Qingran quietly departed from the Prime Minister's residence. Upon exiting, she hastened to the suburban villa of Hua Jingliang. Upon her return visit, Feng Qingran perceptibly noted an increase in security measures, realizing that her previous actions had indeed unsettled him. However, these concerns were of little consequence. Concealed in the shadows, she employed her tranquilizer gun to incapacitate the guards one by one, initiating her mode of plunder. When she reached Luer's chamber, Feng Qingran discovered that Hua Jingliang was residing there. Under Luer's attentive service, Hua Jingliang fervently reassured her, Do not worry. I shall take you to the old residence tomorrow. My only treasure is you, my little enchantress. Nonetheless, he was also compelled to send Feng Die away. Otherwise, should she learn of his secret affection, a scene of chaos would surely ensue. Alas, it ultimately boils down to the limitations of one's abilities. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly acquire numerous grand estates and confine all the beauties of the realm within my grasp. Feng Qingran disdainfully curled her lip, bestowing upon the two men a substantial pouch of narcotics, and subsequently ransacked the entire dwelling. As was her custom, she absconded with everything, including the roof tiles and greenery, leaving them with not a single strand. Simultaneously, within the Wang residence, Ling Junyan slowly opened his eyes. Your Highness, you are awake. The first to notice Ling Junyan's awakening was Zhang Yin, whose face was alight with excitement. The ancient physician, dozing in his armchair, also perked up. Your Highness, how do you feel now? Did you revive me? Though phrased as a question, Ling Junyan articulated it with certainty. Not solely due to my efforts, the ancient physician replied. Stroking his beard, there was also Miss Feng's contribution. She? Ling Junyan paused momentarily, then found it quite reasonable. She indeed possessed such capabilities. Indeed, this child is truly remarkable. From now on, I need not remain on standby. This young lady can control your miasma, the ancient physician added. Really? While I was aware of her abilities, I never anticipated her to be this formidable. With Miss Feng's presence, my poison will be manageable, Ling Junyan attempted to persuade him. Is that so? Then you should send a covert guard to protect them. Understood. Thus, beside Feng Qingran appeared an additional shadow guard named Feng Yin. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Qingran was gathering the wild vegetables unearthed by the elderly couple. Ever the cautious one, she would naturally not reveal her abilities before others. After settling their accounts, she dismissed the couple and summoned a carriage from her tavern, instructing the driver to head towards the southern city. After a hearty meal, the four of them retired for the night. In the dead of night, Feng Qingran arose and called upon Duo Ming, requesting him to escort her to the southern city. Meanwhile, the newly appointed Feng Yin, aware of Duo Ming's protective presence over Feng Qingran, voluntarily remained at Feng Xianlu to safeguard her mother. In the Wang residence of Yin, Miaoyin found herself unable to sleep, her mind restless, for she had encountered Ling Junyan earlier that day. Previously, she had seen him frail upon his sickbed. However, the image of the robust Ling Junyan from that day lingered vividly in her thoughts, refusing to fade. A man of status, stature, and wealth. What woman could remain indifferent to such allure? Especially since he was the object of Ning Ro's desire, Her heart secretly yearned for him. Moreover, she had learned that Ling Junyan was of royal lineage, far surpassing the Ning family in nobility. Marrying him would not only afford her a life of ease, but also allow her to overshadow Ning Ro, a thought that brought her immense satisfaction. Flipping through a storybook, she read of a humble farmer's daughter who caught the attention of a charming prince, who cherished her deeply, loving her with all his heart, and devoted his life to her. If a farmer's daughter could achieve such a fate, why not she, a delicate young nun? She turned a few more pages, her cheeks flushing at the illustrations, her already restless heart growing even more agitated. Under the veil of night, she unwittingly approached the main courtyard of the Wang residence. Who dares to approach the main courtyard? A guard stepped forward. Chapter 59, The Naive One. It was the novice Miaoyin, a disciple of Master Yunxin. Miaoyin responded with composure. What brings you to visit at such a late hour? The guard inquired further. Sensing urgency, Miaoyin replied, Surely you are unaware of the value of this ointment. It is something that wealth cannot easily procure. Who is causing a commotion outside? The ancient physician, Gu, approached, having been roused from his slumber. Oh, and who is your master? To remove a scar as deep as the one on Ling Junyan's face, they must possess considerable skill. It is Master Yunxin of the Bingchen Monastery. Pride swelled within her as she spoke of her master, confident that it would earn her respect. Oh, how is your master faring these days? Present the ointment for me to examine. A chuckle escaped him. Ah, it appears I have encountered my former subordinate. In just 2 years, you have made progress, even developing an ointment for scar treatment. That is not permissible. I intend to present it to the prince. She protested vehemently. What jest is this? If I were to relinquish it to another, how could I ever face Ling Junyan again? Have you consulted the prince before making such a decision? Miaoyin retorted defiantly. Who is making a racket? At this moment, Zhang Yin emerged from the room. Upon recognizing the guard of Ling Junyan, Miaoyin quickly attempted to explain, I. But Zhang Yin did not grant her the opportunity, his sharp gaze fixating on her right hand. Reveal your right hand. Let us see what you are concealing. Miao Yin's countenance turned pale, and she hastily concealed her right hand behind her back. However, she was no match for the imposing figures of several robust men. Under the forceful suppression of the gate guards, they swiftly confiscated the items from her grasp. What is this? Upon discovering a pouch containing a powdery substance, Zhang Yin inquired, casting a puzzled glance towards the ancient physician. Zhang Yin's expression immediately shifted upon hearing the response. I shall report this to the prince. It was not uncommon for individuals to harbor ambitions of climbing into the prince's bed, yet it was astonishing to see a monk entertain such thoughts. Truly a revelation. Upon receiving their orders, the gate guards dragged the raucous Miao Yin away, finding her cries intolerably loud. One of the guards delivered a swift blow to her nape, successfully rendering her unconscious. Subsequently, the silver shop in the western city and the pawn shop in the northern city were also thoroughly plundered, leaving naught but bare walls and roofs behind. After accomplishing this, she seamlessly joined forces with the Demise Society on the adjacent street, hastily boarding a carriage bound for Feng Qingran Tower. Meanwhile, along the official road, a sedan chair progressed steadily, when suddenly, with a clatter, it jolted violently, as if the occupant had toppled over. A seasoned bearers responded, drawing from years of experience. Hearing this, the matchmaker urgently inquired from within the sedan, Miss Liu, are you all right? After a prolonged silence without any response from within, the matchmaker reluctantly lifted the curtain of the sedan to investigate, only to find Miss Liu collapsed in the corner. Miss Liu? She gently shook the shoulder of the occupant, noticing the lack of reaction. She summoned all her strength to turn the frail girl over, only to discover that this delicate young lady remained in the posture of devouring roast chicken. Yet her breath had long since departed. What to do? What to do? She stamped her feet in frustration, lamenting the lack of ambition in this foolish child, who could very well choke on a mere roast chicken. She had advised her that there would be ample opportunities for enjoyment in the future, urging her not to be consumed by fleeting desires, as if she had never experienced the world, akin to someone who hadn't eaten in 800 years. The moment she turned her back, the girl was surreptitiously gnawing at the chicken once more. Ultimately, she was a child of misfortune. If she were to successfully marry into the chancellor's household, wouldn't she be feasting on roast chicken every day? Was it truly necessary to be so anxious over a momentary indulgence? Children of impoverished families rarely rise to prominence. Yet the chancellor had chosen to have her find a pliable girl, merely requiring an acceptable appearance. Thus, upon seeing the frail young lady about to be sold to a brothel, She spent a handful of coins to rescue her. But now, this disappointing child had choked to death. Where could she possibly find another suitable replacement? The more she pondered, the more frantic she became, and in her agitation, she stomped her foot, inadvertently kicking something soft. Holding up her lantern to inspect her feet, she discovered a young girl clad in a pale blue dress. After a moment's contemplation, the matchmaker crouched down to check the girl's breath, her heart lifting when she detected a faint sign of life. Rising, she instructed the 4 bearers, "Swap the 2 of them. 2 of you will accompany me to the Chancellor's residence, while the other 2 shall carry Miss Lu away for burial. You will receive double pay." The bearers, thinking it was late at night, and since they were already out, might as well endure a little extra labor for double the wages, readily agreed. Meanwhile, Feng Qingran, upon encountering the unconscious Miaoying, realized that the girl picked up by the matchmaker from the roadside was indeed the one cast out from the royal residence. The matchmaker hastily replied, "The night is too deep." She dozed off while swaying in the palanquin. Feng Qingran did not delve further into the matter, as he intended to administer a sedative to her later. Nevertheless, he casually inquired, "Is your family of reputable standing?" The matron hurriedly nodded in affirmation. "Rest assured, the daughter of a respectable family will not encounter any sordid affairs in the future." As they proceeded partway, a sudden wave of unease washed over her, prompting her to halt the sedan for inspection. Upon examination, she discovered that while the young girl's visage was exquisite, her fingers were notably coarse, indicative of a life spent toiling in the fields. The fabric of her outer garments appeared commendable, yet upon lifting the skirt to reveal the inner attire, it became evident that the exterior was merely a fade. The true condition beneath was far from commendable. Continuing to unveil her clothing until her thighs were exposed, she reached out to ascertain the girl's virtue, finding her untouched. Satisfied, she nodded and signaled the bearers to resume their journey to the Prime Minister's residence. No one harbors a desire greater than to marry into the Prime Minister's household. Even at her advanced age, she yearned for such an alliance, especially considering the girl hailing from a peasant background. This belief resonated strongly within her. Having just received his salary, he had learned to be more astute, sewing his money pouch into his undergarments, ensuring that none could pilfer it away. Chapter 60. Drawing the line after accepting her reward, the matron departed with a cheerful demeanor. It was then that Feng Qingran summoned his personal shadow guard. "This is the sedative. You are aware of the procedure, I trust? Undress." As he spoke, he settled onto a low couch nearby. The guard's face flushed deeper, questioning, "Am I to simply watch? Is it not true that when you accompany me to the brothel, you observe quite a bit?" Feng Qingran replied with a disdainful glance. "In the past, when I ventured into the brothel to indulge in carnal pleasures, I always brought him along for protection." This lad had undoubtedly observed my interactions with women on numerous occasions, yet now he found himself in a peculiar predicament. Furthermore, no man relishes the thought of another engaging with his partner. However, since my impotence became apparent, the 2 women from my household often sought my favor. I could evade them temporarily, but ultimately, I needed a ruse to convince them that I had found new affections. This stratagem would not only alleviate their incessant advances but also conceal my condition from them. Seeing my personal guard dawdling ineptly while struggling to undress a woman, I lost my temper and delivered a sharp kick to his rear, commanding him to strip her without delay. With a clenched jaw and flushed cheeks, he finally disrobed the woman completely. Observing her figure, I couldn't help but smirk, thinking she was quite well proportioned, thus benefiting this insufferable boy. Yet, upon glimpsing the impressive appendage between his legs, a wave of discontent washed over me. In past escapades with my colleagues, I had prided myself on the size of my endowment, but this lad's was decidedly more substantial. The more I pondered, the more frustrated I became, prompting me to deliver another kick to his backside. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get to it." At that moment, my guard felt utterly constrained, finally understanding why certain older eunuchs exhibited such bizarre behavior. Deprived of their own pleasures, they derived amusement from tormenting others. As it was his first encounter with a woman, coupled with the presence of spectators offering misguided guidance, the entire affair concluded in mere seconds. This utterly delighted Feng Qingran, who, while mocking the ineptitude of an in his heart, commanded him, "No stopping. We must ensure that this little lady cannot rise from her bed by dawn." And he, on the verge of tears, lamented the futility of such coercion. He was now haunted by this affair, incapable of even standing. Seemingly perceiving his trepidation, Feng Qingran presented him with a pill, saying, "Here, take this. It will guarantee your vigor tonight. With trembling hands, an E accepted the pill, suppressing any sign of hesitation, and promptly swallowed it. After all, did he possess the luxury to refuse? Satisfied with this compliance, Feng Qingran nodded approvingly and resumed his observation of the animated scene before him. As dawn approached, an E hastily donned his clothing and fled. Feng Qingran summoned Stewardly, instructing him to disseminate news of his recent acquisition of a concubine. Stewardly could not help but think that his master was becoming increasingly peculiar. Did the matter of taking a concubine necessitate such grand announcement? Was he not concerned about inciting discord among the other wives and concubines? Yet, since his master had commanded it, he complied, for he was but a humble servant. Sure enough, after the news spread, both the second madam and concubine Hua rushed to confront him. Master, how could you? As concubine Hua began to voice her concern, she suddenly felt unqualified to speak on such matters as a concubine and nudged the second madam with her elbow, urging her to take the lead. Gritting her teeth, the second madam cast aside any pretense of virtue and asked, Master, why did you not consult me before bringing someone into the household? As the master of this grand residence, why would there be a need to consult others for any endeavor? Feng Qingran proclaimed with an air of authority to the assembly. Do I possess the right to voice my opinion? At that moment, the matriarch, supported by Granny's son, approached. Mother, why have you come? Feng Qingran inquired, somewhat flustered. How could I not come? My dear, are you truly oblivious to our family's current predicament? To contemplate taking a concubine at this time is to condemn me, your wife, to starvation. The old lady exclaimed, leaning on her cane. Mother, that is not my intention. I care not for your intentions. The foremost priority is to prevent you from squandering our remaining funds. Therefore, it is best that you entrust all your remaining salary to my stewardship, she stated bluntly, revealing the purpose of her visit. With a deep sigh, Feng Qingran realized he was at a loss against his mother's resolve, especially considering her sacrifices in raising him. Helplessly shaking his head, he removed the purse from his inner garment and handed it to her intact. Ah, wait. I shall have someone escort her to you for a proper greeting shortly, he hastily added. Seeing her son still heed her words, the old lady left, satisfied. Once she departed, Feng Qingran's expression hardened as he addressed the guards. Safeguard the women within the house. Aside from myself, no one else is permitted to approach. At that moment, he could not even recall the name of his newly acquired concubine, so he resorted to referring to her in such a manner. He then turned to the steward, Li, and instructed, send for a maid to prepare the lady for a visit with the matriarch once she awakens. Master. The second wife and concubine Hua were genuinely anxious, prevented from approaching, ostensibly to protect the woman in the upper chamber. Unable to swallow their indignation, they were determined to intrude and glimpse their husband's newly acquired concubine, only to be thwarted by the guards. Within this grand estate, the guards were solely obedient to Feng Qingran's instructions, thus denying the two women entry. In desperation, they resolved to seek out the old matriarch, awaiting the moment when the concubine would pay her respects, hoping for a brief encounter. Meanwhile, Hua Jingliang had descended into utter despair after enduring the thefts at both the courtyard and the shop. When he reported the incidents to the authorities, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of hopelessness, fearing a repeat of previous outcomes. Feng Die, disillusioned by his disheveled state and recognizing the Hua family's decline, sought to distance herself from him. Hua Jingliang was acutely aware of her intentions. She wished to sever ties now that he had fallen from grace. Yet, he was resolute in his ambition to forge an alliance with the Prime Minister's residence, compelling him to devise a cunning strategy. Chapter 61. Who are you truly? Silently removing the stopper, he released a writhing insect onto Feng Die. Oblivious to the unfolding events, Feng Die simply wished to depart swiftly, unaware that the tiny creature crawled up her back, through her hair, ultimately burrowing into her ear. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's residence, Feng Die discovered it was scarcely better than the Hua household. Days had passed, yet her father had made little progress in restoring order. Upon learning that her father had taken another concubine, she completely lost her composure and hastily made her way to his quarters. Yet she was unable to meet the woman she longed to see, for the guards did not heed her commands. With no other recourse, she reluctantly sought out the old matriarch, entering just in time to overhear the elder pressuring her mother to sell the estate. Aunt Hua hurriedly chimed in. Indeed, dear aunt. If we wait a few months, the wheat will be ripe, and we shall surely have enough provisions to sustain our household for an entire year. It would have been better left unmentioned, For this remark ignited the old matriarch's ire. How dare you say that? The meager supplies you provided have all been pilfered. She was puzzled as to why thieves had solely targeted their residence, stealthily absconding with such a significant quantity of grain. At this moment, a thought struck Feng Jie. Ah, grandmother, you may not be aware, but the Hua family has also been robbed. What? Pray, tell us the details. Both the matriarch and Aunt Hua inquired in unison. After all, that was their shared maternal home, though emotionally, Aunt Hua felt a closer connection to her own family. This time, the Hua family had been thoroughly devastated, with even 3 of their shops completely looted. Feng Jie reported the situation candidly. See, I told you to persuade your brother to sell the shops. But you all refused to listen. Now look, everything has been stolen. The old matriarch exclaimed, striking her cane in frustration. Aunt Hua nearly fainted. Over the years, she had supported her brother's family, believing that if her maternal family thrived, she could also hold her head high within the residence. But now, they had lost everything. Sell the shops, sell the shops. It is not too late. Whatever we can salvage, we must. The old matriarch urged with urgency as she regained her composure. The second wife, who shared the same chamber, instinctively slipped into a mode of invisibility, daring not to utter a single word, as she wished to avoid drawing calamity upon herself. At that moment, Aunt Hua was on the verge of collapse, bewildered by the string of misfortunes befalling her. All attributed to that wretched girl. It was utterly incomprehensible unless this Feng Qingran was an impostor. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, for Feng Qingran had been designated as the consort of the 3rd prince by the emperor himself, a status that would undoubtedly attract the attention of nefarious individuals. Had she not coveted that very title herself? Moreover, her eagerness to vacate the residence could only stem from a fear of exposure, given that everyone within the household was well acquainted with her. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly witnessed a woman being dragged into the room, the latter screaming hoarsely, "Let me go! Let me go! Who dares to create such a commotion?" The old matriarch furrowed her brow and struck her cane forcefully against the ground. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch, the second wife, Aunt Hua, and Feng Jie all turned their gazes toward Miao Yin, thinking they had finally laid eyes on this little enchantress. "What is your name?" The old matriarch scrutinized Miao Yin and inquired sternly. "Who are you?" "Let me go." Miao Yin was engulfed in sorrow, having awakened to discover not only the loss of her virtue, but also being dragged to this unfamiliar place. "Impudent. You should quickly pay your respects to the matriarch." At that moment, Granny's son, who stood beside the old matriarch, interjected. Miao Yin, bewildered, wondered if she had lost her memory, as she found herself surrounded by so many unfamiliar faces and circumstances upon awakening. "Are you mute? I commanded you to pay your respects." Seeing her in a daze, Granny's son spoke once more. "Who are you people? Why have you brought me here?" Miao Yin resolved to inquire further into the matter. "Penny?" Feng Jie seized upon the crux of the issue. The elderly matron squinted her murky eyes and demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Miao Yin replied truthfully, "I am Miao Yin, disciple of Master Yunxin from the Bingchen Monastery." The concubine, Aunt Hua, furrowed her brow, her eyelids twitching as she questioned, "So, you are the niece of Master Yunchang?" Indeed, it was not surprising that she would know of her master's uncle, as he was a renowned divine healer, celebrated alongside her own master, and the sole disciple of the Bingchen Monastery who cultivated while still in the world. "How did you come to know this young family?" Aunt Hua suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Blushing, Miao Yin confessed, "How could I possibly know? I was struck on the head, and then woke up to find myself with Granny's son." The matron could no longer bear to listen. "I am here." Meanwhile, after breakfast, Lin Yunshi prepared to head out to decorate the new shop. She turned to Feng Qingran and said, "The day after tomorrow marks your grandfather's birthday. Mother has not attended in 3 years, but this year she intends to bring you to meet your grandmother." Feng Qingran nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. It will be a perfect opportunity for Kair to meet her parents as well." Her memories of her grandmother were rather faint. She remembered that the woman had been quite fond of her, despite their few encounters. Indeed, that girl had also not seen her parents in many years. She would definitely take her along. Lin Yunshi continued, "Please be cautious and do not overexert yourself. The shop can be adorned gradually." With that, she glanced at Duoming, instructing, "Ensure my mother's safety." Clad in a human skin mask and treated as a mere laborer, the deadly servant hastily nodded, "Your subordinate obeys." Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Feng Yin, upon witnessing Lin Yunshi's protection, willingly assumed the responsibility of safeguarding Feng Qingran. In essence, he resolved to wholeheartedly collaborate with the deadly servant. When the servant shielded Feng Qingran, he would choose to protect Lin Yunshi, and when the servant defended Lin Yunshi, he would opt to safeguard Feng Qingran. Chapter 62. It seems one truly has grown weary of life. At the residence, Feng Qingji was summoned by Granny Sun to the old matriarch immediately after court. Where did this nun come from? She inquired, gesturing with her chin towards Miaoyin. What nun? Mother, what are you talking about? Feng Qingji was now even more perplexed. The new concubine you just acquired. The matriarch retorted irritably. Only then did Feng Qingji turn his gaze towards Miaoyin. She is a girl from a poor family. I could not bear to see her sold into a brothel, which is why I brought her into my household. Seeing her son concocting lies, the matriarch grew even angrier. Pointing at Miaoyin and asking, "Do you wish to hear what she has to say?" Miaoyin, striving to digest their conversation, vaguely deduced that this person was the one who had taken her virginity and also the master of this grand residence. When the matriarch looked at her, she hurriedly introduced herself. I am Miaoyin, a disciple of Master Yunxin from the Pianqian monastery. Feng Qingji felt a throbbing in his temples upon hearing this. How dare this old hag use family matters to deceive him? It seemed she had truly grown tired of life. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, but for now, I will take her away. He signaled to the maid beside Miaoyin. Following his command, the maid restrained Miaoyin and escorted her to Feng Qingji's residence. The impoverished nun knows nothing at all and was suddenly struck unconscious by someone. Upon awakening, she discovered herself in this unfamiliar place. Miaoyin spoke half-truths, occasionally glancing at Feng Qingji. She looked decent enough, albeit somewhat older. It remained uncertain whether the residence of the Marquis could eclipse that of the Ning family. If not, she would be at a considerable loss. Struck unconscious? By whom? Although Feng Qingji suspected it was likely the matchmaker, he still inquired as a matter of course. Who knows? I cannot even recall what transpired before I was knocked out. Miaoyin deliberately concealed the truth. She could not allow anyone to discover that she had been discarded from the royal residence after failing to entice Ling Junyan. I am Miaoyin, a disciple of Master Yunxin from the Bishan monastery. She had introduced herself in this manner countless times that day. Feng Qingji squinted his eyes slightly, murmuring the names. Bishan monastery? Master Yunxin? They sound quite familiar. There is nothing strange about that. My master is a renowned divine physician across the 4 nations. Miaoyin replied proudly. A divine physician? Bishan monastery? Master Yunxin? Do you happen to know a person named Master Yunshang? If he recalled correctly, that was the name. Of course. I know her. She is my little master aunt, equally famed alongside my master as a divine physician of great repute, Miaoyin declared once more with pride. Oh, how miraculous can they be? Can they cure ailments of a certain nature? The moment the words escaped his lips, he felt he had let slip too much. Hastily amending, I have a colleague who struggles with that particular issue, and I wish to inquire on his behalf. Miaoyin furrowed her brows. Though she was unaware of the specific ailment he spoke of, she was confident that with her master and master's uncle's medical expertise, a cure was certainly within reach. Thus, she readily affirmed, naturally, it can be cured. How splendid. By the way, what is your name? Inquired Feng Qingji with amiability. I am called Miaoyin, she replied, stealing a glance at Feng Qingji. To her surprise, aside from his advanced age, he possessed an admirable height and appearance. However, she was left pondering whether his official rank surpassed that of General Ning, a detail of utmost importance to her. In her quest for clarity, she resolved to present the scar-removing ointment. This is a salve for the removal of scars, the latest formulation from my master. It can eliminate any wounds caused by blades or arrows, as well as the scars from long-standing injuries. With that, she handed the ointment to Feng Qingji. Oh, such a remarkable item exists. Feng Qingji squinted slightly, realizing that his son's visage might be salvaged. Furthermore, he would no longer need to confront the unsightly faces of his wives. However, if he were to restore their appearances now, it was likely they would become even more persistent in their affections, potentially exposing his impotence. Thus, it seemed prudent to delay their treatment until the day his own affliction was entirely remedied. As he calculated these matters, Miaoyin interjected. This ointment was originally intended for the Flame King, but alas, I have been unable to meet him, even when General Ning's daughter accompanied me. What is so remarkable about this? That arrogant fellow has never regarded General Ning highly. Otherwise, he would not have retreated from the engagement with the Ning family back then. Feng Qingji disdainfully remarked. Oh, So it seems the Ning family is not considered a prestigious house after all, as the Prince Yin does not hold them in esteem. Miao Yin seized the opportunity to probe further. Indeed, they cannot compare to our Xiang family. You must know that the daughter of the Prime Minister is pledged to the third prince, who is destined to be the future emperor, Feng Qingran exaggeratedly declared. After all, she is merely a woman of the inner chambers. Even if she utters some seditious words, there is no need to worry about them spreading. It will placate her heart, ensuring she remains devoted to me. He had assessed earlier that this woman still possessed some value, aside from the fact that her master is a renowned divine physician. This ointment in her possession must not fall into Ling Junyan's hands. Otherwise, once the scars on his face heal, he will become the greatest threat to the third prince. With this in mind, he inquired of Miao Yin, "How many jars of such ointment does your master have?" "My master can only concoct 3 jars a year. Aside from this jar I have, there are 2 jars remaining with my master," Miao Yin replied candidly. "I see." Feng Qingran's eyes darted as he contemplated. If he could acquire those 2 jars as well, Ling Junyan would not stand a chance of healing his face this year. By the time Master Yusin concocts another batch next year, if he manages to obtain everything, Ling Junyan would never be able to restore his face for the rest of his life. The more he pondered, the more he believed this plan was feasible. The immediate task was to keep this little nun in check, so he spoke gently. "Your name is Miao Yin, correct?" Melodious sound, the music of heaven. Alas for my feelings, compassion for humanity. Without the notes upon the strings, how could one comprehend the intentions within the zither? Henceforth, you shall be known as Xian Miaoying. And from now on, the people of the residence shall refer to you as Aunt Xian. Chapter 63. This residence is rather shabby. Xian Miaoying? She murmured, repeating the name and finding it quite pleasant. It was indeed her first encounter with a man who could effortlessly compose poetry, reminiscent of the charming literary figures found in tales, which left her feeling somewhat more favorable towards Feng Qingran. Well then, you have endured enough for one night. It would be best for you to rest early. With that, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, but it was swiftly concealed. Upon hearing this, Miao Yin's cheeks flushed crimson. Indeed, she still felt the lingering aches in her waist and legs. It was surprising that a man who had surpassed the age of 30 could still possess such vigor. However, this residence was rather meager. Aside from the recently replaced tiles, the interior decor was exceedingly simple. It could hardly be compared to the grandeur of the Yin Wangfu, let alone the Ning residence. Noticing her gaze wandering, Feng Qingran surmised her thoughts and quickly clarified. The estate is currently undergoing extensive renovations. We have taken the opportunity to discard the old items and intend to replace everything with new ones. With this reassurance, Miao Yin felt entirely at ease. It seemed she had indeed encountered the right person. Although Feng Qingran could not rival Ling Junyan, being with him promised a life of affluence, and in terms of power, he could overshadow the Ning residence. What more could she desire? Yet, how would she explain this to her master? After much contemplation, she resolved that she could no longer endure the austere life of a nun. Should her master choose to expel her from the sect for this decision, she would sever her ties with him, for she now had the support of Feng Qingran. Meanwhile, Feng Qingran, with the medicinal ointment in hand, pondered that this remedy must not fall into the hands of Aunt Hua, for she would undoubtedly use it to treat her own visage. Thus, he deemed it wiser to apply it personally to his son. With this thought, he proceeded to Feng Ziqing's chamber, where he found Louis stationed at the door. Clearing his throat, he stated, "You may leave for a moment. I have a few words to share with Qing'er." "Yes, my lord." Louis, her face marred by pustules, bowed her head and retreated. Feng Qingran furrowed his brow. It seemed that each of them bore these unsightly blemishes. He wondered if this affliction was contagious. It appeared necessary to find another maid to attend to Qing'er, and during this period, he must ensure Aunt Hua remained at a distance to prevent her malady from spreading to his son. He refrained from directly mentioning the ointment meant for scar treatment, worried that the child might inadvertently disclose this to his aunt. Yet, deep down, he held little hope for the ointment. Had there been a remedy potent enough to heal his burns, he would have sought it much sooner rather than waiting until now. Unbeknownst to him, however, certain components of this ointment possessed remarkable penetrating power, and even after he had wiped away the majority, some remnants had seeped into his skin. As the days swiftly passed, tomorrow marked the birthday of his grandfather. Feng Qingran's mother had ceased her efforts in the renovation of their shop, instead engaging in discussions with Feng Qing and about what gifts to prepare for the occasion. "In my recollection, my grandfather never exchanged a word with me, and upon reflection, It became evident that neither my mother nor I held any significant place in his heart. Thus, there was no need for elaborate preparations for his birthday gift. A simple token would suffice. With this thought, I suggested to my mother that we present him with a root of 100-year-old ginseng. 100-year-old ginseng? That would undoubtedly carry weight. In previous years, I merely gifted items such as jade or tea sets. So let us proceed to the herbal shop to procure a specimen of superior quality. Lin Yunshi concurred. Recently, my daughter had frequently visited the herbal shop and had acquired several fine wild ginseng roots. Perhaps mother could select one from my room. Feng Qingran encouraged Lin Yunshi. Why? What has sparked your interest in herbal medicine? Lin Yunshi chuckled softly, shaking her head. She then remarked, if you truly enjoy delving into these subjects, opening an herbal shop or a clinic would not be out of the question. As for that, it can be discussed later. For now, my daughter is merely intrigued by this field, and when the time is right, I shall surely establish a clinic. Indeed, everything should unfold naturally. Opening a clinic is different from running other types of shops. It is best not to act recklessly without absolute certainty. As they conversed, the two arrived at Feng Qingran's chamber. Utilizing the cabinet, Feng Qingran retrieved 3 exquisite 100-year-old ginseng roots from her space and placed them before her mother. Lin Yunshi examined each one, noting their exceptional quality, and casually selected a root to place into a gift box. Once the birthday gift was settled, Feng Qingran began to worry about her younger brother. The little fellow would undoubtedly attend the event the following day, but his face. After much contemplation, Feng Qingran resolved to craft a medicinal mask for him. This would not only conceal the scars on his face, but also aid in their healing. With this thought in mind, she retreated into her space to begin her work. She meticulously selected the finest medicinal herbs and the most breathable materials. After a flurry of activity, it was already time for dinner. She carefully stored the completed mask and, after dining with her mother, summoned Duoming to escort her to the Prime Minister's residence. Sister. Upon seeing Feng Qingran, Feng Ziqing was overjoyed. What has my sister brought for me? Ruffling the little boy's hair, Feng Qingran retrieved the mask from her sleeve. Is this a mask? He inquired, gazing at it curiously. Indeed, this mask is perfectly suited for you. It is crafted from medicinal materials that will not only cover your scars, but also promote healing, all while being breathable and comfortable. Come, let your sister put it on for you. As she spoke, she prepared to place it on Feng Ziqing's face. Feng Ziqing scratched his cheek and tilted his little head in an effort to cooperate with Feng Qingran. Only then did she notice the state of his face, where the previously scabbed wound had become raw and bloody again. It was, Father, I don't know where he found that ointment yesterday, claiming it to be a miraculous remedy for burns. He has applied it to me twice now, and although I secretly wiped it off each time, it's still. That old man, while she understood he would never intentionally harm his own child, shouldn't he apply just anything to his face? Does he even know where that ointment came from? Feng Qingran inquired of Feng Ziqing, do you know anything? Feng Ziqing replied candidly, I do not know. Then, are you aware of the individuals he has recently associated with? Upon uttering the question, Feng Qingran instinctively shook her head, realizing that a mere child could hardly possess such knowledge. Unexpectedly, Feng Ziqing replied, I only know that he has recently taken a new concubine. Chapter 64. The prince's willingness. Feng Qingran furrowed her brows, pondering the implications of a man rendered impotent still taking a concubine. After a few days of neglecting the prime minister's residence, it seemed a plethora of complications had arisen. It was evident that she needed to assign someone to keep watch over the situation. Indeed, Feng Ziqing nodded earnestly. At present, he trusted only his elder sister, Feng Qingran. In order to expedite Feng Ziqing's recovery, Feng Qingran resolved to administer an intravenous drip for another week. Feng Ziqing obediently nodded. Yes, second sister, please take care. Good boy. Feng Qingran affectionately ruffled his hair before departing the room. She was determined to uncover the identity of her father's new concubine. After charming the guards, she stealthily infiltrated her father's quarters. Noticing that the light in her father's chamber was still aglow, she treaded softly towards it. Peering through the paper window, she beheld her father seated on a low couch, sipping tea, while a masked man in black was disrobing a woman lying on the bed nearby. The woman, evidently unconscious, was being handled by the man. When Feng Qingran finally discerned the woman's face, she was taken aback. Wasn't this the young nun who had once been seen beside Ningro? How had she come to be her father's concubine? Moreover, why did this man in black choose to humiliate the little nun? It seems to have occurred with the father's consent. Could this be some form of innovative therapy? A form of stimulation therapy? A cuckoldry treatment? It remains unclear which quack instructed him in such matters. Meanwhile, within the room, under the tender care of an E, the unconscious Miao Yin emitted a few soft moans. Wang Yi, Wang Yi, Feng Qingran. Only a few steps away, discerned that she was not calling for him. He could certainly differentiate between the titles of Xiang Yi and Wang Yi. Drawing closer to listen intently, he realized she was indeed calling for Wang Yi. Remembering that the ointment was originally meant for Ling Junyan, a surge of anger ignited within him, and he struck Miao Yin's face with a resounding slap. An E, who was diligently toiling away, was startled, and his energy instantly waned. Useless fool, continue. Feng Qingran kicked him sharply on the backside, trembling in fear, and he found himself unable to rise, prompting another swift kick from Feng Qingran accompanied by a fierce reprimand. Get out. Elated at the unexpected reprieve, and he hurriedly pulled up his trousers and fled. Feng Qingran, casting a glance at Miao Yin's flushed face, unleashed a flurry of slaps against her delicate features. After venting his frustration, he finally laid down beside her to rest. To ensure a deep slumber, Feng Qingran sprinkled some more sleeping powder before stealthily entering the room. After a thorough search, she found no trace of the ointment. Could it be that he had concealed a mere jar of ointment on his person? With this thought in mind, she approached her father's bedside and noticed a small cloth pouch sewn into his inner garment. Opening the pouch, she extracted its contents, revealing only a jar of ointment and a few pieces of silver. Upon opening the ointment and inhaling its scent, she detected no aroma, suggesting that the creator had designed it to prevent the leakage of its secret formula. However, the ointment had manifested issues, or rather, it was potentially poisoned. Discarding it into the spatial realm, its components were swiftly analyzed. Aside from a few unfamiliar herbs, the toxic substance was also identified. This poison could inflict severe damage to the skin, and repeated applications would utterly ravage it. Who could harbor such animosity towards a child, desiring to utterly disfigure his visage? It was clear that Feng Qingran could not be responsible. He was evidently being used as a pawn. Therefore, she must ascertain the origins of this ointment. The vial had been replaced by her sister with a safe alternative. Henceforth, when their father applied it to the child's face, there was no need for concern. While assisting Feng Ziqing in changing the foredrip, Feng Qingran instructed him, "As for that mask, simply state it was a gift from me previously." Feng Ziqing nodded in agreement. "Whatever second sister instructs, I shall convey." "Good boy." Feng Qingran affectionately ruffled his hair, and together they engaged in playing with Lego until the second vial was completely administered. Only then did she depart from the minister's residence. On her journey back to Fengxian Tower, she addressed the driver. "Tomorrow marks my grandfather's birthday. Before visiting the Duke of Rongwa's residence, I wish to make a stop at the first tower." "The first tower? Are you intending to hire assassins again?" the driver inquired astutely. "Indeed. To protect Feng Ziqing and monitor the minister's residence," Feng Qingran replied candidly. "There is no need for such trouble. A word to the prince would suffice for someone to handle these matters." The proposal was indeed perilous. "Is this acceptable?" Feng Qingran pondered, questioning whether this might be taking advantage of the situation. What harm could it bring? "The prince is willing to engage in such matters," Duoming replied nonchalantly. "But why? Is it perhaps because he perceives some utility in me?" Duoming scratched his head, admitting, "I cannot quite articulate this." He wished he could slap himself. Some thoughts should not be uttered casually. It would be better to play the fool. Feng Qingran nodded, committing to memory all that Ling Junyan had done for her. Should he require her assistance in the future, she would certainly strive to cooperate wholeheartedly. Dressing in the attire she had prepared the previous day, Feng Qingran summoned Kaya to style her hair, only to be met by Qirong upon entering. "Young miss, Kaya's skills are still lacking. Today is rather special. It would be best for a maid to attend to your hair," Qirong explained as she stepped through the door. "Nonsense, this is the duty of a maid," Feng Qingran countered, yet Qirong took up the comb and began to meticulously adorn her. Qirong's deft hands wove through Feng Qingran's long tresses, crafting a lively hairstyle befitting a young maiden. Observing her gown, it appeared simple at first glance, yet the fabric and craftsmanship were exceedingly refined. It draped elegantly, exuding an air of grace and ethereality, harmonizing beautifully with her animated hairstyle. "Wow, how lovely!" Qirong exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "Is it not due to your exceptional skills, Aunt Rong?" Feng Qingran reciprocated the compliment to Qirong. Upon receiving the compliment, Qirong smiled shyly, yet remained true to her heart. candidly responding, "Miss, you are the true beauty. I am but a mere embellishment." "Very well, let us proceed to my mother's quarters," Feng Qingran said with a smile, rising gracefully and gently patting Qiurong's hand, signaling her to follow. The two walked side by side toward Lin Yunshi's room, only to discover that both Lin Yunshi and Kair were already dressed exquisitely and looked quite lovely. Upon the arrival of her daughter, Lin Yunshi's eyes sparkled with astonishment, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Ranner, my precious daughter, you have grown exceedingly beautiful. Isn't it merely a reflection of your own beauty?" Feng Qingran replied, complimenting her mother in return. "You always know how to tease your mother. Yet it is true. Ever since I moved to the estate, my skin has improved remarkably." It wasn't just her. Qiurong and Kair also appeared more radiant than before. Chapter 65. It seems there is a hidden concern. Thinking of Qiurong, she unconsciously shook her head and inquired again, "Are you truly not going to change into the new clothes I prepared for you?" Hearing her mother's words, Feng Qingran turned her gaze to Qiurong and noticed that she indeed had not changed her attire. She then asked, "Aunt Rome, why haven't you changed? Is it that you do not fancy them? I have many more styles available." No, please, I beg you." Qiurong hastily waved her hands. "As a servant without parents, who would I wear new clothes for? In truth, I wouldn't even know how to carry out my duties in new garments." "Oh well, let it be," Lin Yunshi conceded. From a young age, Qiurong was orphaned and sold to the Ho residence, where she has remained by my side. Upon reaching maturity, she had opportunities for marriage, yet this foolish girl, stubborn as she is, insisted on accompanying me to wed. I had planned to send her off to find a husband once I became familiar with the Feng household. However, since my arrival at the Feng residence, a series of unfortunate events have unfolded. First, my first child tragically perished, and I subsequently struggled to conceive again. After agreeing to Feng Xingji's proposal to take a concubine, she finally became pregnant with Feng Qingran and gave birth, only for the suitor to marry another. Initially, I thought that with so many men in the world, one could simply seek another, yet Qiurong adamantly refused to marry, thus remaining with me until now. If she no longer wishes to adorn herself, so be it. I am well acquainted with her obstinate nature. Seeing her mother express such sentiments, Feng Qingran ceased to press the matter, recognizing the emotional turmoil at play. Meanwhile, at the Xiang residence, Aunt Hua understood that her daughter excelled in matters of beauty, hence she refrained from urging her, instead visiting her son's quarters first. Her husband was initially reluctant to take their son out, but with her persuasive words, he was eventually convinced. She harbored her own intentions. Her husband believed their son's disfigured face would be a source of embarrassment. Conversely, she thought it prudent to let everyone know of her son's condition. Though she seldom had the opportunity to attend court banquets, she could rely on her husband to take her to grand celebrations where the powerful gathered. This time, she aimed to ensure that all were aware of her son's disfigurement, thus dispelling any lingering doubts about his resemblance to Lin Yunshi in the future. Upon the arrival of his mother, Feng Ziqing promptly retrieved the mask his second sister had gifted him. "Mother, are we to visit the Duke of Rong's residence today? Look. My second sister once presented me with this mask. I just tried it on, and it completely conceals all my burns." "Conceal? Wearing it hinders the healing of your wounds. Do you understand? As for hiding the burns, she merely wishes for everyone to see that my son's face is utterly ruined. Moreover, what good can come from a gift from that wretched girl? She cannot possibly possess such goodwill. There must be some ulterior motive." In that fleeting moment of contemplation, Feng Ziqing had already donned the mask. Madame Hua was astonished to discover that indeed the burns were concealed. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The more pressing concern was the subtle alteration in her son's appearance, as he bore no trace of Lin Yunshi. Indeed, Feng Qingran had slightly adjusted the proportions while crafting this mask, intending to impart a change to Feng Ziqing's visage, thus serving as a means of protection for him. How wonderful it would be if he naturally looked this way. This way, she would not feel the weight of having marred his face. Madame Hua was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. With a resigned sigh, she thought that if he wished to wear it, then so be it, for it no longer reflected Lin Yunshi. Just as she pondered this, a startled exclamation erupted from the adjoining room. Upon recognizing her daughter's voice, she said to Feng Ziqing, "If you like it, then wear it," before hastily departing. In Feng Dai's chamber, she had initially risen early to prepare herself. But upon catching a glimpse of her own face, marred with pustules, she gasped and fainted. Daughter! Daughter! The hurried arrival of Aunt Hua was marked by her swaying form as she attempted to awaken her daughter. Finding her efforts futile, She resolved to pinch the cheeks of Feng Qingran, only to discover her face was riddled with pustules, just as she was at a loss. Feng Qingran stirred awake and burst into tears, lamenting, my face, my face. It too is covered in pustules. Surely, you have infected me. It must be so. It is my mother's negligence. Do not fret, my dear Dyer. I shall exhaust every means to cure you, Aunt Hua reassured her daughter. If it can be cured, why did you not cure yourself sooner? Why wait until now? Feng Qingran thought, growing increasingly distressed at the thought of being afflicted with such a disfiguring ailment. Perhaps it was merely a common rash, she consoled herself, then shouted at her mother, hurry and fetch a doctor. Ah, yes, my dear, I shall go at once. We will certainly find a cure, Aunt Hua murmured, trying to comfort her daughter while simultaneously reassuring herself. In truth, the pustules on Feng Qingran's face were the result of a curse cast by Hua Jingyang, who sought only the status Feng Qingran represented. Indifferent to the state of her beauty, in due time, he would simply take a few more beautiful concubines. He cared little for the appearance of his legitimate wife. As long as it served his interests, he would marry anyone, be they wolf or dog. As for the second lady, she had not accompanied Feng Qingran to the birthday banquet of the Duke of Ronghua, for her own family had parents of their own. Why should she celebrate the longevity of another's parents? Upon this reflection, she could not help but feel a tinge of disdain towards Aunt Hua, who eagerly celebrated the birthdays of others' parents. How could she not retain a shred of dignity? Meanwhile, on the other side, after waking from slumber, Miaoyin shyly wrapped herself tightly in her quilt. Last night, after she had settled into bed, the Marquis had shown her affection, a sentiment she was acutely aware of. Yet, her thoughts were consumed by Ling Junyan, a fact she must not disclose to the Marquis. Today, she had learned that it was the birthday of the Duke of Ronghua, an occasion that would attract the prominent figures of the capital. The thought that Ning Roji would also attend filled her with a desire to showcase herself. It was time to assert herself against those who had once looked down upon her, those who had belittled her. With this in mind, she turned to the Marquis, saying, My lord, Miaoyin wishes to attend the Duke of Ronghua's birthday banquet. The Marquis's eyelids fluttered before he regained his composure, replying, It would not be appropriate for you to go. I usually take Lady Hua with me. However, Miaoyin cunningly remarked, but Sister Hua's face is already ruined. This comment prompted the Marquis to recall the matter. Indeed, with Lady Hua's unfortunate state, it would be unseemly for her to attend. Furthermore, Lady Yi had never accompanied him. And given her current condition, she too was unfit to join him. Thus, it seemed that only this little nun was suitable to accompany him. Utilizing her presence to display his own grandeur would be quite delightful, wouldn't it? Just look at her posture as she walks, supporting her waist. It is evident that she has been cherished by a man who would not praise him as a vigorous and formidable figure in such a scenario. Now she has moved out of the residence, and only when he finds himself devoid of funds does he recall the existence of this ailing wife. At all other times, she is but a distant memory. Chapter 66 is this. Chingo. On the other side, after the physician from the Shun residence examined her face, he exclaimed in horror, Your face. It is in a state far more severe than your mother's. Although he could not immediately diagnose the ailment, the condition of the wounds and the pulse suggested it was no ordinary skin disease. What? The incredulous Feng Qingran scolded the physician. Pray tell, what affliction have I contracted? If you cannot articulate it, I shall break your legs. Well, at this moment, I cannot specify, but based on your wounds and pulse, it is indeed not a common skin ailment. The physician stammered in response. Begone, you pathetic quack, incapable of treating even a moderately challenging illness. Yet you dare to spout nonsense. Leave at once. Feng Qingran shrieked in a frenzy. Please, step back, said Aunt Hua to the physician, then turned to comfort her daughter. Mother will find the best doctor for your treatment. You need not worry excessively. Mother, aside from this face, I truly have nothing left. You must find someone to heal me, she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. Do not weep. It will only exacerbate your condition, Aunt Hua urgently reminded her. Yes, I must not cry. The more I weep, the worse my face becomes. Feng Qingran quickly ceased her sobbing. Today marks the birthday of the esteemed Duke Rong, and numerous imperial physicians and renowned doctors shall gather to extend their congratulations. I shall ask your father to pay close attention and invite several of these distinguished practitioners to join us. Aunt Hua expressed her intentions. Indeed, today is Duke Rong's birthday. I must make it a point to meet with His Highness the Third Prince. She nearly forgot this crucial detail. However, your complexion, Aunt Hua gently reminded her. It matters not. I rarely have the opportunity to meet His Highness, she declared with fervent determination. Dear, there is no need to rush. The priority must be to restore your visage first. Otherwise, you may find yourself unworthy of even your own nephew. The thought of her nephew filled her with distress. Previously, she had considered that if her daughter could not find a suitable husband, marrying Hua Jingliang would be a reasonable alternative. Yet, ever since the Hua family was robbed, she began to doubt the wisdom of such a union. It is truly disheartening. Why must her daughter's lifelong happiness be so fraught with obstacles? And now, with her appearance marred, it is imperative to restore her beauty. She fervently prayed within her heart. Nonetheless, Feng Jie insisted upon attending, and Aunt Hua could not deter her. Hearing Feng Jie say, Mother, do you not possess numerous veils? Please retrieve a few that have yet to be used, so that I may choose one, prompted Aunt Hua to comply. Since her complexion had deteriorated, she had indeed commissioned numerous veils from the seamstress, in various colors and materials, to complement her diverse garments. Upon hearing her daughter's request, Aunt Hua gathered all the unused veils. Feng Jie then selected a veil that matched the color and material of her pre-prepared gown, and thus began her process of adornment. Beside her, Aunt Hua shook her head and sighed. Was it truly imperative to attend this birthday banquet? After a careful adornment, Feng Jie swayed her slender waist and went in search of her father. Upon seeing his daughter thus attired, Feng Xingji could not help but sigh inwardly. What a graceful and elegant daughter he had. Even with her face veiled, her allure remained undiminished. Alas, she had taken a misstep. He pondered whether there was still room for redemption. For this reason, he had engaged in considerable negotiation with the third prince, waiting for the day when the prince might relent and accept his daughter into his household. Yet, why did she have to wear a veil? It was no wonder he felt a sense of suspicion. Recently, he had developed an aversion to veils. For anyone who donned one in their household seemed to conceal a disfigured visage beneath. Contemplating this, he inquired of Feng Jie, Dyer, what has happened to your face? It's nothing, truly, she hastily replied. I was splashed with hot oil. It will heal in a few days, she quickly explained, patting the ointment in her satchel. Feng Xingji thought to himself that even if his daughter bore a pockmark on her face, there was no need for concern. With this ointment, she would recover completely in a matter of days. Thus, he refrained from asking further. Instead, he cautioned her, your aunt's sores could very well be contagious, so it is best to keep your distance. Otherwise, after treating her, you may find yourself afflicted. Feng Jie bit her lip. However, she was already infected. How had she not considered this sooner? Stifling her tears, she said to Feng Xingji, Father, I wish to attend the birthday banquet. Perhaps not, he replied. Your face is injured. It would be best for you to rest at home. Father, but I long to see the third prince. This had almost become her obsession. Father. Feng Jie was on the verge of tears, yet she restrained herself, fearing her veil would become damp. Very well, it is settled, Feng Xingji declared decisively. Concealed outside the door, Aunt Hua was reluctant to let her daughter go, seeing her husband's resolute determination. She felt a slight sense of relief and finally knocked on the door. Who is it? Feng Xingji inquired from within. It is I, your humble servant. Aunt Hua replied from outside. Come in. Feng Xingji frowned. Could it be that the Hua family wished to accompany him as well? Such a lack of understanding from the mother and daughter duo. Were they truly unaware of their own circumstances? My lord, our faces have yet to heal properly, so we shall not attend this birthday banquet. However, please take Qing'er with you. With that, she gently pushed Feng Ziqing forward. Here we go again. Feng Xingji felt overwhelmed. Was Qing'er's face not even more unpresentable? As he simmered in frustration, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Feng Ziqing's face. Upon closer inspection, he found himself wide-eyed in astonishment. Is this Qing'er? Chapter 67. Disposable after use. The little nun's ointment proved remarkably effective. Had it truly healed all the scars in just 2 days? Yet, why did his son's appearance seem altered? Although he retained his original features, upon closer examination, differences emerged. Noticing Feng Xingji's bewilderment, Aunt Hua hurriedly removed the mask from Feng Ziqing's face, revealing a newly scabbed visage. Is this truly a mask? Feng Xingji exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, and it is crafted from medicinal materials, which not only provide comfort and breathability, but also aid in the healing of wounds. Just moments ago, she sought the expertise of the physician from the Shun residence, who extolled the craftsmanship of this mask, expressing astonishment that someone had conceived of using medicinal herbs to create such a remarkable item, truly beyond his imagination. Oh, Such a splendid creation exists? Feng Qingran was equally taken aback, pondering its origins. It was a gift from the second miss to Qing'er, Lady Hua hesitantly responded. Which second miss? Both Feng Qingran and Feng Jie inquired simultaneously. If it were Feng Qingran, they would be skeptical, yet there lingered an inkling that Lady Hua was indeed referring to her. It is indeed our second sister. At that moment, Feng Ziqing spoke up. Is it truly her? Initially, Feng Jie displayed a look of disdain, only to subsequently break into a smile. Then let her procure one for each of us, so we need not don veils daily. This remark sparked a realization in Lady Hua. Indeed, why not have her create similar masks for herself and dye her? Furthermore, this mask could enhance one's facial proportions and improve skin condition, undoubtedly reigniting her husband's desire for her. Feng Qingran was fully aware of their avaricious thoughts. Hence, she instructed Feng Ziqing to claim it was a gift from her. Such a marvelous item would certainly prompt inquiries about its source. Any casual lie would quickly unravel. So it was far wiser to disclose that it was indeed a gift from her, thereby enabling her to handle their requests with ease. As for the origins of this item, its source remained a mystery. Who knew if she possessed more? Feng Qingran remarked uncertainly. His second daughter was born frail and timid. A fortuitous stroke of luck perhaps to possess such a mask. To desire a second one from her was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. What could be done? Could one extract a piece of flesh from her? Feng Jie remarked dismissively. Even if she lacked one, it did not imply that the artisan was devoid of them. They could always procure one from this esteemed individual. After today, she would personally visit Lin Yunshi, and upon encountering Feng Qingran, it would not be too late to request one from that insufferable girl. Realizing her mother harbored other intentions, Feng Jie refrained from further comment and followed her mother out of the room. They encountered the flamboyantly adorned Miao Yin, who bashfully inquired, "Sir, are we ready to depart?" This utterance nearly sent Aunt Huan to a fit of rage. In past years, she had always accompanied that old curmudgeon to banquets. But this time it was replaced by that little wretch. How could she not be incensed? Nevertheless, time was on her side, and she vowed to make that little wretch pay dearly. Upon returning to her chamber, Feng Jie increasingly felt the urgency to meet Ling Junmo. Following the burglary at the Hua residence, she became acutely aware of her lack of alternatives. Only by securing the future heir, Ling Junmo, could she ensure her lifetime of splendor. With this resolve, she evaded her mother and stealthily slipped out of the manor. In previous years, Hua Jingliang would attend the birthday banquet of the Duke of Ronghua. She intended to seek him out, hoping he might possess a scheme to aid her in infiltrating the gathering. The fallen Hua Jingliang was currently preoccupied with selling his shop. After all, one of the 3 establishments he had previously managed was a pawn shop. After the pawn shop was burglarized, customers rushed in with their pawn tickets to reclaim their belongings, causing him considerable distress. All the items had been stolen, and even if he sold 3 stores and a mansion, it would scarcely suffice to fill this gaping void. Yet, he had no inclination to attend the birthday celebration of the Duke of Rome. Upon hearing the purpose of Feng Jie's visit, he dared not be negligent. On the contrary, he had to firmly seize this precious opportunity. Whether he could turn his fortunes around hinged on his ability to marry Feng Jie. His cousin, overwhelmed with busyness, decided against attending the Duke's celebration. However, I am acquainted with numerous wealthy merchants and gentry, and it would not be impossible for them to escort you inside. Even in dire straits, one must maintain a semblance of dignity. It is imperative that she does not perceive herself as utterly devoid of value. Then I thank you, cousin. Feng Jie replied politely, though internally she was already rolling her eyes. Even in such a predicament, to maintain appearances is absurd. Were it not for the need for your assistance, who would bother seeking you out? To further manipulate Feng Jie, Hua Jingyang seemingly innocuously inquired, "Cousin, why do you still wear a veil?" Startled, Feng Jie quickly explained, "I was splashed with hot oil on my face. It will heal in a few days." "I see." He replied, "You must take care of it, if it leaves a scar." His words trailed off, intended to pierce her heart. Indeed, upon hearing this, Feng Jie instinctively clenched her sleeve, as if salt had been poured into her wounds. Hua Jingliang continued, "Even if a scar remains, cousin would not disdain you. Yet, as a girl, you should cherish your beauty. It would be wise to care for it, lest you encounter distress in the future. You are overly concerned, cousin. In a few days, it will be just fine, and there will be no lasting scars," insisted Feng Jie stubbornly. She certainly did not wish to be ridiculed by such a downtrodden individual. At that moment, the more she beheld Hua Jingyang, the more she found him distasteful. Under Hua Jingliang's arrangement, Feng Qingran was escorted into the residence of the Duke of Rome by a short and portly old man. Hua Jingyang, of course, had his own considerations. Employing a young and handsome man might inadvertently invite Feng Die's flirtations. Thus, it was far more prudent to select someone elderly and unattractive. Upon entering the Duke's residence, Feng Die immediately sought to rid herself of this old man, only to be called back. "Miss Dai, do take your time. I can hardly keep up." What a jest! Was he intending to discard her once his purpose was served? She could not allow that to happen. Though unaware of the origins of this Miss Dai, it was evident that she was no ordinary person. Given Hua Jingliang's attentive care, she could not simply be used and discarded. With the old man now devoid of utility, Feng Die was eager to sever ties with him and thus quickened her pace, inadvertently colliding with a man's embrace. Looking up, she was startled to discover that this man bore a striking resemblance to Ling Junmo. Who could he be? Regardless of his identity, anyone attending this banquet was undoubtedly a person of considerable stature in the capital. Therefore, she offered a slight bow before moving on. Since everyone present was of nobility, there was no harm in adhering to the necessary courtesies. After all, politeness is never misplaced. The man watched Feng Die's retreating figure, his brow slightly furrowing. Was this the woman who had taken away the innocence of the third son? Chapter 68. Once again accidentally uncovering the prince's secret at this moment. Feng Qingran arrived as well. After securing the carriage, the four of them entered the residence of the Duke of Ronghua. The driver, Duo Ming, parked the carriage in the designated spot and settled down to await the conclusion of the banquet. However, it was not long before he noticed the prince's carriage approaching slowly. Upon witnessing this, Duo Ming instinctively straightened his posture, pondering why the prince, who had not attended such gatherings since the disfigurement, would choose to appear today. Could it be that he was aware Miss Feng would be present? Duo Ming realized, rather inadvertently, that he had once again stumbled upon the prince's secret. Lost in thought, Ling Junyan disembarked from his carriage and scanned the surroundings. Duo Ming, feeling guilty, had the distinct impression that the prince cast a scrutinizing glance in his direction, causing him to involuntarily shiver. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he began observing the arriving guests, among whom was the third prince, Ling Junmo. Ling Junmo, too, felt quite vexed. Early that morning, a maid from his mother's side had come to his residence, claiming to convey the Empress Dowager's instructions for him to be more amiable towards Feng Qingran. He had no desire to be friendly. In fact, he preferred to keep his distance from that woman, hoping fervently that they could annul their engagement today. As he stepped into the Duke's residence, his eyes instinctively searched for Shang Ruoshi, only to be halted by a woman who seized his sleeve. "Who are you?" he exclaimed, shaking off the woman's grip. "Your Highness, it is I, your servant," replied the veiled lady. "Feng Die." Ling Junmo's eyes widened in disbelief, as though he had seen a ghost. "How dare you show your face here? Depart at once." "Your Highness." Feng Die anxiously tugged at Ling Junmo's sleeve, pleading, "Your Highness, I can assist you in dealing with Feng Qingran. Please do not forsake Dyer." Observing as Shang Ruoshi approached with her mother, Ling Junmo abruptly shook off Feng Die and, gritting his teeth, threatened, "Leave this place at once, or I shall take your life without hesitation. I assure you, I will follow through." Sensing the icy aura radiating from Ling Junmo, Feng Die shivered in fear and hurriedly retreated. Witnessing this, Ling Junmo swiftly stepped forward to greet Shang Ruoshi and her mother, saying, "Madam Shang, Miss Ruoshi." The mother and daughter gracefully bowed, their demeanor respectful yet elegant. "Ah, there is no need for formalities," he quickly interjected, helping them up. "Your Highness, I must accompany my mother to pay our respects to the Duchess, so I cannot linger for idle conversation. Please, do as you wish." Shang Ruoshi subtly sidestepped, cleverly evading Ling Junmo's outstretched hand, and grasped her mother's arm to depart. "Miss Ruoshi," Ling Junmo called out, "I have not seen my grandmother in quite some time. Why not accompany us? Perhaps another time, Your Highness. Today is the Duke's birthday, and it would be more fitting for you to remain in the front hall to greet the guests," Shang Ruoshi replied, her gaze averted, deliberately avoiding Ling Junmo's eyes. "With my uncles present, your presence is unnecessary," he remarked, acknowledging the truth of his statement. It would indeed be rather odd for a prince to entertain guests. Shang Ruoshi frowned slightly, but remained resolute. "Your Highness, it truly is not needed. My mother and I can manage on our own." Standing beside them, Madame Shang, though unaware of her daughter's motives, hastened to soothe the situation to avoid inciting the third prince's ire. "Your Highness, given your esteemed status, it may be inconvenient for you to accompany us to the back courtyard. Furthermore, With so many guests present today, you undoubtedly have numerous matters to attend to, and it would be unwise to become distracted. Therefore, this humble mother and daughter shall take their leave, and we kindly ask for your understanding." Seeing Madame Shang's stance, Ling Junmo felt that prolonging the discussion would only lead the mother and daughter to perceive him as lacking decorum. Considering various factors, he decided against pressing the matter further and acquiesced. "Very well. Since Madame Shang and Miss Roshi are insistent, I shall not hinder your departure. However, do exercise caution on your journey." "Thank you, Your Highness," the mother and daughter replied, slightly bowing before turning towards the residence of the Duchess. Upon entering the hall, they spotted Feng Qingran, who was accompanied solely by a young lady. Ling Junmo mused to himself that indeed, Lin Yunshi and her daughter had not arrived. It had been nearly 4 years since then. It seemed the two of them were gravely ill, perhaps unlikely to survive until the day of maturity. With this thought, a smile of satisfaction emerged on Ling Junmo's face. At that moment, Feng Qingran noticed Ling Junmo and approached him with deference. "I pay my respects to the third prince." Ling Junmo furrowed his brows slightly, evidently disinclined to engage in prolonged conversation. "I have matters to attend to and shall not indulge in excessive pleasantries with you, Minister Feng." With that, he took a step to depart. "Your Highness," Feng Qingran called out, "my daughter. You did not speak, yet I had almost forgotten. Do refrain from allowing your insipid daughter to prance before me, as it is quite enough to bring shame upon us." Having uttered these words, he strode away. What does this mean? Feng Qingran was utterly perplexed. Could he be referring to his foolish second daughter? His eldest daughter was not present. Thus it is highly probable he spoke of the second daughter, indicating that his legitimate wife had arrived with their daughter for the banquet. Surely, it must be that unsophisticated simpleton, smitten by the handsome visage of her future husband, who, in her infatuation, had uttered some inappropriate remarks to the third prince. It must be so. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. Leaving Miaoyin behind, he set off in search of the pair of mother and daughter. Navigating through the throngs of guests, Feng Qingran scanned each corner with a keen eye, seeking the figures of the two women. His gaze fell upon those who appeared disheveled and unattractive, yet he found that all attendees were rather well presented. Suddenly, a servant in a corner caught his attention. Although this woman seemed considerably more radiant than before, he immediately recognized her as Qiu Rong. If this individual was indeed Qiu Rong, then the one she served must be Lin Yunshi. He squinted at her, noticing that she appeared more beautiful, her complexion significantly improved. Then he glanced at his foolish second daughter, who, in such a short span, had blossomed into a striking beauty, leaving him astonished. Yet, he did not forget that this daughter was simple-minded. No matter how lovely she appeared, she would struggle to survive in the royal court. Was it not precisely this foolishness that had provoked the ire of the third prince moments ago? The anger that had subsided surged back within him as he marched toward them, and before he could draw near, he bellowed, "Feng Qingran." Feng Qingran's ears twitched in confusion. Unable to comprehend the peculiar behavior of her father, who seemed intent on disrupting the festivities of another's birthday celebration. Noticing the attention drawn towards her, she hastily lifted a fan to conceal her face. "What are you doing?" Lin Yunshi, realizing the situation, swiftly positioned herself in front of Feng Qingran, admonishing her father not to forget that today was her father's birthday banquet. Feng Qingran squinted at her, surprised to see his usually silent wife now bristling with defiance. "I advise you to leave quickly. My younger sister will soon be bringing the third prince here, and I suspect you are the last person he wishes to encounter." Lin Yunshi threatened him. "Very well, let the third prince come. It would be astonishing if your foolish daughter isn't promptly rejected." He could overlook many things, but he could not remain indifferent regarding the prospect of marrying into the royal family. To bring glory to the Feng family, it was imperative to wed his daughter into the imperial lineage. However, it appeared that Ling Junmo had no intention of engaging with either of them. He merely offered a perfunctory greeting to Lin Yunshi, saying, "Greetings, and sure," before falling silent. He didn't even spare a glance at Feng Qingran. Turning to leave after acknowledging Lin Yunshi. "Hey, you insolent boy. This is your future wife. Just look at how beautiful she is. She even saved shower. She is both lovely and kind-hearted. How can you not even glance at her?" Lin Yunshi scolded her nephew, holding him back. As the surrounding guests turned their attention towards them, Feng Qingran quickly raised her fan again to obscure her face. How ridiculous. Did he not realize how unremarkable she felt? Moreover, to look at another woman would be a slight against sheer. He had scarcely taken a few steps when he unexpectedly collided with Feng Qingran. Before Feng Qingran could even offer his greetings, he shot a glare at him, saying, "Keep your two daughters in check. Do not let them entangle themselves with me again." With that, he flicked his sleeves and departed. 2. Feng Qingran was left in a state of confusion. Could it be that his eldest daughter had also arrived? Contemplating this, he donned a grim expression and set off to search for her. At that moment, a furtive figure caught Feng Qingran's eye. If she was not mistaken, it was none other than her father's recently acquired concubine, Miaoyin. And Miaoyin was stealthily following none other than Ning Roji, who had escorted her into the Yan Wang mansion that day. It appeared that there might be clandestine secrets shared between the two. With this thought in mind, she resolved to follow them and discover the truth. "Mother, I wish to wash my hands. May Kaya accompany me?" She knew that Lin Yunshi would be reluctant to let her go alone, so she proactively invited Kaya along. "Yes, we will be careful. You need not worry, mother." After speaking, she took Kaya and departed. Once outside the hall, Feng Qingran retrieved 3 small boxes from her sleeve. "These are 3 pieces of gold jewelry, each prepared for your father, mother, and brother. Quickly, go find them in my grandmother's courtyard." "This is unacceptable. Kaya cannot accept this." Kaya protested, waving her hands. "It is nothing. These are merely what you deserve. You have toiled alongside me over the years. Consider these small tokens of appreciation. Please accept them," Feng Qingran urged her. "Then, I shall accept them." With that, Kaya respectfully took the 3 small boxes, though anxiety stirred within her, for she could not visit them at present. Kaya had promised her young lady to take good care of her. "Oh dear, there's no need for you to worry about me. Go visit your family. I will clarify everything with my mother shortly." As it seemed that Miaoyin was about to vanish from sight, Feng Qingran emphasized her words, saying, "Kaya, be obedient and hurry along." Kaya stammered, unable to form a complete sentence, knowing only that she could not abandon Feng Qingran. "Stop hesitating and go, I insist." Feng Qingran's expression turned stern. Observing the change in her young lady's demeanor, Kaya quickly acquiesced. "Yes, yes, yes, I shall go at once." As Kaya turned to leave, Feng Qingran added, "Be good, Kaya. Spend quality time with your family. After the banquet concludes, my mother and I will come to fetch you." Her young lady was exceptionally kind, never once treating her as a mere servant, caring for her as if she were family. Kaya vowed to repay her young lady's kindness wholeheartedly. Once Kaya departed, Feng Qingran hastened towards the direction where Miaoyin had disappeared. Fortunately, Miaoyin did not move swiftly. To be precise, Ning Roji was not moving quickly. Thus, after navigating around a decorative rock formation, Feng Qingran spotted the curious Miaoyin peeking out. "Has she applied the ointment?" inquired a man. Feng Qingran craned her neck for a better look and noted that this man bore a resemblance to Ling Junmo. After a moment's contemplation, she deduced that he too must be a prince, though she was uncertain of his ordinal rank. "Alas, do not mention it. That little nun Miaoyin has truly muddled everything," Ning Roji complained, her eyes glinting with dissatisfaction and malice. Hiding behind the rocks, Miaoyin involuntarily shivered, her breath growing heavier. "Who?" The man discerned her presence with keen awareness. Feng Qingran frowned, pondering how this timid nun lacked courage. Was she truly frightened by such a triviality? However, she resolved to salvage the situation, for she yearned to continue eavesdropping on the secrets at play. With this thought, she discreetly retrieved a small rabbit from her sleeve and gently tossed it forward for half a meter. The little rabbit flipped over, steadied itself, and then dashed ahead. "It's just a little rabbit," Ning Roji remarked upon recognizing it. "To be succinct, please continue what you were saying," the man instructed Ning Roji, casting a glance at the rabbit. "It is entirely that wretched girl's fault for harboring ill intentions and seeking out Ling Junyan without my consent," he declared, his eyes ablaze with fury. "That is indeed unfortunate. We shall have to seek another opportunity, provided you remain undiscovered," came the response. "Rest assured, I shall not be exposed. Miaoyin is utterly oblivious to the poison in the ointment." "Your Highness," Ning Roji called out with an air of bashfulness. "It has been over 10 days since we last met," she said, lowering her head in modesty. "Remove it, lie down," she added, gesturing toward the nearby emerald bamboo with her chin. How vexing. Though she protested, she complied with the man's request and obediently lay upon the bamboo. She was utterly enamored with this unruly man, whose presence had helped her emerge from the wounds of past love. Chapter 70. All is owed to her. Just as Feng Qingran marveled at the man's exceptional talents, someone approached from behind and covered her mouth. In her eyes, a flicker of confusion appeared. Observing this, Ling Junyan spoke to her in a hushed tone. Having seen the filthy eyes, follow me. After the two had walked a distance of 10 meters, Ling Junyan picked up a pebble from the roadside and struck it against Miaoyin's knee. With a thud, Miaoyin knelt upon the ground, and the two combatants, who had been locked in fierce battle, abruptly ceased their movements. As for what transpired thereafter, Feng Qingran was left in the dark, for she had been taken away by Ling Junyan. The little nun seemed to be in dire straits. After distancing themselves from the rockery, Feng Qingran attempted to break the silence. She deserves it. I know your father took her as a concubine. But having such a calamity linger nearby is ultimately a risk, Ling Junyan cautioned her. Indeed, by the way, Your Highness, when did you arrive? Feng Qingran inquired, seemingly casual. If he had arrived just moments before, then he must have witnessed her retrieving the rabbit from her space, hadn't he? I arrived here even before you. Ling Junyan replied candidly. Alarmed, Feng Qingran pondered whether he had indeed seen her pulling the rabbit from her sleeve. Noticing her unease, Ling Junyan quickly added, Carrying a rabbit is nothing unusual. Even the new emperor of Beiqin Yuan, carries a ferret with him. I beg your pardon. I have always had a fondness for rabbits since childhood, Feng Qingran responded, following his lead. In truth, she was experimenting with the cultivation of various edible animals, with rabbits being merely one of them. That's easily said. I have several rare breeds. I shall have Duoming bring some to you on another day. However, in truth, there were no rabbits present, yet Yi Jun Feng was there. What sort of rabbit could be unobtainable? My gratitude is extended to the prince. Feng Qingran not only accepted this with delight, but also intentionally pierced the heart of Ling Junyan. Just now, Miss Ning, you saw it yourself. Her approach towards me was merely a scheme to conspire with the fourth brother to bring me harm, Ling Junyan stated candidly. So, you can endure this? Feng Qingran continued to stab at his heart, for who asked him to spy on her? It seems she must act with greater caution henceforth. It is all my debt to her. I can only turn a blind eye, he remarked lightly. Yet, in reality, he bore his own burdens. No matter how egregious her actions, he lacked the authority to judge her. So it is a matter of emotional debt. That is indeed difficult to repay. She had heard of their prior engagement. What? Do you not harbor feelings for her? Then I shall not permit her to enter the Yin prince's residence again, Ling Junyan stated solemnly. You are unwell. Feng Qingran rolled her eyes at Ling Junyan internally. Whether she entered the Yin prince's residence was of no concern to her. It made it seem as if she were somehow related to him. What a stroke of bad luck. Mother, I have caused you worry. It is all my fault for being playful and wandering about. However, Kair, you need not fret. I have sent her to my grandmother's courtyard to find her family. Feng Qingran replied without leaving a trace of doubt. Is that so? Then let us hasten our journey, Feng Qingran urged. On the way to her grandmother's courtyard. Lin Yunshi spoke again to Feng Qingran. Your grandmother has not been well of late, and mother has not seen her for 4 years. I just heard from your two uncles that her condition is quite dire. As she spoke, she wiped away her tears. Dear mother, please do not worry just yet. Allow me to examine the situation first, Feng Qingran reassured gently. Indeed, you possess some medical knowledge. Perhaps you could take a look at your grandmother later. Lin Yunshi responded with hope. Rest assured, mother, I shall do my utmost. Feng Qingran continued to comfort her mother. As they spoke, the two arrived at the side courtyard of the Duke of Rong's residence, specifically constructed for the Duke's concubines, where Lin Yunshi's mother resided. Upon seeing her mother in bed, tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Tenderly grasping her mother's hand, she softly murmured, Mother, I have been an unfilial daughter, neglecting to visit you for 4 long years. And look, Qingran has grown up. Please open your eyes and see her. Mother, please awaken. Your daughter has come to see you, Lin Yunshi's elder brother, Lin Jiming, gently called out. Yes, mother, your daughter has brought Qingran to visit. Please wake up. Lin Yunshi's second brother, Lin Shuyan, chimed in. Nearby, Lin Jiming and Lin Shuyan's wives discreetly wiped away their tears. Their mother-in-law had always treated them with great kindness, her cheerful disposition a source of comfort. Yet, in recent years, as their sister-in-law's illness intensified, her own health deteriorated. Now, while their sister-in-law's condition had improved, their mother-in-law lay bedridden, evoking profound sorrow and a sense of helplessness in them. How long has this situation persisted for uncle and aunt? Feng Qingran finally inquired. It has been 3 or 4 years since your mother fell gravely ill, and since then, your grandmother has been unwell as well. As we were all driven out of the household upon reaching adulthood, It has become rather inconvenient for us to visit your grandmother frequently. However, your two aunts, being women of the family, are able to come here to care for her from time to time. Lin Jihao spoke while wiping away his tears. Filled with resentment, resentful of his own inability, of his failure to protect his mother, and of being merely a lowly, illegitimate son. In truth, I possess some medical knowledge. It was I who helped to alleviate my mother's condition. Perhaps I could examine my grandmother? Feng Qingran offered herself for the task. This based on his understanding of his niece. She did not seem to be someone versed in medicine. It was not that he held any ill will toward her. Though she had always been somewhat slow-witted, she treated others with great kindness, truly a benevolent girl. Yet, to think she could heal anyone was hard for him to accept. Besides, they had sought the expertise of countless renowned doctors for his mother. If a cure were possible, it would have been found by now. While he pondered this, he heard his sister say, "Elder brother, let Ranner give it a try. She has indeed saved several people, and I have witnessed it with my own eyes." Seeing his sister's insistence, Lin Jihao reluctantly nodded. "Then we shall trouble Ranner. Even if she could not heal her, it mattered not. Her willingness was enough." Ranner had always been a kind-hearted girl, he reflected inwardly. Chapter 71. Is it you, Shire? Placing her fingertips upon her grandmother's wrist, Feng Qingran felt for her pulse, while simultaneously utilizing the equipment within her spatial realm to conduct an examination. After completing the diagnosis, she unconsciously furrowed her brow. The women of this era undoubtedly faced numerous challenges, such as the plight of her mother, the Empress, and even her grandmother. Their ailments stem from excessive worry and prolonged emotional distress, leading to physical debilitation. Upon noticing her furrowed brow, those around her became increasingly anxious, particularly Lin Yunshi, who grasped her hand tightly. "Rana, how are you? Is there still hope for my mother's recovery?" Feng Qingran gently patted her mother's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Before turning to her two uncles, grandmother's condition is a result of her overwhelming concern. To restore her health, we must not only provide meticulous care, but also help her untangle her emotional burdens. This echoed the sentiments expressed by other physicians. However, the circumstances have changed. Her mother's emotional turmoil has always been tied to her daughter, Lin Yunshi. Upon learning of her daughter's grave illness, her health deteriorated rapidly. Yet now, with her sister's recovery and her improved vitality, if their mother were to learn of this, she would surely awaken with joy. Alas, her mother currently clings to life, deaf to any words spoken to her. Perhaps the root of grandmother's emotional distress lies with my mother, Feng Qingran ventured, voicing her speculation. Both Lin Jimao and Lin Shuyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, since your mother's condition worsened, your grandmother's health has declined sharply. The only reason she persists is likely in hopes of seeing her daughter once more. Then it is settled, my mother has recovered. If we share this wonderful news with grandmother, it will surely alleviate her condition significantly, Feng Qingran proclaimed with unwavering optimism. Indeed, that is the case. But she must be able to hear. Lin Shuyan sighed. This is simple. I merely need to administer a set of acupuncture techniques to temporarily awaken my grandmother. At that moment, I will inform her of my mother's recovery, which will surely be more effective than any medication. Feng Qingran spoke with unwavering confidence. Lin Jimiao and Lin Shuyan exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. If it were truly that simple, those esteemed physicians who had previously come to treat their mother would have surely cured her by now. Yet, upon witnessing the hopeful gaze of his sister, both men buried their doubts deep within and spoke in unison. Then you may as well give it a try. Feng Qingran gently nodded and retrieved an acupuncture kit from her sleeve. To an onlooker, her subsequent actions appeared to involve sterilization, but in reality, she was applying hydrochloride naloxone injection onto the silver needles, a highly effective awakening agent capable of rousing critically ill individuals swiftly. Once she had prepared the needles, Feng Qingran skillfully began the acupuncture procedure, and before long, the entire set of silver needles had been inserted. Her uncles and aunts stood in awe. For regardless of the efficacy of the technique, the dazzling speed with which she worked was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Just as they marveled at Feng Qingran's swiftness, their grandmother's eyelids suddenly fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. As she surveyed her surroundings in confusion, a glimmer of clarity sparkled in her eyes upon seeing Lin Yunshi. "Yunshi, is that you?" At that moment, Lin Yunshi was already overcome with emotion, and she fell to her knees beside her mother's bed. "Mother, it is I, Yunshi. I am so sorry for causing you worry. Indeed, it is truly my Yunshi." As she reached out to touch her daughter's cheek, Her frail body rendered her unable to raise her arm beyond a certain point, causing it to fall limply. Upon witnessing this, Feng Qingran hurriedly stepped forward, lifting her hand and placing it gently on Lin Yunshi's face. "Grandmother, feel for yourself, it truly is mother." Hearing the term grandmother, her gaze shifted to Feng Qingran's face. "You, what did you call me?" "Grandmother, I am Ranner." After saying this, she knelt by her mother's bedside. "You held me when I was little. Is it truly you, Ranna? You've grown so much, and you're so beautiful," she exclaimed, her words tinged with disbelief. "Of course it's me," she replied, placing the other hand of her grandmother on her own face. As she experienced the genuine sensation from the palm, tears of happiness welled in her eyes. "Indeed, you are mother and daughter, as long as you are both well. I can rest easy. Mother, it is the daughter who has been unfilial, causing you concern," Lin Yunshi choked out. The grandmother gazed at her daughter, filled with remorse. "Poetry. It is I who has wronged you, failing to protect you and allowing you to suffer so much." Lin Yunshi quickly shook her head. "No, mother. This is not your fault. It is Feng Qingran who is too heartless. Alas, are not all men thus? When I married into the Lin family as a concubine, I had hoped that you would marry Feng Qingran as his legitimate wife, sparing you the heartache of being a concubine. I never anticipated that you would encounter such unworthy company." With a sigh, she concluded her lament. "Indeed, mother, I have already vacated the Chancellor's residence. It seems that father harbors little affection for us now. Perhaps it would be wise for you to leave the Duke of Rong's estate as well, so that we may enjoy a more tranquil existence in our remaining years," Lin Yushi suggested to her mother. "What? You have divorced Feng Qingran? No. It should be said that he has cast you aside, correct?" Lin Jimao, standing nearby, immediately erupted with anger. "That scoundrel! I shall confront him on behalf of my elder brother," he declared, ready to storm out of the room. "Wait, elder brother, it is not as it seems. I am merely recuperating at a country estate near the capital," Lin Yunshi hurriedly interjected. "I see. However, dear sister, you must amend your tendency to report only good news while concealing troubles. We are a family. We must face difficulties together, and you cannot silently endure hardships alone," Lin Jimao advised her. "Yes, I am currently quite content there, but mother, we should devise a plan to bring you out of the estate as soon as possible," Lin Yunshi urged once more. According to the regulations of this dynasty, a son born of a concubine, upon reaching maturity, would be granted a separate residence and expelled from the ancestral home, while only the legitimate son had the right to inherit the ancestral estate. Furthermore, if the previous head of the family were still alive, his wives and concubines could not breach propriety by leaving the ancestral home. This meant that if Feng Qingran's maternal grandfather were still living, her grandmother could not depart from the Duke of Rong's estate. Only upon the passing of her grandfather could her grandmother move out and reside with her son. Feng Qingran furrowed her brow, contemplating. "Surely we cannot resort to severing ties with her grandfather for the sake of our own desires. There must be another means to facilitate her departure from the estate." Observing the furrowed brows of those around her, Feng Qingran suggested, "Why not do this? I shall administer some medicine to my grandmother, which will induce symptoms akin to leprosy. When the time comes, we can come to collect her, and my grandfather will undoubtedly be eager to comply." The family had completely placed their trust in Feng Qingran's medical expertise, and upon hearing her proposal, they all nodded in agreement, acknowledging its feasibility. At that moment, her second aunt spoke up, "But have you considered whether our mother would consent?" Lying on the sickbed, her grandmother interjected, "I would be more than willing to leave this place. Having endured a stifling life for so many years, I long for the comfort of being surrounded by my grandchildren." Chapter 72. A family does not speak as strangers. How wonderful that would be. Lin Yunshi couldn't help but want to give her mother a thumbs up. She was far more resolute than she had been at the outset. Today was her grandfather's birthday, making it an unsuitable occasion to implement their plan. "Let us wait a few days before administering this vial of medicine to our grandmother. My mother and I will be waiting outside the residence to assist you." Concerned that her uncles might worry, Feng Qingran quickly added, "Rest assured, this medicine is safe to consume. Aside from inducing leprosy-like symptoms, it will not harm her health." "Indeed. We will heed your counsel," Lin Jimiao said as he accepted the medicine bottle, carefully tucking it into his sleeve. "Moreover, these additional medicines should be administered to our grandmother 3 times daily. I believe she will recover swiftly." As Feng Qingran spoke, she produced more medicinal herbs from her sleeve. "And what of Aunt Zhang? Please inform her to administer it to our mother 3 times a day," remarked her eldest aunt, who was visibly pregnant. After all, they cannot always reside in the residence of the Rong family. and it has been Aunt Zhang's family who consistently attends to the elder matron. Feng Qingran lightly tapped her forehead, suddenly recalling this matter. Today I brought along Aunt Zhang's daughter. Surely their family is gathered in the servants' quarters. So that is the case. The eldest aunt nodded in understanding and then instructed the maid beside her to summon Aunt Zhang from the servants' quarters. Yes. The maid acknowledged and exited the room. Shortly after, accompanied by Kaier, Aunt Zhang hurried in. Aunt Zhang, these are the medications for treating Aunt Sheng's ailment. They must be administered 3 times daily. You must ensure they are given to her on time. Do you understand? The heavily pregnant eldest aunt admonished Aunt Zhang. I have noted everything down. I will certainly ensure Aunt Sheng receives her medications, Aunt Zhang replied as she accepted the remedies. My maternal grandmother has only just recovered from a serious illness, and her constitution is exceedingly frail. She should not consume overly rich foods. Please remember to prepare light and soft meals for her, Feng Qingran further advised Aunt Zhang. Yes, I have taken note, Aunt Zhang responded respectfully. Yet her curiosity could not be contained, and she asked Feng Qingran, You are the young miss, are you not? Did you truly save Aunt Sheng? You are Aunt Zhang. Kai's mother, correct? Feng Qingran inquired in return. Aunt Zhang nodded, pondering whether she had perhaps misspoken moments ago. It is imperative that you do not disclose the matter of my grandmother's awakening. Subsequently, I recounted the entire plan to her, concluding with the promise that I would ensure the entire family would be brought out of the residence, allowing the 4 of you to live together henceforth. In due time, when the right individuals present themselves, your beloved children shall have the freedom to marry as they wish. Aunt Zhang, who had frequently been mentioned by my mother, remained unwaveringly loyal to my grandmother. Otherwise, my grandmother would not have entrusted her daughter to care for her. Indeed, it is time to escape this confinement. Let us disperse now. The situation here shall remain unchanged for the time being, and I must ask for your understanding, dear grandmother. With that, I glanced at my grandmother, who lay on the sickbed. Although her complexion was still somewhat pale, her eyes had regained a glimmer of vitality. Dyer, proceed with your plans. I shall heed your arrangements. She assured me. Yes, grandmother. I apologize for the inconvenience for a few days. We shall have ample time together in the future. Feng Qingyan comforted her. Go on, Dyer. Aunt Zhang will take good care of me, my grandmother reassured her. Lin Yunshi wiped away her tears, her voice trembling as she said, Mother, please take care of yourself. Dyer and I shall take our leave now. Silly child, having endured all these years, what is a few more days of waiting? Depart with ease. I am not so fragile, she replied, smiling gently at everyone. Very well, let us all disperse. Lin Jimao echoed his mother's sentiments. As everyone bid farewell to the elderly gentleman resting on the couch, Feng Qingran took a moment to offer a few words of advice to Aunt Zhang before departing with Kaier from her grandmother's residence. Just as they exited the courtyard, her maternal uncle called out to her, Ranner, since you possess medical knowledge, I have a request. Uncle, please speak, if I can be of assistance. I shall do my utmost, Feng Qingran replied earnestly. It concerns your aunt, who is a few months pregnant. Many physicians have expressed concerns regarding the risks associated with her advanced maternal age. Perhaps you could examine her. With that, he beckoned his wife, Muqin. Come quickly and let Ranner take a look at you. Upon seeing her aunt approach with a bashful demeanor, Feng Qingran swiftly curtsied, Greetings, aunt. Good child, rise. Her aunt said, extending her hand to help her up, and then took a moment to scrutinize her niece's beauty, unable to restrain her admiration. Ranner, you are truly stunning. Feng Qingran smiled shyly, resting her fingertips on her aunt's pulse. With your words, Aunt, I feel much more at ease, her aunt remarked, grasping Feng Qingran's hand. Today, thanks to you, my mother-in-law has regained consciousness. Indeed, Ranner, we owe you our gratitude, and I hope you will continue to look after your aunt in the future. Her uncle added, Family should not speak in halves. It is my duty. Aunt, you may focus on nurturing your pregnancy, and should you experience any discomfort, please ensure someone informs me promptly, Feng Qingran advised the couple. Very well, Ranner, we will be vigilant, they responded. Auntie gazed at her with a tender expression, contemplating how delightful it would be if the child within her were a daughter. She had already borne 2 sons, both of whom were now married with children of their own. Upon learning that, at her advanced age, she was expecting again, she felt so embarrassed that she refrained from leaving her home for days. In Chapter 73, A Family Must Be Whole, she reflected that had it not been for the opportunity to visit her mother-in-law, she would not have bothered to attend the birthday celebration. Even if she did attend, She would not have the chance to see the prominent family, so why endure the discomfort of this gathering? Lost in thought, she noticed her brother-in-law and his wife approaching. Suddenly inspired, she waved to them. Shuyan, Ningzhu, come here. What is it, elder sister-in-law? They inquired as they approached. Once they were near, she asked, Haven't you both been struggling to conceive? Upon hearing this topic, Lin Shuyan's countenance fell. Each time it arose, his wife would spiral into deep self-reproach, insisting on the need for him to take a concubine. Having witnessed his father's numerous concubines being brought into their home and the neglect his mother suffered, he vowed never to take a concubine himself, wishing instead to walk through life hand in hand with his wife. However, Lin Zhimao shared his sentiments. As a once maligned, illegitimate son, he loathed men who only sought their own pleasures, bringing numerous concubines into their homes. Such men, unable to control their baser instincts, fathered many illegitimate children without properly caring for them. Ultimately, when it came time to inherit the family estate, these children were cast aside. Thus, he swore never to take a concubine, determined that his children would never be considered illegitimate. Did we not already agree? Your child is our child. Once the big sister's baby arrives, regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl, my spouse and I will embrace and nurture the little one, ultimately bequeathing all our assets to him or her. Lin Shuyan reiterated for the umpteenth time. What if there is a way for Yenner to help you conceive? The second aunt continued to persuade the couple. Having witnessed Feng Qingran's miraculous revival of her mother-in-law, the second aunt gently tugged at her husband's sleeve and whispered, Let Yenner take a look. She might truly possess a remedy. Seeing his wife so resolute, Lin Shuyan reluctantly yielded. As you wish, let us indeed have a look. Feng Qingran, who had overheard their conversation, promptly beckoned. Second uncle, second aunt, please come and sit over here. The couple followed the path to the pavilion where Feng Qingran was situated and settled beside her. With a delicate touch, she felt the pulse of the second aunt while simultaneously utilizing the spatial devices to conduct a thorough examination. After completing the assessment, she discovered that the second aunt's health was satisfactory, with all indicators falling within normal ranges. This prompted her to glance at the second uncle, who remained indifferent. Noticing Feng Qingran's gaze, Lin Shuyan felt a twinge of unease and quickly inquired, Child, do not frighten my brother. Is it that your aunt? He hesitated, unwilling to entertain further thoughts. The question of having children seemed insignificant. As long as health was assured, that was all that mattered. Yet, the peculiar look in the girl's eyes was troubling. He fervently hoped it was not what he feared. Feng Qingran smiled and shook her head gently. Uncle, rest assured. Aunt's health is perfectly fine. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuyan's tense emotions somewhat eased. Yet he soon displayed a look of confusion. The way you just looked at me truly startled your second uncle. Feng Qingran took a moment to gather her thoughts before responding. Uncle, after all these years of not being able to conceive, have you considered that perhaps the issue does not lie with aunt, but rather with you? Lin Shuyan was taken aback. He had never contemplated the possibility that the problem could stem from himself. Observing his reaction, Feng Qingran elaborated gently, Uncle, certain physical issues in men can also lead to fertility difficulties. I can examine you to determine if there are any underlying concerns. Lin Shuyan felt as though he were caught in a dilemma, unable to proceed or retreat. However, thinking of the grievances his wife had endured over the years, he ultimately nodded in agreement to Feng Qingran's examination. As her fingers rested upon his pulse, Feng Qingran conducted a thorough assessment of his condition. Soon, she grasped the situation broadly. Yet, some ailments she knew would be difficult for the ancients to comprehend, so she conveyed to him the symptoms reflected in his pulse. Uncle, your body exhibits signs of excessive internal heat, leading to insufficient vital essence, which is the root cause of the difficulties in conception. Is it treatable? Lin Shuyan inquired nervously, fearing that his condition might be insurmountable, thus prolonging his wife's suffering. Feng Qingran smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, uncle. With appropriate adjustments, your health can certainly improve. I shall prescribe you some medication. Please take it punctually, while also being mindful of your diet and daily routine. I believe that before long, both you and your aunt will be blessed with your own child. Upon hearing Feng Qingran's words, Lin Shuyan felt a slight alleviation of his worries. His second aunt's eyes sparkled with hope. How wonderful it would be for her and her husband to have their own offspring. See, I told you, Ranner possesses genuine skill. Yet you, stubborn as a mule, were initially reluctant to cooperate with the treatment. Now you can secretly rejoice, teased the eldest aunt, addressing her younger brother. Lin Shuyan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said to Feng Qingran, Ranner, please write the prescription for my uncle now. Claiming that we do not wish for a child was merely a facade. I was previously concerned about placing undue pressure on my aunt. Now that I understand the issue lies with me, I wish to rectify it swiftly so that my aunt can conceive. After all, it is she who would bear the brunt of any gossip, and I do not wish for her to endure such indignities. Feng Qingran was acutely aware of the harsh judgments faced by women in this era, as issues of infertility were often unjustly attributed to them. With this in mind, she retrieved some Western medicine from her sleeve. Uncle, this is a miraculous remedy to restore your health. Take each one 3 times daily. In truth, the second uncle suffered from oligospermia, a condition she found challenging to explain to people of this time, and even if she did, it might not be comprehensible. Thus, she merely articulated the symptoms reflected in his pulse and opted for precise treatment with Western medicine. Lin Shuyan accepted the bottle of medicine Feng Qingran handed him, repeatedly assuring her, "Rest assured, Ranner, my uncle will diligently adhere to the medication regimen, striving to restore his health as soon as possible." Feng Qingran observed her second uncle's earnestness, feeling both amused and deeply impressed by him. She understood that, in this era, many misconceptions and prejudices surrounded the issue of procreation. The fact that her uncle could face it with such composure and actively seek solutions spoke volumes about his character as a responsible man. "Uncle, rest assured. As long as you take your medication on time and pay attention to your diet and lifestyle, I believe that in just a few months, you and Aunt will welcome your own baby." Feng Qingran reassured them once more. "That would be splendid. With Mother's illness cured, you too also have hope of conceiving a child. Our family has recently been blessed with joyful events. It truly is an auspicious sign," Aunt said joyfully. "And let us not forget Yunsher and Ranner, who have also been given a new lease on life. From now on, our family must remain united. For brighter days lie ahead," the eldest uncle added. At that moment, Lin Yunsher, supported by Qiu Rong, approached, accompanied by 2 men, 2 women, and 2 small children. Combining what she had seen in her grandmother's bedroom with Aunt's earlier remarks, she quickly deduced that the 2 men and 2 women were Aunt's sons and daughters-in-law, while the 2 children must be their grandchildren. "Sister, come sit over here," Aunt called to Lin Yunsher. "Sister-in-law, I didn't have the chance to ask before, but judging by your belly, are you expecting?" Lin Yunsher inquired as she neared the pavilion. Upon hearing this, the eldest uncle, Lin Jimiao, shyly averted his gaze, and Aunt's face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, the second aunt teased her, saying, "Sister-in-law, what is there to be shy about? If Shuyan and I wished for another, we would surely be blessed." Seated within the pavilion, Lin Yunsher inquired with great concern of her second aunt, "Sister-in-law, why not allow Ranner to take a look? Perhaps she might be able to provide a remedy. I have already consulted her," chuckled the second aunt, covering her mouth. Ranner mentioned that as long as we, as a couple, diligently tend to our health, we could conceive within 3 months. "Oh, is that so? How wonderful." She felt genuine joy for her second brother and sister-in-law. At that moment, the eldest aunt interjected, "Jinbei, Chuyan, come here and greet your elders." No sooner had she spoken than 2 little ones came bounding over. "This is your great aunt, and this is your cousin. Quickly greet them." The eldest aunt gestured towards Lin Yunsher and Feng Qingran. The 2 little boys dutifully called out, "Hello, great aunt." "Hello, cousin." Very good, Lin Yunsher replied, while pointing to the 2 tall young men and the 2 graceful young women, saying to Feng Qingran, "Ranner, these are your oldest cousin and second cousin, along with your oldest and second cousin-in-law." "Hello, oldest cousin." "Hello, second cousin." "Hello, oldest cousin-in-law." "Hello, second cousin-in-law." Feng Qingran greeted each in turn. At last, Lin Yunsher knelt to examine the 2 children, finding them adorably chiseled and exquisite. She then withdrew a handful of golden melon seeds from her sleeve and placed them in their hands, saying, "Be good now. Great aunt did not bring anything else on this trip, so take these seeds to buy some sweets. Next time, I shall bring you even better gifts." "Oh dear, mother. How could you possibly give such things? Please do not use your precious savings intended for rewarding servants as gifts for others." Feng Qingran gracefully produced 2 pure gold longevity locks from her sleeve, presenting 1 to each child. "Here, 1 for each of you, a gift from your aunt," she said. The 2 young boys gazed at the sizable locks, hesitating to accept them as they exchanged uncertain glances with their parents. "Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" asked their older cousin and his wife in unison. Lin Yunsher silently commended her daughter for her thoughtful gesture. Then she spoke. "I was unable to be present at your births, and I hope to make amends with this gift. Please accept it. It is only a token of my affection. And I trust you won't refuse it. Such a meaningful gift. How could we ever decline? They responded quickly. However, it does seem rather lavish, and we feel somewhat embarrassed to accept it. This is also a token of your aunt's goodwill, so do not hesitate to accept it, interjected their uncle. Having been in business for many years, they were well acquainted with wealth, yet they recognized the value of the gift from their sister, since she had put thought into it. They graciously accepted. With their father's approval, the older and younger cousins accepted the gifts on behalf of their sons. Observing this, Feng Qingran retrieved 2 more items from her sleeve. These are jade safety pendants. Wearing them regularly is beneficial to one's health. As your aunt, I bestow these upon my dear nephews. Please accept them without reservation. The 2 wives eagerly took the pendants. How could we ever look down upon such precious gifts? We will cherish them dearly, they assured her. Beside her, Lin Yunshi remained fixated on the 2 children, her fondness for them growing with each glance. If only her own child. Just the thought of it caused a profound ache in her heart, dimming her expression. Lin Zhimiao recognized that his sister was once again stirred by sorrowful memories. Indeed, had her youngest son survived, he would now be of similar age to Jin Bei and Chu Yan. If her eldest son had not perished, he too would have likely married and started a family, much like his own 2 sons. Alas, such is the fate of life. Sighing, he sought to divert his sister from her melancholic thoughts. The banquet should be concluding soon. Shall we go to the front hall to take a look? Let us indeed venture forth. Though we may not be welcomed, we must still observe the necessary courtesies. The elder aunt concurred, having discerned Lin Yunshi's sentiments. However, before they could reach the banquet hall, they encountered Feng Qingran. Accompanying him were 2 charming young women and a delicate, handsome young boy. A moment's reflection revealed that she had likely been ensnared or perhaps captivated by the 4th prince. Yet, it mattered little. She could stir up trouble in the residence, and Lin Yunshi was quite entertained by the spectacle. As for the veiled, graceful woman by Feng Qingran's side, Lin Yunshi recognized her instantly. It was none other than her half-sister, Feng Die. But why the veil? Given her nature, such a gathering would undoubtedly provide an excellent opportunity for her to showcase her elegance. She would typically adorn herself in resplendent attire to capture the attention of all. So why was she concealed behind a veil? As I pondered in confusion, Feng Qingran stepped forward, addressing his elder and second brother. No wonder we have been unable to find you. It appears you have taken refuge here. Feng Qingran continued. I was just about to seek you out. You, who feasted at my tavern a few days ago without payment, have driven my sister from the Prime Minister's residence. Had I known you possessed such a heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog, I would never allow you to gain even the slightest advantage. Lin Yunsong's elder brother, Lin Zhimiao, exclaimed angrily. Ah, esteemed brother-in-law, it was not I who expelled your sister from the residence. She chose to retreat to the countryside for her health. You may inquire with Yunsong if you doubt my words. He hastily distanced himself from the accusations. It was all a jest. He had hoped to extract some silver from his brother-in-law and would never accept such blame upon himself. Moreover, it was indeed that woman who wished to move out. Lin Zhimiao was well aware of the situation, having heard his sister recount the tale during their earlier conversation. Nevertheless, casting blame upon the villain was entirely fitting, and he would not squander this opportunity to vent his frustration. Chapter 75. What an unfortunate creature. Feng Qingran opened his mouth, hesitated, and ultimately said nothing. Fortunately, he had managed to find her in time. Otherwise, how could she hope to marry the 3rd prince after having marred her visage? Sir, do not be upset. Miaoyin is here to soothe you, she said, gently patting his back. Get away, you filthy creature. Feng Qingran abruptly shook off Miaoyin's hand. A pang of anxiety gripped Miaoyin's heart. Could it be that he had learned of the 4th prince's earlier teasing? Indeed, after her fall beside the rockery, she had been caught by the 4th prince and Ning Roji. Ning Roji had immediately harbored murderous intent, but the 4th prince had intervened. After Ning Roji departed, the 4th prince forcefully claimed Miaoyin. Initially, she resisted, yet soon found herself entranced by the prince's handsome visage. While Feng Qingran possessed a robust physique, he could not compete with the youthful allure of the 4th prince's striking features. Following an intimate encounter, Miaoyin became utterly captivated by the 4th prince. Agreeing to surveil the Prime Minister's residence in exchange for his promise that she would be taken into the palace as a consort when he ascended the throne, Miaoyin contemplated her situation. As the head of the officials, no matter how high Feng Qingran rose, he could never surpass the emperor. Furthermore, The young and dashing fourth prince was destined for greatness, assuring her a life filled with boundless wealth and splendor should he become emperor. However, what did Feng Qingran mean earlier by calling her a filthy thing? Could he possibly be aware of her clandestine affair with the fourth prince? Lost in thought, she hesitated, prompting Feng Qingran to impatiently urge her to follow him. Realizing her folly, she quickly gathered her wits. After reflecting, she concluded that Feng Qingran could not possibly know of her secret liaison with the fourth prince. Besides, one must enter the tiger's den to catch the tiger cub. For the fourth prince, she was prepared to brave any peril. With that determination, she hastily joined Feng Qingran, along with Feng Die and Feng Ziqing, as they departed together. Feng Qingran found herself puzzled. Feng Die's silence was quite uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor. Meanwhile, as Feng Die turned away, her face, concealed beneath a veil, twisted into a grotesque expression of jealousy, resembling that of a vengeful spirit. At this moment, her eyes flickered with resentment and profound hatred. She had not anticipated that, after merely a few days apart, her worthless sister would blossom into such exquisite beauty. How could she not feel envy? Beneath her sleeves, her hands were clenched so tightly that the knuckles cracked, oblivious to the fact that her nails had pierced her palms, causing blood to seep out and trickle down her fingers, staining her hands a vivid red. Was that your little brother just now? Lin Yunshi finally inquired once the four had distanced themselves. Indeed, it was my little brother, Feng Qingran replied. Then his face is healed? Yet, why do I sense that he looks different? Lin Yunshi questioned, puzzled. That is the mask I gifted him. It naturally alters his appearance when worn. Feng Qingran elucidated. Oh, such a remarkable item. It is quite convenient for concealing scars. After all, the child is still young, with a face marred by scars. He would inevitably face mockery from his peers upon entering school. This will spare him from such troubles, Lin Yunshi remarked. Has the child disfigured his face? Auntie inquired casually. Lin Yunshi nodded. He was burned by hot oil on his face. Oh dear, how unfortunate. Yet, considering what his mother has done, it truly reflects the saying, parents commit sins, and the children must pay the price. All the retribution falls upon the child. Auntie shook her head with a sigh. Well, let us not dwell on such matters. The banquet is about to conclude. Let us go and take a look. Lin Jiming reminded everyone. Very well, let us hurry over. The others chimed in agreement. As they walked jovially towards the banquet hall, a young woman carrying a medicinal soup tripped over a protruding bamboo, causing her to topple towards Qiuyang, who was walking at the edge. In an instant, Qiuyang found herself drenched in the brown liquid. And shaking off the warm broth from her attire, she hurriedly inquired, Miss, did I scald you? To her astonishment, the woman chose to blame Qiuyang instead, exclaiming, Are you blind? This is the hangover soup meant for the third prince, and now it's all spilled because of you. Can you compensate for it? Upon hearing the commotion, Feng Qingran and the others turned to see a lavishly dressed woman glaring menacingly at Qiuyang, her garments stained with the spilled soup, most of which had splattered onto Qiuyang herself. What is happening here? Feng Qingran approached hastily. Is this your maid? My hangover soup was spilled by her, and I insist on teaching her a lesson today. She threatened to strike Qiuyang. Stop, Lin Yunshi shouted, stepping protectively in front of Qiuyang. Is it just a hangover soup? We will compensate for it, including your soiled garments. Name your price. Can you truly afford it? This soup took me an hour to prepare. As for money, the Duke of the State does not lack your trifling sum. I simply wish to teach this lowly servant a lesson. With that, she attempted to strike Qiuyang again. Since she is from the Duke of the State's household, and today marks the Duke's birthday, I advise you to restrain yourself and avoid causing trouble here, lest you tarnish the reputation of the Duke's household. At this moment, second uncle Lin Shuyan stepped forward to speak. Humph. The woman let out a cold laugh, gazing upon the crowd as if they were mere ants. What do you think you are? You dare to threaten me? Do you believe I could have my uncle send someone to drive you out of the mansion with a flurry of blows? Then, who is your uncle? The eldest uncle. Lin Jimiao interjected, his tone laced with frigid disdain. Naturally, it is Lin Yaozong, the legitimate son of the Duke of Ronghua. The woman replied with an air of superiority. That explains everything, Lin Jimiao thought to himself, stifling a cold laugh as he presented two options. You can either accept some wake-up tea or a concoction that takes an hour to brew. Choose wisely, Feng Qingran added. As for clothing, I have brought several sets in the carriage outside, including one quite similar to the one you are wearing. If you agree, I can have someone fetch it immediately. I have no interest in your shabby items. I demand this outfit and the wake-up soup spilled on the ground. If you cannot restore it, Be prepared to face the consequences. The woman retorted angrily. Is that your choice to be unreasonable? Second Uncle Lin Shuyan crossed his arms. Humph. I have raised the stakes. You all shall kneel here and bow 3 times to me, then slap yourselves 10 times. If you do so, I shall overlook your transgressions and only demand the clothing and the wake-up soup. The woman proclaimed, bestowing her decree upon everyone as if it were a generous gift. Chapter 76. A lesson in restraint at last. Feng Qingran's patience had been utterly exhausted. She retrieved a hefty gold ingot from her sleeve and tossed it upon the woman. This is sufficient to purchase over 100 garments you are wearing. As for this bowl of sobering soup, it is of no value whatsoever. However, I do possess an excellent antidote for inebriation. Quickly take it to the third prince. With that, she hurled a bag of glucose onto the woman. In the presence of her relatives, she had initially intended to maintain a composed demeanor, yet the woman's incessant provocations compelled her to retaliate in kind. Feng Qingran's actions incited the woman's fury completely, igniting her like a powder keg ready to explode. You insolent girl! How dare you strike me with gold ingots? Someone, seize her at once. At her command, several guards rushed in, wielding clubs, and respectfully inquired, Miss, how may we serve you? The woman pointed at Feng Qingran, venomously declaring, Cast this ignorant wretch out of the estate with a flurry of blows. And those with her, send them all packing as well. As the commotion escalated, the patrolling guards of the Duke's residence, led by Feng Qiang, arrived promptly and asked, What transpired here? Today marked the birthday celebration of the Duke of Rome, and those attending were either affluent or noble. Thus, it was imperative to ensure the safety of the guests within the estate. You arrived just in time. A lowly maid has affronted me. Come, assist me in teaching her a lesson. Though she was unaware of the identity of her interlocutor, she could discern from his attire that he was a guard of the Duke's household. Since he belonged to the Duke's guard, he ought to heed her commands. She arrogantly mused. Is it Xiao Mao or Xiao Yan? After discerning the 2 men who were protecting a group of women, Feng Qiang voiced his confusion. Feng Guard, is it not your duty today? His uncle, Lin Jihao, nodded in acknowledgement. Why are you still chatting? Quickly, drive them away. A woman urged, unable to bear their inaction. However, Feng Qiang's gaze fell upon one of the protected women, and suddenly, his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, Qiu Rong, is that you? Recognizing him, Qiu Rong shrank back and hid behind Lin Yushi. Feng Qiang, bewildered, wondered, how have I come to marry and have children? That is simply not the case. I am still unmarried. Miss Lin, do not speak in jest. What? You are still unmarried? Lin Yunsher gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, it was true. The Feng Guard had always been a solitary figure. At that moment, Lin Jihao stepped forward to clarify on his behalf. But your mother? Qiu Rong hesitated. What did my mother say to you? Feng Qiang asked anxiously. Why would my mother say such things to you? Though she fervently wishes for me to marry Miss Li. I have never heeded her. Feng Qiang expressed his bewilderment. What is so difficult to understand? Perhaps she believes Miss Li comes from a better family, Feng Qingran interjected. Unable to restrain herself, at that moment, she felt a pang of guilt towards Qiu Rong, had it not been for her own cleverness. Perhaps the two would have already been together. Miss, do not be this way. With his mother around, it would have been impossible for us to be together. Qiu Rong quickly reassured Lin Yunsher, noticing her guilt. Oh dear, must you not consider your words before speaking? Is such a statement casually uttered? Qiu Rong remarked, both amused and exasperated. As long as you understand my intentions, that suffices, Feng Qiang replied with a broad smile. Now, has our conversation concluded? Must you engage in flirtation before my very eyes? The displeased young woman interjected. Cousin, today marks the Duke's birthday. It is inappropriate to shed blood. So I kindly ask for your restraint, Feng Qiang said, clasping his fists in respect. In truth, I found the earlier spectacle quite entertaining. The drama of real life surpasses that of any tale, and given my pleasant mood today, I shall overlook your antics. However, I do have a small suggestion that I hope you will consider, she continued, gesturing towards Qiu Rong. What suggestion? Qiu Rong inquired, perplexed. Feng Qiang felt a wave of frustration. He had not anticipated that this cousin would revel in causing trouble. Yet, he feared not any trials. For as long as he could be with Qiu Rong, he welcomed any scrutiny. Indeed, a splendid idea. Let us proceed thus, Feng Qingran interjected. Having endured these years, a moment's delay matters little. Besides, a courtship can be quite beneficial for a woman. It allows her to discern her true desires. Upon hearing Feng Qingran's agreement, the young woman swelled with pride. Well, My suggestion is rather commendable, is it not? Feng Qingran smiled gently and approached her, whispering softly in her ear, indeed. It is an excellent suggestion. However, I too have a piece of advice to offer you. The young woman turned, puzzled, and asked what advice. Feng Qingran leaned closer to her ear and softly remarked, it would be wise to think before you speak. Not everyone possesses my level of patience. After delivering this message, she lightly tapped the woman's cheek. Indeed, indeed. The woman exclaimed, her exuberance evident as she continued to giggle, seemingly oblivious to the underlying significance of Feng Qingran's words. Without uttering another syllable, Feng Qingran turned and left, leaving the woman behind, still caught in her fits of laughter. What has come over her? Lin Yunshi could not help but inquire. Perhaps she believes she has accomplished a noble deed and is simply overjoyed. Feng Qingran replied nonchalantly. This is a typical spoiled young lady. If such behavior is not corrected, she may face dire consequences in the future. After saying this, her aunt placed a hand on her belly, contemplating that if she were to bear a daughter, she would ensure to raise her with discipline, preventing her from developing such haughty traits. Unbeknownst to everyone, when Feng Qingran had tapped the woman's cheek, she had inadvertently applied a powder that would render her mad for a week, after which she would recover on her own. This was a fitting minor punishment for her earlier arrogance. Chapter 77. The weasel compliments the fragrance of the flower. The hedgehog praises the brilliance of the light. The group nodded in agreement and followed him out of the hall. Hearing her uncle say, since no one has dined well today, allow me to treat you all to a sumptuous meal at the Phoenix Immortal Tower. Feng Qingran, suppressing her laughter, inquired, is the cuisine at the Phoenix Immortal Tower truly exceptional? Brother, do not listen to her jesting. That establishment is managed by none other than Ranner. Lin Yunshi interjected with a smile, shaking her head in amusement. What? Both Uncle Da and Uncle Air exclaimed simultaneously, and soon after, Uncle Da remarked, but dear sister, there is no such tavern in the shop I manage for you. Aren't we merely concerned about being preyed upon by that family of vampires? Lin Yunshi shook her head in resignation. I must leave some dowry for Ranner, do I not? Alas, you are right. The Feng family and the Hua family are hardly paragons of virtue. Uncle Da said, tapping his forehead. Ah, by the way, the Hua family has also been robbed. Are you aware of this? How could I not be? It has become common knowledge. When the Prime Minister's residence was burglarized, Feng Xingji demanded money from me once. After the Hua residence was robbed, he sent someone to ask for money again. However, I never obliged him again. To put it bluntly, had it not been for Ranner's impending marriage into the royal family, and the status that the title of Prime Minister's wife would confer upon her, I would have long since sought a divorce from him. Lin Yunshi stated with evident disdain. Since you bring this up, I must mention, why did the concubine Ro take an interest in our Ranner? Uncle De Lin Jimao inquired with a furrowed brow. Isn't it obvious? She wishes to curry favor with Feng Xingji. Regardless of his flaws, he is a powerful minister in the realm, a figure of authority among the officials. Moreover, our Ranner is a legitimate daughter, making her an appropriate choice for a consort from every perspective and to analyzed. Hearing this, Anair added, we were astonished when the imperial decree for marriage was issued because Ranner has been frail and unwell, which does not align with the criteria for selecting a consort. However, now that Ranner has recovered, I even believe that the third prince is unworthy of her. Hush, speak softly, it must not be overheard. Although we all share the same thoughts, it is paramount that we remain discreet, Lin Shuyan urgently cautioned his wife. Feng Qingran found herself amused. As this truly echoed the adage, the weasel praises its own offspring, just as the hedgehog boasts of its young. Each garden of radishes, each patch of vegetables, is cherished by those who cultivate them. In the eyes of Ling Junmo's parents, she undoubtedly felt unworthy of their son. As for why the gentle concubine Ro would take an interest in her, perhaps it was as her aunt suggested, a desire to win over Feng Xingji. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly sensed a stir in the atmosphere. Upon investigation, she discovered that the lotus plant had unfurled its third leaf. In the distant South City, the sorcerer Miao Ku once again reported to Beichen Yuan, she has made another appearance, near the Duke of Rong's residence. Beichen Yuan opened his eyes after a brief moment of contemplation. Could you not provide a more specific location? Last time you mentioned the palace, then the city center, and now the vicinity of the Duke's residence. There are throngs of people in that area, especially today, as it is the Duke's birthday celebration. How am I to investigate amidst such a crowd? Furthermore, this is in a foreign land, making my inquiries all the more cumbersome. This matter cannot be entrusted to others. Who would not covet the Feng lady? Currently, she has not yet displayed any distinctive traits. Once those traits manifest, our search will become easier, Miao elucidated. But does that not imply that others will find her as well? Bei Qingyuan shot him a piercing glance. Miao scratched his nose, closing his eyes to resume his meditative state, or rather, to feign death. Meanwhile, Feng Qingran and her company boarded a carriage, making their way to Fengstin Tower. Upon disembarking from the carriage, the two families, led by the elder and second uncle, meticulously scrutinized the three-story edifice located at the heart of the city. A resplendent sign, adorned in gold and brilliance, hung prominently before them, inscribed with the grand characters Fengstin Tower, whose strokes danced with elegance and exuded a commanding presence. As they stepped into the establishment, they were immediately captivated by the refined decor that enveloped the interior. Within the hall, tables and chairs were arranged with precision. Each table crafted from exquisite mahogany, intricately carved to evoke a sense of antiquity and grace. The chairs were adorned with plush satin cushions, providing a most comfortable seating experience. The walls were embellished with exquisite calligraphy and paintings, while the corners displayed an array of porcelain vases, each holding vibrant flowers that infused the hall with a lively charm. They were guided into a tastefully appointed private room, where the decor was even more exquisite, featuring landscapes depicted on the walls and fine tableware laid out on the table. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, uplifting the spirits of all present. The two families expressed their admiration for the ambience, and once everyone was seated, Feng Qingran summoned the attendant. Please bring 2 portions each of the 10 signature dishes and 5 children's meals, along with 2 servings of the spicy pepper fish pot. Certainly, miss, the attendant replied before exiting the room. It was then that the elder aunt inquired, why prepare 2 portions? To which Feng Qingran replied with a smile. We are quite a crowd. There are my mother and I, you, and the elder uncle, the second uncle and his wife, as well as the respective spouses of the eldest and second cousins, 10 in total, perfectly suited for one table. Aunt Rome, Kair, and several elder sisters, along with my 2 little nephews, gathered around a table, ensuring that the little ones had someone to look after them, while the 10 of us adults could indulge in a few drinks. The maids from my uncle's households were astonished. Although their masters treated their servants well, they had not anticipated that their cousin would be even more gracious. Noticing their reserve, Feng Qingran smiled and said, I appreciate your diligent care for my uncles and their families. Tonight, I shall treat you all, enjoy your meal and drinks. And please continue to look after them even better in the future. The maids nodded in unison. Rest assured, cousin, we will take excellent care of our masters. Very well. Do not be shy, eat and drink heartily. Feng Qingran replied with a satisfied smile. Chapter 78. All things are fleeting, yet good food should not be forsaken. Before long, all the dishes were served. Feng Qingran picked up the wine jug, pouring a glass for her eldest uncle, second uncle, and elder cousins. Uncles, cousins, do taste this wine. The 4 raised their cups and took a sip, immediately feeling the fiery spiciness, as if flames were igniting in their mouths, causing them to frown. However, as the initial heat subsided, they found a lingering fragrance. A delightful surprise awaited them as the wine's potency gradually emerged. Initially perceived as merely spicy, it soon revealed a warm current flowing through their bodies, leaving them feeling invigorated, as if all their fatigue had dissipated. Though the wine was indeed potent and fiery, upon careful tasting, its rich and mellow flavor became apparent, starkly contrasting with the ordinary wines they had previously consumed, which now seemed rather insipid in comparison. Uncle De set down his wine cup, marveling at the drink. However, Uncle Air dismissed it casually, saying, I prefer my wine to be more delicate. While this wine is rich, it is rather too pungent for my throat. I find it somewhat overwhelming. Those of your inclination, who relish in ostentation, would naturally shy away from such robust flavors. Yet, for my son and I, having traversed the land and indulged in countless libations, the ordinary wines seem rather insipid. This wine, however, is different. It possesses a true vigor. After speaking, Uncle De turned to Feng Qingran. Dear Ranner, from whence did you procure this exquisite wine? Cousin De also inquired. Indeed, Ranner, where did this delightful beverage originate? It truly suits the palate of the 3 of us. As long as my uncle and cousin are pleased, that is sufficient. This wine is my own creation, Feng Qingran replied with a smile. You brewed it yourself? The 4 of them gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. At such a young age, when did you acquire the skill of winemaking? Lin Yunshi perked up her ears, having never before heard of her daughter's talent in brewing. There is a maid in our courtyard named Xiangning, sent by second Madame Yi to care for my mother. However, this maid is rather lazy and often enjoys a drink or two. Consequently, she frequently brews rice wine, sorghum wine, osmanthus wine, and bamboo leaf wine for her own consumption. I, having nothing to do, observed her brewing process and even surreptitiously sampled a few sips. I found the home-brewed concoctions to be rather coarse and lacking in smoothness. Thus, out of idle curiosity, I endeavored to improve the brewing method, and to my surprise, I succeeded in crafting a rather fine wine, Feng Qingran said, with a blend of truth and embellishment. Xiangming's penchant for idleness is indeed a truth. Her fondness for wine is also a reality, as is her habit of brewing it for her own enjoyment. This is well known among many in the residence. However, the tales of her secretly consuming her own concoctions and enhancing the brewing techniques are mere fabrications of Feng Qingran. She could hardly confess that her wine was sourced from another realm, could she? No wonder your intellect was somewhat impaired in your youth. It seems the wine has clouded your mind, Lin Yunshi jested to her daughter. Yet, after uttering those words, she turned her gaze aside, and tears began to cascade silently from the corners of her eyes like pearls released from a broken string. Since her marriage into the Feng household, her health had been persistently frail. First, her eldest son had passed away, followed by her youngest. Although her daughter survived, her health remained precarious, subject to ridicule as a foolish, sickly child. As her own condition deteriorated to the point where medicine seemed futile, she found herself devoid of the strength to care for her daughter, forced to witness her being bullied without the means to defend her. Each reflection on these matters filled her with a profound sense of failure, a deep shame for her role as a mother. During her daughter's childhood, she seldom took her out for leisure, which allowed concubine Hua to easily deceive her with a few words, leading her to leave the estate. Later, she discovered that concubine Hua nearly brought ruin upon her dear Ranner. Take, for instance, the matter of secretly drinking wine. It was undoubtedly due to her daughter's lack of snacks that she resorted to pilfering some sweetened grain alcohol. At another table, Xiao Rong wiped away her tears. Her usual duty was to care for her own young mistress, which left her remiss in attending to the little miss. She recalled a time when, for the sake of convenience, she would often give her a rattle or similar trinket, allowing her to entertain herself in solitude. Reflecting on it now, I truly feel remorseful towards our young lady. Yunsi, please cease your tears, it is all in the past. Look, our beloved Ranner is thriving now, urged Auntie to comfort Lin Yunsi. Indeed, dear mother, those days of hardship are behind us. From now on, we shall only flourish. Please do not dwell in sorrow. Your daughter wishes to see you joyful. Feng Qingran also spoke to console her mother. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunsi lifted her head, tears still glistening in her eyes. Yet her lips endeavored to form a smile. Yes, our family will only prosper from here on. Mother shall no longer be weak and easily bullied. I will be your armor and your support, not your vulnerability. Feng Qingran smiled inwardly, recognizing the gradual transformation in her mother's mindset. Under her influence, Lin Yunsi had become increasingly resilient. Enough of that. Let us enjoy our meal. In this world of impermanence, only the pleasures of fine cuisine must not be forsaken. Auntie swiftly changed the subject. Indeed, let us savor the dishes. Such delectable fare might just put our restaurant out of business. Auntie remarked, half in jest, half in resignation. Ah, why dwell on such matters? If the restaurant cannot sustain itself, we shall venture into other enterprises. We are not solely reliant on those few establishments for our livelihood, Uncle retorted nonchalantly. Regardless, I intend to open a branch. Why not do this? Renovate your restaurants and directly adopt the dishes from here. It would save me the trouble of seeking suitable venues, Feng Qingran proposed. It is merely a few shops. If you find them suitable, feel free to take advantage of them. The locations of these shops are indeed ideal for establishing a restaurant. To put it plainly, even with a lantern in hand, one might struggle to find such appropriate premises. Uncle honestly remarked. It is not that the location of his restaurant is exceptionally remarkable. Rather, the prime spots have already been claimed by the influential figures in the capital, leaving behind only those of less desirability. Very well, when profits arise, we shall divide them 70-30, with you receiving the larger share, Feng Qingran sincerely stated. Why should family members engage in such calculations? Please use them as you wish, and if you feel it is too much, a modest rent would suffice. Concerned that Feng Qingran might refuse to use them without compensation, Uncle Lin Jimiao proposed a compromise. How about this, a 50-50 split? With me providing the ingredients and you managing the restaurant, and in return, I would receive half of the profits. Feng Qingran also suggested a balanced approach. Chapter 79. This name for the wine is rather mundane. This simply cannot be. He was a businessman, highly attuned to such matters. Based on customer flow and the pricing of dishes, he could approximate the daily earnings of Feng Xianlu, which would undoubtedly be substantial. To claim half of the profits would be to unfairly profit from his niece. All right, brother, let us not be so calculating among family. It is settled then, 50-50. Lin Yunshi decisively affirmed. Since the mother and daughter have expressed their sentiments, we shall not decline. Second Uncle Lin Shuyan added. Very well then. I shall arrange for the renovation of those restaurants tomorrow, adhering to the standards set by Feng Xianlu, Uncle proposed. Feng Qingran nodded. Certainly. I shall have your chef come over to learn the art of cooking. Very well, I shall send them tomorrow, and they will be entrusted with reliable individuals. Her uncle replied after a moment of thoughtful consideration. Feng Qingran understood her uncle's intentions. However, to steal her culinary techniques would prove to be quite a challenge, as the spices were exclusively provided by her, and the people of this era could scarcely replicate them. Once everything was settled, Feng Qingran turned to her uncle and said, I have heard that Hua Jingyang intends to sell his shop. Could you possibly assist me in acquiring it? Oh dear, uncle, please do not be upset. He has received his due retribution. The losses from his pawn shop alone are so substantial that even selling all his assets would not suffice to fill that void. Feng Qingran urged her uncle. Indeed, I personally witnessed those pawnbrokers retrieving their pledged items, only to find that those items had been stolen. Thus, his family finds themselves unable to recover from such a significant loss. Her uncle Lin Jimiao stated with palpable satisfaction. It is indeed remarkable. One wonders which audacious thief has dared to relieve him of such a calamity. Second Uncle Lin Shuyan chimed in. Feng Qingran's eyelids fluttered, and after a brief pause, she continued, he is in urgent need of funds, and many buyers are seizing the opportunity to negotiate lower prices for his shop. If we were to act now, we would undoubtedly secure it at a much more favorable rate. Very well, leave this matter to me. I shall visit him tomorrow to discuss the terms. Uncle Lin Jimiao volunteered eagerly. All right then, let us resume our drinking. With the matters concluded, elder cousin called out to everyone. Ah, by the way, I have prepared some fruit wine for my aunt and cousin. Do taste it. As she handed the drink to them, a sudden thought struck her. Aunt, since you are expecting, it would be best to refrain from consuming the fruit wine, as it may not be beneficial for the fetus. Allow me to substitute it with some fresh juice. Upon hearing this, Aunt hastily inquired, is there anything else I should avoid? Please, dear, enlighten me. Very well. Feng Qingran replied after a moment of contemplation. I shall compile a dietary list by tomorrow, detailing all the foods to be avoided, and I will ensure it is delivered to your residence. That would be splendid, dear Qingran. You truly are a thoughtful child. Aunt exclaimed joyfully, showering her with praise. Once my sister-in-law has finished, we shall pass it along to our dear Ningzhu, interjected second Uncle Lin Shuan. Just because you remained silent, it doesn't mean you were mute. Do speak up a little. Second Aunt Ningzhu shot him a reproachful glance. Oh, and by the way, both of you must abstain from alcohol. If she hadn't overheard their conversation, Feng Qing might have completely forgotten this crucial point. Why is that? Both of them displayed expressions of bewilderment. Well, it is advised that for the 3 months preceding conception, it is best for both of you to refrain from drinking, as it increases the likelihood of having a healthier child, Feng Qing elucidated. Is that so? Lin Shuan and Ningzhu exchanged glances, evidently hearing such advice for the first time. Indeed, I gleaned this information from medical texts, Feng Qingran asserted earnestly. Make sure to remember this. For the sake of ensuring a healthy child, it would be wise to abstain from alcohol during these 3 months, Aunt stated with utmost seriousness. Indeed, from now on, we shall refrain from drinking. Is there anything else we need to be mindful of? Inquired second Uncle Lin Shuan with a humble demeanor. Let me prepare a dietary plan for both of you, along with a list of considerations. If you adhere to these guidelines, the health of your future offspring is assured. Patiently explained Feng Qingran. All right, Uncle, I shall heed your advice. Second Uncle Lin Shuyan nodded earnestly. Now, let us continue our meal. By the way, this dish, the green pepper stewed fish, is a new offering from Fengxian Tower. Everyone should give it a try. Feng Qingran called out to the guests. Qingran, I was just about to mention, aren't the ingredients in this dish those rather unpalatable little fruits that grow on the hillside? Remarked elder Uncle Lin Jimao with a hint of reluctance. Oh, those are not mere little fruits. They're a type of seasoning. When added to certain dishes, They create a unique flavor. I assure you, you must taste it, she encouraged, glancing at everyone. However, the guests visibly hesitated. Come, I shall lead by example, declared Lin Yunshi, as she picked up a piece of fish and placed it in her mouth. After swallowing, she turned to the others. It is absolutely delightful. During my stay at Feng Qingran Tower these past few days, I have ordered this dish daily. Elder Uncle Lin Jimao cleared his throat and addressed his eldest son, Shan. Why don't you give it a try? Cousin Lin Shan wore a face of exasperation, thinking, is there such a father who would put his son in such a predicament? Yet, to preserve his father's dignity, he reluctantly took a piece of fish and tasted it. Upon experiencing the flavor, his eyes widened in surprise. It truly is delicious. Once one begins to indulge, it becomes an irresistible temptation. After savoring a few bites, I assured my father, Father, it truly is delectable. Do try it. Lin Jimao, albeit skeptical, picked up a piece with his chopsticks. Upon tasting, his eyes brightened. This flavor is indeed unique, spicy, numbing, and fragrant, quite delightful. Hearing Lin Jimao's praise, others followed suit, taking a piece to sample. After tasting, they couldn't help but exclaim, I never anticipated that such an unassuming little fruit could yield such exquisite dishes. I'm thrilled that you all enjoy it. Should I introduce new dishes in the future, I shall be sure to invite everyone to taste them first, Feng Qingran sincerely declared. Indeed, quite good, quite good. To be candid, your tavern excels in all aspects, but the name high alcohol liquor is rather pedestrian. In my opinion, it would be better to rename it Clear Dew Intoxication. What do you think? Suggested second uncle. You, always eager to flaunt your knowledge. Pray, enlighten us on the reasoning behind those three characters. First Uncle Lin Jimao teased with a smile. Second Uncle Lin Xuan smiled slightly, unperturbed, and enthusiastically explained. Clear dew signifies purity and transparency, akin to morning dew, while intoxication denotes the potency of the liquor, easily leading to inebriation, hence the name. Oh, that name indeed holds merit. It is both elegant and reflective of the spirit's essence. First Uncle Lin Jimao nodded in approval. Upon hearing second uncle's suggestion, Feng Qingran found it splendid. Then let us follow second uncle's advice and rename high alcohol liquor to Clear Dew Intoxication. I am uncertain about the yield of Qing Luze. If it proves insufficient, then our numerous taverns will find themselves lacking, voiced Ant with a hint of concern. Fear not, I have acquired several estates in the outskirts of the capital, intending to transform them into distilleries dedicated to crafting Qing Luzue. Soon, every tavern shall receive an ample supply of this delightful beverage, reassured Feng Qingran. Oh, you have already foreseen this step? Truly, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of a rat will burrow. Your mother possessed considerable business acumen. Had she been a son, she would have undoubtedly excelled in commerce, rivaling your two uncles, praised Uncle Lin Jimiao. Why not say that the niece follows the uncle? You and second brother are also adept in business. Lin Yunshi jested with her brother. Oh, I shall refrain. I have little fondness for engaging with those whose lives are steeped in the scent of commerce. I find greater enjoyment in the classics than in scrutinizing ledgers. Uncle Lin Shuyan replied with a wave of his hand. I know you aspire to achieve scholarly distinction, yet the demeanor of their direct line is formidable, firmly suppressing our prospects in that regard. It seems they shall never permit us to enter officialdom. You ought to temper your ambitions and focus on your business endeavors. Lin Jimiao advised. Their direct line grows increasingly powerful, rendering our aspirations for official positions futile. I merely speak in jest, were I truly summoned to court. I might not even desire such a fate, Uncle Lin Shuin remarked with a wry smile, shaking his head. Do as you wish. We are not bound to pursue an official career. Engaging in commerce can also carve out a prosperous path. Moreover, we must bring our mother out when our family reunites. It will be a moment of immense joy. Uncle Lin Jimao gently patted his younger brother's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Feng Qingran observed all of this with keen eyes, silently noting in her heart that her second uncle was fond of the classics and had long aspired to hold an official position. The gathering extended into the late hours, with everyone enjoying themselves thoroughly. As they parted ways, Feng Qingran presented her uncle and cousin with several bottles of Qinglu Zue and offered her aunt and cousin-in-law some nourishing delicacies before sending them off in their carriage. Duo Ming nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the shared responsibility of protecting Feng Qingran. Those who frequently crossed paths naturally recognized each other. Furthermore, he was the foremost assassin of the first pavilion, which was inherently the domain of their prince, so it was unsurprising that he was familiar with it. That is good, You have witnessed his teachings during our martial training, have you not? Feng Qingran inquired further. I have seen it a few times, Duo Ming replied candidly. Then you shall continue to instruct me in his absence, as he is currently indisposed at the estate, Feng Qingran declared. Duo Ming's expression beneath his mask tightened, revealing his reluctance as he responded, as you command. Feng Qingran nodded in satisfaction. Very well. I shall first demonstrate the foundational techniques he has taught me, and you can provide guidance. Duo Ming nodded. Please proceed. With that, Feng Qingran earnestly executed the series of movements, her actions flowing seamlessly, clearly having grasped the essence of the technique. With unwavering focus, Duo Ming observed as Feng Qingran completed her final move, before offering her critique. Miss Feng, your techniques are executed with precision. However, the force applied appears somewhat lacking. When delivering your punch, you should rotate your wrists slightly more, allowing the energy to concentrate and thereby manifest greater power. Feng Qingran furrowed her brow in contemplation, then adjusted her movements according to Duo Ming's guidance. Upon executing the technique once more, she distinctly felt her strength coalesce, resulting in a significant increase in impact. Thank you. You may take your leave. Should I encounter any uncertainties, I will seek your counsel again, she said politely. Understood, Duo Ming replied before departing from Feng Qingran's chamber. Once Duo Ming had left, Feng Qingran climbed into bed, and concealed by the bed curtains, she swiftly entered her spatial realm. She examined the lotus seeds, which had yielded 3 leaves, and surveyed the various thriving plants she had propagated. Her gaze ultimately settled upon a medicinal herb garden. The herbs in this garden had been excavated from the abyss of devouring death. Although they had been successfully transplanted, there were no signs of growth. After much deliberation, Feng Qingran concluded that her spatial environment, aside from the absence of toxic mists, possessed all other necessary conditions for growth. Thus, the likely reason for the herb's halted development was the lack of toxic fog. After inspecting the plants, she turned her attention to the small animals, chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep, and pigs, of which she had cultivated a number. The only notable absence was aquatic products, a considerable undertaking that she needed to gradually refine. After reviewing these matters, she practiced the fundamental techniques for another hour, then took a quick shower. Dressed in her night attire, she slipped into the space. Feng Ziqing's expression grew grave once more. She still needed to visit the Prime Minister's residence to administer and drip for him, bringing along chicken soup and summoning Duo Ming. The two swiftly arrived at the Prime Minister's estate. After supervising Feng Ziqing to finish the chicken soup, Feng Qingran proceeded to set up the drip for him. During the infusion, she took out paper and pen to compile dietary guidelines and precautions for her aunt and uncle. Before the 2 bags were fully administered, she had completed the 2 sets of recipes, and at that moment, the little one had already fallen asleep. After waiting a little longer, until the 2 bags were finished, Feng Qingran finally departed from the Prime Minister's residence. No wonder she wore a veil. It turned out her face was marred. It was just that she had not yet had the opportunity to administer the poison, and the concoction she had used on Aunt Hua did not spread. So, how had her face become disfigured? Chapter 81. Beyond the heavens, beyond the mortals. Early the next morning, Feng Qingran handed the 2 sets of recipes to manager's son, requesting him to transcribe them, as her handwriting was somewhat lacking. In truth, her writing was not inferior, it merely paled in comparison to those around her. She observed that this era exhibited a stark division. Many illiterates could not even write their own names, while the scions of scholarly families possessed exquisite penmanship. Thus, she resolved to devote time to perfecting her own writing. With her grandfather's birthday now past, Lin Yunshi returned to her previous routine. Today, she was off to renovate a shop, and after placing her in the carriage, Feng Qingran admonished Duo Ming to ensure her mother's safety. After completing all her tasks, she first welcomed the elderly couple, purchasing the various plants they had gathered before beginning to sketch her designs. Not long into her work, the shopkeeper's son delivered the meticulously copied recipes. After verifying their accuracy, Feng Qingran summoned a waiter to send them to her uncle's residence. Glancing at the time, she noted it was just past 9 in the morning, leaving ample opportunity to gather herbs from the abyss of devour. Consequently, she called for a carriage from Feng Xianlu, intending to have the driver take her to the outskirts of the capital, when she unexpectedly encountered Zhang Yan. May I request Miss Feng to accompany me? The prince is feeling somewhat unwell, as is Bei Chen-che, Zhang Yan stated succinctly. How coincidental. Both are unwell? Feng Qingran expressed her skepticism. It is indeed rather coincidental, but it is the truth, Zhang Yan replied with a grave expression. Very well, lead the way. It has been quite some time since I last conducted a follow-up examination for Bei Qinshe. However, upon her arrival at the Yin Wang mansion, she soon discovered that Ling Junyan was not present. Zhang Yin, with an apologetic demeanor, explained, "Actually, it is my esteemed elder who wishes to see you." Your esteemed elder? Could it be the ancient divine physician? Feng Qingran speculated. Zhang Yin nodded. Due to your hasty departure last time, he did not have the opportunity to discuss medical practices with you. Therefore, he insisted that I bring you today, and I must apologize for the deception. Very well. I was planning to conduct a follow-up examination for Bei Qinshe anyway. I would have to make this trip sooner or later. She mused silently, aware of the glaring inconsistencies in the excuse, when the voice of the ancient divine physician called out, "Child, come inside and take a seat." Feng Qingran followed the sound and beheld a sprightly old man waving at her. It was none other than the esteemed ancient divine physician. Out of courtesy, she returned a wave to the elderly gentleman. The ancient divine physician chuckled heartily a few times before speaking. "My dear girl, you are truly remarkable. I have never encountered anyone of your age possessing such medical prowess." Feng Qingran humbly smiled and replied, "You flatter me. I have merely perused a few medical texts and am fortunate enough to have grasped some superficial knowledge." The ancient divine physician dismissed her modesty, stating, "To have mastered even the rudiments to your extent is no small feat." Feeling somewhat at a loss for words, Feng Qingran quickly shifted the conversation, asking, "May I inquire why you have summoned me?" The ancient divine physician stroked his beard and, with a twinkle of mischief in his eye, said, "Old age has rendered me somewhat inept. My vision falters and my hands tremble. That rascal Zhang Yan's silver needles have become loose again. Perhaps you could assist me in securing them?" "What? He has silver needles as well?" Feng Qingran inquired with surprise. "Indeed, his situation is akin to that of the prince." The ancient divine physician sighed, although she recognized the physician's subtle ploy to coax her into treating Zhang Yan. Feng Qingran had yet to practice the technique she had recorded on a living subject. With the esteemed physician present to guide her, it was an opportune moment to hone her skills. Thus, she readily agreed. "Very well, I shall help him resecure the needles." Beside them, Zhang Yan's face was as dark as ink, his silver needles having been secured just over a month ago, and yet here he was, summoned to play the role of a test subject. The esteemed ancient physician, however, appeared oblivious to Zhang Yan's plight as he led Feng Qingran into the room. Noticing that Zhang Yan had not followed, he huffed in displeasure. "Why are you not hastening your pace?" Zhang Yan, on the verge of tears, could only follow in silence. "Did you not hear me say to remove them?" The ancient physician reiterated this command with a glare directed at Zhang Yan. With no words left to say, Zhang Yan gazed at the ceiling, took a deep breath, and reluctantly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his robust chest. Feng Qingran placed her hand upon his chest, ostensibly searching for the positions of the silver needles, yet in truth, she was conducting an X-ray scan. "Where's the looseness?" she inquired. "Each needle is firmly fixed in its respective acupoint." The ancient physician appeared somewhat flustered. "This old fool is merely toying with me," Zhang Yan mused silently. "What is the matter?" The physician scratched his nose, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. "This does not require securing at all," Feng Qingran stated candidly. The ancient physician stroked his beard, gaining further appreciation for her medical skills, yet he stubbornly insisted, "If I tell you to remove them, then remove them. These silver needles require regular changing." Unable to refute the obstinate old man, Feng Qingran complied, extracting each needle under the scrutiny of the X-ray scan. With every needle she removed, the ancient physician nodded in acknowledgement, and by the time all 49 were extracted, his respect for her abilities had increased yet again. Zhang Yan silently observed the entire process, pondering whether anyone cared for his well-being at all. Fully immersed in her treatment, Feng Qingran meticulously sterilized the silver needles before skillfully inserting them into the designated acupoints. The ancient physician observed her technique with keen interest, occasionally nodding in approval and smiling with satisfaction. As the final needle was placed, Feng Qingran let out a gentle sigh and wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. "Indeed, my dear, you have truly excelled," praised the ancient physician without reservation. "You flatter me. Is there anything else?" Feng Qingran inquired straightforwardly. "No, there is nothing else. I shall proceed to re-examine Bei Qinshe," she stated. The ancient physician chuckled heartily. "You are quite the eager one, my dear. Very well. Since you have matters to attend to, go ahead and busy yourself. Once you are finished, I shall gladly discuss medical arts with you." Feng Qingran nodded, acknowledging that there are always greater heights to aspire to, and that the medical practices of this era indeed merit her study. Watching her retreating figure, the ancient physician sighed with a hint of melancholy. I am old, with but a few years left to live. Entrusting you and the prince to her brings me a sense of relief. Grandfather, please do not speak like that. You will surely live a long and prosperous life. Zhang Yin stepped forward to offer comfort. The ancient physician shook his head with a smile. As an old man, I must inevitably depart this world before you. Yet, my concerns for you and the prince lingered until now. With Miss Feng here, I can finally rest easy. Grandfather. Zhang Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he took a deep breath, striving to quell the turmoil within. He understood that aging, illness, and death are the natural order of life that everyone must confront, and despite the sorrow in his heart, he could not alter this inexorable truth. Enough. A true man should not weep. Although the old divine physician admonishes Zhang Yan, his eyes betray a profound tenderness. Zhang Yan hastily wipes away the tears at the corners of his eyes and takes a deep breath. Inquiring, when will you set off? The old divine physician gestures dismissively. No need for that. Simply procure a ready-made one. I find the prince's carriage quite sturdy and comfortable. Let us use that one. Zhang Yan feels helpless, realizing his grandfather has taken a fancy to the princess carriage. Yet, he dares not defy him and reluctantly agrees. Very well. We shall take that one. Only then does the old divine physician reveal a satisfied smile. You rascal, this is the first time you've been so obedient to me. Have you begun to feel remorse at the thought of this old man nearing his end? If only you had acted this way sooner. He shakes his head in resignation, lamenting his own plight. Yet, concerning the prince's affairs, he still harbors some concerns. Rest assured, entrust it to Miss Feng. Did you not witness her skills earlier? Her medical expertise rivals my own. Initially, I contemplated taking her as my apprentice, but given the circumstances, I find myself lacking the audacity. He chuckles self-deprecatingly while stroking his beard. Oh, grandfather, do not belittle yourself. The medical prowess of our Gu family is renowned across 4 nations. Countless individuals seek our treatment, often finding themselves on a waiting list. Zhang Yan reassures him. What significance does that hold? If the legacy cannot be passed down, it will inevitably come to an end. The old divine physician sighs, a flicker of helplessness and regret glimmering in his eyes. Here it comes again. Zhang Yan feels a headache approaching, caught off guard and once more ensnared by his grandfather's musings. Indeed, in the next moment, the ancient physician, filled with exasperation, exclaimed, I care not. You must quickly grant me a great-grandson, for that would ensure the continuation of my medical legacy. Zhang Yan, feeling helpless, rubbed his forehead and replied, Then perhaps you should urge my parents to conceive. That may prove to be a more reliable approach. Do you think I have not considered that? The ancient physician retorted, growing agitated. That wretched boy is even more unruly, possessing an obstinate temperament. Just recently, he managed to drive your mother away in a fit of anger. Zhang Yan, once again rubbing his forehead, understood why his mother had visited him not long ago. It was indeed in the midst of a domestic uproar. He knew that his grandfather had always hoped for him to find a suitable partner to carry on the family lineage. Yet, selecting a partner is not akin to choosing vegetables. Encountering the right one is no simple feat, and besides, his ambitions lay elsewhere. After a lengthy bout of frustration, the ancient physician felt a sense of relief, shifting the pressure onto Zhang Yan. He firmly believed that, through his relentless endeavors, his grandson would eventually succumb to the pressures of matrimony and bless him with a chubby great-grandson. Adjusting his beard, he suddenly spoke again. Grandfather has a notion that requires your assistance. Stop right there. Zhang Yan swiftly raised his hand in a gesture of cessation. Grandfather, please keep your peculiar ideas to yourself and spare your grandson, will you? But you must listen. This time, it is for the benefit of the prince. The ancient physician pouted, somewhat displeased with Zhang Yan's reaction. Very well, do share, Zhang Yan conceded with a reluctant nod. He understood that once his grandfather commenced his exposition, there would be no respite until it was fully divulged. Moreover, if it is for the prince's benefit, he might as well listen. What if it is indeed a valuable suggestion? Do you believe that Miss Feng is a suitable match for the prince? A glimmer of amusement flickered in the ancient physician's eyes. Zhang Yan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Miss Feng is already taken. So what? They have yet to exchange vows, retorted the ancient physician dismissively. That union was personally bestowed by the emperor. You should not entertain such fanciful notions. Zhang Yan was utterly speechless. A sly glint crossed the ancient physician's gaze as he murmured, "They are not wed yet. After all, we could devise a way to disrupt it." Zhang Yan, looking bewildered, inquired, "There are countless virtuous young women in this world. Why do you specifically favor Miss Feng?" I had indeed contemplated her as a potential granddaughter-in-law, which would allow my little great-grandson to inherit double the legacy. However, it is clear that she holds no interest in you, and the two of you appear rather incompatible. On the other hand, the prince and she seem quite well suited. He finished speaking while stroking his beard, confident in his discernment. Zhang Yin shot a dubious glance at his grandfather, struggling to reconcile with such views. "You insolent boy, what is that expression?" The ancient physician's temper flared. He would not tolerate doubts regarding his judgment. "Am I to be blamed for my misjudgment?" Zhang Yan, wishing to avoid further discourse on the matter, readily conceded his fault. "Do you think I rely solely on instincts?" Although he has always believed in his own judgment, there exists an even more significant reason for uniting the two. Observing his grandson's evident dullness, he had no choice but to speak plainly. "Grandfather is aging and cannot care for you both indefinitely. If the prince marries Miss Feng, she will be able to manage the control of the poison for you two on my behalf." Zhang Yan smacked his forehead, suddenly enlightened. "So this is your intention?" "Indeed. The third prince and the prince are mortal enemies. Should Miss Feng wed the third prince, it is highly likely that she would cease to provide treatment for the prince. And when the silver needles loosen, it shall mark our demise." "It wasn't easy, but you finally grasped my genuine concern. It seems you are not entirely foolish," he remarked, giving Zhang Yan's forehead a light tap. "So, what shall we do next?" Zhang Yan rubbed his forehead, admitting his utter ignorance in this matter. "We must devise a way to create an opportunity for the two to be alone, allowing them the chance to spark a connection." The ancient physician cast a disapproving glance at his grandson, irritated by his stubbornness. Meanwhile, on Feng Qingran's side, Bei Qinyinchi was overjoyed to see her arrival. "Sister, you have finally come. Are you here to see China?" he exclaimed with delight. "I came to see my brother," she replied candidly. "What a joke. He's already a young man. Who is he trying to impress with such antics?" Feng Qingran had no intention of indulging him. Chapter 83. One is soft in the mouth and short in the hand. Just emerging from the room, Bei Qinyinchi scratched his head in confusion, momentarily at a loss for words. "How have you been recently? Have you been taking your medicine regularly?" Upon seeing him, Feng Qingran inquired as she would with any other patient. "Show me your wound," Feng Qingran requested again. Without a moment's hesitation, Bei Qinyinchi complied, lifting his robe to reveal the scar on his abdomen that had already healed. When they first met, Feng Qingran had remarked that he was overly dramatic, a comment that lingered in his mind. Since then, he had never hesitated to fulfill her requests, wishing to avoid further mockery from the young girl. Feng Qingran examined the scar with great care, and upon seeing its satisfactory healing, a smile of contentment graced her lips. "It appears to be recovering well, but one must still exercise caution. After all, it involved the intestines, so a diet of soft, bland foods is advisable, and vigorous exercise should be avoided for the time being." Bei Qinyinchi nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Miss Feng. I shall be mindful of your advice." After leaving some medicine, Feng Qingran was about to depart when she encountered the ancient healer. After conferring with Zhang Yan, he had decided to split their efforts. He would ensure Feng Qingran stayed, while Zhang Yan would set off to summon Ling Junyan. "Child, have you completed his follow-up examination?" the ancient healer inquired upon entering. Feng Qingran nodded. "His recovery is progressing splendidly. I was just about to leave." "Child, I heard you have recently been studying martial arts. How has your progress been? Do you have any insights to share?" the ancient healer asked with genuine concern. Upon hearing this, he stroked his beard thoughtfully and said earnestly to Feng Qingran, "Child, mastering martial arts is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. In addition to patience and perseverance, one must possess a certain level of insight." Noticing that he was finally speaking sensibly, Feng Qingran adjusted her demeanor, eager to see what he would articulate next. The ancient physician continued, elucidating that the essence of martial arts lies in the harmonious cultivation of both the inner and outer self. One must not only train the body but also refine the spirit. If, during the practice of martial arts, one focuses solely on techniques and moves while neglecting the inner cultivation and mental state, one will remain superficial and fail to truly grasp the profundity and truth of martial arts. Unable to contain her curiosity, Feng Qingran, who had yet to comprehend his wisdom, inquired further. The physician then revealed that he possessed a compendium of martial arts, a collection of his experiences and insights acquired since childhood, which he hoped would assist her. He produced a thick volume from his sleeve. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Qingran accepted the book. The ancient physician assured her that it would indeed prove beneficial. Moreover, he mentioned that he had 2 additional books on internal energy techniques and lightness skills at his residence, which he would arrange to be delivered on a later date. To Feng Qingran, raised in the modern world, these martial arts manuals seemed as though they were conjured from a fictional realm, entirely foreign to her. Observing her indifference, the ancient physician felt a pang of urgency. This was his prized possession, and had it not been for the desire to foster a connection between her and Ling Junyan, he would never have parted with it. Given the ancient physician's vast experience, his martial arts notes undoubtedly contained a wealth of insights, potentially destined to become a classic in the future. At that moment, Bei Qinshe spoke up, which brought a glimmer of hope to the ancient physician, who felt that perhaps his words were not falling on deaf ears. Truly, the phrase playing the lute to a cow seemed fitting in this context. Feng Qingran, being an amateur, could indeed be exasperating. Child, do not underestimate these books. They encapsulate the essence of my years of martial arts practice, which I now impart to you. It is imperative that you ponder them deeply. However, for the sake of the prince's lifelong pursuits, he chose to swallow his pride. The old divine physician's self-promotion may be plausible, yet since Bei Qinshe has spoken so highly of it, it seems this martial arts manual indeed holds significant value. With this in mind, Feng Qingran addressed the old physician. In that case, I shall graciously accept your generous gift. Upon saying this, she tucked the manual into her sleeve. The old physician, seeing her acceptance, wore a triumphant smile. I have heard that Miss Feng possesses remarkable culinary skills. Would you do me the honor of preparing a delightful meal for this old man at noon? Ah, see how quickly retribution arrives when once it comes to temptation. Though she could not discern his ulterior motives at the moment, preparing a simple lunch was hardly a burdensome task. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Very well. That is splendid. What ingredients do you require? I shall have someone procure them, the old physician exclaimed joyfully. As for that, I prefer to gather them myself. So you need not trouble yourself? Feng Qingran declined. Ah, I see. She had not anticipated his response, yet with his desire to venture out, she had no authority to object, so she nodded. All right then. Since her arrival in this era, Feng Qingran had been in a constant whirlwind, and she had yet to truly explore the markets of this time. She gathered an assortment of fresh vegetables, a chicken, a duck, a fish, some pork chops, and additional cuts, ultimately purchasing various spices and dried goods for unforeseen necessities. The ancient physician was dazzled, unable to contain his admiration for Feng Qingran's meticulous and discerning approach to selecting ingredients. Upon returning to the Yin Wang mansion, Feng Qingran swiftly immersed herself in the kitchen. Today, she intended to prepare 5 spicy dishes and 5 non-spicy ones, as Bei Qinshe required care for his injuries, and the ancient physician, being an elder, was ill-suited for spicy fare. For the spicy dishes, she planned to make spicy hot pot, spicy chicken, fragrant spicy shrimp, chopped pepper fish head, and spicy yellow wine duck. Needing duck blood, she summoned a servant to assist her in slaughtering the duck, and after collecting the blood in a basin, she cooked it into blocks. The servant, noticing her delicate demeanor, helped her clean the chicken and fish. While Feng Qingran was certainly capable of handling these tasks herself, the approach of noon compelled her to accept assistance. She decided to start with the spicy hot pot, but since cattle were not permissible for consumption in this era, she opted for lamb tripe instead. As the pot heated, she added oil, and once it reached the right temperature, she incorporated green Sichuan peppercorns, dried chilies, and minced garlic to season the oil, intending to saute the prepared ingredients until they were halfway cooked. During this process, she added a sprinkle of salt and white sugar to enhance the base flavor, stirring thoroughly before setting them aside. What is your name? Feng Qingran inquired as the servant finished cleaning the chicken, duck, and fish. A kinking. Please help me wash the pot, she instructed. Understood, a kinking responded. Aware of her status as a distinguished guest of the mansion, hence he did not dare to neglect her request. Once the pot was spotless, Feng Qingran poured in some clean water and added a pinch of salt. After bringing it to a boil, she introduced the cut duck blood for blanching, ensuring it would become tender and smooth. After retrieving the duck blood, Feng Qingran proceeded to blanch the sliced pig tripe and sheep's stomach in the pot, subsequently setting them aside. She then instructed Qing to clean the pot once more. All right. Qing responded promptly. Upon noticing that Qing had polished the pot to a gleaming shine, Feng Qingran added fresh water, poured in a suitable amount of cooking wine, and brought it to a boil over high heat, blanching the eel slices to eliminate their muddy odor. Qing, All right. The two had developed a tacit understanding, and the pot was impeccably clean. Once the pot was heated, she drizzled in some rapeseed oil. When the oil became hot, she added Sichuan peppercorns for fragrance, followed by the prepared seasonings and hot pot-based assad until aromatic. Finally, she incorporated the debanjiang to enhance the flavor. Once the enticing aroma wafted through the air, she added fresh water and brought it to a vigorous boil, then began seasoning with an appropriate amount of salt, pepper, MSG, and a hint of sugar for enhancement. After adjusting the flavors, she added the blanched duck blood slices, pig tripe, eel slices, and sheep's stomach, then reduced the heat to allow the flavors to melt. A delightful and aromatic spicy hot pot was thus created. Wow, it smells amazing. Suddenly, three heads peered into the kitchen. Seeing Bei Qinyanqi, Bei Qinshe, and the ancient physician, Feng Qingran coldly remarked, "This dish is far too spicy for you three, one a child, one an injured person, and one an elder." Bei Qinyanqi pouted, "I'm not a child." The ancient physician huffed indignantly, "I am still in my prime." Only Bei Qinshe scratched his head, refraining from retorting. Subsequently, Feng Qingran prepared spicy chicken, and the three lingered in the kitchen, refusing to leave. Seizing the opportunity while Feng Qingran was distracted, they even snuck bites of the spicy hot pot. Feng Qingran helplessly shook her head, directing all her attention towards Bei Qinshe. Noticing that he was merely engaging in tasks within his capabilities, assisting her, she refrained from commenting. The elderly and the young had no qualms about consuming such spicy dishes. However, should Bei Qinshe dare to take a single bite as an injured party, she vowed to cease her treatment of him. Before long, 5 spicy dishes were prepared, and Feng Qingran began to organize the creation of 5 non-spicy dishes, which included dompa pork, sweet and sour ribs, braised pork with preserved vegetables, braised winter melon, and stir-fried yam with black fungus. Additionally, she intended to prepare 2 cold dishes, marinated crispy black fungus and marinated lotus root slices. This was her inaugural attempt at these 12 dishes since arriving in this world, and she planned to have the people of the Wangfu taste them. If the response was favorable, she would incorporate them into the menu of Fengxian Tower, as the sweet and sour ribs and braised pork with preserved vegetables required marination. Feng Qingyan began by preparing the necessary meat for these 2 dishes in advance. Next, she set about stewing the dompa pork, a process that was exceedingly intricate. Leaving Bei Qinyanqi, Bei Qinshe, and the ancient physician in a state of bewilderment. Having been accustomed to gourmet food since childhood, they had never witnessed such a convoluted process for braising meat. Once the meat for the 2 dishes was marinated, Feng Qingran employed a variety of techniques, from frying to stewing and braising, throwing everything into the pot. While stewing the 3 meat dishes, she commenced the preparation of braised winter melon. The winter melon was peeled, seeded, and cut into cubes, with a crosshatch pattern carved into the surface. Garlic was minced, fresh ginger was finely chopped, and scallions were sliced into rings. While the rehydrated mountain mushrooms were diced, oil was poured into the pan and heated, before the winter melon was added and fried until both sides turned golden. In a separate pot, heat the oil until it shimmers, then add minced garlic, ginger paste, and chopped scallions. Saute these ingredients until they emit a delightful aroma, after which incorporate the previously pan-fried winter melon. Stir well to ensure an even distribution, then pour in boiling water along with light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, salt, and chicken essence. Bring the mixture to a vigorous boil. Then reduce the heat to medium and let it simmer until the winter melon becomes tender and the broth thickens. At this point, the dish is ready to be plated. Once served, garnish with a sprinkle of chopped scallions, resulting in a vibrant and delectable braised winter melon. My dear, you have truly transformed a simple winter melon into a culinary masterpiece. This dish isn't spicy, is it? I must have a taste. With that, he picked up the communal chopsticks and served himself a small portion. Sister, I want to eat too. At that moment, Bei Qinyanqi joined the fray. Children should adhere to proper etiquette. You may not eat until the dishes are presented. Feng Qingran shot him a disapproving glance before turning her attention to Bei Qinshe. This dish is suitable for you. I shall set aside half a bowl for you. Please pair it with some rice to complement the flavors. Sister, I too wish to partake. Bei Qinyanqi piped up once again. Bei Qinshe, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his nose and replied to Bei Qinyanqi, Your Highness, I am not hungry. Please enjoy my portion instead. Not hungry? Feng Qingran was incredulous, as he had just undergone a checkup that morning and had not eaten. It was now midday. It would be peculiar if he were not hungry. With that thought in mind, She brought over half a bowl of rice and ladled in half a bowl of braised winter melon, placing it directly into his hands. Eat this. Bachin-che was momentarily taken aback. The dompa pork will be ready shortly. There is no harm in letting that lad indulge in more meat. He is at an age where he needs nourishment. Feng Qingran cast a fleeting glance at Bachin-che as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Bachin-che's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Brother Che, do eat quickly. I am eager to savor some meat. This easily digestible fare is best left for you. I shall wait for my turn at the meat. After finishing the winter melon in his dish, the old gentleman, who had intended to take another serving, hastily set down his small plate. Chapter 85. For the prince's lifelong affairs, both Bachin-che and Bachin-che promptly paid their respects before ushering Ling Junyan into the room. Ah, your highness has arrived. This humble daughter greets you, Feng Qingran said, cradling a soup pot as she bowed to Ling Junyan. Do carry on with your tasks. Ling Junyan replied with a slight nod, his gaze resting on the pot in her hands, which contained some pristine, white lotus root slices. Yes, your highness. Feng Qingran acknowledged before returning to her preparations for the cold dish. Sister, what are you making now? Bachin-che inquired with curiosity, his eyes drawn to the lotus slices in Feng Qingran's hands. Cold lotus root slices, she replied, adding salt, chicken essence, white rice vinegar, sesame oil, minced garlic, and ginger to the blanched lotus slices, mixing them thoroughly. Once combined, she set aside half the amount in a plate, resulting in a non-spicy cold dish of lotus root slices. To the remaining half, she added slices of chili and chili powder, drizzling hot oil to release their fragrance, and mixed it well before placing it on another plate, catering to those who preferred a spicier flavor. Miss Feng is quite attentive, considering everyone's tastes, Ling Junyan remarked, seeking conversation. Thank you for your kind words, your highness, she replied before beginning to prepare a refreshing cold dish of wood-ear mushrooms. Similarly, she prepared 2 dishes, one spicy and one mild, ensuring that everyone could enjoy the refreshing cold dishes. What is simmering in the pot? It smells delightful. Ling Junyan continued to make small talk. A few meat dishes will be ready soon, Feng Qingran replied. Indeed, as Zhang Yin mentioned, such a sumptuous meal would be perfect if my younger brother were here. Thinking of his brother, he inquired of Feng Qingran, my 9th brother appears to be in stable condition lately. When will Miss Feng visit him for a follow-up? Have you arranged everything? Feng Qingran looked up at him. At that moment, the ancient physician exchanged knowing glances with his grandson, prompting Zhang Yin to scratch his temple. Suddenly recalling his grandfather's words, he hurriedly spoke. The prince has gone to great lengths to arrange this. Had the emperor been coerced into granting a title to your mother that day, his impression of the prince would only have worsened. Zhang Yin was not speaking without basis. The situation was indeed as he described, though the prince had forbidden him from revealing it. Nevertheless, for the sake of the prince's lifelong happiness, his grandfather instructed him to say whatever was necessary, as long as it facilitated the union of the two. Ling Junyan's brow furrowed slightly, perplexed by Zhang Yan's unusual verbosity. He was not typically so talkative. Is the prince truly willing to make such a sacrifice? Feng Qingran remarked in surprise, as she had assumed this matter would not pose a challenge for Ling Junyan. Ling Junyan cast a sidelong glance at him, bewildered by his unusually loquacious demeanor today, as he had never behaved this way before. All right, the dishes are ready. You all should take them to the dining hall. Feng Qingran suddenly shifted the topic. As Feng Qingran arranged the dishes, she addressed Bachin-che, the ancient divine physician, and in Qing, each of you should carry 2 plates. Then, turning to Bachin-che and Zhang Yin, she instructed, you 2 shall each take 4 plates. Bachin-che and Zhang Yin exchanged glances, both perplexed, wondering if it was truly necessary to carry them all at once. Nevertheless, they complied and exited the room with the dishes, leaving only Ling Junyan and Feng Qingran in the kitchen. Your Highness, is this truly such a dilemma for you? Feng Qingran inquired of Ling Junyan. Do not heed Zhang Yan's nonsensical words. I have my own methods, Ling Junyan replied. It seemed there was indeed a certain degree of difficulty. Considering that she had a plan yet to be shared with Ling Junyan, she pondered that revealing it now might assist in this matter. Thus, Feng Qingran spoke to Ling Junyan, Your Highness, I possess a plan that would benefit both the nation and the people, which I have not yet disclosed to you. You might use this plan to present a request to the emperor. It would undoubtedly yield favorable results. Without any pretense, she articulated her proposal to increase salt production and improve transportation packaging. Ling Junyan was profoundly astonished, setting aside the potential efficacy of her plan. The mere fact that she had recognized such an issue was beyond what an ordinary young lady might achieve. However, the notion that a mere girl could influence salt production was beyond his belief. For salt production constituted a vast and intricate system that required substantial financial resources and capabilities to facilitate, far beyond the reach of a single young woman. Nonetheless, he resolved to grant her the opportunity to express her thoughts, intending to dismiss any impractical ideas she might present later. Contemplating this, he addressed Feng Qingran, suggesting, "Miss Feng, please share your thoughts." She began with the issue of salt production. In our Dongling Kingdom, or rather, throughout the entire continent, we are reliant on the inefficient method of extracting salt from seawater through boiling. This approach is not only labor-intensive but also incurs significant costs. My proposal is to utilize the coastal tidal flats to construct dams and establish salt fields. By harnessing tidal flows to draw in seawater and allowing sunlight to evaporate it, we can obtain sea salt, Feng Qingran articulated with clarity. As she elaborated, Ling Junyan mentally sketched the entire scenario. Although he could envision everything Feng Qingran described and comprehend the underlying production principles, he recognized that this remained a theoretical overview. The practical feasibility required empirical validation. Thus, he remarked, "We must ascertain its viability through testing. While I trust your assertions, this plan must be presented to the emperor, and thus, we must proceed with utmost caution." Feng Qingran understood Ling Junyan's concerns, but was eager to present her complete plan. She continued, "Let us set that aside for now and discuss the issue of packaging." Ling Junyan nodded, encouraging her to proceed. Ultimately, the inadequacy of the packaging is a significant concern, given that salt dissolves upon contact with moisture. Exposure to high temperatures will inevitably lead to its melting, exacerbating losses. Furthermore, during rainy weather, transportation becomes nearly impossible, and relying on waterways is out of the question. Feng Qingran meticulously outlined all the shortcomings of the substandard packaging. Upon hearing her perspective, Ling Junyan wholeheartedly concurred and inquired, "How shall we resolve this?" The answer was simple. One merely needed to utilize this particular type of packaging. With that, she produced a resilient plastic bag from her sleeve. This bag, crafted from the technology of the 23rd century, was made from fully biodegradable material, ensuring that it posed no threat to the environment. It was indeed exquisite. "Yet I am curious to understand its merits," Ling Junyan inquired with rationality. "Your Highness, observe," she replied, turning to scoop a ladle of water from the tank. She opened the bag and poured the water inside. "See, this bag does not leak a single drop. Whether in scorching heat, rainy weather, or while traversing waterways, it is entirely reliable for storing salt." Ling Junyan took the bag and examined it, confirming that not a single drop escaped. He then asked, "How many of these do you possess? What material is it made from?" "It is made from resin. Your Highness, for every unit of resin you can provide to me, I can furnish you with an equivalent number of these bags." Feng Qingran spoke truthfully. Her space indeed had the capacity to synthesize numerous items, simply by placing the raw materials inside. "Very well, I shall encourage the farmers to collect it. Nonetheless, this item is quite ingenious. The bags you provided to fiancé for the medicinal solution were also crafted from resin, were they not?" Ling Junyan speculated. Before Feng Qingran could respond, a head poked in, a returning fiancé. In the next moment, the ancient divine physician seized him by the scruff of his neck and whisked him away. "You foolish boy. Do you possess so little awareness?" The ancient physician scolded as they departed. Fiancé was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of where he had erred. Was it wrong to seek out his benefactor, sister? Let us dine first. Once the matter of the salt fields is verified by my own hands, I shall report it to His Majesty. Casting a glance at the two figures departing, Ling Junyan turned to Feng Qingran and said, "Very well." After her affirmative response, Feng Qingran stepped out of the room. Following closely behind her, Ling Junyan's gaze darkened. "Feng Qingran, just how many secrets do you harbor?" "Ah, sister, you have finally arrived." Fiancé exclaimed with great delight upon Feng Qingran's arrival. Ling Junyan discreetly cast a glance at him before addressing the others. "Please, take a seat and enjoy the meal." Seeing this, Anqing hastily retreated to the side, but was called back by Feng Qingran. "After all that effort, you should join us for a bite." It was not out of benevolence, but rather the more, the merrier when it came to sampling the dishes. This. I am not hungry." Anqing stammered. "I told you to sit down." "Do as you are instructed," Ling Junyan replied with a tone devoid of emotional fluctuation. He was well aware of Feng Qingran's often unconventional thoughts, hence his manner towards a servant. Noticing that his lord had spoken, Anqing apprehensively took his seat. Beichen Yechi, having exerted some thought, positioned himself beside Feng Qingran. Once she was seated, he eagerly picked up the serving chopsticks to offer her food. Sister, try this. You are too slender. Eating more meat will make you look even more beautiful. The ancient physician cast him a sidelong glance, cleared his throat, and remarked, Eat your own food. Look at your height. You should consume more to grow. Am I short? Beichen Yinji was quite indignant, exclaiming, I am merely 10 years old. I am nearly half a head taller than you. So how could I possibly be considered short? The ancient physician awkwardly scratched his nose and placed a generous portion of dompa pork into Beichen's bowl, urging him, Eat up. If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Lost in self-doubt, Beichen began to ponder the matter. Ling Junyan was indeed half a head taller than him, as was brother Che. And even Zhang Yin surpassed him in height. Could it be that his benefactor's sister genuinely found him lacking due to his stature? Meanwhile, Feng Qingran observed their reactions to the tasting. Noticing that Anqing was too timid to serve himself, she took it upon herself to fill his plate with a variety of dishes. Please, eat. I would have struggled to manage alone today without your assistance. Anqing wiped the sweat from his forehead, overwhelmed. You are telling me to eat, so I shall, without hesitation. Ling Junyan remarked, casting a glance his way. Yes. Yes. Anqing steeled himself and picked up his chopsticks, cautiously sampling the food. Initially, he took only the smallest bite, but once he savored the flavors, his eyes sparkled with delight. This was unequivocally the most exquisite food he had ever tasted. He couldn't resist taking another bite, then a third, and a fourth. Observing Anqing's reaction, Feng Qingran surmised that these 12 dishes were indeed quite palatable for the tastes of this era. Everything is so delicious. I have never encountered such delightful cuisine before. Though he spoke the truth, he feared that Feng Qingran might not believe him. Hence, he resolved to showcase his fondness for the dishes by consuming 3 bowls of rice. Feng Qingran was indeed uncertain of his temperament, believing only half of what he said. However, that was of little concern. There were others present, and her gaze shifted towards Zhang Yin. To her surprise, Zhang Yin was a fervent lover of spicy food. Having devoured the 5 spicy dishes until only the bottom of the plate remained. This led Feng Qingran to wonder if he possessed an iron stomach. Beside them, the ancient physician wore a grim expression. He nudged his grandson with his elbow and scolded him sharply. You rascal, mind your image. With such a manner of eating, any girl who sees you might think we haven't dined in 800 years. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin hastily put down his chopsticks. Yet his eyes couldn't resist glancing at the plate, as this was his first experience with such thrilling and delectable food, rendering him unable to stop. Still peeking? Seeing that Zhang Yin remained undeterred, the ancient physician, now irate, struck the back of his hand with his chopsticks. Behave yourself, or you might find it challenging to marry. This further incensed the physician. While he could forbid eating, Zhang Yin had already finished, leaving him with nothing but the prospect of licking the plate clean. Chapter 87. Restoring order and reclaiming the realm. Feng Qingran shook her head in resignation, paying little heed to their playful banter. Yet, one thing was certain. Many people of this era also relished spicy food. Turning to observe Beichen Yanqi, she found him voraciously consuming the large slices of meat, shoveling them into his mouth with gusto. Feng Qingran nodded in satisfaction, contemplating the popularity of these meat dishes. Unbeknownst to her, Beichen Yanqi, after being ridiculed by the ancient physician for his short stature, resolved to eat heartily from now on, determined to surpass Ling Junyan, Zhang Yin, and Che Ge. Ling Junyan, of course, was a paragon of moderation, indulging in food without revealing any particular preferences. After glancing past Ling Junyan, Feng Qingran turned her attention to the ancient physician, only to find him grumpily consuming cold dishes. At your age, such light and refreshing fare is indeed suitable, she remarked. Allow me to pour you a glass of wine. With that, she produced a small bottle from her sleeve. What of my age? What of it? The ancient physician initially bristled, irritated by their assumptions about his age. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of Feng Qingran's statement, his eyes sparkled with curiosity. What wine is this? Quickly, let me have a look. Feng Qingran rose and circled half the dining table to hand the wine to the ancient physician. He uncorked the bottle and inhaled its fragrant aroma, inquiring, What is this wine? Its scent is so enchanting. In all my travels, I have never encountered such a bouquet. Caught off guard by the question, Feng Qingran hesitated. The previous high-quality liquor she had offered was a light, fragrant type, which her second uncle had named Qinglu Zue, while the wine she presented to the ancient physician was a rich, aromatic variety, and she had yet to devise a name for it. Observing her momentary discomfort, the ancient physician astutely concluded, "You haven't thought of a name yet, have you?" Feng Qingran nodded. "Indeed, this is a new brew I have just crafted, and thus it remains unnamed. Green leaves lock in the rich essence of the mundane world, while the crimson attire lightly tints the lavishness of spring." With a heart full of passion, the ancient physician recited a few lines of poetry before tilting his head back to savor a sip of wine. The rich flavor enveloped his palate, leaving a lingering fragrance that compelled him to exclaim, "What exquisite wine! Indeed, it shall be named Fragrant Spring." "Fragrant Spring?" Feng Qingran echoed softly, clapping her hands in approval. "What a splendid name! As long as you are pleased, my dear, I shall take my time to enjoy it," he replied, tilting the cup to his lips once more. "Ah, while this wine is delightful, one must not overindulge," Feng Qingran admonished, snatching the bottle from the ancient physician and pouring a modest cup for him. "This wine is potent. You should drink it with care. You are truly a remarkable young lady. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry you will have earned a blessing of 8 lifetimes," the ancient physician remarked, his words carrying a dual meaning. On one hand, he acknowledged the strength of the wine and her genuine concern for his well-being, recognizing her as a kind-hearted girl. On the other, he intended for Ling Junyan to hear his words, hinting that such a fine woman should not be left unwed, lest others seize the opportunity. "What does my sister think of Qi? If you find me too young, how about Brother Che? Regardless of who marries her, they will bring her to the Northern Star Kingdom, where he can relish such culinary delights every day. Most importantly, my benefactor sister has saved my life. I wish to repay her for the rest of my days." "Go on, go on." The ancient physician was eager for them to depart, harboring thoughts of pursuing young Feng. What a fanciful notion. As they exited the dining hall, Beichen Yinchi's expression turned somber. "Brother Che, what if we devised a plan to marry our benefactor sister?" "Your Highness," he found himself at a loss on how to discuss matters of adulthood with a youth teetering on the brink of maturity. Emotions are not something that can be compelled. "Do you like her?" queried Beichen Yichi directly, noticing Beichen Che's hesitance. As a member of the collateral bloodline, his duty was to protect the prince. He had no right to confer happiness upon another. Beichen Che offered a bittersweet smile, acutely aware that his status predetermined his inability to pursue happiness as an ordinary person would. From a tender age, he had been indoctrinated with loyalty to the royal family, willing to sacrifice everything, including his own feelings, for the sake of the dynasty's interests. A weight settled upon Beichen Yichi as he gazed at his elder brother, who appeared somewhat isolated and forlorn under the warm embrace of the spring sun, a subtle fragility and vulnerability entwined within his demeanor. Overcome with emotion, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Brother Che, do not speak this way. You are the finest man in the world, deserving of the finest woman. If you have affections for Sister Inran, pursue her boldly. She shall support you. However, I believe Sister Inran to be an exceptional woman, and should you let her slip away, regret will surely follow." Beichen Yichi spoke with a hint of stubbornness. "Your Highness, please refrain from further discussion. I truly regard her solely as a benefactor. There are no other sentiments involved," Beichen Che asserted with unwavering resolve. "But I implore you to prioritize your studies and martial pursuits, and not dwell on frivolities." Beichen Yichi pouted, still convinced that bringing Feng Qingran to Beichengua would be a wise course of action. Firstly, she is his benefactor. Moreover, her medical skills are exceptional. Her culinary artistry is commendable, and she possesses both beauty and an intriguing personality. He could scarcely fathom how monotonous and dreary his future existence would become without her presence. Beichen Che remained vigilant, dedicating himself to instructing and supervising Beichen Yinchi in martial arts daily. He resolved to document his teaching experiences and insights, compiling them into a volume to present to Feng Qingran, thus expressing his gratitude for her kindness. Ling Junyan had initially wished to refrain from discussing this matter further, as he had already arranged everything. Chapter 88. What is gunpowder? Upon hearing this, Feng Qingran's eyes sparkled with realization. This method is indeed viable. Yet I have an even better proposal that I hope the prince might consider. Ling Junyan lifted his gaze to her, intrigued. "Oh? Please, share your thoughts. How about this disaster relief fund be shouldered by me, and then donated in the name of my mother? Would that be acceptable to you? Since it involves monetary resolution, there would be no need for it to go through Ling Junyan. thus avoiding any potential criticism regarding their relationship. Ling Junyan pondered for a moment before responding. This approach is indeed more effective than donating through my hand. This way, you can directly request the title from the emperor. I shall then ensure that the ministers support you, and the emperor is likely to bestow the title upon your mother. Furthermore, the greater the amount of relief funds donated, the higher the chances of success in this endeavor. Might I kindly request an approximate figure from you, Your Highness? Feng Qingran inquired humbly. Last year, during the flood relief efforts, the court allocated 500,000 stones of grain for aid, in addition to 200,000 taels of silver. I initially intended to shoulder half of this burden. If Miss Feng could contribute 250,000 stones of grain along with 100,000 taels of silver, or even more, we could essentially resolve this matter. Ling Junyan explained in detail. That is quite feasible. I am fully capable of bearing this responsibility. Furthermore, I possess a method to mitigate the losses caused by this calamity, Feng Qingran replied. Oh, what method do you propose? This piqued Ling Junyan's curiosity. How is it that this woman seemed to possess such extensive knowledge? Feng Qingran elaborated. During the flood season, the Huang River freezes, obstructing the flow of water, which can lead to ice dams blocking the river and subsequently causing floods. Ling Junyan nodded, recognizing her genuine understanding of this natural disaster. However, he wondered how she intended to resolve it. Feng Qingran continued. I once encountered a technique in an ancient text that suggests artificially breaking the ice during the flood season to redirect the water flow and reduce the formation of ice dams. This would not only alleviate the flood disaster, but also protect the farmlands and villages along the banks. Ling Junyan felt a twinge of disappointment, for he had also come across such ancient texts, yet the specifics of how to break the ice artificially were not elaborated upon. Thus, Feng Qingran's statement felt rather futile. Had she known that such a book truly existed, she would have been astonished, for her words were mere fabrications, crafted to conceal her myriad secrets. However, she remained oblivious to Ling Junyan's extensive musings, and he, in turn, was unaware that she had not finished speaking. Consequently, when Feng Qingran resumed, her unexpected words startled him. Explosives? What are explosives? After listening to Feng Qingran, Ling Junyan inquired with a hint of confusion. Ancient texts recorded that explosives were crafted from materials such as saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, possessing immense power capable of shattering ice into fragments. Ling Junyan was perplexed. How could his own ancient text lack such information? Was it perhaps a fragmented copy, missing pages? However, he was genuinely intrigued by the explosives Feng Qingran mentioned, prompting him to ask, is there a documented method for their creation? Indeed, once Your Highness has gathered these materials, I shall instruct you on the process, she replied. Ling Junyan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before declaring, I shall send someone immediately to procure them. Once they are ready, I will take you to the outskirts of the capital for a demonstration. Very well, Feng Qingran responded with enthusiasm. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she possessed a considerable stock of powerful explosives within her own space. It would be rather suspicious to produce them carelessly. Nevertheless, she contemplated incorporating some of her own explosives during the ice-shattering experiment. Additionally, her space had the capability to synthesize explosives by simply placing the raw materials inside. She could create immensely powerful explosives without concern for depleting her supply. Furthermore, various medicinal herbs could also be stored within, allowing her to concoct desired pills, making it an exceedingly convenient asset. After finalizing their plans, Feng Qingran departed from the Yan Wangfu. Upon returning to Feng Xianlu, evening was approaching, and a servant rushed over from the estate. Miss, there are 2 unexpected visitors at the estate. One claims to be a concubine from the Xiong residence, and the other asserts she is your sister. They refuse to leave the entrance, no matter how we try to persuade them. Feng Qingran furrowed her brow. Was that not Lady Hua and Feng Jie? Did they mention their intentions for visiting the estate? She inquired of the steward. With a cold chuckle, she thought, what nonsense they must be plotting. Nevertheless, since they have come knocking, it is only fitting that I extend them a proper welcome. Very well. After receiving her orders, the steward proceeded to prepare the carriage at the entrance of the tavern. As they approached the estate, Feng Qingran spotted Feng Jie and her mother from afar, sitting idly at the entrance. The sound of the carriage drew their attention. It was evident that the only visitors to this secluded spot could be none other than Feng Qingran and her mother. Lady Hua, feeling a twinge of irritation, glared at the guards, still questioning our identity. You shall see what comes of it. As the carriage drew nearer, it showed no sign of slowing down. In instinctive reaction, Both Lady Hua and Feng Die stepped aside. However, the carriage did not halt, speeding past them and sending a cloud of dust into the air, causing the pair to cough uncontrollably. Feng Die could no longer contain her anger and began to shout, "Feng Qingran, you vile wretch! Do you wish for our demise?" Feng Qingran paid them no mind, commanding the steward to drive the carriage into the estate. Left outside, the mother and daughter escalated their vitriol. "Feng Qingran, come out. Hiding inside like a coward is utterly shameful." Ignoring their shouts, Feng Qingran commended the gatekeeper. "Excellent work. There is a bonus this month. From now on, no one shall enter without my explicit permission, understood?" Hearing the dialogue, Feng Die and Aunt Hua exchanged glances, each perceiving the fiery anger reflected in the other's eyes. "Mother, what shall we do?" asked the irate Feng Die, her voice tinged with frustration. "Do not fret, my dear. Did they not previously mention that the mother and daughter pair were absent from the estate? Surely that sickly Lin Yunshi is in the carriage that just passed by. That soft-hearted woman will surely respond if I call out a few times," and Hua reassured her daughter. "You are indeed wise, mother. Please, do call out quickly," urged Feng Die, her impatience evident. And Hua furrowed her brow as she glanced at her daughter, contemplating when she might learn to be more composed. However, recognizing the urgency of the matter, she cleared her throat and raised her voice. "Sister Lin, ever since you moved out of the Chancellor's residence, I have not had the chance to visit you. Today, I finally found the time to come and pay my respects. I hope you have been well. I have been quite concerned for you." Moments passed. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Half a TS worth of time elapsed. Yet there was still no response from within the estate. "Sister Lin, surely you must be at home. I have come to see you. Could you not reply?" Aunt Hua called out once more, unwilling to relent. When silence still prevailed, Feng Die softened her tone and implored, "Mother, I have come to see you. Please, hasten to have someone open the door." Feng Qingran scoffed silently, reflecting on how she now referred to her stepmother as mother when she had never done so during their time at the Chancellor's residence. As silence lingered, Feng Die and Aunt Hua exchanged a glance, the flames of their anger burning even more fiercely in their eyes. By this time, dusk had settled, and the impatient mother and daughter began to hurl invectives. "Lin Yunshi, Feng Qingran, you shameless hussies, how dare you refuse us entry? Just wait. I shall summon my father to teach you a lesson." At that moment, the door of the estate creaked open, and a voice from the guard emerged. "Our young mistress requests your presence." Feng Die and Aunt Hua exchanged a look, a flicker of suspicion flashing in their eyes. Although this estate was situated in a remote area, it was vibrant within, devoid of any desolate air. The courtyard was meticulously maintained, and while the buildings bore signs of age, they were solidly refurbished. In the main hall, Feng Qingran sat regally in the principal seat. Engrossed in the martial arts manuscript gifted by the ancient healer, her expression one of deep concentration. Upon a cursory glance, she discerned that the manuscript contained indeed a wealth of insights and reflections on martial arts, including profound theories as well as practical methods and techniques for training. When Aunt Hua and Feng Die were led into the hall, they beheld the sight of Feng Qingran perusing the book. Seeing this, Feng Die could not help but smirk inwardly, thinking how a foolish person pretended to read, wondering if she could even recognize all the characters. Aunt Hua, eager to procure medicinal herbs, paid no heed to whether Feng Qingran was merely putting on airs, and quickly plastered a smile on her face. "Ranner, is your mother not at the estate?" Only then did Feng Qingran lift her head, answering curtly, "She has gone to bed." Why retire so early? Could it be that she is unwell? Before requesting the mask, she planned to express her concern for them, thus making it easier for herself to articulate her demands thereafter. Feng Qingran set aside the book she was holding and cast a disdainful glance at her, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Is it customary to curse others? You are the ones who are unwell. You are the ones suffering from grave ailments." No, that is not what I meant, Auntie. I was merely concerned about Sister Lin," Auntie Hua hastily clarified. "Now, pray tell, what brings you two here?" Feng Qingran was reluctant to engage in further banter with them. "Well, we are curious about where you acquired that particular mask of Qing'er," Auntie Hua finally inquired, revealing the purpose of their visit. "Why do you wish to know?" Feng Qingran feigned ignorance, fully aware of their intentions. "That is none of your concern. Simply inform us where to procure it," Feng Die interjected. Feng Qingran scoffed dismissively. "Even if I told you, it does not guarantee that they would sell it to you." This remark ignited Feng Die's anger anew, as she gritted her teeth and retorted, "Just tell us, whether or not we can buy it is of no concern to you. Ancient divine physician, You should go and request it. It would be a rarity to even encounter such a person. Are you referring to the renowned ancient divine physician known throughout the land? Auntie Hua asked in astonishment. Mother, I told you she is rather foolish, claiming to know the ancient divine physician. She must be suffering from delusions. As if she could possibly know her. Feng Jie mocked. Auntie Hua also believed that Feng Qingran was speaking nonsense, dismissing the notion that the physician was associated with her nearby estate, fearing her words might lead to unintended consequences. The old matriarch had requested it from her numerous times, and she had never relented. Now, Feng Qingran believed she could persuade her to relinquish her estate without hesitation. Surely this was the epitome of folly. However, the mask that Qing'er possesses was indeed gifted by her. So from where did she acquire it? Ranner, I shall inquire once more. Where did you obtain Qing'er's mask? Madame Hua suppressed her fury and lowered her tone to ask. I have already stated, from the ancient divine physician. Feng Qingran reiterated, her tone revealing a hint of impatience. Madame Hua realized that continuing this cyclical questioning would yield no valuable information, and she had indeed heard of the ancient divine physician spoken of by Feng Qingran. Given his medical skills and abilities, he could certainly craft such a mask. However, why would Feng Qingran possess such an item? Ordinary individuals do not have access to the ancient divine physician unless she is in league with him. Madame Hua felt as though she had uncovered a monumental secret. Since she had plunged the girl to her death, this wretched child had transformed. Although she retained her former appearance, she was unimaginably more beautiful and far more articulate than before. It was evident that she was no longer the foolish second daughter of the Xiang residents. Still, the fact remains that Feng Qingran is the emperor's chosen consort for the third prince, a status that naturally invites envy from many. Was it not her identity that had initially attracted my attention? Likewise, others with nefarious intentions may also covet her, suggesting that the current Feng Qingran may very well be an impostor, while the true Feng Qingran has likely perished at the bottom of the cliff. Contemplating this possibility, Madame Hua's anger gradually subsided, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. Madame Hua grew increasingly alarmed as her thoughts spiraled. If her suspicions were indeed correct, she and Dyer would find themselves in a perilous predicament. Chapter 90. Is this truly retribution? Very well, Dyer, since the mask was obtained from the ancient physician. Let us seek him out tomorrow. The hour is late. We should not disturb your sister's rest. With that, she tugged at Feng Jie, intent on departing. But mother, we have yet to clarify. Feng Jie protested, reluctantly pulled away from the hall, her heart heavy with discontent, convinced that Feng Qingran was deliberately toying with them. Behind them, Feng Qingran's calm voice resonated. Should you fail to locate the ancient physician, I can assist in your stead, but the price is your estate on the outskirts. Meanwhile, Feng Qingran, having briefly instructed Chasing Soul, tossed him a roll of strong adhesive tape. Remember to use this to seal their mouths. Understood, he replied, vanishing in an instant. The two, utterly powerless, were swiftly bound, their mouths silenced. The coachman trembled in fear, only to find a gold ingot at his feet. Tossed by the masked man, this should suffice for a lifetime. Take your family and flee. Indeed, indeed. The coachman bowed deeply to the masked figure, pocketed the ingot, and hastily made his escape. Today marked his fortunate turn. This gold would indeed sustain his family for half a lifetime. The masked man, known as Chasing Soul, then climbed onto the carriage, transporting the two to a precipice. The silenced Madame Hua widened her eyes in terror. This was a place she never wished to revisit. The very site where Feng Qingran had been cast down the precipice. Selecting two sturdy trees, Zuihin procured 2 large bundles of rope, fastening one end to each tree and the other to the ankles of the 2 women. In the next moment, Zuihin pushed them over the edge. Fear gripped their hearts, but with their mouths sealed, they could only emit muffled cries, incoherent sounds of distress. They struggled relentlessly, attempting to break free from their bindings. Yet all efforts proved futile as gravity swiftly pulled them toward the abyss below. MMM, MMM, MMM. Feng Jie shrieked in a state of panic, her heart brimming with dread and resentment. She could not fathom who harbored such hatred towards her, resorting to such a cruel punishment. Madame Hua was equally terror-stricken, her eyes filled with remorse and despair. Was this truly retribution? She had indeed caused the demise of the real Feng Qingran. And now the false Feng Qingran sought to silence her to protect that secret. What wrong had her butterfly committed? From the very beginning, she had been unaware that she had caused Feng Qingran's death, perpetually deceiving her by claiming she had been sold to the desolate lands. Just as they were about to plummet to the bottom of the cliff, Zuihin suddenly intervened, yanking them back to safety. The two women collapsed to the ground, their eyes reflecting a profound relief at having escaped death. But before they could revel in their reprieve for even 3 seconds, Zuihin thrust them once more over the precipice. Feng Dai, Yi, and Hua Yinyang uttered desperate cries, their hearts racing to the verge of their throats. Fear gripped them like an invisible hand, tightening around their throats and rendering them breathless. The harrowing sensation of life and death intertwined drove them to the brink of collapse. Each time they were pushed off the precipice, they believed their lives would end, only to be mercilessly yanked back, only to be cast down once more. Feng Dai could only emit helpless whimpers from her throat, her tears long since dried, as the world before her blurred into chaos. Hua Yinyang trembled uncontrollably, her complexion as pale as parchment, seemingly devoid of all vitality. The indifferent figure of chasing soul gazed upon them, his eyes betraying no hint of compassion. He was a remorseless instrument of death. Whatever his employer commanded, he executed without a shred of dissent, regardless of morality or consequence. Time and again, he thrust Hua Yinyang and Feng Dai over the edge, then coldly retrieved them, each shove and fall inflicting profound psychological torment. Ultimately, their spirits nearly shattered. They could no longer produce a sound, lying helplessly upon the ground, teetering on the brink of life. He regarded the two lifeless beings with a cold gaze, devoid of any emotion. For him, this was merely one of countless tasks. He felt not an ounce of emotional fluctuation. Turning away, he left behind a desolate valley and 2 souls on the verge of extinction. The decision to spare the 2 individuals was not born of any mercy or compassion, but rather a directive from her master, who believed he had measured the situation with great precision. The 2 were left with but a single breath. As for Feng Qingran, her choice to allow them to live stemmed solely from the fact that her brother's identity had yet to be verified. Once the midwife from years past was located, she intended to expose the vile woman, whose outward appearance belied her monstrous heart, before all present, ensuring that she would be met with universal scorn. Death may come easily, but she was determined that this wicked woman would not find a swift end. Retreating into the privacy of her bed curtains, she meticulously arranged her surroundings to guarantee a sealed environment before slipping into her inner space. Following her customary inspection of the flora and fauna, she noted their flourishing condition and then turned her gaze to a particular medicinal herb field. Observing the patch of herbs that showed no signs of growth, she realized she must hasten to the abyss of devouring death. Approaching the spiritual spring, she glanced at the lotus seeds, which had unfurled 3 emerald leaves, and felt a wave of tranquility wash over her, as if her very soul had been cleansed by the refreshing green. Taking a deep breath, the crisp and subtly astringent aroma of the lotus leaves filled her lungs, invigorating her spirit and seemingly imbuing her with a mysterious power capable of purifying her essence and dispelling fatigue. Standing by the spiritual spring, Feng Qingran commenced her rigorous practice of foundational techniques. Her movements were fluid and powerful, each stance executed with precision and strength. She tirelessly repeated each action over and over, until she sensed a complete fusion of body and spirit with the techniques. Continuously pushing her limits, she aspired to perfect every single move to its utmost potential. After practicing for 2 hours, although her garments were drenched in sweat, she experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. As she concluded her final move, she felt that she had mastered the first set of fundamental techniques to perfection. Tomorrow, she would request either chasing soul or death, ceasing to teach her the second set of foundational skills. Coupled with the insights from the ancient medical sage's martial arts manuscript, she was certain it would yield remarkable results with half the effort. Chapter 91. How did she end up here? Having washed away her fatigue, Feng Qingran lay down on her bed and drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, she donned her stealth attire and ventured alone to the Xiong residence for the first time. Fortunately, Fengxian Tower was not far from the Prime Minister's manor. She arrived after a half-hour walk. Utilizing a rope, she stealthily entered the estate and crept into her brother's chamber. Noticing that the little one was still asleep, she carefully hung and foredrip for him. Even after both bags of fluid had fully drained, her brother remained oblivious to the world. Suddenly inspired, she called out into the air, "Come forth." After a faint sound, a man in black, with his face concealed, knelt before her. "Your subordinate is here. What is your name?" Feng Qingran inquired. "Feng Sun," the man replied. "I have a bowl of chicken soup. When he awakens, please heat it for him." "Can you manage that?" Feng Qingran asked again. Yes, he answered succinctly. Very well, she said, handing the soup to him. Then, as if recalling something, she added, Madame Hua and her daughter are at rage peak in the outskirts of the capital. Find a way for the Prime Minister's residents to learn of this. Can you do that? The man nodded. I can. Moreover, the mother and daughter were grievously injured, and it was inevitable that the little one would feel sorrow. Therefore, you should pay extra attention to him, Feng Qingran advised. Understood, Feng Sun replied. Once all instructions had been conveyed, Feng Qingran donned her mask and stealthily exited the room. She retrieved a rope and scaled the wall, making her way outside the residence. Once beyond the confines of the estate, she concealed herself in a secluded corner and swiftly entered her hidden space. Upon entering, she removed her night attire and changed into her usual garments before re-emerging from the space. By this time, dawn had begun to break, and as she walked along the street, small vendors were gradually setting up their stalls. Feng Qingran waved the trinkets in her hand and remarked, I went out for a stroll and found these delightful little items, so I bought them as gifts for you. Thank you, miss. Kaier gratefully accepted the small tokens from Feng Qingran, her eyes alight with joy and emotion. Feng Qingran then handed the remaining 2 trinkets to her mother and Shiro, before taking a seat to enjoy breakfast with them. By the way, mother, how is the shop coming along? Feng Qingran inquired. The progress is quite swift, but do remember to take care of your health. These matters can be approached gradually. Feng Qingran expressed her concern for her mother. Rest assured, my dear. I am well aware of that, Lin Yunshi reassured her daughter. Feng Qingran nodded, trusting that her mother would manage everything with care and look after her own well-being. After breakfast, Feng Qingran summoned Duoming to escort her mother and the others to the shop that required renovation. With some leisure time on her hands, she decided to wander about in search of some saltpeter, which is the primary ingredient for making explosives. Before her departure, she resolved to peruse some books in search of any mention of saltpeter, ideally locating regions abundant in its supply. However, after an entire morning of diligent reading, she found no references to saltpeter, which left her thoroughly disheartened. Recalling that the elderly woman who sold her herbs possessed considerable knowledge of the mountains surrounding the capital, she decided to inquire at the market, hopeful that the woman might possess the insight she sought. With this thought in mind, she summoned the coachman from Fengxian Tower to escort her to the herbal market. I am not here to procure any items today. I merely wish to ask you a few questions, Feng Qingran stated, producing a piece of saltpeter from her sleeve. She had stored a modest quantity of it in her space, sufficient for crafting a few explosives. The elderly woman examined the piece, furrowing her brow as she remarked, It seems familiar, yet I cannot recall precisely where I have seen it. Nearby, an old man at a stall craned his neck for a better view and interjected, Isn't this stone from the mountains in the northern suburbs? Oh, you have seen it? Feng Qingran inquired humbly of the old man. Indeed, in the northern suburbs. The entire mountain is barren, covered entirely with such stones, not a blade of grass grows even in summer, the old man patiently replied. What is the name of that mountain? Feng Qingran pressed further. I've heard it referred to as Baishir Mountain, but since it is perpetually devoid of vegetation, people usually call it Bald Mountain, the old man explained. Nodding in understanding, Feng Qingran formulated her plan. With her gratitude expressed to the elderly woman and the old man, she directed the coachman to head towards the northern suburbs. An hour later, the carriage carrying Feng Qingran came to a steady halt at the foot of Baishir Mountain. True to its name, the entire mountain was adorned with white stones, interspersed with glistening crystals of nitrate that shimmered with a glassy luster. Wait for me here. Once I finish my task, I shall join you, Feng Qingran instructed the coachman. Yes, young miss, the coachman replied respectfully, moving the carriage aside. Excitedly, Feng Qingran ascended the mountain, seeking a secluded spot to gather these stones, lest her spatial abilities be revealed. She navigated through the rocky terrain, cautiously avoiding potential dangers while searching for suitable nitrate veins. As she immersed herself in the analysis of the landscape, a faint groan suddenly reached her ears. Instantly alert, she halted her steps and listened intently. The sound seemed to emanate from not far ahead. Deciding to investigate, she traversed a dense cluster of stones and ultimately discovered the source of the noise. Behind a massive boulder, a man clad in resplendent garments leaned against the stone wall, his complexion pale, clearly gravely injured. Despite his disheveled hair, Feng Qingran recognized him at once as the third prince, Ling Junmo. Standing a meter away, she scanned him from head to toe, finally focusing on his exposed ankle, which was swollen and darkened, evidently the result of a venomous snake bite. Sensing someone approaching, Ling Junmo struggled to open his eyes and, upon seeing the familiar figure, recognized her as the woman he had encountered in the palace days prior without much deliberation. It is quite rare to encounter a woman of such exquisite beauty, particularly when she was seen in close proximity to Ling Junyan, leaving a profound impression on him. However, how did she come to be here? At this moment, Feng Qingran had already averted her gaze from him, directing her attention to a man in black standing beside him. Noticing the dark blood staining the corner of his mouth, she knelt down to check for his breath, only to find that he had succumbed to death. She then inspected his teeth and discovered a decayed one within his mouth. It was not difficult to surmise that he had met his demise while assisting Ling Junmo in his drug-induced bloodletting. The potency of the snake venom was evidently lethal, leading one to believe that the scoundrel Ling Junmo was beyond salvation, a thought that brought a sense of vindication. Resisting the urge to kick him, Feng Qingran shot him a disdainful glance before turning to leave. Behind her, Ling Junmo's feeble voice called out, "My lady, please save me." "Save you? Not a chance," Feng Qingran silently retorted. "I would be merciful merely by not delivering the final blow." Ling Junmo continued to plead, "Regardless of what you desire, I can offer you anything." Upon realizing that she was acquainted with Ling Junyan, he understood that she was aware of his true nature, which did not come as a surprise. "Rest assured, you may ask for anything. I only ask that you assist me down the mountain." His body was on the verge of collapse, and had it not been for the guards drawing the venom from him earlier, he would now be lying lifeless on the ground. "How can I trust that you will not renege on your promise?" Feng Qingran raised an eyebrow. "Rest assured, I am the esteemed third prince of Dongling, a man of honor, not a scoundrel who speaks without conviction. You may put your mind at ease," Ling Junmo declared with utmost sincerity. "However, it would be prudent to draft a written agreement for assurance." As she spoke, Feng Qingran retrieved paper and pen from her sleeve. Ling Junmo felt a wave of frustration. He thought this young woman was rather cunning, indeed worthy of Ling Junyan's affection, as their mannerisms were strikingly similar. Yet, since they were to establish a written agreement, he needed to tread carefully to avoid being outmaneuvered. With great effort, he shifted his position and, with Feng Qingran's assistance, managed to sit upright. After a moment's contemplation, he inscribed, "I am willing to agree." Just as he penned those words, he hesitated, realizing he did not even know her name. Observing his expression, Feng Qingran deduced the situation and said, "I am Feng, the proprietor of Feng Xianlu. You may write it as such for now." Ling Junmo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young woman was the renowned owner of Feng Xianlu. Although he had never inquired about the identity of its proprietor, he had always assumed it to be a seasoned businessman, not a youthful lady. After a moment of thought, he continued, "If one desires a manor, it shall not exceed one. If one desires a villa, no more than 2. If one desires shops, no more than 3. If one desires silver, it shall not exceed 1,000,000 taels. If one desires gold, it shall not exceed 50,000 taels. If one desires jewelry, accessories, or garments, their value must not surpass 1,000,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, the third prince's estate is a gift from the current sovereign and cannot be bestowed upon others. Note, only one of the above may be selected." Once finished, he carefully reviewed the document before handing it over to Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran took the document and glanced at it, thinking to herself how astonishing it was that, even on the brink of death, he could still ponder over such trifles. Truly a miserly old miser. However, what she desired was not merely this, since he was so intent on articulating his thoughts. She might as well have him add another clause. With this in mind, she turned to Ling Junmo and said, "Add one more line. The engagement with the Prime Minister's daughter is hereby annulled." What? He was somewhat taken aback. Although he longed to dissolve the engagement with that woman, he could not fathom why she was so concerned about it. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? A man of stature must know when to yield. He could marry her, yet as long as Sheer was around, she could forget about being his legitimate wife. Contemplating this, he inscribed an additional line on the document. "I vow to annul the engagement with the Prime Minister's daughter. But should I be compelled to marry the owner of Feng Xian Tower, she shall only be a concubine." When Feng Qingran received the document again, she nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. How vain he was! Who could possibly desire such a wretched being? With a face full of disdain, she tucked the document into her sleeve and finally assisted Ling Junmo to his feet, slowly making their way down the mountain. Ling Junmo's frail body was barely able to support itself, and Feng Qingran found herself half supporting, half dragging him along. The more she looked at him, The more she found him detestable. Several times she nearly considered pushing him down the mountain. After a tumultuous journey, the snake venom lingering in Ling Junmo's ankle rapidly spread throughout his body, and in the next instant, he spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Feng Qingran assessed that he was on the verge of death, and she felt no remorse. His fate was indeed deserved. Ling Junmo sensed that his life was drawing to a close, filled with regret for the numerous paths he had traversed. The more he moved, the faster the toxins spread within him. He should have summoned a doctor from the village below. Grasping at the last vestige of hope, he struggled to speak to Feng Qingran, urging her, "Please, fetch a doctor for me. I shall await your return here." Feng Qingran raised an eyebrow. "Then you must sweeten the deal." "Agreed. I shall grant you anything you desire," he replied. "I would even assist Ling Junyan in claiming the throne. At this moment, my life hangs by a thread, and all else is but fleeting smoke. Then let us draft a written agreement," Feng Qingran declared, producing a piece of paper from her sleeve. Ling Junmo could only manage a bitter smile. At such a critical juncture, what purpose would that serve? "I am unlikely to survive. Here, consume this," she said, placing a small pill at his lips. "What is this?" Ling Junmo inquired, confusion etched on his face. "A detoxification pill. It will prolong your life for a while," she answered. "Why didn't you present it sooner?" He thought to himself. Though he harbored no doubts about the pill's safety, he trusted that this young woman would not wish him harm. If she had intended to do so, she would not have intervened to save him moments ago. There was no need for such elaborate maneuvering. With this reasoning, he swallowed the pill she offered. In the next moment, he felt a refreshing sensation swiftly spreading within him, alleviating his pain and restoring some of his strength. He gazed at Feng Qingran in disbelief. "This medicine is truly remarkable?" Feng Qingran, disinterested in engaging in further conversation with him, produced a pen and paper and presented them before him. "As previously stated, you are to grant me anything I desire. Now inscribe it." Ling Junmo, his forehead adorned with dark lines of frustration, perceived that this young woman seemed solely driven by self-interest. Having allied herself with Ling Junyan, she must have reaped considerable benefits from him. Otherwise, how could she, at such a tender age, have established the illustrious Fengxian Tower? Chapter 93. There must be secrets unknown to her in this equation. "Hurry and write," she urged, unable to contain her impatience as she observed his hesitation. Very well, very well." Recognizing his salvation lay in her hands, he conceded that he could not simply comply with her every demand. At that moment, as he concentrated on these thoughts, a sudden spurt of dark blood erupted from his lips. "I warned you. This pill will only extend your life for a brief while." After speaking, she offered him a small pill at his lips. Remarkably, upon ingestion, he felt the pain diminish and a surge of vitality enveloped him. In that instant, Ling Junmo finally grasped why this woman had captivated Ling Junyan. She was not only astute and perceptive, but possessed an uncanny ability to discern the hearts of others, adeptly leveraging her advantages to dismantle their defenses. Moreover, she exuded a certain aloofness, an air that seemed to create a barrier between herself and the world around her, yet inadvertently emanated an indescribable allure. It was this very quality that had drawn him to Sheer in the past. She too possessed this enchanting aura. Ling Junmo was overwhelmed by a surge of complex emotions, a blend of reverence and admiration for Feng Qingran, mingled with resentment and wariness. "Hurry up and write," Feng Qingran urged impatiently as she noticed his dazed expression. It was only then that Ling Junmo collected his thoughts, took the pen, and inscribed, "I am willing to acquiesce to all requests from the proprietor of Fengxian Tower. However, I cannot assist with matters concerning the imperial throne. I shall bestow upon you 1 manor, 2 villas, 3 shops, 100,000 taels of silver, 50,000 taels of gold, and 10 boxes of jewelry, accessories, and garments. Furthermore, I swear to sever my engagement with the Prime Minister's daughter, and should the proprietor of Fengxian Tower so desire, I would gladly accept her as a concubine." After completing the writing, he trembled as he handed the paper to Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran glanced at the document and thought to herself, "This time he has been quite generous, not only multiplying the material offerings, but even elevating the status of a concubine to that of a secondary wife. Yet, who would want to marry such a despicable person?" With this in mind, she looked at Ling Junmo with evident disdain and said, "Erase the last part." Ling Junmo was taken aback. Could it be that she intended to be his primary wife? That was unacceptable. That position was meant for Sheer, who alone was worthy of it. Seeing his hesitation, Feng Qingran could not restrain herself and kicked him, asserting fiercely, "Hurry up and erase it." Though Ling Junmo felt a surge of anger at her audacity, he understood that without Feng Qingran's assistance, he would never manage to descend the mountain smoothly. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fury and removed the latter half of the statement. Feng Qingran nodded in satisfaction, tucking the document into her sleeve. Now consume this, and accompany me down the mountain. Feng Qingran spoke as she handed a small pill to Ling Junmo, who, upon swallowing it, suddenly felt an invigorating surge of strength. He followed Feng Qingran slowly down the mountain. During their descent, she administered a pill to him every half an hour. After an indeterminate number of pills, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. "Where is your carriage? I shall escort you," Feng Qingran inquired once they arrived. Ling Junmo appeared somewhat embarrassed, responding, "Well, I do not have a carriage." Feng Qingran raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "No carriage? Then how did you arrive here? This place is a journey of an hour from the capital. Do not tell me you walked." She found it hard to believe. So how had he come to be here? What was his purpose in coming? It seemed there was a secret she was unaware of. With this thought, she said to Ling Junmo, "Follow me. My carriage is over there." Ling Junmo nodded and, after consuming another pill, followed closely behind her towards the carriage. Along the way, Feng Qingran fed him several more pills. Feeling noticeably better, Ling Junmo could not help but ask, "Why have you come to Baishir Mountain? Is it not permissible to gather herbs?" "The pill you just consumed was concocted by my own hands," Feng Qingran replied nonchalantly. Ling Junmo was taken aback once again. He had not anticipated that this young lady possessed such medical skills. It was no wonder that Ling Junyan regarded her so uniquely. With her talents in commerce, her medical expertise, her beauty, and her grace, it was hardly surprising that any man would find himself captivated. Had he encountered her before encountering Sheer, he likely would have been captivated by her charm. Yet, as this thought flickered in his mind, he swiftly suppressed it. He understood that his bond with Sheer was irreplaceable and recognized his duty not to betray her affections. The carriage jostled along the rugged mountain path, and after more than an hour, they finally arrived at the capital. To the third prince's residence, Feng Qingran instructed the coachman upon entering the city. "Yes, miss." The coachman replied, guiding the carriage toward the third prince's abode. Upon reaching the residence, Feng Qingran produced a few small pills and handed them to Ling Junmo. "Take these. If the doctor does not arrive in time, they may serve as a temporary remedy. Also, I shall grant you a few days to prepare. In a few days, I will come to collect what is owed." Ling Junmo's face twitched, pondering how this woman seemed to be solely focused on money. He slowly descended from the carriage, watching as Feng Qingran's carriage receded from view until it vanished entirely. At that moment, the guards from the residence had gathered around Ling Junmo, who commanded, "Investigate the owner of Feng Xianlu." "Yes." The guards acknowledged his order and set off, while Ling Junmo staggered towards the entrance of the third prince's residence. Chapter 94. Could it be that they have also discerned this secret? All of this was keenly observed by Feng Yin, who had been protecting Feng Qingran all along. "Are you saying she went to Baishir Mountain today?" Ling Junyan inquired, furrowing his brow. "Indeed," Feng Yin affirmed. "And she even saved Ling Junmo?" Ling Junyan pressed further. Feng Yin nodded yes. However, she did not disclose her true identity to Ling Junmo. Ling Junyan inquired further. Feng Yin nodded again, affirming, "Indeed, my lord. The reason she saved Ling Junmo was to extort his wealth and conveniently dissolve the engagement, correct?" Ling Junyan continued to question. Feng Yin nodded once more. "Yes, my lord." Thus, Ling Junmo is now dispatching individuals to investigate her background. Ling Junyan persisted with his inquiries. Feng Yin repeatedly affirmed with her head, "Yes, my lord." Having clarified the matter, Ling Junyan finally commanded, "Dispatch additional personnel to intervene in this affair. It is imperative to deliver falsified information into their hands." "As you wish, my lord," Feng Yin responded before taking her leave. Ling Junyan then called for Zhang Yin. "How's the preparation of the materials progressing?" "We are merely short of saltpeter, the essential component for crafting firecrackers. I have sent someone to Baishir Mountain in the northern outskirts to procure it," Zhang Yin replied. Ling Junyan furrowed his brow, noting that recently, one or two individuals had ventured to Baishir Mountain, and Feng Qingran had mentioned that saltpeter is a crucial ingredient for explosives. Could it be that they too have uncovered this secret? It seems that not only he and Feng Qingran have perused that ancient tome. Others might have done so as well. "My lord," Zhang Yin prompted, noticing Ling Junyan's prolonged silence. Coming back to his senses, Ling Junyan instructed Zhang Yin, "Once the materials are ready, bring Miss Feng here." Zhang Yin clasped his hands in acknowledgement, understood. It is worth noting that saltpeter has numerous applications. It can be used not only for creating gunpowder and fireworks, but also for ice production, in addition to its medicinal value. Upon reflection, this era possesses fireworks and firecrackers. Yet it is evident that gunpowder does not exist, as indicated by Ling Junyan's reaction that day. As she pondered, Zhang Yan arrived. "Miss Feng, please accompany me." "What is it this time?" Feng Qingran inquired with a raised eyebrow. "The materials for making explosives have been gathered. The prince has sent me to escort you." Zhang Yan replied respectfully. "Very well, let us proceed. Since I have promised to teach, I shall not go back on my word." Upon arriving at the Yin Wangfu, Feng Qingran confirmed that the materials were indeed prepared and began instructing Ling Junyan on the creation of basic explosives. "Your Highness, observe closely. The proportions are 7.5 parts saltpeter, 1.5 parts charcoal, and 1 part sulfur. Mix them thoroughly, then add water for wet processing. Stir them until they reach a paste-like consistency." As she demonstrated, she explained the process. Once the mixture was well combined, she added, "See, this is acceptable. It can be left to air dry naturally or dried through other means. Regardless, the remaining procedures will have to wait until tomorrow." After dinner, Feng Qingran summoned Chuahan and demonstrated the first set of fundamental moves. Upon completing the sequence, Chuahan could not help but praise, "Excellent. Your progress is remarkable. I shall now teach you the second set of moves." To be frank, he was genuinely astonished. Having grown up in a training camp as an exceptionally talented martial artist, it took him an entire year to master this set of moves. Although he divided the instruction into 10 lessons for Feng Qingran, she mastered the entire sequence in merely 10 days. At this rate, she could perfect the complete set within 3 months. Despite having missed the prime age for martial training and not having the opportunity to practice every day, he suddenly perceived boundless possibilities in Feng Qingran. If she persevered in her rigorous training, she would undoubtedly become an exceptional warrior, perhaps even surpassing him. After 2 hours of practice, Feng Qingran retreated into her space to take a refreshing bath, subsequently collapsing onto her soft bed in slumber. She awoke in the depths of the night and summoned Duo Ming, requesting him to escort her to the Prime Minister's residence. Knowing that Feng Yin was discreetly safeguarding her, Duo Ming felt assured in departing. Feng Qingran adeptly scaled the walls into the Prime Minister's estate. Once she infiltrated her younger brother's chamber, she discovered the little fellow quietly sobbing. At his age, still weeping, she teased him lightly before approaching to gently pat his shoulder. Upon hearing her movement, the boy immediately ceased his tears, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Hastily retrieving the tissues she had gifted him to wipe away his sorrow, he was acutely aware that crying would exacerbate the burns on his face. "Stop crying. And look what your sister has brought you," she said, producing a remote-controlled airplane from her sleeve. She surmised the reason behind Feng Ziqing's tears, undoubtedly. The ailments afflicting Aunt Hua and her daughter were severe, and it was likely that the physician summoned by Feng Xingji would not be able to heal them. Feng Ziqing listlessly accepted the gift, his mind far removed from play, consumed instead with concern for their mother and sister's health. Feng Qingran understood the gravity of the situation, but would not broach the subject of rescuing the mother and daughter. As long as her younger brother remained silent, she would feign ignorance of the matter. Swiftly attaching an 4-drip to the little one, she seated herself by the bedside and inquired, "How is your progress with the Rubik's Cube?" Initially, she intended to amuse him with a remote-controlled airplane. However, Feng Qingran surmised that he likely would not be interested. Thus, she settled on the edge of the bed and began sketching design drafts, pondering that perhaps by ignoring him, he would gradually succumb to slumber. Yet, even after 2 bottles of 4 fluid had been administered, the little one remained wide awake. Several times he contemplated pleading with his second sister to rescue his mother and sister, but recalling their usual demeanor towards her, he swallowed his words. After much reflection, he deemed that his second sister lacked the standing to save his mother and sister. Despite his fervent desire for their recovery, he could not bring himself to press her. Chapter 95. If you wish to follow, then follow. Feng Qingran discerned his conflicted emotions. He appeared to possess a keen sense of right and wrong. Although he had lived with Aunt Hua for 6 years, he had not been swayed by the influence of that mother-daughter duo. "Be good, sleep," she gently encouraged, ruffling his hair before departing. "Second sister, do take care," the little one said with concern etched on his face. "I shall be cautious, and you should retire early." Feng Qingran replied with a reassuring smile before softly closing the door behind her as she left the Prime Minister's residence. At that moment, dawn was breaking and of late. She had sensed that someone was following her, prompting her to exercise extreme caution whenever she utilized her abilities. Yet, even so, she feared that her secrets might be revealed. Quickening her pace, she entered the labyrinthine alleyways, hoping to leverage the convoluted terrain to ascertain whether anyone was indeed tracking her. The narrow alley twisted and turned, resembling a labyrinth in its complexity. She rounded a corner, then another, suddenly quickening her pace to navigate swiftly through the constricted passageways, at times running and at others hiding in the shadows to observe. After several repetitions of this, she finally caught sight of a corner of a black robe, reminiscent of a deadly garment. Noting that the figure was significantly taller than herself, Feng Qingran, after traversing a few more alleys, selected a narrow passage and dashed into it with sudden fervor. The alley was shrouded in darkness, and taking advantage of the figure's slower entrance, she deftly slipped into a concealed space. When Feng arrived, he found that the person had vanished without a trace. He searched the vicinity fruitlessly, and just as he contemplated departing to report to Ling Junyan, Feng Qingran abruptly emerged from her hiding place and tapped him on the shoulder. Reacting instinctively, he seized her wrist, intending to execute a throw, but she quickly exclaimed, "It's me." Feng was exceedingly familiar with her voice and promptly ceased his actions, turning to kneel before Feng Qingran. "Miss Feng, I have been dispatched by the prince to protect you." This was a conjecture Feng Qingran had already made. Splendid. One would suffice, and two would be a boon. Thus she gained another free laborer. "What is your name?" she inquired as per custom. "Feng," he replied. "Very well. I have noted it. I am headed to the Yin Wangfu, and you may accompany me if you wish." Though she spoke thus outwardly, her mind was calculating how to remove his mask so that she could craft a human skin mask for him, thereby allowing her to ensnare him openly. Who could have anticipated that Ling Junyan's subordinates would be so exceptionally capable? Those acquired from ordinary dental shops are certainly not of the same caliber. After hiring a carriage, Feng Qingran instructed the driver to take her to the Yin Wangfu. Ling Junyan, seemingly surprised by her early arrival, had already ordered the drying of the large black pellets he had prepared yesterday. Following Feng Qingran's guidance, he also arranged for a sieve to be brought. Feng Qingran began to crush the large black pellets and place them into the sieve, simultaneously explaining to Ling Junyan, "Your Highness, like this. We must sieve them into small granules and allow them to dry slightly. Then they will be ready for use." After a moment's reflection, she added, "The reason for these additional steps is that powdered mixtures are difficult to blend evenly, and in powdered form, they are highly flammable and prone to explosion, which poses safety risks. These small granules, however, are not only easier to store, but also possess excellent safety characteristics." "Is this the explosive? But how can we detonate it?" Ling Junyan felt that something was still missing. "Here, Your Highness, this is what we call a gunpowder barrel. I have sketched its design for you. If you instruct the craftsman to follow this blueprint, once it is completed, we can place the gunpowder inside, add a fuse, and upon ignition, it will detonate." As she spoke, Feng Qingran produced a design from her sleeve. Ling Junyan took it and realized that the construction of the entire bomb was nearing perfection. Yet, was this not merely an enlarged version of firecrackers? With a furrowed brow, he pondered for a moment, wondering if Ling Junmo and the others had also uncovered this secret. "Your Highness?" Noticing Ling Junyan's silence, Feng Qingran assumed he was struggling to comprehend the blueprint and prepared to elucidate further. Upon regaining his composure, Ling Junyan promptly stated, "I shall arrange for the craftsmen to commence their work." "Very well, once you have completed it, you may proceed to the estate to escort my daughter for the trial explosion," Feng Qingran remarked, indicating her intention to depart. Ling Junyan understood her cue and summoned Zhang Yan, instructing, "Please see Miss Feng to the estate." "As you wish, Your Highness," Zhang Yan replied with a respectful gesture, leading Feng Qingran out of the residence. The carriage had already been prepared outside the manor, and after Feng Qingran settled into it, Zhang Yan took the reins and departed from the Yin Wangfu. However, as they passed by Feng Xianlu, a cacophony of voices reached Feng Qingran's ears. Driven by curiosity, she lifted the curtain of the carriage to glance outside, only to discover that her establishment, Feng Xianlu, was besieged by officials. "Stop the carriage," Feng Qingran commanded Zhang Yan. Upon noticing the commotion surrounding Feng Xianlu, Zhang Yan followed her lead and approached the scene. The constable glanced at her, then unfolded the portrait in his hand for comparison, erupting into laughter. "Ah, Boss Feng, we've finally located you." Feng Qingran was taken aback, interpreting the situation as potentially advantageous. Come along, swiftly accompany me to the residence of the third prince, the constable declared, reaching out to grasp Feng Qingran's wrist. Halt. Zhang Yin interposed himself protectively before Feng Qingran, exclaiming, "How dare you act so rudely in broad daylight?" Zhang the guard. The constable suddenly recognized Zhang Yin, which confirmed the depth of the connection between boss Feng of Feng Xianlu and the Prince Yin. "Now, repeat what you just said. Who wishes to summon Miss Feng?" Zhang Yin inquired in a deep voice, his words laced with an undeniable pressure. The constable, intimidated by his piercing gaze, felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet, recalling the third prince's directive, he mustered his courage and replied, It is the third prince who requests that Master Feng pay a visit." Feng Qingran raised an eyebrow, bemused. "What? Has he swiftly gathered all the debts he owes me? Is he implying that I should come to his rescue?" To her astonishment, she never anticipated that Ling Junmo's snake venom remained unremedied. "Indeed, we beseech Master Feng not to decline," the constable said with a respectful bow. Feng Qingran furrowed her brow, contemplating briefly. Since Ling Junmo had sought her assistance, she might as well oblige, and perhaps extract a little more from the situation. This statement was not merely directed at Zhang Yin, but also intended for the constable, ensuring that Ling Junmo would think twice about any mischief. Chapter 96. Who would even care to look at him? "I shall accompany you," Zhang Yin expressed, unable to conceal his concern. "Very well. Since he wishes to follow, let him do so. Having a companion is beneficial." The constable, overhearing their exchange, mused that both individuals were astute and should not be trifled with. "Gentlemen, shall we set forth?" he cautiously inquired, noting their consensus. With that, Zhang Yin led the carriage from the Wang residence to Feng Xianlu, subsequently joining Feng Qingran in the constable's carriage. They soon arrived at the third prince's residence, where chaos reigned. Ling Junmo lay upon the bed, his breath shallow, his complexion a ghastly shade of purple, evidently suffering from severe poisoning. Upon the arrival of Feng Qingran, it appeared he wished to articulate something, yet upon parting his lips, no sound emerged. "Here, consume this." Feng Qingran produced a diminutive pill and presented it to his lips. Ling Junmo gazed at the small pill in Feng Qingran's hand, and a flicker of hope ignited within his eyes. With great difficulty, he opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. Ling Junmo felt the toxins within his body gradually being subdued, and the excruciating pain began to wane. After a considerable pause, he finally summoned the strength to speak. You have finally arrived? Hasten. Assist me in detoxifying." "Certainly, but let us first settle the outstanding debts." Feng Qingran settled himself leisurely into a chair beside the bed, his demeanor relaxed, as though he were in no rush to provide aid. "The transfer of property and estates could indeed be cumbersome, yet you may first provide me with the gold and silver. That should not pose a challenge, correct?" Feng Qingran's gaze shimmered with a hint of cunning, as if he held all the strings of control. Ling Junmo, in resigned acknowledgement, beckoned the steward of the estate to bring forth the banknotes and gold. After handing Ling Junmo a small pill, Feng Qingran began to count the banknotes while seated. Observing this, the corners of Ling Junmo's mouth twitched involuntarily. He sensed that he had truly fallen into a predicament, and quite a severe one at that. With each banknote valued at 1,000 taels, totaling 1,000 notes, Feng Qingran nodded in satisfaction once he had finished counting. Just as he was about to tuck them into his sleeve, he suddenly realized that the stack of banknotes was somewhat too voluminous. Taking out a square piece of cloth from his sleeve, Feng Qingran carefully wrapped the banknotes before handing them to the nearby Zhang Yin, instructing, "Please assist me in counting the gold." "Understood." After Zhang Yin responded, he began to count the gold within the chest. It was then that Ling Junmo clearly observed Zhang Yan's appearance, further solidifying his belief that Feng Qingran was entangled with Ling Junyan. "Quickly eat." Noticing the malicious glint in his eyes, Feng Qingran swiftly thrust a small pill into his mouth. Cough, cough. Ling Junmo nearly choked on the pill, casting an incredulous glare at Feng Qingran, yet he dared not voice any dissatisfaction and obediently swallowed the pill. At this moment, Zhang Yin had completed the counting of the gold and approached Feng Qingran, whispering, "Miss Feng, the total amount of gold is 50,000 taels." "Indeed, the count is accurate." Feng Qingran nodded in satisfaction, then turned her gaze toward Ling Junmo, stating, "This is what you owe me from last time. If you wish for me to alleviate your poisoning, additional compensation is required." "What?" Ling Junmo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Feng Qingran. "What I promised you last time will be delivered in due course. Is that not sufficient?" Feng Qingran retorted coldly, Your Highness, that was the reward for me rescuing you from the mountain. Now, we are discussing the fee for treating your poison, and these matters cannot be conflated. Ling Junmo pinched the bridge of his nose, striving to maintain his composure. After a brief pause, he inquired of Feng Qingran, "What else do you desire?" "Let us arrange it this way. You must agree to one matter, which does not involve money, marriage, or the throne. As for what this matter entails, when the time is right, I shall inform you," Feng Qingran stated with utmost seriousness. Ling Junmo furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment. Since it did not pertain to those three aspects, there seemed to be no reason to refuse, and he nodded in agreement. "Very well, I consent." "Very well. Let us formalize our agreement and strike through the silver and gold," Feng Qingran declared, retrieving the document from her sleeve. She laid the paper before Ling Junmo, and in his presence, she crossed out 1,000,000 taels of silver and 50,000 taels of gold, then handed him the pen. "Now, inscribe what we have just discussed." Ling Junmo accepted the pen and meticulously wrote, "I, in agreement with Boss Feng of Fengxian Tower, commit to a matter that does not involve finances, marriage, or the imperial throne. I shall certainly abide by this promise." Once completed, he returned the paper and pen to Feng Qingran. "There, I have inscribed it as you requested. Now, may I receive the antidote?" Feng Qingran took the document, glanced at it, and nodded in satisfaction. "That is only natural, but the antidote is somewhat complicated to administer." Ling Junmo's expression shifted. Could she be attempting to extort him again? "Remove your outer garment, for I must administer the needle." As Ling Junmo's mind raced with thoughts, Feng Qingran's cool voice interrupted his reverie. "Remove your outer garment?" he thought, his countenance stiffening as a wave of intense discomfort surged within him. When had he, a member of the royal lineage, ever been subjected to such demands? Moreover, this woman, despite her remarkable medical prowess, remained a stranger. However, the truth was that shedding his garment was entirely unnecessary for the antidote. Feng Qingran merely sought to teach him a lesson. Noticing his hesitation, she impatiently urged, "Why the delay? How can I administer the needle without removing your outer garment?" Ling Junmo gritted his teeth and ultimately removed his outer garment, striving to curl his body in a manner that would prevent Feng Qingran from witnessing any inappropriate sights. Feng Qingran cast a sidelong glance at him, rolling her eyes skyward, as if to say who would bother to look at him. She relentlessly extracted silver needles from the medicine box, piercing one after another into Ling Junmo until he resembled a hedgehog. The attendants and Zhang Yan observed in astonishment. They had never encountered anyone employing such an abundance of silver needles in the course of treatment. Ling Junmo winced in pain, his teeth clenched, yet he resolutely stifled any cries of agony. Even after Feng Qingran administered the final needle, he felt no signs of improvement, and the pain coursing through his body was so intense that he was on the verge of fainting. Noticing that he had endured enough torment, Feng Qingran finally placed a slow-acting detoxification pill into his mouth, thinking to herself that he might as well endure another hour of suffering. Chapter 97. A plan to venture into the abyss of oblivion. Ling Junmo sat upon a round stool, his upper body densely adorned with silver needles, each one seemingly piercing through his meridians, eliciting waves of unbearable pain. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, his complexion as pale as parchment, and his lips pressed tightly together due to the agony. The torment felt as though it were tearing his nerves apart, with each breath akin to being sliced by a blade, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Nevertheless, he persevered, for he held firm belief in Feng Qingran's medical expertise. The royal physicians were powerless against the serpent's venom, yet she could suppress it, a testament to her superior skills. Thus, he remained convinced that this was the inevitable path to detoxification. He could not cry out in pain or despair. He had to endure. An hour had passed, and Ling Junmo was on the verge of losing consciousness from the excruciating pain. He felt as though he were ensnared in a purgatory, engulfed by boundless suffering. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a warm flow surging within him, and the once intense agony began to gradually subside. He firmly believed that the acupuncture was finally taking effect, and while expressing gratitude towards Feng Qingran, he was also moved by his own resilience. Indeed, it had not been easy, yet he had persevered through the most arduous of trials. Feng Qingran, who had been a mere observer of his torment, recognized that the venom within him was about to be alleviated, though her demeanor remained impassive as she calmly remarked, "The time has come. The needles may be withdrawn." As she spoke, she commenced the removal of the needles, each one extracted taking with it a fragment of pain, leaving Ling Junmo feeling increasingly at ease. When the final silver needle was removed, his body had completely returned to its normal state, and he felt as if he had been reborn, revitalized. He rose to his feet and stretched, discovering that he was free of any discomfort. Turning towards Feng Qingran, his eyes brimmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Boss Feng, for saving my life. It is merely a transaction. There is no need for excessive thanks. I shall provide you with a prescription. If you take it continuously for 7 days, you will eradicate the residual poison." With that, she handed him the pre-prepared prescription. As Ling Junmo accepted the document, Feng Qingran was about to depart with her gold when he called out to her, "Boss Feng, may I have a moment of private discourse with you?" This. Ling Junmo hesitated, his gaze occasionally darting towards Zhang Yan. Feng Qingran sensed that he was about to discuss matters concerning Ling Junyan, and thus addressed Zhang Yan, instructing him to load the gold onto the cart and await her. Although Zhang Yan was somewhat reluctant, he acquiesced to Feng Qingran's request and proceeded to transfer the gold to the carriage. Upon seeing Zhang Yan depart, Feng Qingran reminded Ling Junmo, "Boss Feng, I have had someone investigate you." After uttering this, she observed Feng Qingran's reaction. Indeed, Feng Qingran slightly furrowed her brow. She had anticipated Ling Junmo might look into her. Yet based on his demeanor today, she initially believed he had found no substantial information. However, his current expression suggested he was likely aware of her background. Noticing no overt signs of aversion from Feng Qingran, Ling Junmo continued, "The daughter of Feng de Bank, Feng Shu." Feng Qingran was taken aback. How could he have uncovered such an identity? After pondering, she concluded that only Ling Junyan could have assisted him in this regard, and he certainly possessed the capability to do so. Observing the changes in Feng Qingran's countenance, Ling Junmo mistakenly attributed it to his revelation of her identity. He cleared his throat and decided to speak candidly, aiming for a swift resolution. "Ling Junyan is not a virtuous individual. His entanglement with you undoubtedly stems from an interest in your family's bank. Moreover, given your exceptional medical skills, he likely desires your assistance in remedying his facial disfigurement." After stating this, he gauged Feng Qingran's reaction, only to find her maintaining an expression as tranquil as still water. He then added, "Such behavior is not foreign to him. His previous engagement to Ning Roji was also motivated by her father, General Ning's, influence." Seeing that Feng Qingran remained unresponsive, he grew somewhat anxious, pondering how this girl could be so oblivious. It seemed that a splash of cold water was necessary to awaken her senses. He continued, "Initially, he shared a close bond with Ning Roji. Their affection was mutual. Yet, once General Ning was stripped of his military power, he promptly discarded Ning Roji. Such a man. How much of his sincerity can be deemed trustworthy?" Ling Junmo's words dripped with disdain and contempt for Ling Junyan. "And what of your own character?" Feng Qingran retorted, her tone calm, yet laced with a hint of mockery and scorn. "The scandal surrounding you and Feng Jie has long since spread like wildfire. Spare us your criticisms of others." Ling Junmo was momentarily taken aback by her words, but upon regaining his composure, he hastily defended himself. "But it is not the same. I was ensnared, manipulated by that vile Feng Jie. I would relish the opportunity to flay her alive to assuage my fury." "Well then, is there nothing more to discuss?" "I shall take my leave," she declared, turning to exit. Behind her, Ling Junmo's anxious voice broke through. "In any case, Ling Junyan is not a good person. He has been sinister and bloodthirsty since childhood. Even our father is wary of him. Miss Feng, I urge you to exercise caution." However, she possessed her own discernment. The fact that Ling Junmo had a hand in the original owner's downfall was indisputable. As for Ling Junyan, she had never sensed any intent to harm from him. Thus, she would not be easily swayed by Ling Junmo's assertions. Nevertheless, she resolved to maintain a degree of vigilance towards Ling Junyan, for the human heart is inscrutable, and one can never guarantee that an individual will remain benevolent throughout. As thoughts whirled, the carriage came to a halt at the entrance of Fengxian Tower. After unloading the gold, the carriage from the third prince's residence departed. At Feng Qingran's gesture, Zhang Yan transferred the gold onto the carriage of the royal residence before taking Feng Qingran to the outskirts. After sharing an evening meal with her mother, she began practicing the second set of fundamental moves. After 2 hours of practice, she retired for the night, only to rise in the middle of the night to deliver an intravenous infusion to her younger brother at the prime minister's residence. Following breakfast with her mother, Feng Qingran instructed Duo Ming to escort them to the shops in the city. Having some free time, She planned to venture into the abyss of death to retrieve some toxic mist while simultaneously searching for the whereabouts of the blood dragon sanguis herb. Chapter 98. Seeking the blood dragon sanguis herb as she approached the edge of the abyss. It suddenly occurred to Feng Qingran that Feng Yin might very well be tracking her. While it would be easy to shake him off, seizing the opportunity to snatch away his mask seemed quite necessary. With this thought in mind, she retrieved an antidote to counteract the toxic mist from her sleeve and plunged into the foul vapors. Feng Yin, lurking in the shadows, closely observed Feng Qingran's movements. Noticing her step into the mist, he paused his pursuit. He had heard Duoming mention that Feng Qingran possessed an antidote that rendered her immune to the toxic mist. Thus, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to enter it. Therefore, while Feng Qingran moved within the toxic fog, she was, in fact, quite safe. Assuming he must have coordinated with Duoming, Feng Qingran had no choice but to employ alternative tactics to draw him in. Suddenly, a piercing scream escaped Feng Qingran's lips. Outside the toxic mist, Feng Yin's ears caught this harrowing cry, and his heart tightened with alarm. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the toxic mist. Once inhaled, it could lead to a near-certain demise. Yet, he was even more cognizant of his duty to safeguard the safety of Feng Qingran. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Yin took a deep breath, channeling his inner strength to protect his vital energy, and resolutely plunged into the violet haze. The noxious fog was so dense that it nearly suffocated him. Feng Yin felt his vision begin to blur, and breathing became increasingly arduous. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting him to shake his head vigorously in an attempt to stay alert, yet the sensation intensified. In an instant, Feng Yin stumbled, losing his balance and toppling forward. Feng Qingran, drawn by the sound, discovered the fallen Feng Yin. After removing his mask, she administered an antidote to him. Patiently waiting for a brief moment, Feng Yin gradually regained consciousness. Upon realizing that Feng Qingran was unharmed, he instinctively let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next instant, he noticed that his mask was missing, and recalling the complaints of his nemesis, he resignedly closed his eyes. As expected, he soon heard the anticipated words. Feng Qingran was applying a human skin mask to him while reassuringly saying, "You can make do with this mask for now. When I have the time, I will craft a more exquisite one for you." Feng Yin gazed skyward in silence, pondering why it was not he but Feng Sun who was dispatched to the Prime Minister's residence. Furthermore, despite Duoming's repeated warnings to be wary of Feng Qingran, he found himself ensnared by her all the same. "Very well, you shall wait for me here. The antidote I have administered will only last for half an hour. If you insist on following me, I shall not be responsible for your demise," Feng Qingran admonished Feng Yin with a serious demeanor. "Understood," Feng Yin replied reluctantly. Satisfied, Feng Qingran ventured into the depths of the dense fog. Standing at the precipice of the abyss, she retrieved a parachute from her spatial pouch and donned it with care. After a brief run, she leaped into the void. Skillfully maneuvering the parachute, Feng Qingran successfully reached the valley floor for the second time. Following the previous incident, she was exceedingly cautious this time, channeling the toxic mist into her spatial realm while vigilantly observing her surroundings. Suddenly, a faint murmur reached her ears. To avert a recurrence of the earlier mishap, she swiftly concealed herself within her spatial refuge. The voices grew closer, and as their owner approached, Feng Qingran discerned the figures of Beichen Yuan and Beichen Shi, the very individuals she had encountered in the abyss before. From their conversation, she learned that the duo visited this location daily, fearing that the blood dragon essence herb might be unearthed by others. "We must guard it well. We have yet to locate that woman who can freely traverse the abyss. If we are not careful, she may just harvest it," Beichen Yuan expressed his concerns. "Since we failed to find her in the nearby villages last time, my subordinates have expanded the search area. Let us hope for a swift discovery," Beichen Shi added, a hint of guilt in his voice. "Do not blame yourself. Even if she were to come, she may not find it. We simply need to be diligent in our efforts," Beichen Yuan reassured him. Beichen remained unable to let go of his lingering thoughts. Had he acted more swiftly back then, perhaps these subsequent perils could have been averted. After a brief moment, Feng Qingran heard the footsteps of the two gradually fading away, signifying their departure from the valley. Being as cautious as she was, Feng Qingran refrained from emerging immediately and instead began to assess the concentration of the toxic mist within the transparent shelter she had constructed. Indeed, to avoid hindering the growth of other plants, she had transplanted the herbs gathered from the abyss of devouring death into this enclosure. Upon inspecting the toxicity levels, she noted that they were still somewhat diluted. Thus, she exited the space and continued to infuse the mist until the concentrations inside and outside were equal, at which point she ceased her efforts. Nevertheless, Feng Qingran felt a twinge of regret. If only she could ascertain the precise location of the blood dragon essence grass. Adjusting her mindset, she resolved that her task for the day would be to search for the elusive herb. In her quest for the blood dragon essence grass, she would also take the opportunity to excavate any rare medicinal materials she encountered along the way. However, as the day wore on, she found no trace of the blood dragon essence grass, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Feng Yin shot him a sharp glance, his piercing gaze akin to a cold arrow, only to ultimately dissolve into a resigned sigh. Duo Ming raised an eyebrow at him, silently questioning whether he hadn't been warned. Yet here he was, still ensnared. Feng Yin shook his head in exasperation. How could he have anticipated the myriad tricks of this young woman? Duo Ming cast him another look, suggesting that there was no shame in serving openly. Not only could he dine at the table, but his sleeping quarters were also quite comfortable. With yet another sigh, Feng Yin realized he would need to adapt swiftly to this new identity of operating in plain sight. Oh, Feng Qingran furrowed her brows, having surmised the matter at hand regarding the test explosion. Chapter 99. Were those two not destined to collide? As expected, upon encountering Ling Junyan, Feng Qingran confirmed her suspicions. Your Highness, are you truly certain about choosing this moment? She expressed her astonishment, for the sound of the explosion was bound to be deafening. It matters not. We shall proceed to the outskirts, Ling Junyan replied. Very well then. Since he had spoken, Feng Qingran chose not to press further, understanding that Ling Junyan had his reasons for this course of action. Once they boarded the carriage, Ling Junyan took her to a secluded area in the outskirts. The carriage came to a gentle halt, and Ling Junyan was the first to alight, with Feng Qingran following closely behind. Before them lay a desolate expanse devoid of life, with only the parched grass and the occasional flight of wild birds breaking the silence, which was so profound that one could solely hear the whisper of the wind and the soft cadence of their breaths. The two sought out an open patch of land, where Zhang Yin proceeded to unload the barrels filled with gunpowder from the carriage. Feng Qingran inspected the half-meter-high barrels, and upon confirming that everything had been crafted as per her specifications, she nodded in satisfaction. What do you think? Are there any shortcomings? Ling Junyan inquired of Feng Qingran. It is splendid, beyond my expectations, she affirmed with high praise. Then let us commence. With that, she turned her gaze towards Zhang Yin, who, understanding the cue, ignited the fuse. As it crackled and hissed, the flames swiftly approached the explosives. Seeing this, Ling Junyan, Feng Qingran, and Zhang Yin quickly retreated to a safe distance, their eyes fixed intently on the direction of the explosives. A tremendous roar erupted, deafening in its intensity. A brilliant flash of fire erupted into the sky, swiftly followed by billowing clouds of smoke and the earth trembling violently. The force seemed capable of engulfing everything in its vicinity. As the dust began to settle, 3 individuals approached to assess the explosion's aftermath, discovering a vast crater where the ground once lay, surrounded by scattered remnants of flora. Although Ling Junyan maintained a composed exterior, he was inwardly exhilarated. The explosion's range and impact far exceeded his expectations. Not only was it sufficient for breaking through ice, but it could also serve effectively in conquering fortresses. He gazed at Feng Qingran with admiration, expressing, Miss Feng, we owe this success to you. It is gratifying to assist the common folk. That is all that matters, Feng Qingran replied with a sense of noble purpose. Ling Junyan chuckled and shook his head, understanding that she was not one to seek accolades, thus refraining from pursuing the topic further. Feng Qingran nodded, suddenly recalling something. She addressed Ling Junyan. What about the large pit? Rest assured, Zhang Yin will handle it, she stated while glancing at Zhang Yin. It is imperative that this deep hole is dealt with properly, leaving no trace behind. Yes, my lord, Zhang Yin responded, promptly organizing the cleanup efforts. Later that night, she visited the Prime Minister's residence to administer another 4 drip to her brother, contemplating that one more session would complete his treatment. Today, she had not detected any conflicted expressions on the boy's face, indicating that he had come to terms with the situation, believing he had no obligation to rescue the mother and daughter. Inquiring with Feng Sun, she learned that the mother and daughter remained gravely ill, which brought her immense satisfaction. After instructing Feng Sun to take good care of her brother, Feng Qingran departed from the Prime Minister's residence. Today, she intended to venture once more into the abyss of devouring death, aiming to arrive before Beichen Yuan and Beichen Shi, in hopes of eavesdropping on the precise location of the blood dragon soul grass. Based on the location of their previous conversation, she made slight adjustments to her position before swiftly retreating into the spatial realm, planning to lay an ambush and overhear their dialogue. While awaiting their arrival, she tended to the flora and fauna within her space, particularly observing the medicinal herbs shrouded in toxic mist, noting their marked improvement in vitality. Finally concluding that the deficiency of the mist was the cause. As she studied the herbs within her domain, the voices of Beichen Yuan and Beichen Shi gradually reached her ears. That scoundrel Ling Junyan has been so reluctant to collaborate with us, forcing us to inspect the herbs daily. It is truly infuriating, Beichen Shi grumbled in dissatisfaction. There's no need for concern. No one would suspect that we have transplanted the blood dragon soul grass into a tree hollow, Beichen Yuan replied nonchalantly. It was not that he underestimated the situation. Few could freely traverse the abyss of devouring death. By relocating the blood dragon soul grass to a tree hollow, he effectively concealed it like a speck of dust hidden within an endless desert, difficult to locate and nearly impossible to approach. That tree hollow lay hidden in the abyss's shadowy depths, obscured by the ancient trees and vines surrounding it. Without an intimate knowledge of the land, one would be unable to discern its whereabouts. Furthermore, he had already set traps in the vicinity. Once triggered, hidden weapons would rain down like a torrential storm, while dense thorns and vines would spring forth, ensnaring any intruder and rendering them immobile. The reason he visits daily is that the little creature perched upon his shoulder finds great delight in the toxic mists of this place, indulging in a feast each time they arrive. This little companion is fiercely loyal, allowing no one but him to draw near, even if others were to attempt to assist. It would not grant them the opportunity. Typically, it would widen its sparkling eyes, displaying a vigilant demeanor, while its fur would bristle as if poised to launch an attack. It permits only Beichen Yuan to approach. Should anyone dare to encroach, it would unhesitatingly brandish its sharp claws, fiercely defending its territory and its master. Consequently, no one else can substitute for Beichen Yuan in this task. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of the tree hollow. Beichen Yuan gently parted the surrounding branches, revealing the hidden blood dragon grass within. The grass, nourished by the toxic mists, appeared exceptionally vibrant, red as blood and shimmering with an alluring sheen. Beichen Yuan leaned in for a closer inspection, noting no abnormalities, and softly patted the snow ferret on his shoulder, signaling their imminent departure. Subsequently, the two, along with the ferret, stealthily exited the abyss of devouring death. Meanwhile, Feng Qingran, who had been observing all this, did not hastily retreat into the shadows. She was always cautious in her endeavors. At this very moment of her pause, the lotus seed in the spiritual spring unfurled its fourth leaf. Far away in the southern city, Miaoka opened his eyes once more, realizing that the Phoenix Maiden had reappeared, now within the abyss of devouring death. How he longed to inform the Emperor. However, the Emperor was also in the abyss of devouring death. Wait a moment. He needed to gather his thoughts. The Phoenix Maiden had gone to the abyss of devouring death, and the Emperor had also gone there. Would they not inevitably cross paths? Chapter 100. Would this infuriate Beichen Yuan and the others? Glancing at the fourth lotus leaf she had plucked, Feng Qingran could not help but envision the breathtaking spectacle that would unfold if it were to blossom. With this curiosity in mind, she stepped into the spatial realm, embarking on a quest to discover the entrance to the tree hollow. The tree hollow lay concealed deep within the shadowy thicket, surrounded by ancient trees and entwined vines, its entrance obscured by a dense curtain of verdant foliage. As Feng Qingran traversed the winding path, she delved deeper into the heart of the forest, where towering trees loomed, their trunks adorned with moss and creeping vines. Each leaf shimmered with a profound luster, a testament to the passage of time. Cautiously, she navigated around the outstretched branches and interlacing vines, wary of inadvertently triggering any unknown peril. At last, after maneuvering through a dense thicket, she beheld the tree hollow, hidden amidst the lush greenery, its entrance nearly undetectable. She advanced a few steps, halting approximately 5 meters from the hollow, reluctant to proceed further. She understood that this place was rife with unseen dangers. A moment's carelessness could activate traps, leading to irretrievable doom. Furrowing her brow, Feng Qingran scanned the branches and vines surrounding the hollow, striving to identify any concealed mechanisms. Aware that even the slightest oversight could trigger a trap, she steeled herself, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance and composure. The area surrounding the tree hollow was shrouded in moss and vines, the gnarled bark of the ancient trees revealing the passage of time, all appearing deceptively serene. Yet, she was acutely aware that beneath this tranquility lurked potentially lethal threats. As she cautiously advanced, she remained vigilant to every blade of grass and twig around her. Just as she was about to approach the hollow of the tree, a gentle breeze stirred the nearby vines, awakening her senses. Why search for hidden mechanisms when she could simply uproot the tree? With this thought in mind, she retrieved her tree-digging tools from her spatial storage. A product of the 23rd century's innovative living tree excavation technology, which allowed her to extract a living tree from the ground intact for transplantation. With the massive tree-digging apparatus in her control, Feng Qingran effortlessly uprooted the towering tree that concealed the scarlet blood dragon's essence herb from a distance. As the tree was extracted, a multitude of mechanisms activated simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene. However, Feng Qingran, keeping her distance, remained unscathed. Once the tree was uprooted, she promptly stored it in her spatial realm and selected the most suitable location to replant it. Having done so, she took a moment to observe the ancient tree that soared into the clouds. Its trunk was robust and powerful, resembling a colossal dragon spiraling gracefully. Each branch appeared strong and resilient, adorned with lush, verdant leaves that formed a magnificent green canopy, casting a welcome shade over the land. Understanding that this ancient tree could only thrive in a toxic mist environment, she immediately set to work, preparing to create a dedicated sanctuary for it. With swift precision, she utilized materials from her spatial storage to construct a sealed, yet transparent shelter. Once the structure was completed, Feng Qingran began to introduce the toxic mist into the enclosure, carefully regulating its concentration to ensure the ancient tree could flourish in an optimal environment. As the noxious gas permeated the air, the atmosphere within the shed gradually turned murky. Yet, the ancient tree appeared unbothered by this malaise, its branches and leaves swaying gently in the toxic mist, as if joyfully inhaling the foul air. The successful transplantation of the ancient tree signified that the blood dragon's essence grass could thrive within this space. With delicate movements, Feng Qingran parted the foliage surrounding the tree hollow, revealing the hidden blood dragon's essence grass nestled within. The grass, nourished by the toxic fog, appeared exceptionally vibrant. Its leaves a deep crimson reminiscent of blood, shimmering with an alluring luster. She could not help but marvel internally. This was the rare blood dragon's essence grass, which took 60 years to mature, now resting in her possession. According to ancient texts, this plant is notably solitary, competing fiercely with its siblings for nourishment in its youth, often to the death of its counterparts, thus ensuring its independence and significantly enhancing its rarity. In truth, she had conducted an analysis of this plant. Its growth habits indicated an insatiable appetite for nutrients, rendering it an avid consumer throughout its development. Its craving for nourishment bordered on madness, necessitating the continuous absorption of vast amounts to sustain its vigorous vitality. In its quest for dominance over resources, it would ruthlessly eliminate neighboring siblings to secure its own growth. This brutal method of competition, however, has contributed to its esteemed value. Nevertheless, Feng Qingran held her own convictions. She believed that this plant could be cultivated artificially. She believed that if she could collect the seeds of the blood dragon's essence herb and provide them with ample nutrients and space, it would be entirely feasible to nurture them all to maturity. She even contemplated using flower pots for their propagation, ensuring that each blood dragon's essence herb would have sufficient room and nourishment for growth, thus eliminating competition for resources among them. However, for the moment, she needed to depart from this place. Who could predict whether Beichen Yuan and his companions would return? If they were to discover that their prized mechanisms had been dismantled, would they not be infuriated? Especially since she had not only taken the blood dragon's essence herb, but had also uprooted the very tree itself. Would this not drive Beichen Yuan and his cohorts to the brink of fury? Amused by the thought, Feng Qingran couldn't help but chuckle softly, her spirits lifted. After all, it was these two who had initially sought her demise and were still in pursuit of her whereabouts. Once she cautiously exited the dense forest, her steps became considerably lighter. Yet, before she could complete her sentence, Beichen Yuan interrupted, declaring that he no longer wished to hear more. The information was too vague. Moreover, the deductions he had made could very well be misleading. Who was to say he was not being deceived? Beichen Yuan pondered furiously. Yet, this time she had appeared in the abyss of Devour at the hour of Chun. It seemed inescapably linked to the emperor. What? Beichen Yuan exclaimed, astonished. Are you saying she appeared in the abyss of Devour at that hour? Miaoka nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Was it not then a coincidence that they had crossed paths? Yet, how had he failed to detect her presence? This was evidently impossible. Even if he had not sensed her, there was no reason for the weasel not to have noticed. He cast a cold glance at Miao Ku, wondering if he was merely deceiving himself. Indeed, he was a traitor expelled from Miaojiang, possessing not even a rudimentary grasp of divination. In Chapter 101, the Phoenix Maiden and the world belonged to him, yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at his mind. Elusive and indefinable. Although Miaoka's divination skills were inferior to those of the great shaman of Miaojiang, he had nonetheless clandestinely acquired forbidden techniques, enough to not be utterly incapable of reading a single person's fate. Beichen Yuan took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, and inquired once more, "Are you certain the Phoenix Maiden appeared at the abyss of devouring death?" Miaoka nodded with unwavering conviction. Absolutely true. A frown creased Beichen Yuan's brow, a wave of inexplicable agitation surging within him. He was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the abyss of devouring death, and he understood that if the Phoenix Maiden were indeed there, she must have her reasons. What perplexed him more was why neither he nor the weasel had sensed her presence. Rubbing his temples, Beichen Yuan ultimately resolved to venture into the abyss of devouring death, for he could not find peace otherwise. This time, he was accompanied by Miao Ku and Beichen Shi, the three of them setting off together toward the abyss. Upon arriving at the abyss of devouring death, they traversed a winding path into the dense forest, directly heading toward the location of the blood dragon essence grass. Within the forest, ancient trees towered and vines intertwined, creating an intricate web that bound the trees together, forming formidable barriers. This dense woodland was akin to a secluded realm, indeed an ideal hiding place for the blood dragon essence grass. Miaoka could not help but exclaim, "Naturally, the place chosen by your majesty cannot be mistaken." Beichen Shi nodded in agreement, his eyes shimmering with admiration for Beichen Yuan. As they ventured deeper, the trees around them grew increasingly dense. After a while, the three finally arrived at their destination. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they were left momentarily speechless. The area that had once flourished with the crimson blood dragon marrow herb was now utterly barren, leaving behind only a vast pit, clearly indicating that someone had excavated the ancient tree along with the sacred herb. Overwhelmed by this sudden blow, Beichen Yuan felt a surge of blood rise within him, and he coughed up a mouthful of crimson. Beichen Shi hurriedly stepped forward to support him, concern etched on his face as he inquired, "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" "I am fine," Beichen Yuan retorted, striking the trunk of a nearby tree with his fist, shattering it into splinters as a means of venting his wrath and frustration. It was inconceivable to him that someone could have stolen the crimson blood dragon marrow herb right beneath their noses, especially during the very days he had come to inspect it. This was nothing short of a provocation and an affront to his dignity. "Your Majesty, are you truly unscathed?" Beichen Shi, witnessing Beichen Yuan's distress, expressed his concern again, fearing for his well-being. He understood well the significance Beichen Yuan placed on the crimson blood dragon marrow herb. Its loss would undoubtedly be a tremendous blow to him. "It is of no consequence," Beichen Yuan replied, taking a deep breath to steady his raging emotions. He then turned his gaze toward Miao Ku, his eyes glinting with coldness. "Are you certain that the Phoenix Maiden truly appeared here?" Miao Ku, his expression grave, nodded affirmatively. "I assure you, she indeed made an appearance here." Beichen Yuan furrowed his brows. Thus, it was indeed true that the blood dragon's essence herb had been stolen by the Phoenix Maiden, and now another individual had gained access to the abyss of devouring death. Previously, it had been the herbalist, and now it was the Phoenix Maiden. The mere thought of the blood dragon's essence herb being pilfered was utterly intolerable to him, as it was undoubtedly a challenge to his authority. "Your Majesty, what shall we do?" North Minister Shi inquired, sensing the chill emanating from Beichen Yuan. Miao Ku and North Minister Shi exchanged glances, both reflecting shock and concern in each other's eyes. Having followed Beichen Yuan for many years, they were acutely aware of his obstinate nature. Once he set his mind on something, he pursued it with unwavering determination, often at any cost. The theft of the blood dragon's essence herb was undeniably a significant blow to him, and they feared he might resort to irrational actions as a result. Upon returning to the Southern City Inn, he spoke in a solemn tone to North Minister Shi, "Issue a decree to mobilize all the covert and shadow guards to thoroughly investigate any leads on the blood dragon's essence herb. But be sure to keep the matter of the Phoenix Maiden confidential." "Your Majesty, this North Minister sure hesitated, aware that this was within the territory of another nation. Mobilizing all covert and shadow guards would inevitably attract unwanted attention and could potentially incite unnecessary conflict. Bei Qingyuan cast a cold glance at him and replied sternly, "I am well aware of my own measures. You need only to carry out my orders." Feeling a shiver run down his spine, North Minister sure dared not speak further, promptly nodded in compliance, and turned to leave. Once alone in the room, a fierce glint flashed in Bei Qingyuan's eyes. He would not allow anyone to obstruct his pursuit of the blood dragon's essence herb, nor would he permit anyone to thwart his plans. There is a phoenix maiden, destined to be his own, and this world shall inevitably belong to him as well. As night descends, the stars twinkle in the vast sky, and moonlight spills across the window pane, illuminating the stark profile of Bei Qingyuan, seated at his writing desk. He clutches a crimson jade pendant, the sole remnant left to him by his mother. Gently caressing the pendant, a flicker of tenderness crosses his gaze. If his mother were aware from beyond the grave, she would surely feel a sense of solace. For he has avenged her by slaying the man who annihilated her entire clan, his own father. Moreover, he has exterminated all those princes who once tormented him, leaving only the young Bei Qinyanshi alive. Considering that the latter had never wronged him, he initially intended merely to imprison him, only to have him escape to the Eastern Ling Kingdom. How infuriating! One must not show mercy to others, otherwise, when they grow strong, they will surely turn against you. He is resolute in his quest for strength. Ascending to the throne is merely the first step of his grand design, while unifying the four realms stands as his ultimate aspiration. Had he possessed sufficient power in the past, his mother would not have met her tragic fate at the hands of that man, would she? Yet, when that day finally arrives, devoid of any objective, will life not become exceedingly mundane? In this world, there are no longer any individuals he holds dear, nor anyone who truly cherishes him. But does it truly matter? The days one despises are but fleeting moments. The days one adores can transcend time, encapsulating a lifetime in an instant. The image of his mother's gentle smile resurfaces in his mind, a warmth akin to the sun of spring, indelibly etched in his heart. A glimmer of affection flickers in Bei Qingyuan's eyes. It is the deepest warmth within him and the driving force propelling him ever onward. Chapter 102. Wasn't it my intention to take the emperor to savor the exquisite cuisine? Meanwhile, in the adjacent guest room, Miaoko and Bei Qinji were engaged in a fierce quarrel. The food at that tavern is indeed delectable. Wasn't it my desire to introduce the emperor to its delights? Bei Qinji defensively retorted. Miaoko was at a loss for words, exasperated with him. Their journey to the Eastern Ling nation was fraught with numerous responsibilities, and they needed to proceed with utmost caution, yet this fellow. Sigh. It was hardly worth discussing him further. She leaned into the tree hollow, meticulously gathering the seeds scattered around the blood dragon essence grass. After procuring a suitable flower pot, she carefully planted each seed into the soft soil, allocating one flower pot for each seed. Upon examining the soil surrounding the blood dragon essence grass, Feng Qingran discovered its profound affinity for organic fertilizer, rich in various live microorganisms. Was that not convenient? She had ample supply within her own space, and this time she intended to provide it generously. With that thought, she retrieved the organic fertilizer and sprinkled some into each flower pot, as well as onto the mother plant nestled in the hollow. Once she had completed this task, it was time for dinner. After sharing a meal with her mother, she adhered to her routine of practicing martial arts for 2 hours, followed by a refreshing wash before retiring for the night. In the dead of night, she had Feng Yin escort her to the Prime Minister's residence. After administering the last intravenous drip to her brother and leaving behind some traditional Chinese medicine, she took her leave. Her brother's facial condition was recovering relatively quickly. Her next plan was to undertake a facial scar removal procedure for him, which would require several sessions to gradually restore his original appearance. With this in mind, Feng Qingran decided to pay a visit to her uncle. Upon arriving at her uncle's residence, Feng Qingran was greeted by her expectant aunt, who, upon seeing her, hurriedly came out to welcome her. The aunt was exceedingly warm. As soon as they met, she took Feng Qingran's hand, inquiring about her well-being with a radiant smile illuminating her face. "At last, you have arrived, dear. Both your uncle and I have been eagerly awaiting your visit," she exclaimed, her voice gentle and filled with joy, her eyes shimmering with affection and anticipation for Feng Qingran. Feeling a tinge of remorse for not visiting sooner, Feng Qingran replied, "I apologize for my tardiness. How is your health, dear aunt?" Is the baby doing well? Oh, and what is your uncle occupied with at the moment? Where might he be? If it is convenient, I shall go directly to discuss matters with him, she inquired. There is no need for such trouble. I merely wish to check on the renovation progress of the new tavern, and I can conveniently see your uncle then. Feng Qingran gracefully declined. Then I shall accompany you, her aunt insisted. However, seeing her determination, the aunt reluctantly acquiesced. That is not necessary. You should rest and take care of yourself. I know the way. Feng Qingran urged her aunt to stay behind. Upon hearing this, her aunt's eyes glimmered with approval. Feng Qingran, you truly are a considerate child. Please take care on your journey. I shall refrain from accompanying you, she replied, gratefully acknowledging her aunt's concern. Feng Qingran turned and departed from her uncle's residence. After traversing several streets, she arrived at the entrance of her uncle's new tavern. A glance revealed a lavishly decorated establishment, exuding grandeur and elegance, with towering pavilions and intricately carved doors and windows, all manifesting exquisite refinement. Sunlight cascaded upon the golden plaque, where the three characters Feng Ming Xian shimmered brilliantly, rendering them exceptionally striking. Feng Qingran entered the restaurant, and her gaze swept across the spacious and brightly lit hall. Adorned with opulent decorations, she observed the craftsmen diligently engaged in the final touches of the renovation, a surge of anticipation welling up within her. Surely, in the near future, this place would transform into a dazzling attraction in the capital, drawing countless diners eager to savor its culinary delights. Lin Jihao, upon noticing the arrival of his niece, immediately broke into a delighted smile. Rana, what brings you here? He inquired. With an even broader grin, he added, Oh, what is it? Speak freely, and I shall certainly grant your wish. I wish to take grandmother out today. What do you think? Feng Qingran articulated her purpose for the visit. Upon realizing that her uncle shared her sentiment, she promptly unveiled her plan. Aunt is with child, and my mother is prone to tears. So I thought it best not to inform them. Instead, I, along with second uncle and second aunt, can handle the situation ourselves. Lin Jihao nodded in agreement. I wholeheartedly concur with your proposal. Let us go find your second uncle and second aunt at once. Feng Qingran nodded in affirmation, and after finalizing their arrangements, they proceeded to the residence of her second uncle. After conferring with her second uncle and second aunt, it was decided that her eldest uncle, and second aunt would visit the residence of the Duke of Rome to pay their respects to their mother, while Feng Qingran prepared a carriage to await them outside. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the Duke of Rome's estate, a guard inquired, May I ask what brings young Master Lin, young Master Yin, and young Mistress Yin to the Duke of Rome's residence today? Lin Xuan was incensed upon encountering these arrogant sycophants. Suppressing his wrath, he spoke coldly. We are merely here to visit Aunt Sheng. You need only to inform her, without further inquiries. What the heir says is irrelevant, Lin Jimiao interjected sharply. My mother is gravely ill. What authority do you possess to obstruct us from seeing our own flesh and blood? Faced with their resolute demeanor, the guards dared not press further and promptly went to relay their message. Before long, the steward of the Duke of Rome's residence emerged to greet them, inquiring, May I ask what ailment has befallen Aunt Sheng? You dwell within the same estate, yet you inquire about Aunt Sheng's condition? Aunt Sherningzhu retorted with a tone that brooked no argument. The steward, taken aback, stiffened momentarily before hastily offering an apology. I beg your pardon. My concern was genuine. Since you are already aware, I shall refrain from further questioning. Please, follow me. Chapter 103. A burden on mother and daughter recognizing the gravity of the situation. The steward reported the matter to the Duke of Rome after escorting the three to Aunt Sheng's courtyard. The Duke, in his 50s yet appearing ageless, dismissed the issue with indifference. If she is ill, seek a physician. What purpose does this report serve? Just tell me whether she is alive or dead. If she still draws breath, do not trouble me with your presence. This is rather vexing. With that, he released the young concubine he had recently taken, gesturing for her to pour him a cup of tea. This newly acquired concubine appeared to be merely 16 or 17, as delicate as a freshly bloomed peach blossom. She was adorned in a delicate pink gown, the hem swaying gently with her steps, resembling a blooming peony. In this moment, she obediently followed the instructions of the Duke of Rongua, approaching a nearby tea table to pour him a cup of fragrant tea. After savoring a sip, the Duke continued, You shall proceed to make arrangements and do your utmost to provide treatment. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, do not hesitate to report back to me. For now, I wish to enjoy a moment of tranquility. The steward, upon hearing this, dared not utter another word and could only bow in acknowledgement before hastily retreating. Under the steward's direction, the estate's physician quickly arrived at the courtyard where Madame Sheng resided. Upon entering the room, he immediately spotted Madame Sheng lying on the bed. As he approached and beheld the vivid red blotches adorning her face, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The crimson patches were strikingly bright, irregularly shaped, and ravaged her visage like flames, a sight that was truly alarming. The physician's heart raced. After years of practice, he was well versed in various ailments, and the sight before him evoked thoughts of the dreaded leprosy. Covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve, he leaned closer for a meticulous examination, noting Madame Sheng's pallor and haggard demeanor, clearly indicating a serious condition. His hands trembled slightly, for he understood the terrifying nature of leprosy, once diagnosed. Not only would the patient endure immense suffering, but the entire estate could face quarantine as well. With a quavering voice, he declared, This is highly likely to be leprosy. I must report this to the Duke. Then you must go quickly. And remember to have father summon several renowned physicians to attend to mother. Lin Jihao promptly interjected. The situation swiftly reached the ears of the esteemed Duke Rong. Upon hearing that Aunt Sheng was highly likely afflicted with leprosy, his previously calm demeanor was instantly replaced by a veil of panic. Quickly, summon a physician from outside the estate. It is imperative to ascertain the exact nature of Aunt Sheng's ailment and whether there remains a possibility for her recovery. His voice was laced with tension and anxiety, as if Aunt Sheng's condition had cast a shadow over his entire household. Yes, my lord, the steward replied, promptly departing to fetch a doctor. Meanwhile, to ensure prudence, Aunt Sheng's second aunt, Shi Ningzhu, retrieved a vial of medicinal powder from her sleeve. This had been given to her by Feng Qingran prior to their arrival at the Duke's residence, as a precaution against the inadequacy of the previous medication. Removing the cork, she applied the powder to her mother-in-law while soothingly saying, Mother, please endure for a moment longer. We shall soon be able to leave this place. I am but an old bone. You risk so much for me. With such heartfelt efforts, what is this little suffering to me? Enqing replied, offering her own words of comfort to Shi Ningzhu. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of tears sparkled in Shi Ningzhu's eyes, yet she swiftly wiped them away, resolutely nodding, Mother, rest assured, we shall ensure you lead a good life. In the courtyard, the only servants present were the Zhang couple and their son, a mere trio. They, too, had been using the medication provided by Feng Qingran, hence exhibiting symptoms resembling leprosy. Although they understood that this was a ruse to deceive outsiders, they still feigned considerable agony to align with the plan. At this moment, the physician summoned from outside the manor arrived, completely enveloped in layers of protective garments. With only his eyes visible, he held his breath and cast a few furtive glances at Aunt Sheng, hastily departing without even taking her pulse. Could he not leave in haste? Observing the symptoms of the elderly woman, it was highly likely she was afflicted with leprosy, a grievous and incurable contagion. Should he inadvertently contract the disease, his life could be extinguished in an instant. Moreover, he noted that all the servants in the courtyard appeared to be infected. What else could it possibly be? Alas, let us remove this paper armor first. The steward, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve, furrowed his brow and spoke. It was only then that the physician recalled he was still clad in a protective suit made of white paper. He promptly discarded it forcefully into the courtyard and instructed the guards stationed there, burn this. After executing these actions, he turned once more to the Duke of Rong and stated, My lord, Aunt Sheng is indeed afflicted with leprosy, and her condition is quite severe. Having just examined her symptoms, I fear. Upon hearing this, the Duke's heart jolted as he immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. This matter must not be disclosed to the outside world, lest it incite panic. He swiftly issued commands, contemplating for a moment before adding, Arrange for personnel to isolate Aunt Sheng and all those she has come into contact with, closely monitoring the progression of the illness to prevent the spread of leprosy within the manor. The servants complied, promptly sealing off the courtyard where Aunt Sheng resided, ensuring that even Lin Jimiao and Lin Shuyan, the two brothers, were prohibited from going outside. Why are we not allowed to leave? The two exclaimed in indignation. The two exchanged a glance, and Lin Jimiao said, Then I would appreciate it if you could inform my father that we are willing to have the concubine relocated from the residence, and from this moment forth, our lives and deaths shall no longer be intertwined with the Rongwood Duke's manor. At that moment, Aunt Shi Ningzhu approached, handing them a small pouch of coins with a smile and a courteous demeanor, saying, I kindly ask you, young gentlemen, to make this trip. The group weighed the pouch in their hands, and upon exchanging knowing glances, they nodded in unison. One of the servants remarked, "I shall report this to the Duke at once. Please wait a moment." To be frank, had this woman not offered them money, they would have had no inclination to make such a trip. They were certainly not inclined to undertake a thankless task. Once the servant had departed, Lin Shuyan glared at his wife, saying, "Ningzhu, how could you so recklessly hand over the pouch to them? These servants are notoriously greedy. Having given them a taste of wealth, they may well stir up more trouble in the future." Sure, Ningzhu stepped on his foot, expressing her discontent with a huff. "This is simply a case of paying for convenience. Do you not understand? Moreover, we are about to bring mother out. Whether they are greedy or not will no longer concern us. Enough, Shuyan. You have always been indifferent to matters of commerce, and thus are less aware of the intricacies of human affairs than Ningzhu. In situations like this, spending a small sum to smooth things over is hardly an issue. As Ningzhu said, we pay for convenience, saving time and effort," Lin Jimao advised his younger brother. Meanwhile, upon hearing the servant's report, the Duke of Rong's expression darkened as he pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding. Since they were willing to assume this risk, he would permit them to relocate concubine Xing from the manor. This is indeed the most prudent course of action, otherwise. With the vastness of the Duke's residence and the multitude of inhabitants, the ramifications of allowing an infectious source to remain within would be utterly unimaginable. He could not permit the impending demise of a single individual to plunge the entire Duke's household into chaos and peril. Contemplating this, he addressed the steward, "Make arrangements for Madame Shang to vacate the estate expeditiously. Once she has departed, we shall incinerate that courtyard and reconstruct it into quarters for the servants." "As you command," replied the steward, who hurried off to orchestrate the necessary arrangements. Thus, accompanied by her son and daughter-in-law, Madame Shang departed from the Duke's residence safely and smoothly. Meanwhile, Feng Qingran, waiting outside the estate, joyfully approached upon seeing her uncle and others, grandmother, uncle, aunt. She greeted each in turn, offering a nod to Aunt Zhang and her family. At this moment, her eldest uncle, Lin Jimiao, eagerly suggested, "Let us converse once we are in the carriage." "Certainly," Feng Qingran replied, guiding them towards two carriages, stating, "The ladies shall occupy one, while the gentlemen take the other." "Very well," agreed second Aunt Ningzhu. The two uncles exchanged amused glances and shook their heads, saying, "We shall defer to your wishes." After assisting her grandmother into the carriage, they finally heard her inquire, "Qingran, where is your mother?" Indeed, her nature had been somewhat frail, and these past years had taken a toll on her, causing hardship for both mother and daughter. With a sigh, she continued, "Fortunately, those times are behind us. From now on, our family shall be united and whole, which is worth more than anything." Second Aunt Ningzhu promptly chimed in. Who could argue otherwise? Thankfully, after enduring hardship, we now embrace joy. Chapter 104. The one who resides in the heart of the fourth prince grandmother. Our choices have multiplied. Would you prefer to stay at Uncle Da's residence, or perhaps at Uncle Air's? Alternatively, we could accompany Ranner to the countryside for a leisurely retreat. Feng Qingran gazed at her grandmother with warmth and affection in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Aunt Ningzhu promptly interjected, "Of course, we should go to my place first. Everything has been prepared at home." Feng Qingran smiled gently, understanding Aunt C's intentions, yet she hoped that her grandmother would choose according to her own desires. Thus, she proposed, "How about we first visit Fengxian Tower? We can send someone to bring mother and Aunt over. Once we are all gathered, we shall indulge in a sumptuous meal before discussing where grandmother would like to stay." Seeing the wisdom in Feng Qingran's suggestion, Aunt Ningzhu nodded in agreement. "Very well. It is settled then." As for grandmother Shang, she was simply elated. It had been many years since she had left the estate, and the changes outside were indeed remarkable. The carriage glided along the bustling streets, further uplifting her spirits. She gazed out at the rapidly receding scenery, marveling at the passage of time and the grandeur of the capital. Meanwhile, as the carriage progressed, Feng Qingran had already dispatched someone to fetch Aunt Da and her mother. Thus, by the time they arrived at Fengxian Tower, Aunt Da and her mother were already waiting at the entrance of the restaurant. Chun Tao, who had accompanied Miao Yin for a stroll, tugged at Lin Yunshi's sleeve upon seeing the First Lady at the entrance, saying, "Xian Aunt, is that not the First Lady?" "The First Lady?" She followed the direction indicated by Chun Tao and caught sight of Lin Yunshi and her aunt, Jiang Muqin, who were scanning the surroundings. Indeed, the lady of the house was quite affluent, The dishes at Feng Qingran Tower cost over 100 taels of silver for a single banquet. As Chen Tao spoke, she swallowed hard, having merely heard tales of such opulence without ever partaking in it herself. Yet, here was Miaoyin, a destitute nun without any familial backing. And the Xiong residence was currently in dire straits, struggling to make ends meet. If today she could get close to the esteemed lady, it might grant her the opportunity to savor the exquisite cuisine. With this thought in mind, she urged Miaoyin further. The lady is exceedingly kind. Why don't we go over and greet her? Her? Was she not already out of favor? Moreover, she was an elderly woman. Did that mean Miaoyin should approach and hypocritically address her as sister? Disgust filled Miaoyin's thoughts. The two elderly women at home were already burdensome enough, but fortunately, concubine Hua had been delirious these days, rambling nonsensically, and the prime minister had never favored her, now even more so. The second lady was also a woman of profound cunning, always presenting a facade of gentility and grace, rarely revealing her true intentions. Yet beneath that gentle exterior lay an exceptionally astute and deep mind. Were it not for the fourth prince, she truly could not endure her time in this hollow Xiong residence. Initially, she had deemed Feng Qingran to possess considerable talent and an impressive prowess. And since the Xiong family could overshadow the Ning family, she resolved to remain. Fortunately, she had now allied herself with the fourth prince, a man not only of power but also strikingly handsome, perfectly embodying her dreams of an ideal husband. As for the esteemed matron, she found it utterly tedious to expend her energy on someone so devoid of value. Why should she force herself to curry favor with her? Just as she intended to take Chen Tao and continue her shopping, she was surprised to find that the girl had already exchanged greetings with the matron. Chen Tao has met the esteemed matron. However, the matron had no notable impression of this girl and could only manage a polite nod. To her astonishment, Chen Tao continued engaging in conversation with Lin Yunshi. Esteemed matron, are you dining at Feng Qingran Tower? At this, Lin Yunshi felt a twinge of annoyance. Even if she was a servant of the residence, such a lack of decorum was unacceptable. Yet Chen Tao remained oblivious to the frown that had formed on her brow and pressed on. This humble servant came out to shop with Ancienne. And we have yet to dine. Might we join you? Ancienne? Which rustic woman was that? Aunt Jiang Muqin cast a disdainful glance at Miaoyin not far off. This woman was familiar to her. She was the concubine that Feng Qingran had brought to the grand banquet for the Duke of Ronghua. How dare she presume to step over the head of the legitimate wife? Miaoyin, stung by her words, seethed internally. How could anyone dare to speak of her in such a manner when she was cherished by the fourth prince? A glint of malice flickered in her eyes as she resolved to teach this arrogant woman a lesson. The atmosphere at the entrance of the restaurant grew tense, and the surrounding crowd began to murmur, speculating on what might unfold next. Miaoyin's expression darkened, her sharp gaze fixed intently on Jiang Muqin, as if she sought to pierce her very soul with her stare. Jiang Muqin appeared oblivious to Miaoyin's ire, her head held high as she disdainfully cast a glance in Miaoyin's direction. Her actions were undoubtedly akin to adding fuel to the fire, exacerbating the already tense atmosphere. The diners within the tavern were drawn to the unexpected altercation, craning their necks to witness the unfolding drama. Chen Tao then realized the gravity of the situation. It seemed rather trivial to create such a stir over a mere meal. Stealthily, she observed Miaoyin's expression, which grew increasingly grim, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. As if on the verge of an explosion, a sense of urgency gripped Chen Tao, compelling her to quell the brewing tempest swiftly. She hurriedly approached, grasping Miaoyin's sleeve, and whispered in a soothing tone, "Aunt, please do not be angry. Let us depart for now." "What? Are you afraid now?" Miaoyin retorted with a cold laugh. Shaking off Chen Tao's grip and striding directly to Jiang Muqin, her gaze fixed intently upon her. With a voice as frigid as ice, she declared, "Madam, you possess quite the audacity. Do you not know who I am? I am indeed aware. Are you not merely Feng Qingran's concubine?" Jiang Muqin scoffed dismissively. She felt a sense of indignation for her sister-in-law, lamenting her marriage to such a scoundrel, enduring years of exploitation. Even as Feng Qingran's concubine, you deserve a lesson for your wickedness. With that, Miaoyin advanced, intent on striking the pregnant Jiang Muqin, thinking that without ensuring your child's demise, my humiliation today would remain unresolved. Stop. At that moment, manager's son emerged, his voice booming as he admonished Miaoyin. Simply because they are your patrons, you choose to show such favoritism towards them? Miaoyin vociferously reproached manager Sunday, as Sun Zhonggui was about to declare that Lin Yunshi was their benefactor. He was interrupted by the arrival of Feng Qingran. What of it if Feng Xian Tower favors its patrons? If you have the capability, why not enter and partake? Miao Yin cast an indignant glare at Feng Qingran. She recognized this woman from the birthday banquet of the Duke of Ronghua, claiming to be the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. However, now she had been expelled by Feng Xingji. So what gave her the audacity to act so brazenly here? What? Are you short on funds? Feng Qingran taunted. Miao Yin pinched the small change in her sleeve pocket, biting her teeth in determination. Who says our residence lacks money? Today, I demand the finest private room. Feng Qingran exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Zhonggui, who promptly led Miao Yin and her attendant into the restaurant, instructing the staff in the hall, take this lady to the best private room. Understood. The staff obeyed and escorted the pair to the most luxurious suite. After they had ordered their dishes, Feng Qingran stopped the attendant and instructed, prepare every dish offered at Feng Xian Tower for her. The attendant complied and went to notify the kitchen, while Feng Qingran smirked inwardly, anticipating a spectacle, inviting her absent father to come and collect his people. In another private room, Feng Qingran requested the earliest 10 dishes introduced by the restaurant, along with the 12 dishes sampled at the Yan Wang residence, 5 children's dishes, and the signature. All these dishes, particularly the non-spicy and children's options, were perfectly suited for her grandmother, her pregnant aunt, and her uncle and aunt who were preparing for a pregnancy. Chapter 105, from now on, we shall refer to her as the matriarch. Come, grandmother, do try this. Feng Qingran, while speaking, picked up a piece of mushu pork for her grandmother. After tasting it, her grandmother praised, Ranner, this dish is truly delightful. Did you create it all by yourself? Yes, grandmother, do try this as well, Feng Qingran replied, offering a pair of chopsticks filled with stir-fried yam and black fungus. The grandmother nodded eagerly after tasting. I never imagined that vegetarian dishes could be so exquisite. By the way, mother, about the question from earlier today, where will you be staying? Aunt Ningzhu asked half-jokingly. Come stay with me, Aunt Jiang Muqin quickly suggested. I was hoping for mother to stay with me. Aunt Ningzhu countered, not willing to yield. In my opinion, let mother stay at my sister's place for now. Given her current health, it would be beneficial for Ranner to take care of her. Besides, she has moved out of the Duke of Rome's residence, so they can see each other whenever they wish. Furthermore, I haven't visited Yinshi yet. Uncle Lin Jimao proposed, his tone revealing both concern for his mother and trust in his niece. All right then, let mother stay with me for the time being. It has been over a decade since we last lived together, Lin Yinshi remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Ever since her marriage into the Prime Minister's household, she had not shared a home with her mother. Even when they met, it was merely for a fleeting moment. Little did she expect to have the opportunity to live together again in this lifetime. Then it is settled, I shall stay at Shire's place for now. The environment there is serene and most suitable for an old woman like me, the grandmother said with a smile, nodding in agreement. She had never anticipated that she would still have the chance to live the life she had always desired. In the present day, everything is satisfactory, save for the fact that her second son remains childless. Contemplating her granddaughter's medical prowess, she inquired of Feng Qingran, Dear, your second uncle and aunt have been married for many years without children. I wonder what the issue might be. Oh, mother, Feng Qingran replied. I have already examined the two of them and determined that it is your son's health that is lacking. With some proper care, they should be able to conceive. Her second uncle, Lin Shuin, quickly interjected, not wishing for his wife to be misunderstood. In this era, women often bore the brunt of such accusations, particularly in matters of infertility. Is that truly the case? The grandmother's face brightened with joy, her eyes sparkling with hope. In truth, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her mother-in-law. Despite her own years of struggle with conception, she had not faced the pressure to take a concubine, a common expectation in many families. Her husband had also never entertained such thoughts. Thus, her appreciation for both her mother-in-law and husband was profound, motivating her desire to treat them well and to contribute positively to the Lin family. How wonderful! You two are not getting any younger, if you cannot conceive soon. I shall have to insist that you adopt a child, the grandmother teased with a cheerful laugh. This further moved her second aunt, Ningzhu, who felt incredibly fortunate to be part of such a harmonious family, where brotherly love and maternal kindness prevailed. Indeed, with such delightful dishes before us, let us eat. Uncle Lin Jimiao, busy with the conversation, turned his attention to his niece, Wanner. Quickly bring a few bottles for Uncle Zhang and Brother Zhang to sample. They are fond of strong liquor and will surely enjoy it. Certainly, I shall fetch it at once, he replied, summoning a servant who promptly delivered the drinks. Upon the arrival of the wine, Uncle Lin Zhumiao rose and graciously presented several bottles to a nearby table, where sat the Kai family along with Chirong and several other maids. Come, old Zhang, young Zhang, do indulge in this strong wine, brewed by my niece herself. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are intoxicated, as a token of my gratitude for your years of care for my mother, he declared earnestly. My dear sir, this is too much. We are but humble souls and cannot partake in such fine wine. Kai's father and brother politely declined. Nonsense. Accept the drink. You must enjoy it. Without your care over the years, how would my mother be in such robust health today? Uncle Lin Shuyan interjected, glancing at his niece. Acknowledging Wanner's contributions to her mother's recovery, Feng Qingran stifled a laugh, amused by her second uncle's unexpected consideration. Take it. You are deserving of it. I owe my current well-being to the care you have all provided. Do not refuse. At this, their grandmother spoke, affirming her words. Yes, Aunt Sheng, they acknowledged. And thus the father and son had no choice but to accept. From now on, since we have moved out of the Duke of Rong's residence, you shall simply call her the old lady, came the reminder. Aunt Zhang Muqin proposed, her tone imbued with respect and support for her mother-in-law's new lifestyle. Indeed, from now on, we shall refrain from calling her Aunt Sheng. Let us uniformly refer to her as Old Madam instead. Aunt Ningzhu echoed in agreement. Yes, yes, Old Madam it is. The room resonated with a chorus of voices as the servants promptly adopted the new title. Ah, splendid. There are rewards to be had, Grandmother said with a smile. Thank you, Old Madam. The servants chorused in unison. Well done, well done. Grandmother beamed with delight. It was merely a title. Yet at her age, she could hardly be concerned about such trivialities. What brought her joy was the vibrant atmosphere. She had never experienced such merriment even in her youth. Now, at her advanced age, she had surprisingly become a lively spirit, reveling in the exuberance surrounding her. Meanwhile, Kai's father and brother, having indulged in the potent liquor, found their senses invigorated. This beverage was remarkably strong, rendering the drinks they had previously consumed akin to water. Noticing the men's fondness for strong liquor, Feng Qingran brought forth several bottles of her newly brewed fragrant spring wine, placing them on the table. Everyone, do sample my latest concoction and share your thoughts on its flavor. Each man took a bottle, and after tasting, they unanimously praised the wine for its rich aroma and lingering flavor, declaring it truly exceptional. What do you think, second uncle? Do you have a fitting name to bestow upon it? Feng Qingran inquired with an air of mystery. How about Fragrant Spring? She interjected eagerly. You mischievous girl. Second Uncle Lin Shuyan initially widened his eyes in surprise, then chuckled helplessly. When did I become the worm in your uncle's belly? Feng Qingran chuckled softly and remarked. In fact, this wine has been named by someone long ago. Who might that be? Her second uncle inquired, his curiosity piqued as he found himself pondering the same thought. You may not recognize them when I tell you. Perhaps I shall introduce you on another occasion, Feng Qingran replied ambiguously. Oh, you. Her second uncle laughed, shaking his head, clearly amused by her air of mystery. Meanwhile, in the adjacent private room, Miao Yin was in a state of acute anxiety. She had not anticipated that a single table of dishes would cost over 300 taels of silver. Given the current state of the Xiang residents, even exhausting all their resources would scarcely suffice to pay such an exorbitant sum. Ultimately, she made a decision that left even Feng Qingran momentarily taken aback. Instead of informing her husband, Feng Xingji, she summoned her lover, Ling Junhan, the fourth prince. Feng Qingran sneered inwardly, thinking, now that you are on my territory, prepare to face the consequences. Chapter 106. Caught in the act, Feng Qingran watched as Ling Junhan entered the tavern, stealthily making his way to the private room where Miao Yin was located. Upon entering, he inquired, what is the matter? Is there something amiss? Having already sent Chun Tao away, Miao Yin, with a pitiful expression, lamented to Ling Junhan, Your Highness, Miao Yin has been wronged. Ling Junhan furrowed his brow and casually asked, by whom? By none other than the entire family of the first madam. Miao Yin replied, her teeth clenched in frustration. Which first madam? He asked absently. The quarrels among the women of the inner chambers never piqued his interest. When Miao Yin summoned him today, he presumed it to be of significant importance. However, he was dismayed to discover it was merely a trivial matter, a true waste of his precious time. It was that lady who had been expelled from the residence by Feng Xingji. Miao Yin continued, her teeth clenched in frustration. since she has already been driven out. Why do you still concern yourself with her? Women are indeed troublesome, always seeking discomfort for themselves, Ling Junhan thought disdainfully. This isn't about my being provoked into ordering an extravagant feast, and I had not brought sufficient funds with me today due to my hasty departure. So, she hesitated to explain. Ling Junhan rolled his eyes internally, so it was for this reason. Could she not express herself plainly? Whatever amount you require, just state it. He asked patiently. 300 taels. She glanced at Ling Junhan, anxious about whether he might consider her extravagant. I have 1,000 taels here. Take what you need for your expenses, Ling Junhan replied, producing several banknotes from his clothing. 1,000 taels? This revelation brought Miaoyin immense joy. She had always believed that the fourth prince held her in regard. Recently, she had read a story that contained a line stating, "A man willing to spend on a woman is certainly a true lover." Any woman who encounters such a man is fortunate. If Feng Qingran were to learn of her thoughts, she would be filled with self-reproach. For this kind of toxic sentimentality was precisely what she had commissioned the bookshop to print, all derived from the most popular online novels of her time. In a moment of self-indulgence, the enchanting sound of the little nun suddenly found its way into Ling Junhan's embrace. He frowned slightly, evidently expressing a degree of disdain for this woman. Lacking both pedigree and beauty, she was no comparison to Ning Roji, who at least was the daughter of a general and ranked second among the noble ladies in the capital. Most importantly, she had once been Ling Junyan's woman. When he had entangled with her in the past, he discovered that she had already lost her purity. The thrill of engaging with a woman who had been with Ling Junyan, despite the latter's disfigured appearance now, stirred a peculiar excitement within him, as he had witnessed firsthand the ferocity of Ling Junyan in his prime. Upon receiving the information, he promptly instructed Ning Roji to bring her to him and secretly administered a potent facial corrosive, one capable of eroding flesh to the bone. He had previously experimented with this substance on a criminal, resulting in the exposure of stark white bones, which ultimately led to the individual's demise. He had sought the finest physician to treat Ling Junyan, yet not only had the treatment failed to restore his face, but it also cost the man his life. Even if the doctors surrounding Ling Junyan were exceptionally skilled, the restoration of his visage was an impossibility, and the preservation of his life remained uncertain. However, an unforeseen complication arose, as this little nun disrupted his plans. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for Ning Roji had yet to reveal herself, and there would be ample opportunities to ruin Ling Junyan's face in the future. As for this little nun, now that she had entered the Prime Minister's residence, it would be advantageous to keep her focused on that side of affairs. A little incentive would surely secure her unwavering loyalty, making her a valuable asset. With these thoughts in mind, he lifted the little nun who had willingly thrown herself into his arms, contemplating that he could simply close his eyes and indulge in reckless abandon. Outside the door, Feng Qingran awaited the unfolding drama, observing her uncle, mother, and grandmother engaged in endless conversation. Seizing the opportunity to excuse herself under the pretext of seeking a moment of privacy, she stealthily approached the doorway of the private room where Miao Yin and Ling Junhan were situated. The art of catching a couple in the act and a thief with the goods required her to wait until the two were engrossed in their intimacy, allowing her to execute her extortion. As she entered, she found Ling Junhan had already removed Miao Yin's undergarments. With a swift kick, she flung open the door. A shriek escaped Miao Yin's lips as she hastily covered her eyes, while Ling Junhan adjusted his robes and glanced toward the entrance. There stood Feng Qingran, clad in a simple yet elegant gown, her figure exuding a grace reminiscent of a celestial being under the moonlight. Her beauty was breathtaking, with features that could be described as painterly, her lips akin to the hue of vermilion, and her eyes, resembling autumn waters, seemed to harbor boundless wisdom and vitality. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, simply tied back, with a few strands framing her face, adding an air of vivacity. What was most striking was her composed demeanor as she walked, emanating an unassailable confidence that instilled an inexplicable sense of pressure upon those around her. In that fleeting moment of Ling Junhan's surprise, Feng Qingran had already positioned herself before them, her eyes glinting with disdain and contempt, rendering Ling Junhan and Miao Yin mere insignificant specks of dust in her regard. Miao Yin, peering through her fingers at the uninvited guest, felt a surge of panic upon recognizing Feng Qingran, the daughter of Feng Xingji. Surely, in this predicament, she would side with her father? Observing Miao Yin's reaction, Ling Junhan discerned that she was familiar with this lady, and feigning concern, he inquired, "What is the matter?" "It is," It is the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, Miao Yin stammered in trepidation. Ling Junhan then turned his gaze to the beautiful woman seated just a table away. Are you the fiancé of the third prince? Is it not said that you are foolish, simple-minded, and unattractive? Yet, she appeared anything but foolish, and certainly bore no resemblance to the unflattering rumors. The lady before him possessed an exquisite beauty and an ethereal grace. There was not a trace of the rumored visage. Ling Junhan's brow furrowed slightly, his mind clouded with confusion. He had previously been shown a portrait of the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter, but the woman before him bore no resemblance to that depiction. He felt a surge of humiliation, realizing that this little nun had exploited his vulnerability, compelling him to meet her repeatedly. Your Highness, Miao Yin exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Ling Junhan as if she could not fathom that such words had escaped his lips. Chapter 107. Miao Yin disappears from this world enough. Feng Qingran exclaimed, weary of the two squabbling before her. She fixed her gaze upon Ling Junmo. I am not a fool, nor is there any need for you to weave lies for my amusement. She gestured towards Miao Yin, declaring, you are my father's concubine, and then pointed at Ling Junhan, stating, you are the fourth prince of the current dynasty. You both are aware of each other's identities, and there is no need for denial, as I have been listening outside the door. At her words, Ling Junhan and Miao Yin were taken aback, neither having anticipated that Feng Qingran had been eavesdropping for some time. Miao Yin, however, was no longer flustered. Ling Junhan's previous fabrications had cast a shadow upon her, but now the truth could not be concealed. Miss Feng, since you have overheard us, you must also realize that we share mutual affections. It is not as the fourth prince just stated. His words may have been uttered out of sheer nervousness. I implore you to spare both Miao Yin and the fourth prince. As she spoke, she knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face in a plea for mercy. However, she truly overestimated Ling Junhan. Upon realizing that this pawn had lost her utility, he callously discarded her. A shameless wretch. She had seduced me during the Duke of Rong's birthday banquet and now dares to tarnish my reputation. I cannot allow you to remain. With that, he struck down upon her crown. Miao Yin let out a muffled groan, her body collapsing like a kite severed from its string, blood spilling from her mouth and nose, staining the floor of the compartment. Her eyes widened in shock, seemingly unable to close, yet she could no longer utter a sound. Ling Junhan did not spare her a glance, turning instead to face Feng Qingran, his expression shifting from fierce to sycophantic. Miss Feng, this wretched woman is now deceased. What do you think? Feng Qingran was genuinely taken aback by his decision to silence Miao Yin. She had intended to leverage this incident for a considerable gain. Yet the situation appeared to spiral entirely beyond her control. Ling Junhan was slightly astonished. He had not anticipated that the renowned Feng Xianlu was owned by the legitimate daughter of the aristocratic family. But what was her name again? He had never regarded her as a formidable individual before, thus had not paid attention to her name. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized she was indeed remarkable. Setting aside her extraordinary beauty, her courage and audacity were unparalleled by any ordinary woman. To remain so composed in his presence, and even attempt to exact a counter-advantage showcased that she was indeed no simple character. However, this was not the moment to admire her. He needed to find a way to resolve the immediate troubles. Miss Feng, the events of today are entirely my fault, and I am willing to compensate you for all your losses. A smile graced his face, and his words conveyed sincerity. As for the woman's body, I shall ensure that it is dealt with properly, so as not to disrupt the business of Feng Xianlu. Then I shall trouble you, fourth prince. Today, my establishment is quite busy, and I will not linger here. I trust you will handle everything appropriately. With a courteous bow, she prepared to take her leave. Oh, Miss Feng, Ling Junhan called out to Feng Qingran. Today's misfortune is on my part. I shall personally visit to apologize and present a generous gift as compensation on another day. That is unnecessary. Simply send it directly to Feng Xianlu otherwise. Should I send it to my worthless father instead? As she attempted to depart once more, Ling Junhan called out again, in my haste to leave. I did not bring anything of value. Please accept this jade pendant as a token. Feng Qingran refrained from accepting, for she discerned that this jade was no ordinary piece, but rather a royal artifact, inscribed with the character for Ling, indicating it belonged to a member of the royal family. That will not be necessary. I prefer gold and silver trinkets. You may simply send some to me. With that, she stepped out of the private room. Ling Junhan was momentarily taken aback. She actually refused? It was worth noting that this jade pendant was. It appeared that she indeed held an interest in the third prince. Yet his heart did not belong to her. Nevertheless, that woman was undoubtedly far more intriguing than this lofty flower. As she departed, Ling Juanhan's lips curled into a playful smile. Although this woman appeared somewhat difficult to handle, he remained confident that there was no woman he could not possess. Moreover, every woman he desired held value. Otherwise, he would be reluctant to engage with such troublesome individuals. Meanwhile, in the adjoining private room, under Ling Juanhan's command, Miaoyin's lifeless body had already been discreetly removed. He also instructed that the entire area be meticulously cleansed, all of which transpired silently and without a trace. From that moment on, Miaoyin vanished from this world as if she had never existed, with all evidence meticulously erased by Ling Juanhan. On the other side, after a hearty meal, Feng Qingran and the others deliberated on the idea of retreating to the countryside for a few days. It had been a long time since the family had gathered, and the warmth of their reunion made parting difficult, leading to the decision. Thus, several carriages set forth in grand procession, heading towards the suburban estate. Upon arrival, they were pleasantly surprised to find that Lin Yunshi and her daughter had managed the estate with remarkable care. Though the buildings were somewhat antiquated, they had been reinforced and adorned with elegance. The early spring flowers in the garden bloomed vibrantly, infusing the entire estate with life. Indeed, this was the environment I cherish most, thought the grandmother, her face alight with joy as she surveyed her surroundings, her eyes brimming with admiration and contentment. She gently brushed her fingers over a tender sprout, feeling as though she too was experiencing a rebirth. After being confined for most of her life, she never anticipated that one day she would enjoy such freedom. Her uncles and aunts echoed their admiration, expressing their appreciation for Lin Yunshi and her daughter's dedication. Nevertheless, Auntie still spoke with a hint of acidity. The courtyard we have prepared for Mother is quite elegant. She can enjoy the flowers and cultivate vegetables there. Although the air may not be as fresh as here, it will still be quite comfortable to reside in. At this moment, second aunt also chimed in, Mother, whenever you tire of living here, you may also stay with me and my sister-in-law. The courtyard we have arranged for you is rather delightful as well. Indeed, Mother, Lin Zhu added, I specifically selected the finest wood and fabric to craft comfortable furniture for your room, and I chose the patterns and colors you adore. We have also planted many of your favorite flowers and plants in the courtyard, hoping you will find joy in it. Lin Shuyan, the second uncle, also interjected. Upon hearing this, grandmother let out a hearty laugh, gently patting her younger daughter-in-law's hand, then grasping the hand of her eldest daughter-in-law, her face beaming with happiness. You two have truly put forth such effort. When I grow weary of this place, I shall come and stay with you, to fully appreciate your thoughtful intentions. Both auntie and second aunt smiled at this, for to have an